Plundering the Heavens chapter 495 to chapter 549. Looking at the green fox ghost mask in his hand and the ghostly fire that flashed in the eye sockets of the ghost mask, Fang Xing's consciousness was taken away in an instant. It was as if he had lost his mind. The world in front of him had lost all reality, and only the two ghostly fires were flickering. Vaguely, he seemed to see a handsome man dressed in green standing in the sky with his hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the strong wind. My Tao is immortal as long as it exists, immortal as long as it doesn't die, immortal as long as it doesn't perish. In Fang Xing's eyes, he seemed to see the man in green chanting softly, raising his finger and shattering the void. On the other side of the void, there seemed to be opponents, and there were many of them. With Fang Xing's current cultivation, or rather his spirit, he could not see the existence of those opponents at all. He could only feel that there were many of them, and they were very strong. They almost densely covered half the sky, and on this side of the sky, there was only the man in green. He guarded this side of the sky, exerting his monstrous spiritual power to resist the approaching opponents, shattering the void. Again and again, he killed wave after wave of enemies. His cultivation method was profound and complex, all-encompassing. It was almost as if he could casually wave his hand, and it was a powerful Taoist technique that could overturn the earth and the sky. However, in the process of defending against the enemies, most of the Taoist formulas and seals were blurry, and he could not see the tricks he used at all. This was because the Taoist formulas were too complex and too profound, and could not be perceived by Fang Xing's spirit. Therefore, in his eyes, all he could see was a variety of blurry shapes. He could only see the man's slender fingers blooming and spreading like a lotus, dragging out long shadows that were dazzling. After a long, long time, Fang Xing only felt that his spirit had been pushed to the limit, and he finally saw one of the seals that he had used 3 times. However, this clarity only lasted for a moment, and then it was branded in Fang Xing's mind. However, his spirit also seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Almost in an instant, the power of his spirit was almost exhausted, and he was so weak as if he had not slept for 10 days and 10 nights. Master Fang. Master Fang, chirp chirp, he heard the cries of the fox girl, little one, and the little foxes. It seemed that someone had taken something off his face. Then, he was lifted onto the soft couch by small hands and furry paws, and someone was wiping his forehead with a wet towel. Fang Xing felt a splitting headache, and it took him a long time to recover. What he saw were dozens of small round eyes. Why are you guys looking at me like you're looking at your husband? What happened just now? Fang Xing blinked his eyes and gradually regained his consciousness. He asked weakly. Uncle Fang, you suddenly put that mask on your face, and not long after, you fainted, the fox girl replied softly, rubbing Fang Xing's forehead with concern. So strange? Fang Xing muttered, and rested for a while before sitting up again. He took the green fox ghost mask and looked at it again. At this time, the green fox ghost mask had regained its calm. Only the fire seed embedded in its forehead was still glowing faintly, but it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The ghost fire in its eye sockets had disappeared. Fang Xing carefully thought about it, but he had no memory of putting the mask on his face. It seemed that at that moment, his mind had been taken away and he was no longer in control. This surprised him quite a bit. After all, his invincible pill had just been formed, and his divine soul was far stronger than that of his peers. However, this green fox ghost face was able to make him lose his mind in an instant. What kind of power was needed to achieve this? What was even more surprising was that apart from consuming too much of his spirit power, there was nothing else wrong with him. What was the use of this fox ghost mask? Fang Xing, who was a little dizzy, let the little foxes leave first. He sat cross-legged and rested his spirit for a moment. From the speed at which his spirit was recovering, it seemed that he had not suffered any damage. It was just that he had consumed too much energy. This made him feel a lot more at ease. His spirit was not injured, which at least meant that the mask had no malice towards him. It was very likely that he could not bear the pressure from it. Although I can't appraise it with the yin-yang god and demon mirror, this is definitely a good treasure, Fang Xing thought to himself, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. In this life, he didn't like anything else but treasures. The first appearance of the green fox ghost mask immediately tempted him. He secretly decided that he must study this treasure carefully. After resting for 3 days, Fangxing felt that his spirit had recovered to its peak state, so he put on the mask again. But this time, he made arrangements in advance. He asked the fox girl to guard him. If there was any problem, she would take off the mask for him. If there was no problem, she would also write down what he looked like after putting on the mask and then tell him. This time, he put on the mask and returned to the void of the 9th heaven. The man in green was casting a spell to resist the enemy. This time, Fangxing paid attention in advance and remembered the 2 seals that the man had cast. Then, a feeling of good fortune made him try to form the hand seal. It was also at this instant that Fangxing suddenly felt the world change. His soul actually flew out and directly fused with the green-robed man who was above the 9 heavens. At this moment, it was as if the green-robed man was him, and he was the green-robed man. He was above the 9 heavens, using an unparalleled Taoist technique to fight against the enemy. Bang! This feeling only lasted for a moment. In front of Fangxing's eyes was the scene in the cabin, but the feeling was different. At this moment, Fangxing returned to reality, but there was a feeling of omnipotence. This was a feeling that he could control the heavens and earth. Fangxing hurriedly took off the ghost mask on his face. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He bent down and gasped for breath. Behind him, the fox girl, little one, hurriedly came forward. She handed him some water and rubbed his back, her eyes filled with concern. Strange, strange, he muttered to himself, faintly guessing a possibility in his heart. Is this a sealing treasure, or an inheritance treasure, or perhaps a weapon? He had worn the mask twice, once passively, and once actively. Fangxing had already sensed something, and his eyes lit up. In any case, this is indeed a treasure. Fangxing picked up the mask again and carefully looked at it for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed and reached out to ruffle little one's hair. He strode to the deck to breathe in the fresh air. At this time, his excited mind really needed to calm down. Along the way, Fangxing recuperated his soul and began to comprehend the mysteries of the ghost mask. This process was extremely taxing on the soul, and even with Fangxing's powerful soul power, this process was extremely harsh. He even had a feeling that only he, who had formed the immeasurable core, could comprehend the mysteries of this treasure in the Aurus core realm. If it were anyone else, with their Yuanian cultivation, they would not be able to withstand the consumption of the ghost mask's soul power. It was even possible for the person wearing the mask to completely exhaust their soul power. On the way to the demon court, Fangxing had something to do. Other than the most basic cultivation, he would focus all his attention on comprehending the green fox ghost face, and gradually, his understanding of the green fox ghost face increased. He also gradually understood that within the mask, there seemed to be a long time ago sealed away. It was the scene of a great battle, and in that great battle, some of the inheritance of the azure-clothed man had been left behind, and used a special method to leave it for the future generations. The most important thing was that through that portion of inheritance, a certain portion of the power within the green fox ghost face could be activated. As long as the person wearing the mask had a strong enough divine sense, they could release a portion of the power of the mask. This discovery caused Fangxing to be wild with joy. Now that he was sure that this fox mask was a rare treasure, he began to study it even more diligently. Unfortunately, when he put on the mask for the 6th time, he was unexpectedly unable to enter the illusion again. After some investigation, he discovered that the fire seed embedded in the forehead of the mask had already dimmed, leaving behind only a crystal the size of a fingernail. The fire within it had already completely dissipated. Could it be that this thing can only be opened by consuming the divine fire seed? Fangxing thought about it and felt that it was very likely. Back then, the Lotus girl had said that he was not the true owner of the green fox ghost face, so it was obviously difficult to open it accurately. In fact, that girl did not even believe that he could really open it. However, she probably did not expect that the soul fragment left behind by the fallen demon immortal could open the mask. In that case, I have to get more of this fire seed. However, the desert is vast, and I can only rely on luck to find this fire seed. However, I eavesdropped on the conversation of the 3 fellows from the divine continent. There should be a lot of this kind of fire seed, and most of them have been taken by the major demon clans. In that case, instead of looking for it in the desert, I might as well go to the demon court and try my luck. With this thought, he made up his mind. Since the bloodline of the Green Hill Fox ancestor still had to pay him, he would take it. With this thought, he sped up the journey. Finally, 3 months later, the spiritual boat gradually arrived at the western edge of the Sunset Desert. The boundless desert began to turn into fertile black soil, and as far as the eye could see, a stretch of green mountains and deep valleys could be seen. Have we arrived at the Demon Holy Land? Fang Xing and a group of little foxes all stood on the deck, looking at the stretch of green mountains in front of them, and let out a long sigh of relief. The edge of the setting sun desert was the territory of the Ting province, and the holy court of the Demon Clan, the supreme alliance of the Demon Clan, was located in the Ting province. Besides, the ancestral lands of the 8 demon clans with the longest inheritances and noblest bloodlines were also here. The Fusang Mountain of the Golden Crow clan that Fang Xing was looking for, the Xianxia Mountain where the little foxes lived, and the Qingya Mountain where Daphne's clan lived all belonged to these 8 clans. In Fang Xing's plan, he would send the little foxes to Mount Qingqiu, and then go to Mount Fusang to find that bastard Golden Crow. Then, he would be done. If he had time, he could also go to Mount Qingya to see the clansman of the Great Rock Evil King and pretend to be his ancestor. Now that he was here, Fang Xing threw all the cooks and servants off the spiritual boat. Then, he drove the boat to a secret valley and hid himself. Finally, he picked up the 12 little foxes and flew toward the depths of the Ting province on a cloud. After catching a small demon in the Foundation Establishment realm and learning the location of the Qingqiu Mountain, he flew toward the Ting province on a cloud. The Ting province was the holy land of the Demon Clan. Thinking about it, it was obvious that they did not have a good impression of human cultivators. Before Fang Xing put down the group of little foxes, he did not want to cause any trouble, so he deliberately hid his whereabouts and hurried on with his journey carefully. Finally, on the 3rd day, he arrived at a huge mountain range with lush greenery and strange slopes. Knowing that this was the land of the Fox Demon Clan, he looked back at the little foxes and felt slightly relieved. Little 1, Little 2, Little 3, Little 4, Little 5, Little 6, Little 7. Little Fatty. After calling them, the little foxes answered one by one. There were exactly 12 of them. At least I sent you back. I didn't break my promise to that old fox. With a chuckle, Fang Xing took the little foxes again and flew toward the mountain on a cloud. Whoosh, just as Fang Xing was rushing to the mountain on a cloud, a spear burning with green and white flames suddenly swept through the air. It was as fast as lightning, and it actually aimed straight at his chest. Fang Xing was slightly surprised. Fortunately, his divine sense was extraordinary. When the spear moved, he already had a warning in his heart. His body slightly tilted, and he smashed his fist on the spear. Suddenly, the spear broke and fell diagonally. Which madman dares to trespass on my green hill? As the long spear pierced out, a loud roar rang out. There was a faint ripple of spiritual light from the activation of the protective array. Then, from the surrounding rocks, giant trees, and even streams, several figures rushed out at the same time. There were 7 or 8 people in total, and they surrounded Fang Xing in the air. Finally, an armored soldier in the Golden Core realm flew over from afar. He was dressed in a black robe and had long eyes. His whole body emitted a demonic aura, and he stared at Fang Xing. Why are you attacking as soon as you arrive? Fang Xing was rather displeased, but he still swept away the cloud around him to reveal the little foxes crouching beside him. He then opened his palm to reveal the demon core that Hu Jiugu had left behind, and said loudly, I'd been entrusted by an old friend to return these little foxes to Green Hill. With her demon core as a token, who among you can make the decision? Come and take a look. The Golden Core armored soldier's gaze froze when he saw the fox core in Fang Xing's hand. He clearly recognized the demonic aura on the core, and the fact that it was a token meant that he was rather trustworthy. After all, other tokens could be stolen or forged, but this fox core was difficult for outsiders to obtain unless the owner was willing. Moreover, a strand of divine sense could also be deposited in the core when one was on the brink of death. Let me have a look. The Golden Core armored soldier flipped his palm, and a gravitational force grabbed at the air. Fang Xing was rather displeased to see that he was not being courteous, but he still tossed the fox core into the air and let him take it. The golden core armored soldier took the core and sensed the remnant divine sense within. His eyes flashed again as he studied the little foxes, and then clasped his fists at Feng Xing, saying, Green Hill has ancestral teachings that humans are not allowed to enter, or they will be killed without question. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency. I'll return and ask the princess to speak. If you really are a righteous man who brought my people back, I'll repay you later. Having said that, he ordered the others to keep an eye on Feng Xing and not to be rude, before turning into a stream of light and escaping into the mountains. Damn it, you've clearly confirmed its authenticity, but you won't even give me a sip of tea? Rather indignant, Feng Xing picked the nearest hill and landed, pointing at the fox girl's nose and scolding her, saying that you foxes really don't know how to treat a guest, causing the fox girl to blush in embarrassment and become speechless. The other little foxes, on the other hand, were a group of simple-minded foxes, and were now curiously studying their ancestral land, their eyes full of surprise. Compared to the place where they had grown up before, this ancestral land was truly picturesque, like a fairyland. It didn't take long before a celestial cloud suddenly drifted over from within Xianxia Mountain. When he focused his eyes, he saw a group of figures standing on the cloud. There were more than 10 of them, and the one at the very front was a woman in a white dress. She looked to be around 20 years old, and she was beautiful. Her facial features were as if they had been meticulously drawn by a great scholar in the world. They could be said to be perfect and flawless. The woman arrived on the cloud against the wind. Her white dress was soft, but it just so happened to outline her proud breasts, slender waist, and long, round legs. Beneath the dress was a pair of legs as white as jade, and bare feet that seemed to be carved out of exquisite jade. As she stepped lightly on the cloud, one look at her would make one's mouth go dry. Even Feng Xing was a little dumbfounded. This woman, if she were to be sold to a brothel, Feng Xing rubbed his chin and chuckled, and the little foxes around him looked at him strangely. Fellow Taoist, are you the righteous human who escorted my people back? The woman arrived swiftly, arriving before the mountaintop in a matter of breaths. She spoke softly, her voice like a clear spring. Ha 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 ha, that's me, that's me. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Feng Xing laughed heartily and soared up to greet the woman. It looked like he wanted to shake hands with her. Stand down. This is the fairy princess of Green Hill. Don't be rude. Before he got close, 2 voices suddenly rang out. It was the guards and maidservants beside the woman shouting at him at the same time. Feng Xing's face filled with displeasure at once, and he muttered, What's wrong with a princess? Is your flesh more delicate than others? The woman smiled and said softly, Righteous warrior, please wait. Fairy, please take a look at my nieces and daughters. As she spoke, the cloud carriage fluttered and brushed past Feng Xing's body. However, it left behind a faint fragrance that assailed Feng Xing's nostrils. He couldn't help but think to himself, this woman smiled at me. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to me? Should I take the initiative? Are you the descendants of Aunt Gio? The immortal fairy gracefully landed on the summit of the mountain. Her slender jade hand stroked the small head of the fox girl, then she squatted down and looked at the other little foxes. These little foxes were usually bold in front of Feng Xing, but at this time they were a little afraid of strangers. They shrunk together timidly and looked at her timidly. However, the immortal fairy was full of smiles and her attitude was gentle, quickly dispelling their fear. An imperceptible divine thought spread out, and the fairy princess quickly nodded lightly, as if she had confirmed something. Sigh, back then, Aunt Gio and my father did not see eye to eye, and in a fit of anger, she took her people and left Green Hill. Since then, there has been no news of her. Even before my father passed away, he was still thinking about her. I also wanted to send people to look for you, but unfortunately, I never had the time. Now that you little ones have returned home, it's just that Aunt Gio, the fox girl fairy princess stretched out her arms and gently hugged the little foxes. Her words were full of sadness. The little foxes naturally did not know about the past of their ancestors, so they were all in a daze. However, the fox girl Littlely had heard some of the secrets of the ancestors, and now she remembered that Aunt Gio had died to protect them, and her eyes immediately turned red. The fairy princess comforted the little foxes for a while, then stood up gracefully and said to Feng Xing, I've already checked the divine thought left by Aunt Gio in her core. It's all thanks to your protection along the way. Otherwise, these little ones would not have been able to cross the Sunset Desert and return here safely. First, let someone take you to Tingzhou City to rest. Once I've settled them down, I'll come and thank you in person. Tingzhou City? Fangxing was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, she still refuses to let me in. The fairy princess did not say much. She soared into a cloud and flew toward the mountains with the little foxes. In the cloud, the little foxes saw that Fangxing had not followed them, and they all poked their heads out to look at him, looking a little anxious. The fox girl Little Yi's face was full of sadness, and her eyes were slightly red as she waved goodbye to Fangxing. Little fatty, who only knew how to eat, thought that Fangxing had left them behind and immediately burst into tears. Damn it, I've finally gotten rid of this bunch of trouble. Fangxing did not expect that he would be parting with the little foxes so soon. He felt a little awkward, but he was a straightforward person. He casually waved his hand and turned away from them. He smiled at the elder of Green Hill who had stayed behind to accompany him. Old senior, I heard that your Green Hill has a deep heritage. Aunt Gio said that I would be greatly rewarded. Is that true? Haha, fellow Taoist, you've traveled thousands of miles to entrust an orphan, and your sense of brotherhood is deep. Our Green Hill will naturally thank you, the fox elder chuckled and led the way in front. Fellow Taoist, please come with me to rest for a while. Fellow, please come this way. I've already sent a voice transmission to the city of Tingzhou and arranged a place for you to stay. The black-robed elder of Green Hill who had stayed behind to accompany Fangxing stepped forward and led Fangxing eastwards, naturally interrogating Fangxing along the way. Fangxing only called himself Xing Fang and was an itinerant cultivator who wandered about. He could easily tell all sorts of lies, but it was enough to dispel the black-robed elder's concerns. Before he finished, they had already arrived at a place hidden by a sea of clouds. This is the city of Tingzhou? Fangxing was rather surprised when he saw this. To his surprise, he realized that the Tingzhou city did not look like a human city at all. Instead, it was a huge mountain that was hidden by thick clouds. After entering the city, there were rarely any huge buildings of different styles. Almost all the buildings were built against the mountains, and they rose and fell unevenly. Meanwhile, the old man directly brought Fangxing to a courier house. The hostel was called the Thousand Peaks Garden, and it was clearly a branch directly established by the demon court. It was used to entertain distinguished guests of the demon race, but due to the 3,000-year truce between humans and the demon race, there were many interactions between them. Most human cultivators with status who came here would be settled in the Thousand Peaks Garden, but there were far fewer human cultivators now due to the tense state of war, and not a single one could be seen. True to its name, the Garden of Thousand Peaks was a valley filled with mountains. Abodes or palaces were built on each of the mountains, and there were even spirit flowers and rare herbs growing there. It was an altar for preaching scriptures and comprehending the Tao. It could be said that it was specially set up for cultivators. Xianxia Mountain was quite generous in helping Fangxing set up the most extravagant mountain in the Garden of Thousand Peaks. It had its own spirit-gathering formation and was expensive. Even so, Fangxing understood that he had heard the Great Golden Crow mention many times that inviting a distinguished guest to their ancestral ground was a sincere reception. The Green Hill had never once said anything about inviting Fangxing to their ancestral ground, which was clearly a sign that they were wary of him. Moreover, it could also be because they felt that Fangxing's cultivation was too low and did not think much of him. You can cultivate here in peace for the time being. Her Highness will naturally come and thank you in person when she's free. The old fox spoke very politely, allowing Fangxing to settle down in peace. Fangxing, however, was rather displeased. I still have things to do. Can't you hurry up with your princess? The old fox was left speechless, not expecting Fangxing to be so direct. He paused before continuing, Her Highness is busy, and the 9th princess's family has just returned to the Green Hill. It will take time to make all the arrangements, so please forgive me, fellow. Also, forgive me for being blunt, but the Northern Demon Lands has always been biased against human cultivators. It's best if you don't go out often, fellow. If there's anything urgent, I can do it for you. Then forget it. Fangxing waved him off, not mentioning that he was looking for the Golden Crows of Mount Fusong. He had heard from the Great Golden Crow that while the 8 lineages of the Demon Court were one in name, they were in fact constantly at odds with each other. Grudges could not be resolved at the moment, and since the situation was unclear, it was best to have as little trouble as possible to avoid unnecessary complications. He stayed in the Thousand Peaks garden for 3 days, and life was rather leisurely. The Green Hill had selected 2 young children for Feng Xing to order around, and he ordered them to fetch whatever he needed from the Thousand Peaks garden's main hall. He did not have to pay for it, and the Green Hill would settle the bill. The elder of the Green Hill also stayed on the peak where Feng Xing was, holding a banquet every day to talk about romance, scripture, and spells. It was quite a carefree life. However, the princess of Qingqiu Hill who had promised to come soon was nowhere to be seen. If not for the opportunity to ask for the fire seed of divinity, Feng Xingzhen would have waited impatiently and turned to leave. Fortunately, 3 days later, the princess of the Green Hill, Xianxia, finally arrived surrounded by a group of maids and guards. From afar, the phoenix chariot and colorful carriage could be seen, surrounded by a celestial air, as if a fairy from the 9 heavens had descended to the mortal world. Feng Xing stood on the peak and looked from afar. He saw the fairy walking over, and from the peaks on both sides, lights would fly out from time to time, bowing beside the phoenix chariot. The fairy would either nod in acknowledgement, stop for a chat, or directly invite them to travel together, appearing to have a good affinity with Tao and a celestial air. When they arrived at the mountain peak, the immortal fairy bowed to Feng Xing and said, "Greetings, fellow Xing. I should have come earlier, but because I was busy with matters in the mountain, I didn't have the time to thank you today. Please forgive me. I have already ordered people to prepare immortal wine, spirit fruits, and rare delicacies. I have also invited a few outstanding demon clan elites to accompany me to the Green Platform banquet to thank fellow Xing for protecting me. I hope fellow Xing will not decline." At the woman's politeness, Feng Xing could only cup his hands and smile. The food and lodging here are good, there's no harm in waiting for a few days. He then looked to the side of the fox fairy and smiled. "Little girl, you've become much more handsome." Beside the fox fairy was the fox girl little one, who had changed into a different outfit. Her dress was now as white as snow, and she was covered in jewels. She was a far cry from when she was with Feng Xing, and it was evident from their attire that the little foxes were indeed of the royal bloodline of the Green Hill. Once they returned to the Green Hill, they had completely bid farewell to their previous lives and turned into little princesses. Littly was teased by Feng Xing's words and blushed a little. She turned to look at the fox immortal fairy. The fox immortal fairy nodded her head and smiled shyly. She jumped down from the cloud and came to Feng Xing's side. She gently pulled the corner of his clothes. "Let's go." The fox fairy smiled and invited Feng Xing up. Feng Xing was all smiles and prepared to climb onto the fox girl's carriage, but the maidservant beside him forced him to the carriage at the back, which left him rather dissatisfied. Fortunately, the fox girl little one sat at the back with him, while the elder of the Green Hill, Ivy, who had accompanied Feng Xing for 3 days, leaped onto a cloud carriage and accompanied Feng Xing. The group of them floated on the cloud and arrived at a white jade platform at the center of the Garden of Thousand Peaks. Runes were faintly discernible here, and spirit chi was oppressive. Beside it was a waterfall, ancient pines, and grotesque rocks. Spirit herbs and flowers grew everywhere, while spirit birds flew past from time to time. It was the place where an ancient demonic immortal often discussed Tao, and now that the ancient immortal was gone, it became a sacred site of the demon court. The disciples of the demonic race would often hold banquets and discuss Tao here, for 1, to comprehend the ancient immortal's will, and 2, to pay homage to their predecessors. Of course, from Feng Xing's point of view, this was just trying to be cultured. Who did the ancient immortal know who you were? When they arrived at the white jade platform, they saw maidservants and strong men coming and going. Small tables were already set up, and there were fine wine and delicacies, the fragrance of fruits assailing their nostrils. There were already a few handsome men seated, and when they saw the fox girl's carriage, they all stood up to welcome her. The fox girl waited for Feng Xing, and they took their seats together. She smiled and introduced them to each other. This was the prodigy of the rhinoceros race, and that was the elite of the crocodile race. When she mentioned Feng Xing, she said, "This fellow Taoist here is the righteous human Xing Feng, who did not hesitate to escort the orphaned fox back. This kindness is hard to express, and the Fox clan will always remember this kindness. Fellow Daoist Xing will always be a friend of the Fox clan. Fang Xing laughed and cupped his fists to the crowd. You're too polite. When the demonic cultivators saw that he was a human cultivator, their expressions became somewhat playful. After all, now that conflict was about to break out, there were many conflicts between the human race and the demonic race. However, the Fox girl had already emphasized that this was the benefactor of the Fox clan, so the demonic cultivators didn't say much. They all greeted him in a friendly manner. When it came to this kind of superficial skill, Fang Xing was also very good at it. He laughed and made friends with the demonic cultivators, and they all sat down. When the Fox girl saw that Zhu Xiu had sat down, she once again raised her cup to thank Fang Xing. She drank with the demonic cultivators, and it seemed to be a happy and harmonious atmosphere. As Fang Xing drank, he glanced at the Fox girl's beautiful face. His eyes flickered, and he looked as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. The Fox girl seemed to be aware of his gaze, but she didn't look sideways. She talked and laughed with the people around her, and there was no unnatural feeling in her expression. For a genius like her who was famous for her beauty and talent, she was already used to this kind of gaze. However, when the other demonic cultivators saw this, they sneered in their hearts, thinking that this human guy really had bad intentions. However, his identity alone was destined to make him unable to stand in the northern continent. Just look at his cultivation level in the early stage of the gold core realm, and his dharma will in the gold core is indifferent, which can be said to be a waste core. How dare he dream of the first beauty of the demonic cultivators? Isn't this a joke? However, everyone had their own thoughts, but they didn't know that what Fang Xing was thinking was, why hasn't this woman mentioned anything about the reward? We are still waiting for the divine fire here, so hurry up and mention it. If you don't, I'll be too embarrassed to mention it. Master Fang is a person who cares about his face. How could he do such a thing? After 3 rounds of wine, the Fox girl finally spoke, looking at Fang Xing with a smile. Fellow Daoist Xing, you have worked tirelessly to send the bloodline of the Fox clan back home. I offer you another toast. As she spoke, she raised her jade cup and gestured to Fang Xing from afar. There's something else that I don't know if I should say. Fellow Daoist, you have a strong sense of brotherhood. Although it's not for money, Fang Xing hurriedly raised his cup, his eyes shining as he thought, I'm doing it for money, hurry up and say it. Before he could finish his thought, the Fox girl had already continued with a smile. I have nothing to repay you with, but I'm willing to wait for an empty position. What do you think, fellow Daoist Xing, about being a foreign elder of Xianxia foxes? Leaving aside your kindness of protecting me, the fact that you're already a gold core cultivator at such a young age is something that Xianxia foxes wouldn't dare to slight you. You'll be paid the same as a gold core elder of our Fox clan. Fang Xing was dumbfounded at once. What was going on? Where was the promised reward? Fang Xing's expression was too shocked, and in the eyes of the vixen, it appeared to be a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, the vixen had a preconceived notion that Fang Xing would not reject her suggestion, and so she laughed softly, her eyes glimmering. Perhaps Green Hill isn't big, but it's a place to stay after all. Isn't it better than being an itinerant cultivator, braving the wind and rain all day long? At her words, the eyes of the cultivators at the banquet shone brightly, thinking how lucky this human cultivator was to be personally invited to Green Hill by the first beauty of the demonic race. Did that not mean that he would have the chance to spend time with the vixen all day and night? Moreover, human cultivators who fell into the hands of demons usually ended up in a miserable state, either reduced to puppets or killed for their cores. Yet, this fellow had leapt to become an esteemed elder of Green Hill, and there was no need to explain the honor. Naturally, there were those who were clear-headed who thought deeper and understood the deeper meaning behind the vixen's actions. The demons had taken in many human cultivators as elders. After all, the 3,000 years of truce had long eased the situation. There were even many human clan families that had taken root in the area of the demon court. After thousands of years, they had countless connections with the major bloodlines of the demon clan. In the current situation, inviting the human clan cultivators to be elders was even more useful. After all, if there really was a war between the human clan cultivators and the demon clan cultivators, these human clan cultivators would be of great use with their status. Everyone had their own thoughts, and stopped their conversations to look at Fang Xing. the vixen Xiaoyi was even hugging Fangxing's arm, her eyes filled with anticipation, as if she very much wanted him to agree. Under everyone's gaze, Fangxing sighed helplessly and said, "I'm very grateful for Fairy Fox's kindness, but I'm used to wandering around and really don't wish to stay in any place." "I appreciate your kindness." The cultivators frowned when they heard that, as if they did not expect the fellow to refuse. Princess Fox was slightly taken aback as well, and said softly, "Does fellow Xing have any grudges or enemies that you're worried about bringing trouble to our Green Hill?" "Don't worry, fellow. Our Green Hill has no problem protecting one person." "Enemies?" "Haha, no, I'm such an honest person." Fangxing hurriedly laughed, but in his heart, he was thinking, "If I tell you my enemies, you will be scared to death." "Then is there something that you can't say?" "Whether it's the treasures needed for cultivation or the cultivation methods, Green Hill Mountain." The fox girl still wanted to say more. Her eyes were clear and gentle, and she seemed slightly disappointed. She seemed to be full of sincerity, as if she really wanted Fangxing to stay. If an ordinary person saw the fox girl acting like this, it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to stand it. However, Fangxing was a little annoyed. He thought that this woman would never stop, so he directly said, "It's not that, I just don't intend to stay. If Fairy wants to thank me, then change the method." Such a direct refusal left the scene rather awkward. The fox girl sighed softly and did not mention it again, and after a brief pause, she said softly, "It's my fault for being rude. I wonder if there's anything you need in your cultivation, but whatever Green Hill Mountain has, we can." Her interest was waning as she spoke, probably believing that Fangxing would reject her outright and leave. She did not expect that Fangxing had been waiting all day for her to say those words. "Delighted," he said, "there is. In fact, what I want the most is such a fire seed that can help me understand fire will. If Green Hill Mountain has it, then give me a dozen or 20 of them. If they don't, then a few will do. If push comes to shove, give me some spiritual essence ores or elixirs. I'll make do with it. I'm not picky." As he spoke, he showed the fire seed that had lost its divinity to the fox girl, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Was that even possible? How could there be anyone in this world who would reject a beauty like the fox girl and even shamelessly ask for a reward? The podium fell silent at once, with countless gazes staring at Fangxing. Fangxing, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and looked at the fox girl with sincerity, even lightly shaking the crystal fire seed between his fingers. There was some hesitation on the fox girl's face, and it was a long time before she said, "Since Brother Xing has spoken, I should not refuse, but, Brother Xing might not understand, but the divine fire seed you speak of is what we call immortal essence. It is a fragment of the spirit of the demon ancestor after he perished, and its value is inestimable. There are only 3 of them in all of Green Hill." Fangxing did a double take before he generously said, "Just give me 2. The fox girl was at a loss for words again. Bang! Among the guests, a man as thin as a bamboo suddenly slammed the table and rose to his feet. His name was Xianxia, and he was a bamboo leaf green snake that had cultivated into a spirit. His innate talent was not weak, and he had reached Golden Core Realm in less than 400 years of cultivation. However, he had no background and seemed to have always wanted to serve the Fox clan, which was why he was the most protective of the Fox girl. Now that he saw the Fox girl in a difficult position, he slammed the jade table and looked over menacingly. "What an arrogant human cultivator! Her Highness has taken the initiative to invite you, and you're not giving her face?" As he shouted, the other guests also slammed the table and rose to their feet, instantly shedding their friendly expressions and glaring at him. Speechless, Fangxing rolled his eyes at them. "What does it have to do with you?" All the demon cultivators were people with extraordinary status in the demon clan. Otherwise, they would not have had the right to sit at the fox girl's banquet. They were already a little hostile towards Fangxing, who was a human cultivator. Previously, they had only pretended to be polite to him because of the fox girl. Now that they saw that he had actually brushed off the fox girl's face and acted so arrogantly in front of them, killing intent instantly rose in several of them. "You still want to ask for the fairy essence? Do you really think you're a great hero who saved our demon clan? You actually dared to reject the fox girl's good intentions. You think too highly of yourself. Why don't you let me weigh your worth?" Just now, this lowly person was secretly looking at her highness. I've long disliked him. Let me swallow him in one gulp. In my demon clan's territory, inviting you to a banquet is already giving you face. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, let's just take you down and make you into an adult banquet. All of a sudden, it was as if they had poked a hornet's nest. The demon cultivators were either hostile to human cultivators or wanted to perform well in front of the fox girl. Almost all of them began to clamor and looked at Feng Xing with ferocious eyes. Their dense killing intent was almost interwoven into a net. If it wasn't for the fact that they were at the fox girl's banquet, they would have already rushed up to him. This scene scared the fox girl so much that her face turned green. Her small body trembled as she stood in front of Feng Xing. As for Feng Xing, he didn't put these demons in his eyes at all. He looked at the fox girl with a smile. The fox girl frowned slightly, like a sad ink painting. She gently pressed her palm down and said, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need to be so anxious. No matter what, fellow Taoist Xing is someone who has done a great favor for my fox clan. Don't hurt our harmony." When the demons heard her words, they became even more excited. Each one of them shouted that they would capture Feng Xing and force him to apologize to the fox girl. With a ping sound, in the midst of the noise, a glass wine jug the size of a head flew over. It brushed past Feng Xing's head and smashed into pieces on the Dao platform. Feng Xing's heart suddenly turned cold. He looked at the direction where the wine jug had flown from. In that direction, a rhinoceros spirit in full armor gave him a provocative thumbs up. His eyes were filled with ferocity. This group of demons obviously wanted to force Feng Xing to make the first move. This way, they would be able to capture him. The fox girl's face also revealed a bit of worry. She sighed and was about to speak again when suddenly, a maid flew over from the distance and whispered something in her ear. The fox girl was startled and looked up. She saw that on the west side of the Dao platform, there was a beautiful woman wearing a light golden robe standing on top of a large tree. She was lonely and looking in their direction. The fox girl hesitated for a moment and then nodded her head gently. The golden-robed woman was overjoyed. She quickly flew over and landed on the Dao platform. The demons on the Dao platform were silent and looked at her coldly. The golden-robed woman's cheeks were red and she smiled. She bowed to the fox girl and said, "Sister Fairy, I haven't seen you for a long time. I really missed you." The fox girl smiled and said, "Sister Xianxia, I haven't seen you in a long time. You don't usually come to see me." The golden-robed woman's eyes were red and she forced a smile. "How could I not miss sister? You also know about the recent events in our clan." Hearing her say this, someone suddenly sneered. It was the rhinoceros demon cultivator who was coldly looking at the woman. The golden-robed woman suddenly became timid and pretended not to hear it. She continued to smile and said, "In the past, when I missed sister, I would directly fly over. Now, it's not easy to go out. This time, I came out after begging Uncle Jen for a long time. You also know that Uncle Jen's health is not good. He needs to rest for half a day after saying a word. I begged him from the morning until the morning of the next day. I took advantage of him not paying attention to sneak out. He still wants to chase me back, but he can't fly as fast as me. I'm still worried that he will scold me when I return." The woman's voice was clear, crisp, and fast. It suddenly suppressed the voices of the cultivators. The fox girl wanted to interrupt several times, but she couldn't. She could only forcibly interrupt her and said with a smile, "Sister Xianxia, don't be in a hurry to speak. Since you are here, take a seat first. I just happen to have a human friend that I want to introduce to you." The golden-robed woman glanced at Feng Xing, sighed, and said, "A human cultivator. Alas, my cousin said that he also knows a human cultivator. Alas, what's the point of saying this? Sister Immortal Fairy, I sent you so many messages before, but you didn't reply to me. I was worried that you wouldn't ignore me, right? But then I thought, how could you be like this, so I came personally. I felt that you would definitely help me, you would help me, right? Hey, who is it? Bring me a stool." The fox girl Fairy's expression turned ugly from her words. She wanted her to shut up, but she did not know how to say it. All she could do was stand up and say, "Sister Xianxia, let's go to the back mountain to talk." With that said, she did not allow the golden-robed woman to say anything else. Her figure gently floated down, holding her hand, and pulled her to the back of the mountain. The woman was still nagging for someone to bring her a stool. Even after the two women left, the fake cultivators did not react. No one spoke for a long time. Instead, it was Feng Xing who seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up slightly as he frowned. At that moment, there was a sudden whoosh. A round object came flying at Feng Xing. Feng Xing suddenly turned around and reached out to grab the object. It was a spirit fruit. He brought it to his mouth and took a bite. His gaze coldly looked in the direction of the fruit. He saw the stout rhinoceros spirit pointing at Feng Xing and laughing with a provocative look. Hee hee, fool of the human race. Princess Fox is no longer around. Why don't we spar? Now that Her Highness has left, we can teach this fellow a lesson. Xianxia, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, laughed sinisterly. As someone who had wholeheartedly submitted to the foxes, he was eager to show off in front of the vixen. Now that he saw that the vixen and the golden-robed woman had left, he immediately felt that his chance had come, and was prepared to collude with the other demon cultivators to teach Feng Xing a lesson first. That way, even if the vixen returned, she would not say anything about his good intentions. After the armored rhinoceros spirit threw out the fruit, he crossed his arms and pressed towards Feng Xing like an iron tower, sneering. I don't know where you've crawled out from, but you dare to be so arrogant even in the realm of demons. Her Highness didn't come to argue with you because you've done Xianxia Mountain a favor, but I can't stand it anymore. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. There were quite a few demon cultivators who had the same thoughts as him, and with a sneer, 4 or 5 of them walked over. Even though the demon cultivators had taken human form, most of them were tall and big, so they surrounded Feng Xing like an iron tower. What do you want? Don't come over. The vixen screamed shrilly, spreading her arms and protecting Feng Xing like a little chick. Little princess, get out of the way. These human cultivators look benevolent on the surface, but they're full of evil tricks, don't be fooled by them. Xianxia shouted, but he did not dare to really hurt the vixen. The fox girl little one looked back at Feng Xing strangely, then turned around to protect him. Although her eyes were somewhat timid, she did not have the slightest intention of stepping aside. She was also thinking in her heart, others say that human cultivators appear benevolent on the surface, but are actually full of evil tricks. But Uncle Feng does not appear to be benevolent at all, which means that he is not evil at all. He is a good person. Hee hee, human bastard, get on your knees and beg for mercy right now, and I'll spare your life today, a demon cultivator with a crocodile's tail sneered, not taking the vixen seriously at all. With the little girl's abilities, it would be difficult for her to stop them. As he spoke, he quietly wrapped his tail around the vixen, preparing to pull the vixen away before attacking Feng Xing. Although he did not necessarily have to kill him, he had to make this human cultivator understand the price of arrogance. But at that moment, Feng Xing, who had slowly eaten the spirit fruit, sighed, I'm starting to like demons now. After he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out the core of the fruit with a pu sound. The core, which was mixed with his spiritual power, was like a flying sword, and with a bang, it smashed into the face of the giggling rhinoceros demon. It was like a punch to the face, and the rhinoceros demon let out a muffled roar as its huge body was directly sent flying. At that moment, Feng Xing suddenly stood up, grabbed the crocodile's tail that was about to wrap around the vixen's waist with one hand, poured his divine power into it, and lifted it up and pulled it down. With a loud bang, the huge body of the crocodile demon cultivator was directly thrown into the air by him, and then, before it could react, it was heavily smashed into the ground, causing a loud rumble and a pit to appear on the Dao platform. Damn it, if I don't make you all kneel down and talk today, I'll have wasted all these years. Feng Xing let out a furious roar and leaped up. His hand moved like lightning as he grabbed toward Xianxia. How dare you? Today, you won't be able to return. Xianxia didn't expect that Feng Xing would dare to take the initiative to attack. With a fierce roar, his figure twisted strangely, and then he shot backward like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, his skinny palm pointed in the air, and a dark blue light slashed toward Feng Xing like a blade. Before it got close, he smelled a dizzying sweet fragrance, which was surprisingly the light of a pill that contained a deadly poison. I'll peel off your gallbladder first. Fangxing sneered and pointed in the air with his finger. A fire dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It danced in the air, and the astonishing fire will unexpectedly roasted the poison in the air in an instant. Impressively, it was a kind of basic magic technique. After forming a gold core, the core would be nourished, and then the use of basic magic techniques could also release astonishing power. Now, Fangxing's core already contained the fire will of the Samadhi true fire, so the fire dragon technique that he casually cast was vivid and lifelike, and its power was astonishing. It was already not inferior to ordinary magic techniques. The fire dragon swept away the poison in the air, and Fangxing stomped on the ground. With a rumble, his gray figure flashed in the air, and he was already in front of Xianxia. Looking down from above, he smashed his fist down. At this time, Xianxia had just released the light of a pill that contained a deadly poison, and he didn't even have time to react. He only saw the fist growing larger and larger, and then he felt pain on his face. Boom! Xianxia's skinny body was smashed to the ground by Fangxing's fist, and cracks appeared on the white jade Dao platform. Bastard, how dare you sneak attack your grandpa? At this time, the rhinoceros spirit, who had been knocked down by Fangxing's fruit core, sat up with a wild roar. The reason why it was knocked down was mainly because it was caught off guard, and its skin was thick, so it didn't suffer any injuries. However, it just so happened that Fangxing had knocked down Xianxia with a punch, and he just happened to be next to it. When he saw this, he directly stomped down, and with a bang, the rhinoceros spirit, who had just sat up, fell back down again. How dare you? You actually dare to commit murder, fellow Taoists, let's attack together and take him down. For a moment, all the monster cultivators on the Dao platform were shocked, and they all shouted and jumped up. Previously, they didn't take Fangxing seriously because they felt that Fangxing was only in the early stage of the gold core realm, and that the quality of his core formation technique was extremely low. He wasn't like them, who were monster cultivators. Although monster cultivators also had core formation techniques, it was mainly because monster cultivators all had a kind of innate magical ability, so one core formation technique could be compared to tens of thousands of core formation techniques. On the other hand, core formation techniques of the human race were no different from trash. Such a trash dared to offend the celestial fox fairy in their hearts, and even ignored their scolding, so how could they not be furious? Naturally, he wanted to teach Fangxing a lesson to vent the anger in his chest. However, no one expected that this trash in their eyes would be so fierce when he attacked. Rumble, almost in an instant, 3 monster cultivators rushed over, each of them using their innate magical abilities, wanting to kill Fangxing on the spot. However, Fangxing was not afraid in the slightest when he was surrounded by the 3 of them. He raised his hands and put them together in front of his chest, one facing up and one facing up, and pushed them in different directions. At the same time, the fire in his left hand was burning, and he had already activated the true Samadhi fire will, while his right hand was filled with dense water vapor, and he had activated the water vapor of the dragon pearl. And in front of his chest, a great millstone of yin and yang appeared out of thin air, one yin and one yang, slowly moving. It was the magical ability that Fangxing had comprehended when he was in the Foundation Establishment realm, the great millstone of yin and yang. At this moment, he was using this magical ability with the fire and water techniques, and its power had increased by many times. It was already considered the great millstone of water and fire. Whoosh! 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 Of the 3 monster cultivators, one was a carp monster covered in golden scales, and it spat lightning out of its mouth. The other was a monster cultivator with a green face, and when he waved his hand, he shot out black shadows, which were all poisonous thorns. The third was a rabbit demon with crimson eyes. He flew up and kicked the air, and 2 black shadows that looked like iron whips suddenly appeared in the air, and they struck at Fangxing. But in the instant that the great millstone of yin and yang appeared, whether it was the lightning, the poisonous thorns, or the black shadows, they were all attracted by the great millstone of water and fire at the same time, and then they were all crushed. After half a breath's time, they turned into 3 rays of divine light that shot back at the 3 monster cultivators. The 3 monster cultivators were shocked, but it was already too late for them to dodge. They grunted at the same time, and their bodies were sent flying. Bang, 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 it was unknown how many stone tables the three of them knocked over, but they were sent tumbling hundreds of feet away. Their bones were about to crack, and they could not get up for a while. As for Fangxing, he slowly retracted his magical power, and there was still an invisible wind around him that made the corners of his clothes flutter. Bastard, how dare you step on my face? At this time, the rhinoceros spirit once again roared and sat up. He wanted to find his enemy and tear him to shreds. His physical body could be considered to be extremely tough. He was not injured at all after being stepped on by Fangxing. He only shook his head and appeared to be a little dizzy. However, he was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He had been knocked to the ground twice in a row without knowing what had happened. For him, it was extremely sullen. Bang, just as he got up, he wanted to find his opponent, but his head was suddenly hit by a stone table. This time he really fainted, and he wobbled and lay on the ground again. Fangxing threw away the stone table that he moved, clapped his hands, rubbed the head of the fox girl, and walked out, muttering, "If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid you won't know who I am." At this moment, the 6 so-called geniuses of the demon clan had all been knocked down by him, and the only ones left standing were the group of maids and little men. All of their cultivations were low, and all of them were shivering. Who would dare to stop him from swaggering away? And Fangxing stood at the edge of the Tao platform, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he had already determined a direction. His figure soared into the clouds, and he cast himself in that direction. More than 10 miles away, there was a woman in a golden robe who was wiping away her tears, crying as she slowly walked down the stone steps of the peak. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be extremely frustrated, and she did not even cast a spell. She muttered something as she walked. Bang! While she was full of worries, a figure suddenly fell from the sky beside her, causing her to tremble in fear, and she put on a defensive posture. "Hey, chatterbox, do you know Xianxia?" The person who came was naturally Fangxing, and he looked at the woman in the golden robe with a smile. Fangxing's action of descending from the sky gave the golden-robed woman a fright, and she almost cried out. She was so frightened that she took half a step back. There was a faint golden flame circulating in front of her, and the beautiful hair on the sides of her mane all stood up. Then she heard Fangxing's words, and her ears immediately perked up, shouting, "Chatterbox? Who are you calling talkative? You are the talkative one. I am not talkative. I always speak concisely. How can I be talkative? Who are you? I don't even know you. How do you know I am talkative?" At this point, she was suddenly surprised and asked suspiciously, "Xianxia? How do you know my cousin's nickname?" Fangxing rubbed his forehead helplessly and sighed, "It's you, cousin Jinwu, Wu Xianxia." The golden-robed woman's eyes suddenly widened. "You know my name? How is that possible?" "I am not." Seeing that the girl was going to talk for a long time, Fangxing quickly cut her off. Not far away, there was a spiritual fruit tree with bunches of fruits hanging heavily on the branches. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one. He plucked 2 and stuffed them into Wu Xianxia's mouth. Then he looked into her eyes and smiled. "I am your cousin's friend. My name is Fangxing." Wu Xianxia made a vague sound to express her dissatisfaction. Then her eyes suddenly widened. Her mouth suddenly moved and she swallowed the 2 ripe fruits. Then she looked at Fangxing in disbelief. "Which Fangxing are you?" Fangxing was speechless. "Are there many Fangxing? Didn't your cousin mention me to you?" Wu Xianxia's eyes lit up with surprise. She suddenly cried out, "Are you that shameless, bold, and narcissistic man who likes to rob others? You once robbed 8,888 cultivators in one go, and you're still breaking the record? You cause trouble wherever you go, and you scam whoever you see. You're called the first little devil in Nanjan, and you're afraid of everyone and worried about ghosts, and you're called the super troublemaker?" Fangxing was furious. "That damn crow said that about me?" Wu Xianxia still had a smile on her face, but suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. She looked very strange. Fangxing took a breath. "Why are you crying?" Wu Xianxia said, "Cousin always said that he had a friend like you. He also said that as long as you came to the demon land to find him, he would be saved. But why do I feel that you are much weaker than I thought? You are clearly at the early golden core stage, and the quality of your pills looks very ordinary. I am afraid that you will be crushed to death by those people from the Blackwood Ridge. How can you save him? Fangxing resisted the urge to pinch her to death. He plucked 2 more fruits and stuffed them into her mouth. Taking advantage of her silence, he said, I came to the demon land for that bastard. Don't pester me here. Just answer whatever I ask. From your tone, could it be that Xianxia, that bastard, had an accident? Can't you save him with the power of the Golden Crow clan? Wu Xianxia whimpered a few more times in dissatisfaction. Then she ate the fruit with difficulty and said, Cousin is locked up in the Black Abyss prison of the Demon Court. Although our Fusang Mountain is one of the 8 demon lineages, after the death of our ancestor, we are no longer as powerful as before. There is no one who can speak in the Demon Court. This time I came to ask Sister Xianxia for help, but she refused. Fangxing frowned and stuffed another 2 fruits into her mouth. Then he said, locked up in the prison? What did he do? Wu Xianxia finished the fruit and said, he was framed by those bastards from the Blackwood Ridge. Those bastards are so annoying. Fangxing stuffed another 2 fruits into her mouth and said, is it not easy to save him? Can you take it out? Wu Xianxia finished eating and said, you can't. The Black Abyss prison is the strictest prison in the Demon Court. It has always locked up people who have committed the most heinous crimes. As he fed and asked, Fangxing finally understood the situation of the Golden Crow. He frowned. He did not expect that after he entered the South Seas Ultimate, the Great Golden Crow had experienced so many hardships. It turned out that for Fusang Mountain, the Great Golden Crow was considered a member of the royal family. It was the kind of noble bloodline that had the hope of inheriting the clan. However, his talent was average, and he had never shown the superb talent of other demons with royal bloodline. In addition, with the death of the Yuanying ancestor, the influence of the Fusang Mountain range was declining day by day. The lives of the clan could be said to be difficult, and the cultivation resources were not sufficient. Therefore, in the distribution of resources for the children of the clan, there was naturally bias, favoring one and discriminating against the others. The Great Golden Crow's bloodline, with the protection of his father, a golden crow at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, could barely get by. However, no one expected that when his father collected a piece of immortal essence that could enlighten the fire essence 10 years ago, he became enemies with immortal Jiaomu of the Blackwood Ridge. When the 2 sides fought, the Golden Crow's father was naturally no match for immortal Jiaomu of the Gold Core realm and was killed on the spot. At that time, Fusang Mountain was shocked, but no one in the clan mentioned revenge for the Golden Crow's father. Instead, they said that it was indeed the Golden Crow's father who crossed the line and was not in the right. In addition, the power of Blackwood Ridge was not weak. Compared with Fusang Mountain, which was declining day by day, it was not worth fighting. Xianxia noticed the indifference of his clansmen. In a rage, he left Fusang Mountain and even secretly used the ancient altar of the Demon Court to escape to the Nanzhong continent. He wanted to go to the legendary ancient land of the Demon Clan to find the opportunity to become stronger. Later, his experience in the Nanzhong continent was naturally needless to mention. In short, after Fangxing entered the ultimate ruins in the South Sea, the Great Golden Crow was bent on revenge, so he returned to Fusang Mountain. Now, it was talented and had walked out of its own way of immortality. After a year of closed-door training in the Jade Coffin, it had refined all the lotus seeds given by the Lotus Girl, and its strength had reached Jindan realm. It thought that it had the strength to take revenge. Therefore, after returning to Fusang Mountain, it did not rely on the power of its clansmen, but found an opportunity to directly challenge the immortal Nine-Eyed of Blackwood Ridge, who had killed its father. In the duel, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. Its blood splashed on the arena, and it headbutted the monster to death. Not only did it cleanly take revenge, but it also washed away the name of waste in one fell swoop. However, no one expected that in less than a month, things would take a sudden turn. The Great Golden Crow was less than 30 years old, but he already had strength that was not inferior to the Gold Core realm. He could be considered as the leader of the younger generation of the 8 lineages of the Demon Clan. He quickly integrated into their circle. From time to time, there would be invitations, and the Great Golden Crow would also choose some suitable banquets to attend. However, at one of the banquets, the great golden crow was drunk and did not wake up. When he woke up, he was found lying on the bed with the eighth concubine of the Black Wind Cave Red Scorpion Demon King, the host of the banquet. The concubine's blood had been sucked dry, but the great golden crow was sleeping soundly with blood at the corner of his mouth. This time, he got into big trouble. The Red Scorpion Demon King flew into a rage on the spot. Not only did he sleep with his concubine, but he even sucked her dry? This Motherf * king bullied Scorpion too much. In a rage, he beat the great golden crow half to death with his cultivation at the peak of the Gold Core realm. Then, he took him to the demon court, accusing him of cultivating evil skills and absorbing the essence and blood of the demon clan for cultivation. However, the great golden crow really could not explain the origin of his cultivation, so he was ordered to be imprisoned in the Abyss prison by an elder in the demon court who had a close relationship with the Blackwood Ridge. Mount Fusang panicked and ran around to rescue the great golden crow, but this matter had already become a death sentence. Unless the great golden crow explained the origin of his cultivation, it would be difficult to reverse the case. In addition, the power of the Blackwood Marsh was faintly rising, and there were even some voices within Mount Fusang against rescuing the great golden crow. As a result, the great golden crow was now like a lonely person that no one cared about, waiting for his death in the Abyss prison. Only his cousin, who was also from the same lineage, was still wholeheartedly working for him. Unfortunately, even the mountain master of Mount Fusang had given up on this matter. How capable could Wu Sang a little crow in the Foundation establishment realm, be? Out of her wits, she snuck out to seek help from her former good friend, the Fox Princess, who was now in charge of Xianxia Mountain. She wanted to use Xianxia Mountain's influence in the demon court to rescue her cousin, but the result was not what she wanted. The Fox Fairy kept making excuses, and after receiving a message from a jade scroll, she sent the guest off with tea, injuring Wu Sang badly, so that's how it is. This bastard is lucky. If I had come out a few days later, I probably wouldn't have been able to see him, Fang Xing muttered to himself. Once he heard that the great golden crow was still alive, he was relieved. As long as he was not dead, everything would be fine. But you're alone, how are you going to save him? Wu Sang said sadly, subconsciously opening her mouth again. After waiting for a while and seeing that Fang Xing did not move, she said, "What about the fruit? Give me 2 more. Fang Xing was speechless. He glanced at the bare branch in his hand. No more. Wu Sang said, "Oh, I haven't eaten for 3 days, I'm still a little hungry." Fang Xing was speechless. After some thought, he asked, "Does the fox girl have a way to save Jingnozi?" Wu Sang nodded. Sister Fairy is already in charge of Xianxia Mountain and has great influence. They have the Yuanying ancestor, and I even heard that there is a sufferance-level ancestor in seclusion. They have great influence in the demon court, and 2 of the 10 great elders are from Xianxia Mountain. A word from them would be very helpful. I thought she would help me since we used to be so close, but I didn't expect her to refuse. I'm so sad." Fang Xing had no choice but to stuff the fruit branch in his hand into her mouth to shut her up. "If that's the case, I'll go talk to her. She still owes me a favor anyway." I wanted to ask her for the divine essence kindling, but seeing how stingy she is, I didn't want to give it. Now that I'm just putting in a little effort to help, I can't possibly refuse, can I? With this thought in mind, Fang Xing rushed to the Dao platform again. He thought that he would run into the fox girl and have to explain himself, but he did not expect that when he came to the Dao platform, he would see that the people who had collapsed were still tumbling, cursing and recuperating, or swallowing elixirs. Beside them, the maids and servants were tidying up, and the host of the green platform banquet, Fox Fairy, had not returned. That human bastard, when Grandpa catches him, I'll definitely tear him apart. The rhinoceros spirit, whose head was wrapped in a thick layer of silk cloth, was holding a wine jar in one hand and cursing loudly. This guy was indeed thick-skinned. After being smacked on the stone slab by Fang Xing, he woke up in no time. The demon cultivators next to him also cursed and agreed with the rhinoceros spirit, but when they suddenly looked up, their hearts sank. "You want to tear me apart?" A laughing voice came from behind the rhinoceros spirit. The rhinoceros spirit, who was holding a wine jar and pouring wine into his mouth, spat out the wine with a puff and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Then he turned his head, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw stars, lifted his foot heavily, and fainted again. Fellow Taoists, shall we continue to learn from each other? Fangxing looked maliciously at the demon cultivators who were still awake. No one dared to touch his fierce aura. Don't. All the demon cultivators shook their heads desperately. These people thought that Fangxing had fled after injuring someone, but they didn't expect that he would swagger back. They were so scared that their livers trembled, and all of them shook their heads like a rattle drum. They wouldn't accept such a loss even if they were beaten to death. Haha, then let's continue to sit down and drink. Fangxing laughed and did not care. He pulled Wu Sanger to sit beside him. On the Dao platform, the demon clan elites who were severely injured, those who could barely support themselves sat down, while those who were too injured were directly helped down. Although some people wanted revenge, no one blamed Fangxing. After all, the demon clan adhered to the concept of the strong are respected, which was even more thorough than the human clan. Revenge was a normal thought, and they didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Of course, Fangxing didn't intend to make the matter worse earlier. Even though this group of demon cultivators had been beaten miserably by him, most of them were injuries of the physical body, and their quintessence hadn't been damaged. With the toughness of the demon cultivator's body, they would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. What happened? After drinking a few more cups of wine, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. Fox Fairy Maiden had finally returned. Seeing that all the demon cultivators were injured, she was scared like a rabbit and did not dare to make a sound. Fangxing was drinking by himself, and Wu Sanger, whom he had sent away just now, was sitting next to him. Her face was full of surprise, and she asked subconsciously. Haha, I practiced with these fellow Taoists for a while to enjoy the wine. Your Highness, why are you only back now? Fangxing laughed and turned to look at Fox Fairy Maiden, thinking about how to talk about the Golden Crow. Oh, an elder sent me a message just now, and it took some time. Fox Fairy Maiden seemed to be a little uneasy. She answered lightly, then sat back on the jade seat, and ordered someone to bring the wine and dishes. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little gloomy. The demon cultivators were full of resentment, but after Fangxing defeated their arrogance, they were all gloomy and did not say a word. Fangxing was also thinking about how to speak, so that Fox Fairy Maiden could not refuse to help the Golden Crow escape. But Fox Fairy Maiden also seemed to have something on her mind, and her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. This? Your Highness, fellow Xing. Suddenly, Fangxing and Fox Fairy Maiden spoke at the same time, and then stopped at the same time. Your Highness, please go first. Feeling that she seemed to have something to say, Fangxing's heart moved slightly, and he spoke. Immortal Fox Fairy nodded slightly, but fell silent again. After a long while, she finally spoke softly. Fellow Xing, I saw that you needed immortal essence for your cultivation earlier, so I specially sent a message to Elder Eligu of the Xianxia Mountain who holds a post in the demon court, and heard of something else. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but did fellow Xing make any enmity with anyone when you crossed the Sunset Desert? Fangxing was startled. He never thought that Fox Fairy would say this. He already had some expectations in his heart, so he smiled without batting an eyelid. How can that be? I've always been one who makes peace with others to make money. How can I have any grudges? Fox Fairy shook her head gently and said, Elder Antly sent me a message, saying that a few days ago, the demon court had an envoy from the Divine Land and the Demon Chasing League. He was of noble status and had a heavy responsibility to discuss with the demon court. However, on the way here, they encountered a person with a group of little foxes. That person pretended to board the boat, but on the way, they intercepted their boat. Daoist Xing, is this person? As she spoke, her bright eyes fell on Fangxing's face, clearly having a plan in mind. Fox Girl Xiaoyi was also shocked when she heard what she said, and nervously tugged at Fangxing's sleeve. Fangxing was already a little impatient when he heard that, and he sneered, then did they say whose little foxes are? Fox Fairy. Maiden looked a little embarrassed, and after a while, she said softly, Don't be angry, fellow Xing. When I first heard the news, I was also shocked. However, although those envoys guessed that this matter was related to Xianxia Mountain and tried to sound us out, they didn't know that fellow Xing was a guest of my clan. Otherwise, they would have sent people to capture you long ago. and we wouldn't have had time to slowly discuss it here. Fang Xing glanced coldly at the demonic cultivators who were heavily injured and listening to the conversation. He sneered in his heart and said, I didn't know before, but I'm afraid I'll find out soon. I wonder what your highness is going to do. Immortal Fox Fairy smiled faintly and said, Daoist Xing, don't panic. When you robbed the spiritual boat, my fox bloodline was also in it. Immortal Fairy will not stay out of it. Moreover, Immortal Fairy is the Fox Saintess, and I think I still have some face. If Daoist Xing doesn't mind, Immortal Fairy is willing to be a mediator and help Daoist Xing and those envoys resolve this grudge. Hearing that, Fang Xing was already a little angry, thinking that he had killed a dozen of their people. How could they be resolved so easily? Since this Fox Fairy spoke so lightly, was she trying to help him, or was she trying to hand him over? Displeased, he snorted and said, Your Highness, do you know why I robbed their spiritual boats? Fox Fairy Maiden was slightly stunned and didn't speak. Fang Xing looked at her coldly and said with a faint smile, Speaking of which, your fox bloodline is really popular. Whether it's when they are sleeping at night or when they are suppressing the immortal essence and demonic aura that you speak of, they are always thinking about it. Hee, if I had sold this string of little foxes at that time, maybe they would have given me a high price. Hearing this, Fox Fairy Maiden's face turned a little ugly. After a moment of silence, she chuckled and said, Fellow Xing, don't panic. Fairy Maiden has already said that I won't stay out of it. Don't worry, I'll accompany you to meet those envoys later. I can't let them hurt you. At most, I'll just apologize and return the boat to them. Do you really want someone to pay with his life? Princess, you're right, but what if I don't want to go? Hearing this, Fang Xing already understood what she meant. He didn't want to waste any more time and spoke with a fake smile. Fox Fairy Maiden's expression turned slightly cold as she said softly, Please forgive me for being blunt, Fairy Maiden. Fellow Xing is an honored guest of Xianxia Mountain, and also an elder chosen by me. I naturally have to consider your safety. Since this has already been done, it's not wise for us to hide it or deny it. It's better for us to take the initiative and make things clear. I've made up my mind on this matter. Let's move together after the banquet. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere instantly became somber and murderous aura circulated. Fang Xing suddenly laughed. He already knew that Fox Fairy Maiden was determined to hand him over to the Chinese envoys, and she was just putting it nicely. At the same time, with his powerful consciousness, he could faintly sense that the clouds outside the peak were surging, and there seemed to be people moving in the dark. Fox Fairy Maiden must have secretly arranged people to surround and prevent him from escaping. She was quite capable to make so many arrangements in such a short time. However, he was not the slightest bit afraid. With a laugh, he suddenly leaped up and shouted, Bitch, do you think I'm easy to bully? As he shouted, his body moved like a stream of light, closing in on Fox Fairy Maiden in an instant. Boom, 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 he threw 3 consecutive punches. In these 3 punches, he had already activated the mountain will in his sea of consciousness. Half of the mountain's shadow appeared behind him, and each punch carried the weight of a mountain. Fellow Xing is too impatient. Seeing this, Fox Fairy Maiden's expression also changed slightly, but she did not panic. With a soft shout, her figure flashed and disappeared. The jade chair she sat on was smashed to pieces by Fang Xing's punch, and when she reappeared, she was already 300 feet away. She had actually used a teleportation technique. With a lift of her slender hand, a fiery red inner core rose into the air, surrounded by divine flames. For your safety, I'd better take you to meet the divine prefecture messenger by force. As the immortal Fox Fairy said softly, she tapped the inner core with her palm. Above the fire core, there were 7 or 8 fire chains that were as thick as a person's waist. Layer upon layer, they fell towards the Dao platform. Almost in an instant, the entire Dao platform was sealed within. These fire chains intertwined with each other, forming a large net. Fang Xing was like a fish that had been caught by a large net, wanting to capture him in one fell swoop. You want to capture me? Haha. Fang Xing smiled disdainfully. In fact, after the 3 punches forced Fox Fairy Maiden to use a teleportation technique to escape, he had already retreated like lightning. He pulled Wu Sang-er, who was about to help him, and then gently pinched Fox Girl Xiaoyi's face. He said softly, This is not your fault. At the same time, he had already used a teleportation technique and disappeared. This is the Thousand Peaks Garden. It is heavily guarded, and there are countless arrays. How can you escape? Fox Fairy Maiden's voice rang out behind him. Fairy Fox did not panic when she saw Fangxing vanish into the void right under her nose. With a wave of her hand, she tossed out a green jade token that flew into the air and shone with clear green light. At the same time, streaks of divine sense were sent out, requesting the various demonic cultivators in the Thousand Peaks Garden to act together and help the Green Hill Foxes capture the traitor while sealing the Thousand Peaks Garden to prevent him from escaping. She had already made arrangements for the matter. The Green Hill Foxes were the defensive force of the Thousand Peaks Garden, and she had borrowed them all. There were hundreds of cultivators divided into 36 squads, with each squad having 9 foundational realm guards and a golden core elder leading them. Like a standard battlefield, they surrounded the platform layer by layer, activating various formations as well. Although Fangxing reacted quickly and escaped into the void before the encirclement was formed, she was still not worried. She issued a few orders. In the Thousand Peaks Garden, there were clouds hovering between the peaks. Xiaoshi and the Gold Core Realm Elders in loose robes were looking for the place where Fangxing would appear after he teleported. Their eyes were like torches as they searched for the place where Fangxing would appear after he teleported. Under such circumstances, even the Yuanian cultivators would have to fight their way out, much less an itinerant cultivator who was just a novice Golden Core cultivator. Seeing that the situation was settled, the Fox Fairy landed gracefully, her hands clasped before her abdomen as she looked coolly at the Fox Fairy. At the moment, the Fox Girl's cheeks were already streaked with tears, and she looked up at the Fox Fairy with hatred in her eyes. "Don't blame me." The Fox Fairy's beautiful eyes flowed as she spoke softly. "I had just received the Elder's message as well. The Demon Court values these gods from the Divine Prefecture especially, and their arrival here is related to a major event. The Elder had already informed me in secret that I must maintain good relations with these envoys no matter what. Not only does this matter concern the rise and fall of the Green Hill Foxes, it is also related to the demon race's future fortune. Master Feng is a good person," the Fox Girl Little One suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was trembling, but it was unquestionable. Fox Immortal Fairy said lightly, "If he is willing to be used by me, I still have the heart to protect him. Unfortunately, he is too arrogant. Since he can't be used by me, then I can only let him be of some other use." As she said, she glanced at Fox Girl Xiaoyi faintly and said softly, "Looking at your cold eyes, could it be that you still want to seek revenge on me for such a human cultivator?" Fox Girl Little One shook her head and said in a low voice, "I don't need it. I only know that Grandpa Feng treats us very well, and he's very powerful. There were so many people who bullied us before, but Grandpa Feng killed them all. There's nothing that can trouble him." Immortal Fox Fairy sneered and said, "Child's words." After he finished speaking, he turned around. He thought that in the eyes of a little demon like Fox Girl Xiaoyi, even a 9th-layer spirit formation cultivator could be considered omnipotent. Not to mention a Gold Core stage rogue cultivator, there was no need to take it seriously. Whoosh, in the west, Fangxing teleported away from the Dao platform. His figure disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the roof of a palace at the peak of a mountain 13 miles away. Ordinary Gold Core stage early stage cultivators had limited divine sense and weak physical body. Their teleportation technique could only teleport 7 to 8 miles at most. However, Fangxing's foundation was extraordinary, so he could easily teleport more than 10 miles. However, Immortal Fox Fairy was decisive in killing, and her formation was strict. Many people were quickly rushing toward the Dao platform like a huge net. The moment Fangxing appeared, he was immediately discovered by a group of cultivators that was only 4 or 5 kilometers away. The Golden Core cultivator leader of that group of cultivators had already discovered him with a sweep of his gaze. He immediately shouted and led 9 late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm demonic cultivators to charge toward Fangxing. Sacrificial frost chains, trap him. Before he arrived, the Gold Core stage leader shouted and commanded the demon cultivators to immediately cast a white iron chain. Whoosh! 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 9 white iron chains attacked at the same time, their trajectories traversing all directions of Fangxing. It was as if in an instant they had woven an incomparably huge iron cage, trapping him in the center of the cage. The most shocking thing was that the iron chains in their hands were actually unified ice magic tools. Once they were used, the cold frost aura released was enough to freeze the void. At this time, Fangxing was accompanied by Wu Sang'er, who was so frightened that she did not dare to say a word. Although she was also a cultivator, she was not like her cousin, the Great Golden Crow, who had traveled extensively with Fangxing and seen countless battles. At this time, when she saw this scene that resembled a battlefield, she was so frightened that she almost fainted. She even forgot to scream. On the other hand, when Fangxing saw this scene, he felt a heroic spirit surge in his chest, and it was like a mouthful of strong wine had been poured directly into his heart. The 102,000 pores on his entire body opened up in unison, and he felt extremely carefree. He even faintly recalled the scene of his eldest uncle rescuing him from the execution grounds all those years ago and killing his way out of the encirclement of a few hundred officials, and he couldn't help but roar with laughter. "Despicable fox, you forced me to start a massacre today." After a loud roar, Fangxing clamped Wu Sang'er under his arm, then stepped on the void, and his body suddenly shot up into the sky like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that he had already broken through the 9 frost-locking chains before they could intertwine. Then, looking down at the 9 Foundation Establishment Realm demonic cultivators and a Golden Core Realm commander who were rushing at him with murderous expressions, he flipped his hand and took out a bronze mirror. He frantically poured his spiritual power into it, and on the blurry surface of the bronze mirror, a faint black flame immediately appeared. Boom, in an instant, a sea of black fire appeared where the mirror was facing. The 9 Foundation Establishment Realm demonic cultivators who were rushing over couldn't stop in time and immediately rushed into the sea of fire. The black fire was so vicious that it actually ignited their flesh and drilled into their flesh shells. Even if they put up a barrier or used magic to expel it, they couldn't do anything. In an instant, all 10 of them, including the Core Formation Realm leader, were turned into burning men, screaming incessantly. The Mirror of Supreme Breath, also known as the Treasure Mirror of the 5 Elements, was a magic weapon used by the Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch when she was still alive. Back on the ancient road to heaven on the Taishan path, this mirror was controlled by the Heaven Abhorrer Patriarch's remnant divine sense to plot against Fangxing. In the end, it was chopped to the ground by Fangxing's sword. Later, on the way back, it was picked up. The bronze mirror was damaged, and 2 of the 5 elements' profound arrays inside it were broken. Only the fire, metal, and wood arrays were left, and it had lost the effect of the 5 elements' unification. But after all, it was a magic weapon of a tribulation transcendence cultivator, and it was indescribably magical. "Human clan cultivator, how dare you behave atrociously in the territory of the demon clan?" At this moment, suddenly, a roar came from not far away, and a ghastly white bone sword flew like a bolt of lightning. There was a group of demon clan cultivators drinking and having fun on the mountain where Fangxing had landed. When they saw Fangxing suddenly appear and kill a group of guards in the Thousand Peaks Garden, they intended to take revenge on him and take care of this human cultivator on behalf of the Thousand Peaks Garden. In the distance, the forces of Xianxia Mountain and the guards of the Thousand Peaks Garden who were rushing towards the platform from all directions immediately flew over to surround Fangxing when they saw him appear here. The ones closest to him were already 10 kilometers away. For those Golden Core Realm leaders, it was only a matter of a few breaths for them to arrive near this mountain. The demon clan cultivators on this mountain wanted to make Fangxing stay and do Thousand Peaks Garden a favor. On the other hand, when Fangxing saw the white bone sword, he roared with laughter and shouted, "There's someone else that's courting death?" His figure took a step in midair and charged down like a headless spring onion. When faced with the ghastly white bone sword that charged towards him, he didn't even spare it a glance before grabbing it with a flip of his palm, and then he clenched his fingers, causing numerous cracks to appear on the body of the sword. After that, he casually tossed it away. The demon clan cultivator that withdrew the white bone sword was at the Golden Core Realm as well, and he was terrified out of his wits when he saw this scene. He let out a loud cry and intended to teleport away. However, since Fangxing had already aroused killing intent, how could he allow the demon clan cultivator to leave? As he dived down, a golden light flashed behind him, and his speed increased once more. At the same time, he put away the 5-element treasure mirror and withdrew the grand black sword instead. Swish! He'd already entered the midst of the demon clan cultivators on this mountain, and with a sweep of the grand black sword, the demon clan cultivator that had withdrawn the white bone sword earlier was already beheaded, and his hand was still forming seals for teleportation. The demon clan cultivators that were feasting on this mountain were all scared out of their wits, and they screamed and fled in all directions. There were also a few who thought that they were brave, and they had already summoned their Dharma artifacts in anger and charged towards Fangxing. Fangxing chuckled and clenched the grand black sword between his teeth. With a flip of his palm, he took out the 5-element treasure mirror and swept it in the air. Streaks of white light interweaved in the air, and surprisingly, it was the metal manipulation technique of the 5-element treasure mirror. Hiss! 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 Fine sounds rose and fell in succession. This mountain peak had practically turned into a slaughterhouse, and corpses were strewn all over the place. How dare you, human cultivator! Die! Such a bloody scene instantly caused the eyes of the 3 teams of demon clan cultivators that were rushing over from afar to turn red with anger. Among their forces, only a small portion came with the Fox Fairy, and the rest were the forces of the Thousand Peaks Garden that were borrowed by the Fox Fairy. Their duty was to protect the safety of the Thousand Peaks Garden, so how could they not be angry when they saw this scene? Haha, my head is here. Who can take it away? Fangxing swept away all the demon peaks on the mountain, and then he suddenly stood up and rushed straight to the team of demon clan cultivators that rushed over from the west. He put away the bronze mirror, and took out the black giant sword that was biting between his teeth with one hand. As he laughed loudly, a few faint runes suddenly flashed on the black giant sword with a deep demonic intent. Driven by his thin body, the black light shone brightly, and the sword slashed in all directions. The momentum of the team of demon clan cultivators was too fast. Being rushed in the opposite direction by Fangxing, they had no time to use a standard celestial device, and were already in the middle by Fangxing. In shock and anger, they could only use their celestial devices to fight the enemy alone. Unfortunately, most of them were only at the Foundation establishment realm, so how could they escape from Fangxing's black giant sword? For a moment, the sky was dripping with blood, almost like a blood rain. The red blood light and the black sword light intertwined in half of the sky. The expression of the Fox Fairy, who was confident of victory, had become slightly shocked at this time. From the east to the west, from the sky to the mountain peak, from the mountain peak to the valley. Everything happened in an instant, but the fierceness of the battle and the bloodiness of the scene had shocked all the spectators. The rogue cultivator, who was still carrying a person in his hand, had a ferocious will to fight, and his actions were too decisive. It was as if he was born to kill. At this time, the trump card he showed was only a huge black sword and a copper mirror that could control spells. Even the spiritual power and pill refining method he showed were not worthy of attention, but the way he suddenly came and went, and the way he killed people like flies, made people tremble. Amidst the loud laughter of the rogue cultivator, the sky was like a meat grinder. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, for small groups of demon cultivators had been minced by him, and there were even 2 mountain peaks that had attacked him that caused him to start a massacre. This was not a method that an individual cultivator in the initial stage of the Gold Core realm could use. Even a cultivator in the late stage of the Gold Core realm could not do this. Fortunately, the individual cultivator's killing had caused him to fall into a tight encirclement. In the void, 7 or 8 teams had quickly arrived and trapped him in a valley surrounded by white clouds. From time to time, there were powerful auras flashing on the surrounding peaks. They came from all directions and stood in the void, looking down at the battle, ready to suppress the individual cultivator at any time. Even if it was just a lowly guard, they could not let him continue killing like this. After all, they were from the demon clan. Human clan cultivator, quickly be captured. Countless shouts came straight to the valley, and the hatred in their eyes was so strong that they wanted to cut Fangxing into 1,000 pieces. The injuries were too heavy, far exceeding everyone's psychological expectations. Haha, only so few people? Fangxing was already trapped in a valley, yet he laughed out loud. He flicked the huge black sword and broke apart the 4 fire chains that were coiling around him. After that, the body of the sword trembled, and a ghastly and terrifying jet black sword light whistled out, directly turning a Foundation establishment realm demon cultivator that was 300 meters away from him into a mist of blood. After that, he waved the five-element bronze mirror, and the sky was instantly covered in a sea of fire that drowned an entire valley. Be careful. The demon cultivators, whether in the Gold Core realm or the Foundation realm, no one dared to approach him anymore. They only dared to keep a distance. So. Dozens of chains containing dark ice and evil flames interweaved, trying to seal the entire valley. They were already unwilling to kill Fangxing, and they wanted to capture him and torture him alive to vent the hatred they felt today. However, at this moment, Fangxing looked up at the sky and saw that a total of 7 teams of demon cultivators had already landed in the sky above the valley. In the distance, there were even more teams of demon cultivators rushing over. Even higher up, there were several demon cultivators with powerful auras standing in the air. Immortal Fox Fairy was among them. Clearly, they planned to attack after these demon soldiers could not take him down. These layers of power were far from being able to force their way out. It could be said to be a dead end. Fangxing narrowed his eyes and wiped away the blood that had splashed onto his face. He smiled. This situation was exactly what he had calculated beforehand. All right, stop fooling around. I surrender. All of a sudden, Fangxing bronze mirror swayed and withdrew the black flames that covered the entire valley. Surrender? The demon soldiers and demon generals in the sky were stunned. What was he doing? After killing so many people and causing such a big mess, this fiendish demon was actually going to surrender. Why? You don't want me to surrender? I have a hostage in my hands. If you don't surrender, I will strangle her to death. Fangxing shouted and suddenly pulled Wu Sang'er out from behind him. This girl had already fainted from fear. Fangxing raised her body and showed off to the demon soldiers and demon generals in the sky. He shouted, "Look carefully, this is a demon." There was a dead silence in the sky. There was not a single sound. The demon soldiers and demon generals, as well as the mighty figures in the sky, did not know what to say at this moment. Seal your cultivation and hand over your Dharma treasures and weapons. We will allow you to surrender. After a long while, a middle-stage Golden Core Realm Demon Elder spoke in a low voice and gave the order. He could also see that the human cultivator in the valley was really terrifyingly strong. After such a big battle, there was not a single wound on his body. Although he was dripping with blood, it was the blood of the demon soldiers. Moreover, his spiritual power did not seem to be completely exhausted. Coupled with his terrifying Dharma treasures and weapons, he definitely had the strength to fight. It was very troublesome. In addition, they had originally wanted to capture him alive. Since he was willing to surrender, that was the best outcome. Of course, in order to prevent him from cheating, it was very necessary to take away his Dharma treasures and weapons. You want my Dharma treasures? Okay, I will give them to you. The human cultivator in the valley was unusually straightforward. He nodded and threw the bronze mirror into the sky. Seeing this, the demon soldiers were tempted and wanted to snatch the treasure mirror. After all, in the eyes of the human cultivator just now, he had deeply experienced the power of the bronze mirror. It was definitely an indescribable treasure. It might even be a rare relic. Although such a treasure could not be left in the hands of a lowly demon soldier like him, if he presented it to the higher-ups, it would be a meritorious service. The higher-ups would definitely give him other rewards. Don't snatch it. A Golden Core Realm leader shouted. He waved his big sleeve and was about to take the bronze mirror away. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that the aura on the bronze mirror was not quite right. Not good, run away. The Golden Core Realm Elder suddenly shouted and retreated at the same time. He is going to explode this relic. Before he finished speaking, more than a dozen runes on the bronze mirror suddenly flashed, and this flashing looked extremely abnormal. It was not the appearance of spiritual power being injected into it, but the appearance of the Dharma array being pushed to the limit. In just a few breaths, suddenly, a terrifying power, like that of a cultivator in the late Golden Core stage exploding, swept out in all directions. Boom, 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 black flames, white gold essence, green wood chi. The three extremely terrifying powers collided with each other and enveloped an area with a radius of 30 kilometers. The aura of destruction rushed into the world. There were countless demon soldiers and demon generals surrounding the valley, and many more were rushing over. Within a 30-kilometer radius, there were no less than 100 such demonic cultivators, and all of them were enveloped by the power of the self-destruction. Under such a terrifying power, those in the Foundation establishment realm could not withstand it at all and were directly annihilated into ashes. As for those in the Golden Core realm who were closer, those with lower cultivation levels, or those without any special defensive methods, they were unable to withstand the violent and raging power and died upon contact. A magic treasure that can be called a relic just exploded like that? Does that human bastard want to perish together with us? Run! Run quickly, endless roars and screams rang out. Most of the forces of the Thousand Peak Garden were gathered here, and there were heavy casualties. The power of the self-detonation annihilated the surroundings and swept away the fog in the valley. The world was covered in a white haze. I don't believe he wants to die. He must be trying to escape. Golden Core Demon General, quickly use your divine senses to find him. In the midst of the chaos, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, shaking the surroundings. It was the fairy fox. Everyone else thought that the human cultivator had died in the explosion, but the fairy fox refused to believe it. With a shout, her divine senses spread out like lightning. At this moment, due to the effect of the magic treasure's explosion, the fog that usually settled in the valley had already flown into the air, causing most of the Thousand Peak Garden to turn into a vast expanse of white. Vision was blocked, and nothing could be seen clearly. However, for cultivators, divine senses were the same. With her reminder, countless Golden Core Realm cultivators also released their divine senses, interweaving like an inescapable net to search for the human cultivator. However, very soon, they were dumbfounded. After scanning with their divine senses, they found nothing. There was no trace of the human cultivator. How could this be? Did that human cultivator fly into the sky or burrow into the ground? Countless furious voices roared. They were depressed and irritable, as if they wanted to devour someone. Fairy Fox, where are you? At this moment, a roar suddenly rang out. In the sky, a short demon cultivator in a golden robe flew over quickly. This demon cultivator was at the peak Golden Core realm. When the surrounding people saw him, they immediately lowered their heads and bowed. This was because this person was the master of the Thousand Peak Garden, a famous figure among the demons. He was once the shadowless rat king, Ziki. Uncle Ziki, I'm here. The fairy fox had no choice but to go forward and bow. Don't call me uncle. Are you trying to anger me to death? The rat king Ziki's eyes almost spat out poisonous fire. His slender and sharp fingers wanted to poke the fairy fox's face. Spittle flew from his mouth as he scolded, I trusted you, that's why I agreed to mobilize my demon soldiers and demon generals to help you capture him. Are you kidding me? This is the human trash you speak of? A piece of trash that could destroy 4 peaks of my Thousand Peak Garden, kill over 100 demon soldiers and 5 or 6 demon generals? Why don't you use your Green Hills men to capture such a piece of trash, but borrow my men instead? The fairy fox had a belly full of bitterness, but could not spit it out. She could only smile apologetically. Uncle Ziki, Rat King Wei's eyes burned with poisonous fire. Cut the bullshit with me. I'll tell you clearly that you will compensate me for the losses of the Thousand Peak Gardens palaces, manpower, formations, and everything else. I'll fight my way to your Green Hill if I'm missing even a single spirit stone. Yes, I understand. The fairy fox's brow furrowed into a knot, but she could only swallow her anger and agree. That human bastard itinerant cultivator must have cultivated some technique that could conceal his divine sense. That's why he purposely drew everyone's attention to him. Not only did he start a massacre, he even lured the demon soldiers and demon generals to this place and self-destructed his mystic treasure. Not only did he kill a large number of demon soldiers, he even used that technique to escape amidst the chaos. How hateful, he's actually so vicious. After Ratway left in anger, the fairy fox could no longer hold back her anger, and her face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. I refuse to believe that you can escape. No matter how well you plan, you won't be able to escape from me. There are many formations around the Garden of Thousand Peaks, so it won't be easy for you to escape. Moreover, the men of the Green Hill Mountain have already arrived. I'll set up defenses on all sides and lock down the main passageways. Then, I'll brand images of you and Wu Sanger with my consciousness. Let's see where you can escape to." Having suffered a great loss in silence, the fox fairy did not lose her composure. Instead, she immediately made the correct decision. Gritting her teeth and sweeping away the displeasure in her heart, she immediately issued various orders to set up defenses on all sides to capture Feng Xing. At this moment, because the commotion here was too big, the demonic cultivators in the Thousand Peaks garden came to check, pointing and discussing in low voices. There were even many gazes that seemed to be mocking her. Fox Immortal Fairy's face immediately felt a little hot. She had always been praised for her beauty and intelligence in the Demon's Land. Now that she had gathered so many people to capture an early Golden Core human independent cultivator, she had failed miserably. It was truly humiliating. More importantly, most of the people lost this time were from the Garden of Thousand Peaks. Not only would the huge compensation be a headache for the Green Hill Mountain, but they had also angered the Shadowless Rat King. The loss outweighed the gain. "Princess, we don't have enough men to seal off all the main roads outside the Ting province. That human cultivator possesses extraordinary strength, and we probably won't be able to capture him with standard demon weapons. In my opinion, each side needs at least 3 Golden Core demon generals. If that's the case, we can only ask Elder Molly of the Demon Court for help and ask him to transfer some demon generals to us." The black-robed Elder Green Vine advised softly, allowing the Fox Fairy to make the decision. The Fox Fairy refused immediately, asking for Uncle Molly's authority for such a trivial matter? Are we admitting that we can't even capture a human independent cultivator? We absolutely cannot. In the clan grounds, temporarily activate all the formations to protect the clan grounds. As for the defensive troops stationed in the clan grounds, temporarily transfer them out to seal off the main roads. If there isn't enough manpower, then we can only. While she was frowning, she suddenly heard a loud voice, Fox Xianxia, where are you?" This voice was extremely resounding. It was clearly just an ordinary shout, yet it carried a trace of the 1,000-mile voice transmission secret technique. As the voice resounded, a golden light flashed over swiftly like a bolt of lightning from afar. It seemed to be extremely domineering, and it seemed to be on a rampage. When the demon cultivators in the sky saw this golden light, they immediately dodged to the side as if they were afraid of causing trouble. "That dog skin cake medicine is here again." Elder Qing Ting could not help but hold his forehead and sigh when he saw the golden light. Seeing this, Immortal Fox Fairy was slightly stunned. She smiled, he came at the right time. Elder Green Vine was slightly taken aback. He already understood what the Immortal Fox Fairy was trying to say. He said in a hurry, "Your Highness, please listen to me. This bastard is stupid and arrogant, but he's not easy to use. The old monsters behind him are not to be trifled with. If something happens," Immortal Fox Fairy said plainly, "I know what to do." With that, he released an undetectable sliver of his presence before continuing his conversation with Elder Green Vine. "So you're here, Immortal Fox Fairy. I've been looking for you for a long time." That golden light sensed the aura of the Immortal Fox Fairy and immediately rushed over. It was like a wild horse that could fly. When it arrived, she realized that it was a golden-winged rock that was 30 feet long. It circled above her head and shed its feathers. It had already turned into a handsome young man in a golden robe. His eyes and brows were shining with golden light, and his cultivation was in the Foundation establishment realm. As soon as he landed, he approached Immortal Fox Fairy with a face full of smiles. He smiled warmly and said, "Big Sister Fox, you've even invited those pieces of trash from the Rhinoceros clan and the Half-Crocodile clan for the Green Platform banquet. Why didn't you invite me? Also, when I heard you were hosting the Green Platform banquet, I hurried over. When I got here, I heard you were going to capture some human cultivator. Who is that?" When Immortal Fox Fairy saw him, her face was expressionless. She said indifferently, "The Green Platform banquet this time is a gathering of Golden Core cultivators to discuss Tao and techniques. You're only at Foundation establishment, so your Tao and techniques are different from ours. Why did I call you here? To drink wine and eat meat?" The golden-robed young man looked a little embarrassed after being rebuked by her. He forced a smile and said, "Although I'm at Foundation establishment, I'm not afraid of those pieces of trash. I can tear them apart even if they join forces. Besides, if it weren't for those old men at home stopping me, I would have gone through the thunder tribulation and formed my golden core long ago. I'm already in my 40s, so I should have formed my golden core by now, right? Immortal Fox Fairy rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're already in your 40s, but you're not as sensible as a 14-year-old. You only know how to fight and kill every day. If it weren't for those seniors of Lonely Nightmare Mountain spoiling you, you would have been killed many times already. I didn't invite you to this green platform banquet because you're too rash. When did you not scare others so much that they didn't dare to interrupt? What's the fun in that?" There was a hint of complaint in her words, but there was also a hint of concern. It immediately made the golden-robed young man feel much better. He laughed and said, okay, I'll remember that. Next time, don't forget to call me. When that time comes, I'll sit at the side obediently. I'll only fight the people you want me to fight, and I'll only say what you want me to say. Is that okay? I've never been so obedient in front of my old man. Immortal Fox Fairy laughed. Her laughter was as beautiful as the first snow in spring. It was so beautiful that even the moonlight trembled a little. The golden-robed young man was instantly mesmerized. Then, he heard Immortal Fox Fairy say, "I set up this banquet just to discuss Tao and romance. Why would I want you to fight this and that? Your words sound like a joke. Sigh, but if I knew this earlier, I would have called you this time." Speaking up to this point, she suddenly became a little depressed. She waved her hand and said, "Forget it. This has nothing to do with you, and there's no need to tell you. You can leave first. I'll remember to call you next time. I still have important matters to attend to now, so I won't accompany you on these useless matters." The golden-robed young man panicked when he heard that. He called out, "Don't chase me away. Tell me what's going on." Immortal Fox Fairy said, "This has nothing to do with you. Go back and focus on cultivation." As she said that, she signaled Elder Green Vine. The two of them hid to one side and discussed softly. The golden-robed young man could not leave, but he did not dare to approach carelessly. He was afraid that Immortal Fox Fairy would get angry, so he felt like 100 rats were scratching at his heart. He was impatient. After waiting for a while, Immortal Fox Fairy had already finished talking with Elder Green Vine. With a wave of her sleeve, she flew off, leaving behind Elder Green Vine to clean up the mess. The golden-robed young man approached Elder Green Vine in a hurry. Before he even arrived, he giggled. Seeing this, Elder Green Vine directly waved his hand and smiled. "Don't ask me. The princess said this has nothing to do with you." The golden-robed young man said in a hurry, "Senior Green Vine, my good senior, please take pity on me. Sister Fox is in trouble after so much difficulty, yet you want me to just sit by and do nothing? Aren't you asking for my life? Just tell me who it was that offended Immortal Fox Fairy. I promise I won't say you told me. Oh right, there's a lone she-wolf over at the Golden Sand Cavern. I've heard." Elder Green Vine's old face shuddered. He widened his eyes. "How do you know about that?" The golden-robed young man giggled. "I ran into her by chance last time." "How about it? Tell me, and I'll help you deal with her." Elder Green Vine waved his sleeve and covered his old face, as if he was too ashamed to face anyone. Only after a while did he sigh. "You little bastard, you really are difficult to deal with. I'll tell you the truth. This time, it was actually a human spy who escorted the 9 Ant of the Green Hill Mountain back. I had thought that he was a righteous man, but I never thought that he would steal the immortal essence of our princess while he was being invited into the territory of the Fox clan. Afterwards, he was exposed on the spot. I wanted to capture him, but I never thought that he would be so slippery, killing so many demon soldiers and fleeing." When the golden-robed young man heard that, he gritted his teeth. He said resentfully, "What a despicable human bastard. He actually dared to steal Sister Fox's treasure. Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Elder Green Vine, tell me, where did he run off to? I'll mobilize my personal guards right now. Even if I have to turn the entire Ting prefecture upside down, I'll capture this bastard and send him to Sister Fox for trial." Elder Green Vine flicked his sleeve slightly, and an inch-long jade slip silently flew out, burrowing into the golden-robed young man's sleeve. He whispered that human independent cultivators' appearance and presence have already been imprinted in there. "Don't say I gave it to you. Also, I'll tell you one more thing. That person seems to be connected to Wu Sang-er of the Golden Crow clan. If we can't capture him, he's probably fled to Mount Fusong. Mount Fusong. I'll go ask them for him. Let's see if they'll give it to me or not. The golden-robed young man snorted coldly. After checking the jade slip, he turned around to leave. However, Elder Greenvine hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and whispered, "That person from Golden Sand Cave, don't use force." The golden-robed young man laughed. "Don't worry. I guarantee that she'll lie in your bed obediently." "Nonsense. She and I are just in love with each other." Elder Greenvine seemed to have blushed, but the golden-robed young man did not mind. Laughing, he turned into a beam of golden light and fled. Meanwhile, Elder Greenvine's expression turned cold. He summoned a few of his confidants and had them spread the news that a human independent cultivator had stolen Princess Fox's immortal essence and rare treasures while he was being invited to Mount Xianxia. Then, when he was captured at Thousand Peaks Park, he had taken Wu Sang-er, a member of the Golden Crow clan, as a hostage and fled. If anyone could find that bastard, Princess Fox would definitely be very grateful. He knew that once the news spread, Princess Xianxia of the Green Qiu Fox's reputation would spread far and wide. Even the people in the Divine Continent would have heard of her, much less the land of the demons. Once the news spread, there would be countless free soldiers at his beck and call. Even if an inescapable trap was laid, would the independent cultivator not be able to escape the princess' grasp? Just as the Fox clan spread the news that Fang Xing had stolen the treasure of Qingqiu Mountain and kidnapped Wu Sang-er of Fusong Mountain, Fang Xing really did escape Qianfeng Garden with Wu Sang-er. When he self-destructed the Five Elements treasure mirror, he had already activated the mountain technique. This was a secret technique that he had obtained from Elder Tong, the boat-driving cultivator of the Demon-Chasing League. He had transformed into a mountain with a strong defense and then fled with Wu Sang-er. At this time, there was a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth, so he took the opportunity to use the aura concealment technique. The cultivators who used their divine senses to search for him naturally couldn't find a trace of him. At this time, most of the defensive forces in Thousand Peaks Garden were the attention of the demonic cultivators, and they were all concentrated here. After he escaped, it was almost a flat plain, and he easily escaped from the edge of Thousand Peaks Garden. At this moment, outside of the Thousand Peaks Garden, the strict formations had been completely activated. The entire area with a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to be covered by a translucent cover. If one wanted to leave, there were only 4 mountain gates left. However, these 4 mountain gates were all heavily guarded. The Inata mirror was hung high up in the air. Guests who entered and exited had to look at it, so it was impossible to disguise themselves. It was only then that he poured a mouthful of wine into Wu Sang-er's mouth, waking the girl who had fainted from fright. Where is this?" Wu Sang-er still had lingering fears when she woke up. "Yan Luo Dian. Let me ask you, do you know divination?" Fang Xing turned Wu Sang-er's head, which was looking around, and stared at her expectantly. Wu Sang-er hesitated. "Actually, my divination is pretty bad, but better than most people, but Fang Xing was speechless. "How does it compare to Jin Liuzi?" Wu Sang-er said, "When Uncle Jen taught me and cousin the art of divination and divination, cousin's grades had always been a." Fang Xing was speechless. "What about you?" Wu Sang-er said, "I got A+ grades." Fang Xing was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. "That's much simpler." With that said, he chose a direction and rushed out, reporting the location of the array for Wu Sang-er to calculate. Such a bold move startled Wu Sang-er, but she quickly reacted and began to report the result of her calculation. Fortunately, Fang Xing was not disappointed. The two of them passed through the array like a stream of smoke and escaped to the outside of Thousand Peaks Garden. At this moment, the area outside the Thousand Peaks Garden was filled with people. Demon soldiers dressed in black armor filled the sky. They were filled with killing intent and filled the sky, causing the Ting State City to feel like it was under martial law. When Fang Xing saw this, he released his moon jade will and quickly walked around the city. He saw that the city was heavily guarded, and there were Fox clansmen in several key locations. "Mount Fusong is to the west. We have to hurry. As long as we enter Mount Fusong, with Uncle Jen's protection, they won't be able to hurt us." Wu Sang'er whispered to Fangxing in fear when she saw the heavy defenses of the Ting State city. She actually made such a big fuss. This woman is really willing to put in a lot of effort. Fangxing narrowed his eyes, feeling a little angry in his heart. He first hid in an uninhabited back mountain and waited for a while. After he had observed most of the guards in the city, he already had a plan in mind. That B*TCH has already guessed that I will go to Mount Fusang with you. Most of the guards are stationed in that direction, and there are guards at several intersections. Even my breath concealment skill will not be able to pass through. Wu Sang'er was at a loss and said with a sad face, "What should I do? How can Sister Xianxia do this to me?" A ruthless glint flashed in Fangxing's eyes. There are just as many people defending the north and south, but the east is a little weaker. Moreover, a large number of people are coming from the east, and they must be the people that bitch sent from Xianxia foxes. They underestimate me too much if they think I'm going to escape now. Chatterbox, follow me, we'll go to Xianxia foxes. I'm not a chatterbox, I just like to make things clearer. Wu Sang'er explained unhappily, and asked curiously, why are we going to Xianxia foxes? Wu Sang'er explained in dissatisfaction, then asked curiously, why are we going to Green Hill? Fangxing chuckled. They were stingy before and wouldn't invite me in, but now I'm going in on my own accord. He could already see that most of Xianxia Fox's forces had been deployed to guard the important passages that passed through Mount Fusang and Tingzhou. It would not be easy for Fangxing and Wu Sang'er to return easily. In fact, it was fraught with difficulties. Still, Xianxia Fox's defenses would definitely be weak if that happened, which was why Fangxing quickly made a decision. Since they were not allowed to go to Mount Fusang, they might as well go to Xianxia Foxes and get rid of them along the way. Even Wu Sang'er was terrified by the decision, but she had no other choice as Fangxing dragged her along. Under the cover of the green smoke, the two turned into a faintly discernible streak of light and made a beeline for Xianxia Foxes. Fangxing's guess was right. Since Fairy Fox had deployed most of her forces to stop Fangxing, Xianxia Foxes was quiet and had very few defenders. Still, Fairy Fox had her own precautions. She did not mind expending substantial spiritual essence ores to completely activate the defensive formation that enveloped Xianxia Foxes. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to break through the formation and enter the clan's grounds. Naturally, she had left out Fangxing. Right now, she even believed that Fangxing was hiding somewhere in Thousand Peaks Garden, waiting for an opportunity to strike. She did not think that he was already at the gates. Where's the treasury of Xianxia Foxes? Fangxing asked Wu Sang'er, having successfully passed through 3 formations to enter the ancestral grounds of Xianxia Foxes. He had already asked before he came, and Wu Sang'er and Fairy Fox were indeed close friends. Before their cultivation matured, they would often interact, and she had come to the ancestral grounds of the foxes more than once. She was very familiar with it, and could even be said to be half her home, a living map. Wu Sang'er had never done such a thing and did not want to say it, but under Fangxing's persistent persuasion, she sheepishly pointed him in the right direction. Chamber of Hidden Fragrance, what a coquettish name. Fangxing pursed his lips after hearing Wu Sang'er's introduction. Wu Sang'er said, the Chamber of Hidden Fragrance is actually Sister Fairy Fox's boudoir, but she has her own treasury now that she has gradually gained control of Xianxia Foxes. It stores some important items, and most of the secret tomes and treasures are 100 miles away in a secret cavern at the back of Xianxia Fox's mountain, guarded by 2 Yuanying seniors who are in seclusion all year round. Are you sure you want to go there? Fangxing did a double take before replying, then I'll make do with a trip to the Chamber of Hidden Fragrance. Speaking of which, Fangxing was now brimming with confidence in his breath concealment skill. Back then, the Lotus Maiden had allowed him to enter the bottomless sea because there were people of Yuanying or even higher level searching for him through divination. While the nameless technique he cultivated from the big black sword had a mysterious and unfathomable breath concealment ability, it was not accomplished due to his lack of cultivation, and could not evade their divination. Then, with the formation of the impenetrable elixir and the immensity of his spirit, the nameless technique's breath concealment had also been cultivated to a certain level. Unknowingly, it could disrupt the divination, preventing those mighty beings from divining his location. Still, if he were too close, he would still be detected by them. It was precisely because of this that he could only reluctantly give up on the secret cavern at the back of the mountain. If he wanted to ensure that the Yuanian cultivators would not discover his presence, he had to maintain at least a distance of 30 miles from them. It was currently midnight in the Chamber of Hidden Fragrance, and few people were moving about. Under the bright moon, only the rugged mountain path lay silent. Fangxing lay prone by the roadside and calmed his heart. Activating his divine sense, he immediately sensed a dozen flashing lights in his mind. He knew that these were the prohibitions set up on this peak. Although the Chamber of Hidden Fragrance was in the hinterland of Qingqiu Mountain, it was still heavily guarded. But in the eyes of Fangxing, who possessed the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, these prohibitions were merely decorations. Following Wu Song'er's guidance, Fangxing easily slipped into Fairy Fox's chamber after knocking out 2 of the maidservants, and began to rummage around. He did not expect to find anything good in Fairy Fox's private treasury, but when he saw the immortal essence with a restrained fire in a purple cauldron that was half the height of a person in front of Fairy Fox's jade couch, his eyes lit up. There's actually such a big immortal essence here? The immortal essence found in the Sunset Desert was only the size of a longan, but this one was the size of a nascent soul's fist. Overjoyed, Fangxing immediately put the cauldron and the immortal essence into his storage pouch. Sigh, Fairy Fox's cultivation is indeed not something we can compare to. Even the immortal essence she usually uses to comprehend the demon fire will is bigger than the few immortal essences that we Fusang Mountain can't bear to use. No wonder her cultivation improved so much that she left us behind, Wu Song'er rambled on, both envious and self-pitying. Fusang Mountain has this thing too? Fangxing's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Wu Song'er with a smile. Wu Song'er said casually, of course we do. Although Fusang Mountain is not as good as it used to be, we still have such a collection. She suddenly reacted and asked warily, what are you trying to do? Fangxing chuckled and said, nothing. Let's keep looking. The entrance to this woman's private treasure trove must be here. As he spoke, he searched again and found a secret door behind the Fairy Fox's jade couch. There was an ancient and difficult 5-revolution formation seal on it. It was time to test Wu Song'er's divination ability. Fangxing and she struggled for a long time and finally saw the runes flash. The stone wall quietly opened, and then Fangxing was overjoyed and plunged in. Fortunately, I emptied many storage pouches in the ultimate. After a while, Fangxing walked out with a string of storage pouches and sighed in satisfaction. Wu Song'er turned to look at him anxiously. You emptied Fairy Fox's treasure trove? Fangxing said, no, only half. Wu Song'er heaved a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, I have a good relationship with Fairy Fox. It's not good to empty her treasure trove. Fangxing said, I took your relationship into consideration, so I left half for her. Wu Song'er nodded, and suddenly thought of something. Which half did you take? Fangxing said, half of the value. Wu Song'er was speechless. Her mouth was wide open, and she did not know what to say. Fangxing ignored Wu Song'er's supercilious look and pushed her out of the door to wait. He peed on the Fox Fairy concubine's jade couch before pulling up his pants and slipping out. He grabbed Wu Song'er, and under the cover of the green cloud, a stream of light rushed out of Qingqiu Mountain. Along the way, a large number of explosive talismans were scattered, falling on the fake mountains, wooden corridors, scripture pavilions, and palaces. Bitch, how dare you scheme against me? Consider this a little interest today. Fangxing only stopped when he reached a safe spot. Laughing maliciously, he pinched a spell. A bit of divine sense triggered the restriction he had placed on the explosive talismans. Boom. 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 As he pinched the spell, countless sparks lit up in the silent green hill, extending from Fairy Fox's boudoir to the left mountain pass where Fangxing and Wu Song'er had left. It looked like a fiery dragon, and though its power was limited and it did not destroy much, its momentum was rather astonishing, and the crimson fiery light could be seen from 10 miles away. As Wu Song'er stared in shock, Fangxing pulled her up. Let's go, those few lines of defense must be slackening now. An hour later, Immortal Fox Fairy Concubine rushed over as if her tail was on fire. Looking at the messy green hill mountains and her clansmen who were running around in panic, she gritted her teeth so hard that they creaked. Her almost perfect face was even twitching and twisting, and her beautiful eyes were almost spitting fire. Now that things had come to this, she finally felt a hint of regret in her heart. How could there be such a bastard in this world? She hurriedly entered the treasure vault of her boudoir and looked around. She even sounded a little flustered and exasperated. She sat down on the jade couch, and her heart was trembling with anger. Although there was no evidence, her intuition told her that the rogue cultivator of the human clan did it. She really didn't expect that he would really do it after she slandered him for stealing her immortal essence and treasures and used it as an excuse to arrest him. The rage in her heart was so exuberant that immortal fox fairy did not think much about it and barked out a command: search. Dispatch all available manpower from the Green Hill Foxes. That fellow must be found, especially the few passageways leading to Mount Fusong. He must be found no matter what, and I will tear him into pieces. Halfway through her orders, she suddenly sensed something amiss and looked at the jade couch, before a shriek echoed. I'll tear him to pieces. Outside the pavilion of hidden fragrance, Elder Greenvine and the others looked at each other, thinking, how many years has it been since Princess Fairy lost her composure like this? Meanwhile, 300 miles away from Green Hill, Wu Sang'er was also looking anxiously at Feng Xing from a certain great banyan tree in a wild mountain, saying, come back to Mount Fusong with me now. We've stirred up quite a bit this time. I wonder how angry Sister Fairy will be. Even if she has no evidence, she'll be able to guess that you did it. We can't count on her to save cousin. Feng Xing stuffed his ears with his fingers. Can you leave me alone for a moment? Wu Sang'er was furious. Why can't I leave you alone? I didn't even say a word in Green Hill just now, Feng Xing said. Forget it. You were so scared that you were tongue-tied. Wu Sang'er could not hold back her anger. Hands on her hips, she glared at Feng Xing, wanting to destroy him with her gaze. Feng Xing was not afraid of her gaze. He controlled the moon-riding Rui with his divine thoughts and traversed through the void, reflecting the arrangements of the people in the void outside into his mind. It was equivalent to him walking one round in the void, observing the defense of the people around him. He saw that after the explosion of Green Hill, the people of the Fox clan stationed at the major intersections had indeed been mobilized, and there were gaps in the transformation. This was to be expected. No matter how smart the Fox Fairy was, it was impossible for her to stay still after such a major incident had happened. And what Feng Xing was waiting for was the gap between their changes. With Yurui watching from the skies, he could seize every opportunity. Seeing that the people in the southwest sky were weaker, he immediately pulled Wu Sang'er and turned into a stream of light to escape. Wu Sang'er did not know that he had Yurui watching over the Fox demon soldiers and generals. She saw him leave as he pleased, as if he was playing with his life, but she was scared out of her wits, allowing Feng Xing to pull her away. Her behavior made Feng Xing look down on her, thinking that this little crow was much worse than her cousin. Her mental fortitude was too lacking, and she would not be able to do anything big. They sped all the way to Mount Fusong, 3,000 miles away. As they got closer to the clan grounds, Wu Sang'er finally relaxed slightly. Mount Fusong, the home of the Golden Crow clan, was the closest spirit mountain to the Sunset Desert. There were many red rocks in the mountains, and many spirit herbs that were resistant to heat and drought grew there. Deep in the mountains, there was a large expanse of ancient buildings, symbolizing the clan's former glory. After all, they had once produced a golden immortal's demonic vein, but it was a pity that they were no longer in power, and had fallen to the extreme. In the demon race, if one wanted to determine the strength of a clan, they would first have to see if there were any mighty figures in the clan, and then how many elders there were in the demon court who spoke for their own people, as well as how many demonic veins there were. Take Xianxia Mountain for example. Although it was only the Fox Fairy, who was at mid-golden energy tier who was gradually gaining power there were two Yuaniing mighty figures in the clan, and it was said that there was a certain patriarch who had touched the threshold of retribution who was in seclusion in some mysterious zone. Among the 10 great elders of the demon court, 2 were from Xianxia Mountain, and there was no telling how many demonic veins there were that sought survival around Xianxia Mountain. When all these powers were added together, it was a transcendent power that no one should underestimate. The one with the highest cultivation in the Golden Crow clan was the late Golden Energy Tier clan leader, who was also the third uncle of the Great Golden Crow. There were few demonic veins, and none of the 10 great elders of the demon court came from Mount Fusong. This meant that the Golden Crow clan had the title of one of the 8 ancient demons, but had no right to speak when it came to matters that concerned the fate of the demon race. It was no wonder that they were coveted by others. Fang Xing even felt that it was strange that the Golden Crow clan had not been exterminated in a place where the strong preyed on the weak among the demon race. Along the way, Fang Xing had a general understanding of the situation of the Golden Crow clan after many questions. During this period, it was thanks to Wu Sang'er's habit of being a chatterbox that he could answer every question, easily spilling all kinds of information to his heart's content. When they arrived at the mountain gate of Mount Fusang, Wu Sang'er pulled Fang Xing like a thief and flew stealthily inside. But just as they were about to fly in, they suddenly heard a muffled sound from below. Wu Sang'er's expression changed dramatically. He pulled Fang Xing down with a bitter smile and bowed to a black-purple dragon root on the cliff. "Uncle Jan, I'm back." The black-purple dragon root trembled a few times, then gradually grew and turned into a purple-robed old man with a cane in his hand. He was hunched, not even reaching Fang Xing's waist. His eyebrows were longer than his beard and thick, almost covering his entire face. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wu Sang'er and Fang Xing with his blurry old eyes. "You're back? So it's an old tree demon," Fang Xing murmured in his heart. He could see that this old man's original appearance was that of an ancient wood spirit. However, his original body had already been destroyed, leaving behind only a broken root. Moreover, he didn't seem to have much life force left. It could be said that he was at death's door, so Fang Xing couldn't tell his cultivation level. "You're back, this is my cousin's friend, a human," Wu Sang'er whispered into the old tree demon's ear. It seemed that this old man's ears were not very good. "Oh, your Taoist companion? A human? A different breed." The old tree demon glanced at Fang Xing and shouted in a weak voice. Fang Xing and Wu Sang'er's faces darkened at the same time, thinking that this old tree demon's ears were a little too deaf. "Not my Taoist companion, my cousin's friend." Wu Sang'er had no choice but to repeat himself. "Oh, your cousin's Taoist companion, that's even more wrong, the yin and yang are all messed up." The old man was dumbfounded, and the way he looked at Fang Xing was a little strange. "Hey, this old B*****, he's already so old, why is he messing with a Taoist companion?" Fang Xing was speechless, and he laughed. He had lowered his voice, but he did not expect the old man to understand. He raised his walking stick with a swoosh, rushed over with small steps, and hit him with the walking stick. "Little B****, how dare you scold me, F***ck, old man, are you looking for trouble?" Fang Xing was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to give him a kick, but he was afraid that he would kick him to death, so he accidentally took 2 hits. "Hey, don't hit me, don't hit me. Brother Fang, run, Uncle Jen likes to fight when he's angry." Wu Sang'er rushed over and protected Fang Xing like an eagle catching a chick. Fang Xing was also speechless. He jumped into the air and sat on the cloud, sulking. This old tree spirit was too infuriating. He could not hear other words, but he heard every single one of them scolding him. Once provoked, he would get angry, and once provoked, he would risk his life. He raised his walking stick high and hit his own waist, not afraid that he would sprain his old waist. In the end, Wu Sang'er did not stop the old tree spirit. He jumped up and hit Fang Xing with his walking stick. Wu Sang'er was afraid that he would fall off the cliff and die, so she dragged Fang Xing back to the clan's land. On the way, she explained to Fang Xing that he was an old man who had a very close relationship with the Golden Crow tribe. He had lived for many years, and he seemed to have moved from the Nanzhan Buzhou with them to the Northern Alliance. He had been guarding the gate for the Golden Crow tribe for 3,000 years, maybe even longer. Although his cultivation was not high and his strength was weak, he was very experienced. Even the chief had to bow to him. Of course, he had to bow. If he angered the old man, he would even dare to hit the chief's waist. Wu Sang'er and Fang Xing had just done something daring, so she was a little nervous. She hesitated to take Fang Xing to see the chief, but she didn't know what to say, so she took Fang Xing to her room first. Fang Xing was thinking about where the treasure house of Fusang Mountain was along the way. He didn't care whether he was going to see the chief of the Golden Crow tribe or not, so he let Wu Sang'er lead him forward. They came to an old palace on a cliff in the west of Fusang Mountain, which was Wu Sang'er's boudoir. There were also 2 beautiful mice serving her. Wu Sang'er asked them to make tea, and then sighed as they discussed how to save the great Golden Crow. It's impossible to ask Sister Fairy for help. The most urgent thing now is to save my cousin. There are only a few ways. One is to find a way to prove that my cousin was framed. I think the guys who invited him to the banquet that day must know something. Even the Red Scorpion Demon King must be involved. As long as we find a way to catch them, we will have a chance to get a confession and prove my cousin's innocence. The second way is to use some connections. As long as we can ask a few influential figures in the demon court to speak up, there is still hope that my cousin can be released from the Abyss prison. But think about it, you are just a human practitioner, how can you know any influential figures in the demon clan? So we only have the first way. Who are you going to start investigating? Do you want to make a plan? After talking for a long time, seeing that Fang Xing looked absent-minded, she kicked him angrily. What are you thinking about? Where is your treasure house? Fang Xing answered casually. Suddenly he realized something and said angrily, you dare to kick me? Wu Sang'er also stared at him and said, are you thinking about the treasure house of Fusong Mountain? Just kidding, I just want to take a look. Only then did Fang Xing realize that he had let the cat out of the bag. He laughed, patted the dust on his butt, and stood up. Is there anything to eat? Wu Sang'er was speechless. My poor cousin is still suffering in the Black Abyss prison, and you are still thinking about food. Fang Xing said, if I don't eat, how can I have the strength to think about how to save him? I didn't eat enough on the Taoist platform. Wu Sang'er was speechless. She asked the rat spirit to steal a lamb leg from the kitchen. It was dry enough for the two of them. Not long after, they brought back half a Mongolian goat, but it was raw and covered in blood. Fang Xing did not mind. He asked Wu Sang'er to blow on the true flame of life and set up a fire in the room. He roasted it bit by bit, then cut it up and ate it. I say, Jean Liuzi's cultivation is not low in your demon clan, right? Your Golden Crow clan just let him be locked up? While eating, Fang Xing pondered and asked. Wu Sang'er sat down and ate the barbecued meat casually. She sighed and said, my cousin's current strength and age are naturally outstanding. Many elders in the tribe regard him as the hope of the Golden Crow tribe's rise. But he was caught red-handed and imprisoned in the Blackpool prison. Who can save him? We, the Golden Crow clan, have a demon immortal token, which was left by the Golden Immortal Crow ancestor. We can make a request to the demon court. But some people say that the demon immortal token is the foundation of the Golden Crow clan and can't be used casually. Moreover, the Golden Crow clan has declined, and my cousin has offended Immortal Red Scorpion and the Blackwood Ridge. Even if we really take out the demon immortal token, no one will give us face. That's true. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Your ancestor has been dead for too long, who will care about him? Fang Xing nodded and stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. He said, he can be saved if the 10 great elders speak? Wu Sang'er nodded and said, yes, the 10 great elders of the demon court are elected by all the clans of the demon clan to deal with the affairs of the demon clan. Each of them is highly respected and influential. The one who imprisoned my cousin in the Black Abyss prison was an elder who is said to have a close relationship with the Blackwood Ridge. But after all, my cousin's matter has not been formally discussed. That is to say, if an elder speaks to imprison him, he can naturally be released if another elder speaks. But the premise is that the elder is really willing to help, and a suitable reason must be found. Otherwise, it will be difficult to convince the masses, and the Blackwood Ridge will become like fire and water. Then what are the backgrounds of the 10 great elders? The 10 great elders come from different backgrounds, but all of them are the greatest of the demon clan. Their cultivation is at the peak of the Golden Core realm, and they are all more than 600 years old. As far as I know, of those who have roots, one is from Xianxia Mountain, another was supported by Xianxia Mountain, and another is from the Rock Clan's Green Cliff Mountain. The other two are from small clans, but their cultivation is superb, and their battle record is impressive. In addition, there is one from the Lion clan, one from the Ape clan, one from the Carp clan, and one from the Rat clan. The 10th is a human, but he has been on good terms with the Demon clan since 3,000 years ago. His clan has been flourishing in the Demon clan, and is no different from the Demon clan. In fact, he was the one who ordered my cousin to be imprisoned in the Black Abyss prison. I heard that he has a close relationship with the Blackwood Ridge. There's a good traitor, Fangxing chuckled and ignored him, minding his own business as he plotted. As they were discussing, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Is Sister Xianxia back? Wu Xianxia was shocked when she heard the voice. She jumped up as if her buttocks were on fire, and tried to shove Fangxing's head under the bed. Fangxing was furious and flipped her onto the bed, shouting, "What are you doing?" Wu Xianxia was almost in tears. She could not hide it even if she wanted to after hearing Fangxing shout. As expected, the voice outside immediately shouted, "Why is there a man's voice?" As soon as the voice finished, a crimson rainbow flew into the hall and turned into a skinny, ugly young man with sparse hair. He limped forward, and it seemed that he was a cripple. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Fangxing squatting in front of the fire roasting meat. His eyes blazed with venom as he shouted, "Where did this wild man come from? How dare you sneak into Sister Xianxia's boudoir?" As he shouted, his skinny right hand grabbed forward, wanting to pull Fangxing into the air. But when he used the attraction spell, other than the flame in front of Fangxing swaying for a while, there was no change. Fangxing looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "You're just a Foundation establishment cultivator, and you want to pull me over?" Dream on, the man was also shocked. He staggered back a few steps and prepared to escape. Then he shouted, "Who are you?" Fangxing rolled his eyes and ignored him. The fact that he could resist beating him up was already because he was in the territory of the Golden Crow clan, and it was difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. Wu Xianxia hurriedly jumped up from the bed and quickly stood between the man and Fangxing. She shouted, don't fight, he is a human friend of Cousin Jean Liu. This time, we are here to discuss how to save Cousin Jean Liu. Dian, don't be fooled by his looks, he is a golden core cultivator. You will be at a disadvantage if you fight him." When Fangxing heard this, he immediately glared at Wu Xianxia with dissatisfaction. He really wanted to strangle her neck and ask her to explain what she meant by looks not good. Even if he was not incomparably handsome, he was still better than this ugly man. Jean Lianhua's friend? But that ugly man called Dian, his dark brown eyes swept a sinister glance. In his heart he was indeed clear that he was not Fangxing's match. His limping legs suddenly slowly retreated. After retreating a few steps, he suddenly pulled himself away and flew backwards, flipped out of the palace, then transformed into a withered and featherless crow, flying in the sky and shouted, "Human race! A human assassin has sneaked into the clan's territory." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, but he shouted with force. His voice spread across the entire clan's territory. Why is he always like this? Wu Xianxia stomped her feet in anger. She was about to fly out to stop him from shouting, but Fangxing suddenly grabbed her hand and asked with a smile, "So that damned crow's name is Jean Lianhua?" Haha, no wonder he refused to tell me his real name. When I asked, he said his name was Jean Liuzi. It turns out that the great golden crow has such a sissy name, haha. Wu Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. She stamped her feet and said, "Why are you still concerned about this at such a critical moment? That is my cousin, the only son of the clan leader's third uncle. He has always been a troublemaker. I have to quickly explain to the clan leader and the others, let him go and stir up trouble." Fangxing did not think much of it. He already had a plan in mind, and did not care much about the Golden Crow's attitude. The demons and humans had a deep grudge. He had done the Green Hill faction a favor, but they had betrayed him without hesitation. The Golden Crows did not expect them to care about his past relationship with the Great Golden Crow. After all, they could even watch the imprisoned Great Golden Crow die, much less an outsider like him. In the end, if he wanted a strong relationship, it still depended on benefits. Having thought this through, he did not care much about the Golden Crow's reaction. Let him stir up trouble. With that thought in mind, he continued to roast meat, while Wu Xianxia hurriedly flew out. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the palace was filled with voices. 4 Golden Core demonic cultivators descended from the sky. One of them was slightly younger, while the other 3 were old and did not seem to have much lifespan left. Their cultivation was not very profound either, only mid-Golden Core. He's inside. Go and see. Sister Xianxia actually brought that human cultivator directly into our land. Isn't this a violation of our ancestral teachings? This is too much. Father, elders, take him down quickly. The bald crow flew in the air, shouting at the top of his lungs. Clan leader, Elder Yang, Elder Wu, Elder Yu, Elder Rock. As Wu Idian's voice fell, Wu Sang'er's anxious voice rang out, "Don't listen to Idian's nonsense. The person inside is sixth cousin's friend." Because he knew that sixth cousin was in trouble, he risked danger to come and discuss the rescue. He didn't sneak in, he already met Uncle Jen on the way here. It's just that I didn't know how to explain these things to clan leader. Plus, it was dark just now, so I didn't bring him to disturb clan leader's rest. Wu Idian shouted, "Humph, Jean Lianhua's friend from the human clan? How could you say that Jean Lianhua has only stayed in the human clan for less than 10 years, but he has already learned evil techniques? Otherwise, how could his strength surpass mine? His friend in the human clan is definitely not a good person. Maybe he will bring a disaster to our Fusang Mountain. Father, 3 elders, quickly kill this guy before we talk." Fang Xing sat motionlessly in Wu Sanger's room, carefully roasting the meat. He heard all the movements outside, but found that when Wu Idian mentioned Jean Liuzi, his words were filled with jealousy and hatred. He knew that Wu Idian was the most talented person in Jean Liuzi's generation. Unfortunately, when he was cultivating, he was too impatient and ended up hurting his foundation. Not only did his cultivation progress slow down, but his body also became extremely weak. Now, his cultivation had been stuck at the middle stage of foundation establishment for 3 years, without any progress. Even Wu Sang'er, who was originally regarded as an unremarkable little girl, had advanced to the 6th stage of foundation establishment last year and surpassed him. When the Great Golden Crow returned to the clan, Wu Idian saw that his cousin, who had left the clan for many years, still had not transformed into a human form, so he didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he provoked him verbally. The result could be imagined. Now, the strength of the Great Golden Crow was comparable to that of a Jingdan. With a flap of his wings, the strong wind caused by the flapping of his wings sent him flying more than 10 miles away. His entire body was stuck on the cliff wall, unable to be pulled off. It was also in that battle that the Great Golden Crow shocked the entire Fusang Mountain and became the most eye-catching junior. "Both of you shut up." A dignified voice sounded, and a figure landed in the palace and walked in. Fang Xing didn't even raise his head. He had already taken out his huge black sword and stabbed it into the ground at his side, ready to kill at any time. When one reached a certain realm, one could say whatever they wanted. In this declining Fusang Mountain, there were not many things that could make him feel threatened. After Luer returned, he mentioned many times that he had a sworn friend of the human clan, and his words were full of praise. Even when he was in trouble and we were helpless, he had asked someone to send a message that he had a good friend of the human clan, so there was no hope for him to turn the situation around. As long as he didn't die, perhaps in 1 or 3 years, when his good friend came to the land of demons to look for him, it would be the day he escaped. The person spoke softly, walked in front of Fang Xing, and sat cross-legged. "This good friend is you, right?" Fang Xing heard that there was no hostility in his words, and only then did he raise his head to look. He saw a thin man in front of him, with a pale face and no facial hair, wearing a green robe, and his cultivation was already in the late gold core stage. He must be the chief of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Gumu, who Wu Sang'er had mentioned. He was the 3rd uncle of the Great Golden Crow. The Golden Crow clan either had the surname Wu or Jean. From the name it could be seen that this person was from the Crow clan. Haha, that damn crow really doesn't have any other friends in the human clan. I guess it's me. Fang Xing laughed. Seeing this chief being polite, he also put down the barbecued meat, and cupped his fists in greeting. "Friend, you spared no hardships and hurried to the demon land to save my Golden Crow clan." Wu Gumu expresses his deep gratitude. Ah, Sanger thought too much. He must have been worried that I would be jealous and unwilling to help save Luer. That's why he did not feel at ease to bring you to see me. Wu Gumu is the chief of the Golden Crow clan, but let my clansmen doubt my fairness. I'm really ashamed, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Wu Gumu opened his mouth again, and unexpectedly said such words. His magnanimous attitude made Fang Xing slightly startled. So you're saying that you intend to save Jean Luer? After being startled, Fang Xing asked directly. He was not a person so easily fooled. No matter how nice this Wugumu said it, if he was not willing to save him, it was nonsense. When Wugumu heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, Lu'er is the most talented person in my Golden Crow clan. It's not much to say that he is the hope of my Golden Crow clan's rise. Wouldn't it be a joke if I don't save him? To tell the truth, my clan has a demon immortal token, and we can make a request to the demon court. Originally, I planned to use this demon immortal token to save him, but unfortunately, the Fusang bloodline has already declined. It's uncertain how many people will approve of this demon immortal token. In order to avoid any accidents, we have to make arrangements. I've already planned to take out 3 immortal essences that are clan treasures and gift them to one of the 10 great elders of the demon court, Taoist Master Ku Yen. I'll ask her to say that we must definitely save him. 3 immortal essences? When Fang Xing heard this, his eyes lit up, and he almost blurted out. Give me the immortal essences, I'll save him. As he spoke, he saw that there were many figures at the entrance of the hall. It was 2 of the 3 great elders of Fusang Mountain, as well as Wu Sang'er and Wu Yidian, who had also landed. However, seeing that the clan leader was talking to Fang Xing, it was not convenient for them to step forward and disturb them. They only stood guard at the entrance of the hall. After a while, the 3rd elder also came over, but he hurriedly stepped forward, holding a jade scroll in his hand. He handed it to Wugumu with a strange expression. Wugumu took it, injected his divine sense into it, and was slightly taken aback. He then looked at Fang Xing with a bitter smile and said, Fellow, there was a secret message from Xianxia Mountain just now, saying that at Thousand Peaks Garden, a person who stole the Fox Fairy's secret treasure caused havoc in Thousand Peaks Garden, and then kidnapped our clan's junior, Wu Sang'er. He escaped from the heavy siege, and is now being hunted by Xianxia Mountain. At this point, his eyes looked at Fang Xing with some surprise, wanting to say something but hesitating. Fang Xing laughed, pointing at his own nose and said, That's right, it's me. These words immediately made Wugumu speechless, and the other elders also looked surprised and doubtful. Aha, father, look, this person is a troublemaker. He actually dared to cause trouble in Thousand Peaks Garden, and even dared to offend Xianxia Mountain. Isn't he courting death? Quickly capture him and send him back to Xianxia Mountain to be dealt with. Who knows, you might even be able to form a closer relationship with Xianxia Mountain. That fox princess is the most beautiful prodigy of the demon race. She often holds banquets, but has never invited me even once. If you hand this guy over to him, maybe she will invite me to the next banquet. At that time, I can take the opportunity to get to know many important people. Wu Yidian's ears were sharp, and after hearing it, his eyes immediately brightened and he shouted. Shut up. Wugumu frowned and reprimanded, as if he was really angry, but it made Wu Yidian shiver and dare not say another word. You must be joking, fellow. Wugumu looked at Fang Xing and cupped his hands in a slightly awkward manner. It's fine, Fang Xing looked at him sympathetically, thinking that having a son like this was really a headache. Wugumu's brows furrowed into a knot, and he hesitated for a while before saying softly, Fellow, since you are a friend of Lu'er, you are a guest of Fusang Mountain. Fusang Mountain will not do something like betraying a friend for glory. Moreover, what you have offended is the interests of Xianxia Mountain, not the demon race. Before the matter is clarified, it is not a big crime for Fusang Mountain to keep you here. Hearing this, Fang Xing's eyes brightened slightly, thinking that the words of the Golden Crow clan's leader were truly beautiful. The elder who handed over the jade scroll suddenly said, Clan leader, please listen to this old man. Now that Xianxia Mountain has sent out a large number of troops, they are determined to capture this fellow. With the strength of Fusang Mountain, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to protect this fellow from Xianxia Mountain. The Golden Crow clan's leader laughed coldly and said, There is no defense. Seal the news that this fellow has come to Fusang Mountain, and only say that he has never seen him. No matter how tyrannical that Xianxia Mountain is, they are only of the 8 lineages of the ancient demon race, just like Fusang Mountain. Could it be that they would really dare to break into Fusang Mountain to search for someone? That ancient immortal token is still with us. Hearing this, the elder immediately nodded in agreement, and said no more. Fang Xing, on the other hand, let out a long sigh and smiled. Since senior clan leader has said so, I thank you very much. There is no need to worry about anything else. No matter how tyrannical that Xianxia Mountain is, they are only coming for me alone, and I am only here to rescue Jinluzi. How about this, let us discuss the specifics of the rescue. Once Xianxia is free, my goal would be achieved. I only need to see him once, and then I will leave the demon land. If the Xianxia mountain has the ability, let them follow me into the sunset desert. Wu Gumu nodded and invited Fang Xing to sit in the Golden Crow clan's grand hall. After all, receiving guests in Wu Sang'er's boudoir would make the Golden Crow clan appear to be lacking in etiquette, and so Fang Xing gladly agreed and came along. Seeing that a banquet had already been laid out, he took a seat with the Golden Crow clan's leader and 2 elders. Wu Sang'er, however, did not have the right to sit, and so hid behind the curtain to eavesdrop on their conversation. Clan leader said to bribe an elder of the demon court to rescue Xianxia with the power of the demon immortal token. How is the arrangement going? After a few cups of wine, Fang Xing asked. Wu Gumu said, I've already sent a messenger to pay a visit to Elder Ku Yin, but I haven't received her reply yet. However, I think there shouldn't be a problem. 3 immortal essences is already the greatest sincerity that my Golden Crow clan can bring out. I don't believe that she won't be moved. Fang Xing nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly asked, how confident are you? Wu Gumu said, with the deterrent effect of the demon immortal token, and the words of an elder, this is already not small. There is at least a 70% chance of rescuing Lu'er. I only hope that there are no more accidents along the way. Fang Xing nodded and said, what if we add in the words of an elder? Wu Gumu was slightly startled, and was obviously a little surprised. Just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly shouted in panic in the hall, and there was a commotion. It was a small demon stationed outside the mountain who stumbled over and shouted, Clan leader, it's bad, Clan leader, someone has come to our door, saying that our Fusang mountain must immediately hand over the human spy who stole the treasure of Xianxia mountain, or else they will attack the mountain by force. Wu Gumu was instantly enraged, and slammed the jade table. How dare the fox fairy attack my Fusang mountain? The small demon stammered, it's not the fox fairy, it's the little Pun King of Gu Blade Mountain. Hearing that it was the little Pun King of Gu Blade Mountain who had come knocking, Wu Gumu and the 2 elders in the banquet room immediately paled. Even Wu Sang'er, who had been eavesdropping behind the curtain, exclaimed and then covered her mouth. This reaction made Fang Xing rather puzzled. Who was this little Pun King that he could frighten the Golden Crow clan leader and elders who were not even afraid of Xianxia mountain to this extent? Quickly lead me there. Wu Gumu hurriedly waved at Fang Xing, gesturing for him to take a seat, and then left with the 2 elders with a solemn expression. Fang Xing sat on the empty seat and was rather speechless. He got up and pulled Wu Sang'er out from behind the curtain. Together with her, they rode a cloud and followed behind Wu Gumu and the others as they flew out. At the same time, he asked who this little Pun King was. Could he be more powerful than the fox fairy of Xianxia mountain? Wu Sang'er said, he's not as powerful as Sister Fairy, but he's hard to deal with. Before long, they arrived at the edge of Mount Fusang. Fang Xing did not directly show himself, but hid behind the clouds with Wu Sang'er. Looking out of the mountain, he saw a team of no less than 100 demons in the air, all at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Their murderous aura was arrayed in a formation, looking menacingly in the direction of Mount Fusang, and in front of the formation stood a golden-robed youth. This golden-robed youth must be the little Pun King that the little demon who had reported just now had mentioned. He did not look very old, and his features were still a little immature, but his face was arrogant and his eyes were fierce. Looking at his cultivation, he was actually only at the late stage of Foundation establishment. But beside him, there were 2 black-robed elders standing with their hands by their sides. Although they were covered by the mist, the aura of a golden core could be vaguely seen. At this moment, Wu Gumu was smiling bitterly at him. I did not know that little Pun King would be coming, please forgive me for not welcoming you. The dignified leader of the Golden Crow clan was being so courteous to a junior of the Foundation establishment stage. This was already shocking enough. What was even more shocking was that the little Pun King did not put him in his eyes at all. He shouted coldly, forgive my ass. I didn't come to your Fusang mountain to be a guest. I'll tell you clearly. I came to capture the human spy who stole Sister Fox's immortal essence. Hand it over now. Wu Gumu was a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, little Pun King must be joking, what human spy? I don't understand. Wu Gumu's eyes turned cold, and said fiercely, little Pun King's eyes, as if there were 2 knives, Pung King. You must be the human spy is with your Wu, and you still dare to deny it? Wu Pung King. I'll count to 3, hand over that person immediately, or don't blame me for attacking your Mount Fusang. As soon as he said this, all the demon soldiers and demon generals of the Golden Crow clan changed their expressions, and there was a hint of fear. Motherf asterisk Kerr, this little bastard is so fierce, he looks like he needs a beating. Fang Xing, who was hiding behind the clouds, could not help but grit his teeth. He felt his hands itch, and he wanted to beat that bastard up. Wu Sanger also said with a sad face, it's over. He is the treasure of the rock clan of the Gu Blade Mountain, and is known as the Little Pung King. He is the most arrogant among the younger generation of the demon clan, but he has amazing talent, and is doted on by the elders of the rock clan. No one dares to offend him. Although he is at the foundation establishment stage, he is much more terrifying than a golden core cultivator. Other golden core cultivators, or young talents like Sister Fairy who are gradually gaining power, would have some awareness of the big picture. Because of the rules, they would not dare to attack our Mount Fusang, but this little devil dares. There is nothing he doesn't dare to do. Anyway, he has a few elders behind him, the rock clan. Fang Xing was slightly startled, but he could not help but sneer. He began to ponder in his heart. At this time, Wugumu could no longer show a smile. He, the leader of the Golden Crow clan, was scolded by the younger generation of the Rock clan. He really had no place to put his face, so he said solemnly, Little Pung King, you have gone too far. My niece, Sanger, was only kidnapped by that person. He has already released her. As for that person's whereabouts, I have no idea. Let alone 3, even if you count to 30, I still can't hand her over to you. Moreover, our Mount Fusang is also one of the 8 lineages of ancient demons. Could it be that you, 1. The Little Pung King opened his mouth lazily and raised a finger. The leader of the Golden Crow clan was furious. He shouted coldly, I want to talk to the leader of the Rock clan. Is this how you indulge your disciples? 2. The Little Pung King raised a second finger, his eyes revealing a cold look. He did not take the words of the leader of the Golden Crow clan seriously at all. As he raised his second finger, the demon soldiers under his command also immediately shouted together. Their voices shook the heavens, and their killing intent was pressing. The face of the leader of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Gu Mu, had already turned livid. After remaining silent for a while, he suddenly shouted, Formation! This angry shout was filled with anger. His voice was like a great bell, instantly reverberating between the valleys and ravines. It was like muffled thunder rolling here and there. The group of demon soldiers belonging to Mount Fusang was originally trembling in fear from the Little Pung King's ferocious flames, but when they heard the leaders shout, they could only tremble and raise the weapons in their hands with great difficulty. They formed a formation and blocked outside of Mount Fusang. Also at this time, between the ravines and valleys of Mount Fusang, a strange red light gradually appeared. It was a few large formations that had already been activated. As if he did not expect that Mount Fusang, which was in such dire straits, would actually have the courage to put on a desperate stance in front of him. The Little Pung King immediately laughed. His malicious gaze swept across the demon soldiers and the large formation at the foot of the mountain. He said softly, I, the little ancestor, have traveled unhindered in the demon land. No one has ever dared to fight against me. Your Mount Fusang is such a broken clan, but you have quite the guts. Wu Gu Mu, do you think that I, the little ancestor, do not dare to attack your Mount Fusang? Humph, among the 8 lineages of ancient demons, your Mount Fusang is the most disappointing. Might as well get rid of your name today. As he spoke, his gaze turned cold, and he was about to shout 3. Wu Gu Mu's face was already livid. Golden flames burned around his body, and he was about to strike out a powerful demon technique at any time. The other elders and demon soldiers of Mount Fusang inhaled sharply as well, preparing to attack. Now, it was no longer a matter of handing over Fang Xing, but the insolence of the Little Pung King's actions. He was clearly just a foundation establishment, but he forced the entire Mount Fusang to lower its head before him over a small matter of Xianxia Mountain, not leaving any room for discussion. If Mount Fusang bowed today, it would be equivalent to losing its title as one of the 8 lineages of ancient demons. This matter was of great importance. Even the two elders beside the little Pung King hesitated. One of them said softly, "Little ancestor, think carefully. Although Mount Fusang is in decline, it is still one of the 8 lineages of ancient demons. Its ancestors once produced demonic immortals, and it is one of the most famous demonic lineages among the demons. If we destroy it today, I'm afraid it would cause the demons to talk, and even the patriarchs would not be able to handle it. It's them who are seeking death." The little Pung King sneered. If they took the initiative to hand over the human spy, would it have come to this? Since they don't give me face, I won't give them face either. As for the patriarchs, you don't have to worry. Humph, didn't one of our Pung King's ancestors, Daphne, roam the demonic lands unchallenged? This arrogance is the tradition of our great Pung clan. If I destroy the Fusang lineage, there will be people who will gossip, but there will also be people who will clap their hands in joy. It won't be a big deal. The other elder looked at the people of Mount Fusang sinisterly and said softly, "Although Mount Fusang is in decline, the current Golden Crow clan leader and the 3 elders are not easy to deal with. Although the little ancestor is at the Foundation Establishment realm, he should be able to deal with one of the Gold Core realm cultivators. The 2 of us are also enough to deal with the other 2. However, there is still 1 Gold Core realm cultivator left, and with the formation of Mount Fusang, it will be a little tricky." When the little Pung King heard this, he laughed and said, "This is easy. When we attack Mount Fusang, we only need to issue a decree, and those rogue cultivators who are hiding around to watch the show will naturally help. Hee, although this Mount Fusang is in decline, there are still many treasures. I won't be interested in them, but for those bastards who are watching the show, they are good stuff." When the 2 elders beside him heard this, they immediately became silent. They understood that although their family's little Pung King acted recklessly, he was not completely insensible. He could see through some things very clearly, and could be said to be a wise man in his madness. The swords were drawn and the war was about to break out. Everyone in Mount Fusang was determined to fight a bloody battle, but suddenly a sobbing voice sounded, "Father, what are you thinking? Are you going to destroy our Golden Crow clan for a human spy? You can just hand him over, why do you have to make it so ugly? This Golden Crow clan will be mine sooner or later, you can't destroy it for me." At the place where the voice came from, a golden crow with a miserable face flapped its featherless wings and flew in the sky. Who else could it be but Wu Dian? "Shut up." Wu Gumu was furious. He fiercely looked at Wu Gumu with a murderous gaze. Wu Dian was still a little afraid of his father. Seeing that he was angry, he didn't dare to say anything, but his gaze clearly showed that he was not convinced. "Sigh. You. That sentence of yours has destroyed my last hope." Yi Zichen sighed. Not far from Wu Dian, an elder was extremely frustrated. He let out a long sigh, and his face was full of sadness. I advised father to hand over that human spy for the good of our Mount Fusang," Wu Dian was still shouting. But the other elders and even the demon soldiers were already impatient to say anything to him. And at this moment, the little Pung King's complexion turned cold. He laughed loudly and said, "Originally, I was also a little worried. If we break through Mount Fusang and can't find that human spy, how would we explain to the ancestors? But now it's fine. Wu Gumu, your son has already said that the human spy is in Mount Fusang, but you still don't hand him over. What's the reason? Children, listen up, prepare to attack the mountain." With a loud shout, the 3rd finger was raised and ready to fall. The 3rd finger of the little Pung King was about to fall. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. The Pung tribe's demon bearers were all filled with fighting spirit. They stared at the Fusang Mountain's demon bearers coldly. The demon bearers of Fusang Mountain's demon bearers also had a solemn expression. There was a hint of sorrow in their desolation. They knew that after this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, Fusang Mountain's demon bearers would completely decline. As one of the 8 lineages of ancient monsters, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had once produced a golden immortal, they were actually forced into such a desperate situation by a Foundation Establishment Junior of the same 8 lineages of ancient monsters. This in itself made them feel despair. "All of you, listen up. Our tribe's little Pung King has issued a decree. If you help us when we attack Fusang, all the treasures of Fusang Mountain will be divided equally among you. If there's any trouble afterward, our tribe's little Pun King will bear it. Right at this moment, the old man by the little Pun King's side had already sent his divine perception into the sky, and the eyes of countless demon cultivators that were hiding in the distance and didn't dare approach out of fear of the little Pun King's ferocious aura instantly lit up. Taking advantage of someone else's misfortune had two advantages. Firstly, the risk was low, and secondly, the benefits were great. Thirdly, it could make the matter even more lively, so there was no one that disliked it. All of them rubbed their palms together and made preparations. There were about 100 demon soldiers that the little Pun King had brought with him. There were 2 old servants in the Golden Core realm beside him. After the divine will was released, many shocking auras were released in the void. There were more than 10 of them and 2 or 3 of them were Golden Core realm auras. Most of the auras were hostile towards Fusang Mountain. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. At this moment, even the clan leader of the Golden Crow tribe had a trace of sorrow on his face. He seemed to be a little regretful. He refused to hand over the great Golden Crow's human friend because he wanted to preserve the last bit of dignity of the Fusang lineage. When he became the clan leader, the Fusang lineage could no longer reverse its declining trend. Despite being one of the 8 lineages of ancient demon, it could not even compare to ordinary demon cultivators. The more this was the case, the more he recalled the glory of his ancestors. He yearned for that pride to be ignited in his bloodline. How could the dignified Golden Crow tribe hand over their guests to others? Unfortunately, this persistence for the sake of dignity would cause Fusang Mountain to lose its last trace of dignity. If a Foundation Establishment Junior really invaded their territory, how could the Golden Crow clan claim to be one of the 8 lineages of ancient demons? Everyone understood this logic. Behind him, not only the 3 elders, but even Wu Sanger and some of the weaker girls in the tribe also flew up and stood behind him. Even some of the weaker Golden Crows, who were only at the 2nd or 3rd layer of spirit formation realm, also flapped their wings and flew up as if they wanted to participate in the last battle before the end of their glory as a memorial. The only one missing was his son, whose mind was no longer normal. You want to play with your life against this little ancestor? Do you think you're worthy to flatten Mount Fusang? The murderous aura of the Golden Crow bloodline did not make the little Pun King feel any pity. As he let out a cold laugh, he was about to move his 3rd finger. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait!" His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by all the demonic cultivators. Countless gazes turned to look at him. On the other side of Mount Fusang, a grey-robed man with his hands behind his back stepped on the air and slowly walked over. This person was skinny, and his aura was not very strong. He seemed to only be at the initial stage of Golden Core, but his temperament was rather calm. There was a somewhat mischievous smile on his face, as if he did not see all the demon cultivators. He walked over lazily and looked at the little Pun King with his weird eyes. "You're the human spy who stole Sister Fox's immortal essence treasure?" The little Pun King was slightly startled. Then, he laughed coldly. His eyes were like a cat playing with a mouse. The human cultivator was naturally Feng Xing. He chuckled and said, "Yes, I even peed on her bed." This admission instantly caused all the demon cultivators to be slightly stunned. They knew that this human cultivator stole the immortal essence treasure of Xianxia Mountain's immortal fox, but they did not hear that he peed on her bed. However, seeing that this person said it so indifferently, it must be true. All the demon cultivators immediately revealed a complicated and strange expression, and no one could say anything for a while. You're courting death." Hearing that the goddess in his heart was blasphemed, the little Pun King's face instantly surged with a wisp of bloody anger. "Cut the crap. I'll count to 3. All of you kneel down and call me ancestor, or I'll let you know how powerful I am." Feng Xing ignored him and walked over slowly. His aura was not obvious, but his tone was actually more arrogant than the little Pun King's. "You. Haha. I, the little Pun King, have roamed the demon lands, and today, I've finally seen someone who's even more arrogant than me." The little Pun King was so angry that he started laughing, but the killing intent on his face grew stronger and stronger. He clenched his fists tightly, and golden wings appeared behind him. "Of course I'm more arrogant than you. You're only arrogant because of the fucking ancestor behind you. I'm arrogant because..." Feng Xing walked slowly towards the little Pun King, and his voice suddenly turned cold. I was born to be extraordinary. When he finished speaking, he'd already stretched out his palm, and a finger curled up lightly. At the same time, he shouted, 3. When he shouted this number, he'd already charged out abruptly, and his figure vanished in the void. When he appeared again, he'd surprisingly already charged to the front of the little Peking, and he was practically standing face to face. All the surrounding demon cultivators were instantly shocked. No one had expected that this human cultivator had clearly said he would shout 3 times, yet he'd only shouted once before attacking. Moreover, they did not expect that he'd actually directly executed a teleportation technique. Moreover, this teleportation technique was not used to escape, but to attack. What's the use of this kind of trick on me? The little Peking was actually not afraid of a golden core cultivator at all. With a loud shout, countless golden wings suddenly appeared in front of him. Every golden feather was as sharp as a sword. At this moment, he was like a hedgehog wrapping himself up. The strength of his spiritual power was so great that it was even comparable to an ordinary golden core cultivator. At the same time, the 2 old servants, who had never let down their vigilance, also used their secret techniques to attack Fangxing from both sides. In an instant, Fangxing had fallen into a heavy encirclement. The treasured child of the Gu-Blade Mountain's ancestors naturally had his extraordinary points, and it was impossible for him to be taken down so easily. However, Fangxing did not plan to take down the little Peking with any tricks. This time, he made a move because he wanted to teach this guy, who was still his junior, a lesson. Just now, he counted to 3 because he was too lazy to wait any longer. Facing the little Peking's 108,000 swords secret art, Fangxing didn't even look at it. He directly punched out. At this moment, he used the mountain method. The fist intent condensed from half of a mountain made his hand seem to be carrying a huge force of several 100,000 kilograms. It contained the indescribable mysterious earth intent. As the fist descended, it directly shattered all the golden sword feathers in front of the little Peking. Boom! Specks of starlight filled the air. They were all fragments of the golden sword feathers that had been shattered into pieces. After Fangxing's fist shattered the sword feathers in front of the little Peking, he turned his fist into a claw and grabbed the little Peking's neck. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. The 2 old servants' secret techniques did not even reach Fangxing. All of you kneel, or else I'll beat this little bastard to death. Holding the little Peking's neck like he was holding a little chick, Fangxing quickly retreated and directly used the little Peking to meet the secret techniques of the 2 old servants. The 2 old servants were shocked and quickly withdrew their secret techniques. Adding on the backlash from forcefully withdrawing their secret techniques, their faces immediately turned blood red and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, their expressions were even more shocked, and they were almost scared out of their wits. Quickly let go of the little ancestor. How dare you disrespect the little ancestor of Gu-Blade Mountain? Do you want your soul to be obliterated? The 2 of them roared, and their angry shouts of fear resounded in the surroundings. Facing Fangxing's attack, their reactions were not slow, and their defense was not tight. However, it still did not change the fate of the little Peking being taken away by him. Fangxing's attack was too tyrannical, and his speed was too fast. It even made the 2 of them have an illusion. Although they were both in the middle stage of the gold core realm, if Fangxing attacked them, they would also not be able to avoid it. I said I'll count to 3 and let you all kneel down. You don't want to kneel, right? Fangxing lifted the little Peking up and looked at the 2 old servants coldly. You. If you have the ability, then kill me. The old ancestor will tear you into pieces. The little Peking's white face had already turned purple from being pinched by Fangxing. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. His eyes were full of ferocity. Kill you? Fangxing looked at him and said with a smile, I won't kill you. Actually, you are my junior, and you might have to call me little ancestor. However, I don't like you, so I can't avoid teaching you a lesson. After saying that, he suddenly slapped the little Peking in front of the frightened eyes of the beast cultivators. Pa! A crisp sound was heard, and a red and swollen palm print appeared on the little Peking's face. This slap stunned the little Peking, the 2 old servants, the people of Fusang Mountain, and all the beast cultivators. The treasure of Gu-Blade Mountain, the dignified little Peking, was slapped in public, it was too big, too big. No one could imagine what the old ancestors of Blade Mountain, who cared about their reputation the most, would do. However, what was more shocking was that after slapping the little Pun King, the human cultivator didn't stop. He slapped the little Pun King again, and then slapped the little Pun King again, and then slapped the little Pun King again and again. Over and over, a series of crackling sounds were heard, and the domineering little Pun King's world turned gray. The beast cultivators in the area were also shattered by this series of slaps. They all murmured in their hearts, "It's over, the sky is falling." This series of slaps sent a chill down the spines of the Golden Crow clansmen of Fusang Mountain. Even the clan leader, Wugu Mu, yelled out in a trembling voice, don't hit him anymore." Although Fang Xing had slapped the little Pun King in front of his own clansmen, and it had made his clansmen feel refreshed and relieved, Wugu Mu's heart was so cold that he was about to cry. Even he could only passively counterattack when facing the little Pun King's domineering attitude, and didn't even dare to take the initiative to capture him. How would he dare to think that this human cultivator would grab the little Pun King and slap him? How was this courting death? This was simply asking for trouble. Lu Er was originally a bold person. When he was only at the spirit formation stage, he dared to sneak into the demon court and borrowed the power of the altar to escape to the Nanjianbu province. In less than 10 years, he was reborn and returned with a gold core stage cultivation. His friend's courage. It can't be said to be big or small, this is simply crazy. It's over, this time Fusang Mountain really can't protect him. The clan leader of the Golden Crow clan, Wugu Mu, had already regarded Fang Xing as a dead man. Even he couldn't predict how the group of protective old birds of Blade Mountain would react when they found out that their grandson was slapped like this. "Are you obedient?" Fang Xing slapped until his own hand was numb, only then did he stop. Looking at the pig-headed little Pun King, he glared and shouted. "I. You and I. I and you." The little Pun King had already fainted, his eyes were so swollen that only a slit could be seen, and his speech was unclear. You're finished, you're finished." On the side, a trembling voice cried out. It was an old servant of the little Pun King who cried out in despair. Fang Xing suddenly turned his head and glanced at him. He suddenly frowned and said, "Still not kneeling?" As he spoke, he slapped the little Pun King's face again. "Stop hitting, kneel, we kneel." Swoosh, the old servant shouted and suddenly knelt down. Behind him, the people of Lonely Edge Mountain also knelt down. Fang Xing took a glance and nodded in satisfaction. However, his gaze suddenly shifted and saw a toad demon who was staring at him blankly. He slapped little Pun King's mouth twice and shouted at the toad demon, "Everyone else is kneeling, why aren't you kneeling?" That toad demon was startled. Only then did he realize that everyone's eyes were on him. Only then did he realize that he was too engrossed in watching the show and did not notice that the mist in front of him had dissipated. He was accidentally exposed in front of everyone. He hurriedly said with a sullen face, "It has nothing to do with me, I'm just a spectator. I'll have to go home and cook later." Fang Xing said, "Even those who are here to watch the show have to kneel." As he spoke, he slapped little Pun King's mouth again. "Bastard, you caused our little ancestor to suffer. Do you want to be exterminated?" One of the old servants of the little Pun King gritted his teeth and shouted, scaring the toad demon into kneeling down with a plop. "Human cultivator, if you want to die in one piece, then you better let go of our little Pun King now. Otherwise, when our ancestor arrives, not to mention you, even the Fusang bloodline will not have a good ending. At that time, don't blame us for not warning you," the old servant of the little Pun King fiercely shouted as his hands trembled. However, they didn't actually inform the ancestors. The main reason was that this matter was too big. They were worried that after the ancestors arrived, the first thing they would do was to blame them for not protecting the little Pun King and then slap them into ashes. Therefore, they wanted to save the little Pun King and then cover up this matter. "You better hurry up and call those old fellows over." Fang Xing was very dissatisfied and sneered. Then, he looked at the little Pun King and said with a tone of an elder lecturing a junior, "Grandson, don't be so arrogant in the future. Look at how low-key I am. For someone as arrogant as you, it's lucky that you met this young master. If you met someone with a bad temper, wouldn't they slap you?" As he said this, he shouted, "Do you understand?" Understood, understood, the two old servants hurriedly shouted and thought, who can slap more ruthlessly than you? The little Pun King was a tough guy. He was still mumbling, I want to kill, you, want to kill your ancestor? You're asking for a beating. Fang Xing backhanded another slap, breaking the hearts of the two old servants who were kneeling on the ground. Little ancestor, talk less. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. One of the old servants was even trying to dissuade him. Fang Xing, on the other hand, sneered and took out a roll of cloth from his storage pouch. Inside it was a scarlet feather that was solemnly wrapped. After probing it with his divine sense and discovering that the scarlet feather was fine, he put it away again. He pinched his fingers and sat on the cloud, lazily as if he was basking in the sun. Then, he looked at the little Pun King and said, Did that bitch of Xianxia mountain instigate you to capture me? The little Pun King's lips and teeth were bleeding. His handsome appearance was long gone, but he was still very stubborn. He gritted his teeth and said, You stole Sister Fox's immortal essence and came to the land of demons as a thief, little ancestor. I must capture you. Slap. Fang Xing slapped him to shut his mouth, and scolded, Damn it, if old heretic knew that he had such a disappointing descendant like you, I really don't know how angry he would be, letting a slut play around with him. I'll also tell you clearly that not only did I steal her treasures and pee on her jade couch, I even stole her underwear. Do you want it? How many should I give you? When the little Pun King heard him insult the goddess in his heart again, the venom in his eyes almost turned into flames. As Fang Xing spoke, he took out a storage bag. He first rummaged through it and found the immortal essence that was the size of a nascent soul's fist. He then stuffed it back into the storage bag and took out an emerald green flying sword. Among the demon cultivators, someone immediately recognized it. It was the flying sword that the fox fairy used when she was at the foundation establishment stage. Then, he stuffed it back and took out a phoenix hairpin. Fang Xing took out several ultimate treasures in succession, flashing them in front of the demon cultivators before stuffing them back. The demon cultivators were now absolutely certain that the human bastard had indeed ransacked immortal fox fairy's treasury. They had to catch the loot to catch the culprit, but there was no need to catch the culprit this time, and the loot was directly shown. But it was also at that moment that Fang Xing suddenly took out a piece of bright red cloth. Doo-doo. Countless demon cultivators suddenly inhaled sharply at the same time, their eyes shining as they looked at the item in his hand. Pfft, it smells like a coquettish fox. Fang Xing took it in his hand and looked at it, before throwing it out as if he was disgusted. The red undergarment fluttered in the air for a long while. Suddenly, it made a strange turn and flew behind a cloud. It seemed to have been taken away by some demon cultivator using a demonic technique. At the same time, a strange, lascivious laughter rang out from behind the cloud. This is the doo-doo of the number one beauty in the demon land, immortal fox fairy. In the hearts of all the demonic cultivators, such a thought flashed through their minds. Hee hee, there are a lot of things like this, even her underwear is here. Do you want it? Fang Xing's eyes flickered as he sneered and glanced around. The surrounding clouds were heavy and silent, but after a while, a sharp voice suddenly sounded, I want it. After this reply, there were actually a few muffled laughs that caused the atmosphere to relax a little. You demons are quite interesting. Alright, since you want it, I'll auction it. When Fang Xing heard this, he laughed and really rummaged through his storage bag for a long time before taking out a pair of white underwear. He waved it twice in the air and shouted, 1 pair of underwear from Immortal Fox Fairy. The starting price is 10 pieces of spirit essence. Does anyone want it? Hurry up, this is Immortal Fox Fairy's underwear, who else can get it other than me? There won't be another chance like this. If you don't bid now, it'll be too late. He was auctioning off Immortal Fox Fairy's underwear as if he was selling watermelons, but the people of Mount Gu Blade and Mount Fusang were stunned. Even Wu Sang gritted her teeth, wondering why her cousin's friend was so unreliable. He had already caused a huge disaster, but instead of running away, he was auctioning Immortal Fairy's underwear here. Was he waiting for the patriarch of Mount Gu Blade to come? At the same time, she wondered, when did he take the underwear? Why didn't I see it? I'll pay 20 pieces of spirit essence, give it to me? Fang Xing shouted a few times, and suddenly, a demon cultivator wrapped in a cloud shouted and threw out a pile of spirit essence. Fang Xing didn't expect someone to really buy it. He laughed and reached out to grab the spirit essence, then threw the underwear over. The demon cultivator in the cloud hurriedly caught the underwear, and there was a deep breath, then he chuckled and said, "Smells good." This laughter was full of hedgehog intent, and it made the hearts of the surrounding rogue cultivators restless. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Anyone else? 30 pieces of spirit essence, give me one." Following this voice, another quickly shouted, "I'll also pay 30 pieces of spirit essence, give me one too." "I'll pay 40 pieces, give me one that hasn't been washed before, business is so good?" Even Fangxing was stunned. He glanced at the inventory in the storage bag, then quietly rode the cloud closer to Mount Fusang, and said to Wu Sanger telepathically, "Go get your underwear and doo-doo. If you don't have your cousins, that's fine too. This is AF** King good business. I'll catch that woman and raise her to sell underwear and underwear, it'll be profitable enough." However, when the little rock king that was captured by Qin Shi saw the goddess in his heart had actually been disrespected like this, yet he just happened to be captured and was unable to stop it, the flames of rage assaulted his heart to the point he almost fainted. He suddenly let out a long howl that was filled with sorrow, rage, pain, and aggrievement, and he was like an injured wild beast that was covered in the aura of a tragic hero that had fallen from grace. For a moment, the anger on his body actually suppressed the voices of the others, and they didn't dare to make a sound. "I'm doing business, why are you shouting like a ghost?" Fangxing suddenly slapped over, interrupting the howl, and instantly turning the tragedy into a comedy. Fortunately, at this time a golden cloud came from the northwest sky, and a fierce wind was surging, as if a powerful figure was coming. "Who dares to capture my great-grandson?" Just when Fangxing's slap turned the sorrowful hero, Little King, into a joke, a roar came from the western horizon. A golden cloud surged over in the sky like the morning glow. Along with the morning glow, a powerful aura fell down as if it was a substance. The roar was more like a clap of thunder, causing the ground to faintly tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. "Ah! Yuanying, it's the Gu Edge Mountain's Yuanying ancestor." When they heard this muffled roar, all the demon cultivators present here were terrified, and they dispersed in an uproar. The chief of Fusang Mountain's Golden Crow tribe looked at Fangxing with an ugly expression. At the same time, he ordered someone to bring out the demon immortal token. If the Gu Edge Mountain's Yuanying ancestor wanted to punish Fusang Mountain, he could show the demon immortal token so that he would not destroy Fusang Mountain. However, he couldn't protect this human cultivator, so he could only protect himself. "Haha, haha, the ancestor is here, you will definitely die." Little King, who was about to die, laughed crazily and looked at Fangxing with resentment. Fangxing didn't even raise his head. He just slapped Little King to make him shut his mouth. "He's finally here. I'm getting impatient." Fangxing looked at the golden cloud and sighed softly. He didn't show any fear on his face. In the northwest sky, the golden cloud was getting closer and closer. Its power was monstrous, and in a few breaths of time it had already broken through the layers of clouds and revealed its figure. It was a golden-winged rock that was dozens of feet long. Its body was covered with golden feathers that were like swords, and its sharp eyes looked down from the sky like two rays of sword chi that could cut open the void. Anyone who saw it would have to bow down and worship it, not daring to look at it directly. "Who is it? What a big commotion. Are you cursing?" Just when the monsters bowed their heads and didn't dare to breathe, an old voice suddenly sounded. The demons looked down and saw a short old man crawling out from the crimson soil of the cliff. He was less than 3 feet tall, and his face was full of eyebrows. He did not seem to understand the situation. He raised his eyebrows and looked around. "Damn, why did this old bastard come out at this time?" Fangxing was speechless and shouted, "Old thing, it's none of your business. Go back to sleep." The one that drilled out was naturally that old treant, Uncle Root. Fangxing didn't know how this gatekeeper was able to guard the door. He didn't hear the loud movement of the Little King just now, but he was alarmed this time. He drilled out from the soil in a daze. However, Fangxing was really worried. That Root would be affected. His old arms and legs might be accidentally killed, so he wanted Root to go back to sleep. "Little bastard, it's you again. Looking for trouble in our Fusang Mountain?" The old tree saw Fangxing in the sky and immediately became angry. He waved his walking stick and shouted. Fang Xing was speechless and scolded, "Old bastard, who has the time to look for trouble with you? I'm busy and don't have the time to care about you." The old tree was furious and shouted, "Little bastard, how dare you scold me? Come down if you have the ability. Let me give you 2 good smacks." Fang Xing said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Come up if you have the ability. I'll kick you to death." The old tree spirit was immediately enraged. He jumped up and was not even half an inch above the ground. He sighed and said, "Damn it, I'm old and can't fly anymore. Little bastard, get the hell down here. Let's see if I, your ancestor, will beat you to death." Fang Xing picked up little Peking and slapped him on the face. He said, "If you come up, I'll slap you like I did him. You come down, you come up." Facing a great enemy, one old and one young, one up and one down, they started cursing at each other. All the demon cultivators in the sky were speechless. "Human cultivator, how dare you insult a disciple of my Gurun mountain?" In this short period of time, the rock had already flown more than 10 miles away. Its awe-inspiring gaze had long since seen everything that had happened here. A murderous aura firmly locked onto Fang Xing. From afar, it had already opened its mouth in a cold voice, its voice like a cold sword. "Io, a powerful one has come. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep again." The old treant seemed to have only just realized the danger at this moment. It let out a dejected cry, and then it plunged into the ground and disappeared. Fang Xing was speechless. He thought that it was not without reason that this old thing had lived for so long. "Third ancestor. Third ancestor, save me. Third ancestor, kill him." The little Peking was already dizzy from being slapped by Fang Xing. He was wild with joy when he saw the figure of the great Ping and cried out loudly, "Shut up!" Fang Xing was annoyed. Suddenly, he gave a backhand slap. This slap was thick enough. It sent the little Peking flying several hundred feet away. The little Peking crashed into the cliff wall and tumbled down. Fang Xing was very annoyed. Countless demon cultivators were stunned and didn't know what to say. Especially the people of Fusang Mountain. They didn't understand why this human cultivator would slap the little Peking flying after seeing the Gurun Mountain's ancestor. Wasn't this the same as throwing his protective talisman to the side? Could it be that he had given up and wanted to die? After slapping the little Peking, Fang Xing stood up and faced the golden cloud. He smiled and said, "Of course it's me." Without waiting for him to answer, the rock in the sky had already seen the scene of him slapping little Peking away. His voice rolled down like thunder, "Very good, it's really you. It's been a long time since I've seen a cultivator who dares to humiliate my rock clan, especially in front of me. I admire your courage. Do you have anything to say before you die?" While shouting, it had already pounced down. Its sharp claws were about to tear Fang Xing apart from 100 meters away. However, facing this claw, Fang Xing only silently formed a seal. Then, 2 golden wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a chi sound, each golden wing was 10 meters long. It split into 2 and extended behind his back. At this moment, the rock's claws were about to reach Fang Xing's chest. However, after seeing the golden wings, it was shocked and suddenly withdrew its claw. Its body quickly descended and turned into a golden-robed middle-aged man. His hair was slightly white and he was tall. He stood in front of Fang Xing and looked at Fang Xing with a bewildered expression. He shouted, "Who are you? How do you know the secret technique of my rock tribe?" Fang Xing glanced at him and didn't answer. He took out the scarlet feather and gently pinched it before sending it into the sky. The scarlet feather seemed to have its own consciousness as it lightly flew toward the golden-robed middle-aged man. "Split mouth, you formed the Yuanying formation and your power is not small. Do you still remember third uncle?" Waves of divine sense came from the scarlet feather, causing the golden-robed middle-aged man to cry out in surprise and kneel down. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to kneel subconsciously, but he hesitated and didn't kneel right away. "You insolent thing, kneel." Fang Xing suddenly spoke, glaring at the golden-robed middle-aged man and shouting. With a plop, the golden-robed middle-aged man knelt right away without thinking and stared blankly at the scarlet feather. The world fell silent. Be it the people of Mount Gu Blade, the people of Mount Fusang, the scattered demon cultivators who were hiding to watch the show, or even the scouts sent by the immortal Fox Fairy to monitor the situation, they were all stunned. Some rubbed their eyes so hard that they wanted to gouge their eyeballs out, thinking that they were seeing things. There were also some who smacked their heads hard, thinking that there was a problem. The scarlet feather was inconspicuous. It was difficult to see it with the naked eye from dozens of meters away. As a result, what they saw was the golden-winged roc flying over fiercely. It was about to attack Feng Xing, but when it arrived in front of him, it suddenly knelt before him. The autumn wind was bleak and lonely. The world was silent, and no one made a sound. Only the scarlet feather emanated divine sense, communicating with the golden-robed middle-aged man. Third forefather, spare his life, let me kill him with my own hands." A furious roar suddenly resounded from the distant mountain stream. Golden light appeared, and it was the golden-winged little Peng flying up shakily. He had been slapped so many times by Feng Xing that his mind was muddled, but he did not suffer any external injuries. At the moment, there was still a deep hatred in his heart, fearing that the third forefather would kill the human spy directly and prevent him from taking revenge with his own hands. As a result, he rushed over. Seeing him rush over, Feng Xing smiled coldly and ignored him, only looking at the golden-robed middle-aged man. Just as the little Peng King was charging towards Feng Xing like a bolt of lightning, the golden-robed middle-aged man suddenly jumped up and slapped the little Peng King, who was surrounded by fierce winds, back to his human form with a single slap. The slap even made the little Peng King kneel down in front of Feng Xing. The golden-robed middle-aged man shouted angrily, "You ignorant thing! You still dare to mess around at this time? Hurry up and greet little forefather Feng." "Greet? Little forefather?" The golden-winged little Peng was dumbfounded. Already furious, his eyes were now dazed, and his worldview had collapsed. Who is he?" The little Peng King's face turned red. He trembled for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. The golden-robed middle-aged man shouted, "He is the descendant of the evil ancestor. His seniority is 3 or 4 generations higher than yours. You should call him little ancestor." Feng Xing heard this and laughed. He politely said, No need. You can call me little master." I. Golden-winged little Peng King was speechless. He raised his head in a daze and looked at Feng Xing, who was standing in front of him with his arms crossed, as if he was looking at his grandson. He then looked at the angry and guilty third ancestor. He felt as if something was stuck in his chest, and his head exploded. He couldn't say a word. Suddenly, he felt the world was spinning around him, and he fainted. Alas, his ability to resist attacks is too weak. I need to teach him well. Feng Xing sighed. He looked as if he had a long way to go. The golden-robed middle-aged man picked up the little Peng King with a wry smile. He didn't know what to say. At this time, after the exchange with the golden-robed middle-aged man ended, the scarlet feather had already flown back. As luck would have it, it just happened to be stuck in Feng Xing's head. It looked as if Feng Xing had grown a strand of red hair on his head. The golden-robed middle-aged man didn't know whether to salute the scarlet feather or Feng Xing. He had a helpless expression on his face as he respectfully bowed. Then, he turned to Feng Xing and said, "Little friend Feng, this old man has come late. Are you all right?" "Haha, I'm fine. It's good that you're here." Feng Xing laughed. He plucked the scarlet feather and stuffed it into his storage pouch. This action made Peng San's teeth hurt. "This is not the place to talk. Since you've come to the demon land, follow me to the lonely edge mountain." Peng San was very polite. His words were respectful and careful. "Wait a moment, I have something to tell you." After Feng Xing said that, he went on to say something to the Golden Crow clan. At this time, the Golden Crow clan leader and the 3 elders were petrified. The clan leader's son, Wu Yidian, was so scared that he hid in a corner, covered in cold sweat and shivering. Wu Sang-er, on the other hand, was full of joy. Although she did not know how Feng Xing did it, she was more confident in saving her cousin now. "Patriarch, leave the matter of saving Jinluzi to me," Feng Xing said solemnly to the chief of the Golden Crow tribe with a stern look on his face. Good. Lu Er is really lucky to have a friend like you." Wu Gumu didn't know what to say anymore. He followed along with Feng Xing's words. "If there's anything you need, just say it." Feng Xing was waiting for this sentence. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite. I heard that Mount Fusang has 3 pieces of immortal essence?" The Golden Crow clan leader was stunned and suddenly didn't know what to say. Wu Sang'er was furious. This bastard, he really wanted to rob our treasure house. In the ancestral land of the 3 Yuanying clan leaders in Lonely Edge Mountain, there was a stone table, 3 praying mats, and a few cups of tea. Beside the stone table, there were a few skinny old men sitting cross-legged. They were all very old, and any one of them was enough to make the demon court tremble. In fact, among the 3 of them, there were 2 who hadn't appeared in front of others for hundreds of years. They were already the foundation of Lonely Edge Mountain, the deterrent existence of such a great inheritance. But at this time, they had all come out of seclusion and were talking softly. The center of their discussion was the recently returned evil king's bloodline. That scarlet feather is indeed a clone made by third uncle. I have confirmed that he is not dead. Or rather, he almost died back then, but he was lucky enough to escape after being trapped for 300 years. And because of some karma, he cultivated a perfected immortal thunder soul. Later, he took the shell of an ancient ferocious beast, vermilion bird. Now, he has both internal and external strength, and his cultivation is difficult to measure. I only know one thing. Not long from now, third uncle will not only enter the Yuanying realm, but he might even go through the tribulation. According to what he told me, the tribulation realm is just a matter of time for him. If the opportunity is right, he might become an immortal. The youngest of them, the golden-robed old man who had brought Fang Xing back to the mountain, said in a low voice with a solemn expression. Perfected immortal thunder soul? An ancient ferocious beast, vermilion bird? The golden-haired old man on the left gasped when he heard this. Either of these 2 opportunities can only be found by luck. How did third brother do it? If that is really the case, the day third brother returns will be the day Lonely Edge Mountain rules over the demon race. As far as I know, third uncle never lies. Also, that scarlet feather does seem to be the feather of a pure-blooded vermilion bird. Also, the divine soul on the scarlet feather contains traces of thunder will. That is something that only cultivators who have gone through the tribulation realm have. The golden-robed middle-aged man said in a low voice, confirming these 2 things. The other 2 old men were silent for a long time. Then one of them said softly, third brother was indeed a genius of our generation. In his generation, there were many geniuses of the demon race. There were 8 geniuses in total. They led the army to fight against the demon-chasing league. They rose to power with iron and blood and were known as the 8 great demon kings. Third uncle was ranked 3rd among them. That was how he got the title of Daphne. He could be said to be a rare genius of our Lonely Edge Mountain in 1,000 years. However, he was too ambitious. In order to avenge 7th brother, he insisted on going to the Nanjiangbu province to assassinate Patriarch Huangfu. In the end, there was no news of him. But no matter what, his courage, resourcefulness, knowledge, and comprehension can all be said to be top-notch. If he says that he obtained those 2 fortunes, then I presume he can be trusted. Not to mention that he's already said that he obtained another fortune, and it's a treasured land that contains boundless fortune. Once he deals with the matters there, he'll return to meet us. So why would he need to lie to us? Even if he said that he has a chance to cultivate to become a demon immortal, he must have some confidence to say such words. After discussing for a while, the 3 of them fell silent. After a long while, the old demon cultivator on the right who seemed to be unable to walk sighed softly and said, Little Sand's words can be trusted, but that human youth is. The golden-robed middle-aged man was a little helpless. He said in a low voice, third uncle said that is his grandson. The other 2 great cultivators of Lonely Edge Mountain who were calmly drinking their tea spat out at the same time. Third brother, do you think we are blind? The golden-robed middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, I can also see that there is no demon chi on that young man. Even if he has the bloodline of the demon clan, he must be more than 10 generations old. No matter what, he can't be third uncle's descendant. However, third uncle insisted on this point. Besides, the thunder will on third uncle's doppelganger is indeed somewhat similar to the young man's aura. Perhaps there is something hidden. In addition, third uncle repeatedly said that his strand of immortal chi is on that young man, so we must not treat him lightly. When the other 2 old men heard his words, they nodded slightly. One of them said, "Well, since third brother is so serious, this young man really cannot be treated lightly. Well, let's just treat him as a direct descendant of Lonely Edge Mountain. Let our people serve him well. He is the same as Lonely Edge Mountain's bloodline, so we can't treat him lightly." Alas, who would have thought that after so many years, third brother is still alive? Haha, not to mention becoming an immortal, even if he can cultivate to the crossing Calamity realm, it will be a blessing for Lonely Edge Mountain. After the conversation, Fangxing's extraordinary position in Lonely Edge Mountain was confirmed. However, after the golden-robed middle-aged man agreed, he smiled bitterly and said, "But this young man is not easy to deal with. When he met Tian he must have known who he was, but he still beat Tian into a pig's head. With Tian's temper, how could he bear such humiliation? Even now, he is still kneeling outside Ancestor's cave residence, begging you to uphold justice for him." Hearing this, the oldest old Jiao cultivator smiled bitterly. "What justice can I uphold for him?" This time, he should have suffered a little. Among the descendants, he is the only one who has lived up to expectations, but he was plagued by that little fox from Xianxia Mountain. It's good enough that I didn't personally teach him a lesson, so how can I help him teach third brother's descendant a lesson? Just treat it as a fight between our own juniors. If he has the ability, let him fight back himself. Yes, just say that I'm still in seclusion, let him go back." Another old man also smiled and said, "Third brother's grandson came back at the right time." Not long after, in the event of the Demon Court, the 8 lineages of ancient monsters have produced 4 to 5 outstanding juniors in the Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, Tian's foundation is not solid, so he can't break through to the Golden Core realm so quickly. However, if he doesn't form his Golden Core, he will inevitably lack confidence when facing the talents of the other lineages, the Divine Prefecture, and the Sea of Blue. This young man is young, but his strength is profound. His name is also passable, so let him bring Tian in to fight for that opportunity. In that case, I will give the order." The golden-robed middle-aged man agreed with a bitter smile, thinking that little Pung King Ling Tian had suffered for nothing. After Fangxing arrived at MT Lone Edge, he was indeed treated well. Unlike MT Qingqiu's tranquility and MT Fusang's precipitous desolation, MT Lone Edge was a mountain range filled with cliffs and valleys. The peaks pierced the heavens like sharp swords, while strange pines and vines grew on the cliffs. Deep within the clouds, a few palaces were faintly discernible, mysterious and serene, adding a sense of desolation to the atmosphere. As soon as he arrived, he was treated as an honored guest, but the maids and guards assigned to him all looked at him strangely. It was unknown who spread the news of him beating up little Peng in MT Fusang. More than half of the people in MT Lone Edge knew that the human cultivator before them was a ruthless character who beat up MT Lone Edge's precious treasure like he was beating his own grandson. Yet, he was even invited to MT Lone Edge as a guest by the 3 ancestors, and everyone had to address him as Little Ancestor when they saw him. Fangxing was at ease with this. In fact, he had already expected this before he came to the land of the beasts. His relationship with Daphne could be said to be that of a friend despite the difference in age. To put it simply, their interests were tied together. Fangxing had extraordinary trust in Daphne, while Daphne had not only reaped enough benefits and opportunities from Fangxing, but also discovered some extraordinary luck from Fangxing through their many collaborations. He was certain that as long as the latter did not die, he would definitely achieve great things. It was also because of this thought that Old Evil King had invested heavily in Fangxing, and naturally devoted a great deal of effort to him. Despite being a demon king, he was willing to lower his status and take the initiative to stay in the sinkhole to help Fangxing with his chores. It was evident. When Fangxing left the ultimate, he heard that Fangxing might come to the land of the beasts to look for the great golden crow, so he told him about his clan's territory and told him that if he encountered any difficulties in the land of the beasts, he could go to MT Lone Edge for help. As long as MT Lone Edge was still there, he would definitely be treated as an honored guest. He did not mention the specific reason, but it involved some deep entanglement of interests. And Fangxing dared to do as he pleased in the land of the beasts because he had such a guarantee. Hey, the 3 pieces of immortal essence that the clan leader mentioned are all here. These are the treasures of MT Fusang. You must save my cousin. If you lie to us, I'll tell everyone about you. In a hall built on a high peak, Fang Xing was lying lazily on a jade couch. In front of him was Wu Sang'er in a golden dress. She was pushing a purple jade box with talisman inscriptions to Fang Xing. The box was already opened, and there were 3 pieces of immortal essence with restrained fire in it. The biggest one was the size of a walnut, and the other 2 were smaller, but they were the size of green dates. Alright. If you really tell everyone about me, I'm afraid you'll get tired. Fang Xing ignored her and happily took out the immortal essence to look at. The immortal essence was faintly discernible and the firewool was abundant. It was indeed not an ordinary item. Now, with these 3 pieces and the one he stole from the Fox Immortal Maiden's chamber, he already had 4 pieces of immortal essence. It should be able to help him comprehend the green fox ghost mask for a period of time. If he could completely master that mask, Fang Xing simply could not imagine how great the benefits would be. Stop fooling around. Did you tell Mt. Guren about my cousin? Wu Sang'er frowned and urged him on the progress. She was also a little disgruntled. What kind of friend did her cousin have? Ever since she met him, before she could save him, he dragged her to the boudoir of Mt. Xianxia, and then blackmailed her of 3 pieces of immortal essence from Mt. Fu, saying, I've already told him. We're just waiting for news. It's about time, Fang Xing said with a smile, and happily put away the 3 pieces of immortal essence. Normally, when he had nothing better to do, he would spend his time studying the green fox ghost mask. Now, he had discovered that the green-robed cultivator had used countless magical techniques to block powerful enemies. However, among the countless magical techniques, there were 9 magical seals that were the most profound. Fang Xing had a feeling that the reason the mask had been passed down was to comprehend those 9 magical seals, and he had already memorized 2 of them. He could not understand the meaning of the 9 seals yet, but he had a vague feeling that after he memorized 3 of them, he would be able to understand part of the true meaning of the seals. 8 was the basic number of spells, and 3 was the basic number of spells. In Fang Xing's opinion, 9 was the ultimate evolution of spells, and 3 was the foundation of spells. Mastering 3 seals would bring him close to the mysteries of the ghost mask. He even felt that perhaps when he understood the 3rd seal, he would be able to use the power contained in the green fox ghost mask. From what he could feel, even a small portion of the power contained in the green fox ghost mask was extremely powerful. However, to understand the secrets of the green fox ghost mask, he would need immortal essence. Previously, Fang Xing had obtained an immortal essence, which had helped him understand the first 2 seals. However, the further he went, the more immortal essence and time he needed to understand the seals. It was for this reason that Fang Xing had thought of all sorts of ways to obtain immortal essence. Fortunately, he now had 4 pieces of immortal essence, which would be enough for him for a while. Little ancestor, the clan leader is here. Just as Fang Xing was deep in thought, a little demoness who had transformed into a maidservant, Xianxia, timidly came in to report. Let him in. Fang Xing waved his hand, then threw away the wine jar in his hand and sat up, ready to receive the guest. Hearing that the clan leader of the Rock clan had come in person, Wu Sang'er was also shocked. She sat up straight, more ladylike than a lady. Greetings, little ancestor. The newcomer was a middle-aged demon cultivator at the Golden Core Mahayana stage. He was thin, had sharp cheeks, and was quite dignified. He was the current clan leader of Lonely Edge Mountain, and also the father of the domineering Golden-Winged Rock. Although Fang Xing had beaten his precious son into a pig's head, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction when he saw Fang Xing. After all, the 3 patriarchs had issued a decree at the same time, and they could not be neglected. Moreover, although his son was also known as the little ancestor of Lone Blade Mountain, he was still quite a bit lower than the little ancestor in front of him. No matter what others called his son, he had to call him father when he saw him, but the little ancestor in front of him had to call him little ancestor. According to seniority, this little ancestor scolding his son was the same as an elder scolding a junior. Of course, in fact, he wanted to slap his precious son a few times. This time, this matter involved Fang Xing, and the patriarchs had ordered people to investigate. They knew that their son had been used this time, and they were quite dissatisfied with his behavior. Clan leader is here, please sit down. Would you like some wine or tea? Fang Xing sat up and greeted him with a smile. The rock clan leader hurriedly smiled and said, "Little ancestor, you don't have to be so polite. Do you have any instructions for me to come here?" Fangxing smiled and said, "I don't dare to give you instructions. Clan leader, don't call me little ancestor, it makes me feel embarrassed." The rock clan leader hurriedly said, "Little ancestor, you are too serious. The three patriarchs have personally ordered that when you step into the territory of Lonely Edge Mountain, you are to be treated as the grandson of the evil ancestor. My seniority is 2 generations lower than yours, so it is only right for me to call you little ancestor." Grandson, when Fangxing heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, thinking that he had been taken advantage of by that bastard old heretic. No matter what, he was still a young master no matter where he went. In the past, if that bastard old heretic dared to act like a grandfather in front of him, he would definitely pull out a few of his old teeth. But now that he had entered Lonely Edge Mountain, he had become old heretic's grandson, and it was hard for him to explain, forget it, forget it. In any case, even the rock clan leader has to call me little ancestor. It can be considered a profit. Fangxing comforted himself in his heart and didn't care about this issue. He directly said, "How is that matter going?" "This matter? I have already ordered people to investigate, and it is not easy to deal with." Hearing Fangxing's question, the rock clan leader was obviously well prepared. He directly answered, "Since the Golden Crow Crown Prince is little ancestor's friend, we naturally can't let him be locked up in the Blackpool prison. After little ancestor mentioned it, I wanted to directly take him out to meet little ancestor, so I specially asked the elder from Lonely Edge Mountain to think of a way to save him. But I didn't expect that such a simple thing would be so difficult to do. After some investigation, I found out that the source of the resistance is not Elder Taisher, nor is it the Blackwood Ridge. Behind them, there is the shadow of another demonic bloodline. With this layer of relationship, the matter has become very difficult. The shadow of another demonic bloodline?" Fangxing was slightly startled and hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" The rock clan leader said, "We haven't found out yet, but it should be related to the infamous 9-headed insect bloodline." "9-headed insect?" Fangxing was shocked. He suddenly sat up straight and asked with a frown. Even Wu Sang'er, who had been staying at the side without daring to make a sound, exclaimed and then covered her mouth. The 9-headed insect was a very mysterious clan of the Demon Clan. There were not many of them and they rarely participated in the affairs of the Demon Clan. They rarely showed themselves, but their influence could not be ignored. Even in the Demon Clan, the 9-headed insect clan was a mysterious and terrifying clan. For ordinary Demon Clan members, hearing the 9-headed insect clan's name was almost the same as hearing the word demon. In the past 10,000 years, the rules of heaven and earth had changed. Whether it was the Human Clan, the Demon Clan, or the Demon Clan of the Western Heox province, none of them had given birth to a celestial being. However, on the Demon Clan's side, 5,000 years ago, there was an incomparably powerful 9-headed insect clan. He was known as the Demon Saint and was one of the few great divine ancestors in the Demon Clan. The 9-headed insect clan was left behind by him. However, although this clan had a glorious divine ancestor, they had very few descendants and they rarely showed themselves in public. Fangxing did not expect to hear about the 9-headed insect clan at this time. Although he was a human clan, he was not unfamiliar with this clan. When the eldest princess of the Dragon Palace of the Tsanglan Sea was forced to flee to the South Sea and tarnished her reputation, it was related to the 9-headed insect clan. As for Deguzi, he was cast with the incomparably vicious soul-breaking technique. According to Daphne's analysis, it was also related to the 9-headed insect clan. Fangxing originally thought that the Golden Crow tribe had been slandered because of the Blackwood Ridge's dirty scheme, but he did not expect that the shadow of the Golden Crow tribe was also involved. For a moment, Fangxing was somewhat suspicious. He looked askance at the Rock tribe leader, wanting to see if the Rock tribe leader was deliberately shirking his responsibility. The Rock tribe leader clearly understood that Fangxing was suspicious of him, so he hurriedly explained, "Little ancestor, please understand. After learning that your friend was imprisoned in the Blackpool prison, I planned to directly bring him out to meet you. However, I didn't expect that the demon Taisher Dan who imprisoned the Golden Crow Prince and the Blackwood Mountain Ridge would not let him go. I thought that since the Lonely Blade Mountain had already spoken, how could we allow them to embarrass us? We wanted to force them to let him go, but we didn't expect that they could not withstand our pressure and showed us a token. It was the 9-head token passed down from the 9-head insect clan. Although they didn't say it clearly, the meaning was very clear. At this point, his eyebrows were already furrowed into a knot. Things have developed to this point, and it is already a little tricky. Although the Lonely Blade Mountain does not take the Taisher clan and the Blackwood Mountain Ridge seriously, since it involves the 9-head insect clan, we have to think it over. Firstly, the ancestors of the Rock tribe and the ancestors of the 9-head insect clan are quite fated, and it is not easy to shed all pretense of cordiality. Secondly, although the 9-head insect clan rarely appears, they still have a lot of influence in the demon court. If we force them too much, I'm afraid that not only will we not be able to save your friend as soon as possible, but we might also force them to use tricks and imprison him somewhere else. Damn it, I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Feng Xing was also a little helpless. He angrily picked up the jar and drank a mouthful. He wondered why there was the shadow of the 9-head insect everywhere. Then what do you plan to do? After thinking for a long time, he still had no idea, so he looked up at the Rock tribe leader. The tribe leader said, if we want to save him, there is still a chance. Little ancestor, you probably don't know, but in a month's time, there will be a grand event for the demon race. The ancestral garden will be opened, and the whole race will be celebrating. Messengers from all sides will be sent to celebrate. Now, the messengers from the 3 northern paths of the Divine Prefecture have all arrived. In addition, even the Dragon Queen of the Kanglan Sea will bring her youngest prince. This Dragon Queen is from the 9-head insect clan, and she is fated with the Lonely Blade Mountain. The Kanglan Sea? The Dragon Queen? When Feng Xing heard this, he was faintly startled and stood up with a swoosh sound. Absolutely not. He suddenly said in a low voice, his tone unquestionable. The Rock tribe leader and Wu Sanger looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he meant. As for Feng Xing, when he heard that the Dragon Queen of the Kanglan Sea was coming, he felt his heart grow colder. He had seen the Dragon Queen of the Kanglan Sea once, and she was indeed an unfathomable person. Back then, the Dragon Lady was already considered extraordinary, but she had been forced to hide in the Southern Sea, tarnishing her reputation to survive. Deguzi was originally a dragon with extraordinary strength, but someone used the soul-breaking spell on him, turning him crazy and living a life worse than death. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was doomed. Later, according to Daphne's analysis, that evil spell came from the 9-head insect clan, and was most likely related to the Dragon Queen. If she really used the soul-breaking spell on Deguzi, then this female demon's attainment in the spiritual Tao could be said to be near the pinnacle. After all, using such a vicious soul-breaking spell on Deguzi was not as simple as putting 3 pearl flowers in him. She was able to force Deguzi into a state where his soul was in chaos, but did not dissipate, and he did not die. That was already a very high level of attainment. Now that the leader of the Rock clan had used her as an opportunity to rescue the Great Golden Crow, Feng Xing felt that this would not work. However, he understood the situation of the Great Golden Crow. To put it bluntly, the reason why the person who schemed against the Great Golden Crow did not take its life was most likely because they wanted to steal its undying sutra. However, that sutra was too detached and imprinted in the depths of the Great Golden Crow's soul. It could not be said, nor could it be passed on. Even the soul-searching technique could not obtain it. As such, there were very few ways to steal the sutra. As for the Dragon Mother of the Sea Wave Sea, she had come to the demon court from thousands of kilometers away with her arrogant identity. Behind the matter of the Great Golden Crow, there was the shadow of the 9-headed insect clan. Furthermore, the Dragon Mother was someone who was extremely good at playing tricks in the spiritual domain. All kinds of clues interweaved together, but it immediately made Feng Xing's heart turn cold. Could it be that her goal was to steal the sutra in the soul of the Great Golden Crow? Could it be that Taisher Dan and the Blackwood Ridge want to wait for the Dragon Mother to come to the demon court and take the sutra herself? These few things that were originally quite incompatible made Feng Xing feel more and more likely. When will the Dragon Mother come to the demon court? For a moment, the hair on Feng Xing's forearm stood up as he stood up and asked. He had a premonition that when the Dragon Mother came, the Great Golden Crow might be another Crimson Dragon. Unfortunately, he didn't have a second thunder pool of creation. The Rock Patriarch was slightly stunned and said, "The opening day of the Ancestral Garden is a month later, but the messengers of the various clans will arrive in advance. The journey to the Sea of Waves is long, so they will set off in advance. Although the specific date has not been set, I think it will be in a few days. When Fangxing heard this, he made up his mind. He looked at the rock patriarch with a serious expression and said, "Not only can we not wait for her to come before discussing, but we must rescue Jean Liuzi before she comes. This matter must not be delayed any longer." Seeing Fangxing's insistence, the rock patriarch felt a little embarrassed. "Little ancestor, it's not that I don't want to do my best. The key is that although the Black Abyss prison lord who controls the Black Abyss prison comes from a small clan, he is stubborn and has a close relationship with the Blackwood Ridge. It's not good to persuade him to release him directly. Moreover, he is one of the 10 great elders of the demon court. Even the patriarchs can't force him." Fangxing nodded and did not speak for the time being, but he could also see that the rock patriarch had indeed done his best in this matter. In fact, even if Fangxing slapped his son, he would not dare to fool around on this matter. After all, in the Lonely Edge Mountain, he was not the one with the highest status. The reason why he was in charge of the Lonely Edge Mountain was that the Yuanying patriarchs were too lazy to care about it. "Little ancestor, don't worry. When the Dragon Mother comes, our clan's Yuanying patriarch will come forward to discuss with her. There may be hope," the rock patriarch softly persuaded, and there was a deep worry between his brows. "Oh? Not necessarily? If something goes wrong, that damn crow's life will be gone." Fangxing was a little disapproving. He narrowed his eyes and slowly pondered. Seeing that he did not speak, the rock patriarch waited for a while and was about to leave for the time being. He intended to give Fangxing some time to think about it. He had put in a lot of effort into this matter, but he really did not have a good solution. Did he really have to break the Lonely Edge Mountain out of the prison for the Golden Crow Prince? It must be known that the Blackpool prison was set up by the Demon Court, and it represented the authority of the Demon Clan. Although the Lonely Edge Mountain was powerful, they did not dare to do that, because it meant that they would be the enemy of all the Demon Clan. No matter how arrogant the Lonely Edge Mountain was, no matter how noble Fangxing's status was, it was really not worth it for the Golden Crow. Even Wu Sanger's eyes revealed a trace of despair. She deeply felt that her cousin this time, there was no hope. However, in this atmosphere of despair, Fangxing clenched his fists and suddenly asked the rock patriarch, "If it is not easy to get someone out of the Blackpool prison, then, is it difficult to send him in?" Hearing this, the rock patriarch and Wu Sanger were both shocked and looked at him strangely. Fangxing met their gazes, frowned and said softly, "Send me in, I will save him." The Blackpool prison was the most terrifying institution of the demon court, almost the same as the Netherworld. Even the Yuanying demon cultivators avoided this place, but Fangxing wanted to go in. His words frightened Wu Sanger and the leader of the rock tribe. They thought that Fangxing was crazy. After a long while, Wu Sanger said in a trembling voice, You're not serious, are you?" As she spoke, she subconsciously grabbed Fangxing's arm, and her slender fingers turned white. "Damn, you're strangling me." Fangxing pushed her hand away, rolled his eyes at her, and said, "Why don't we save him and let him die in there?" Wu Sanger let go of his hand, but did not know how to answer. The leader of the rock tribe also advised, "In fact, what Miss Sanger said makes sense. Little ancestor, please think twice. The Blackpool prison is not a good place to go. It has always been the place where the demon clan has imprisoned the most evil devil disciples. It is built thousands of feet underground, with the ghost rock of the Netherworld as the base. There are layers of formations, and no daylight can be seen. All the prisoners who are locked up in it will have their supernatural power suppressed, and they can only rely on their physical strength to survive. In addition, there are many evil spirits in the prison, and the weak are often swallowed alive. I understand what you said, but that damned crow is there, and I have to save him." Fangxing smiled bitterly. He knew something about the Blackpool prison. Back when he was in the old territory of the demon clan of the Bohai Kingdom, he was forced into the dark prison abyss by Yi Guin, which was the predecessor of the Blackpool prison. Although he hated Jean Liuzi very much, and still hated him for leaving him alone in the ultimate in the South Sea, he could not really watch that bastard die, right? To put it bluntly, even the execution ground had to be raided, not to mention going to the Blackpool prison. Hearing this, Wu Sang'er and the leader of the rock tribe could not say anything more. They frowned and looked at Fangxing. Come on, tell me in detail about the situation of the Blackpool prison. Fangxing perked up and asked while pulling the sleeves of the rock patriarch. Actually, I don't know much about this prison. I've only heard a little about it. How about this, I'll order someone to search for all the documents related to talisman refining, formation theory, and tools in this prison for little ancestor to comprehend. Seeing that Fangxing seemed to have steeled his heart, the rock tribe leader pondered for a long time before speaking softly. That's fine too, but you have to hurry up. Fangxing nodded and did not say anything else. The leader of the rock tribe agreed and left, leaving only Wu Sang'er and Fangxing in the hall. I've wronged you. You're still a good person. After a long time, Wu Sang'er spoke in a low voice, as if touched. Good my ass, I'm going to catch this damn crow and stew it. Fangxing was unhappy and cursed casually. Wu Sang'er did not know what to say. The Black Abyss prison was also an important place of the demon court. Some documents and maps about this place were confidential. If ordinary demon clan inquired about these things, they might be directly detained by the demon court. However, the status of the Great Rock clan's Lonely Edge Mountain was superior, and he could get some top-secret documents that others could not get. In less than a day, all the ancient books and documents that could be found were placed in front of Fangxing. And Fangxing could only brace himself and endure the impatience to read these boring documents and ancient books. After reading for half a day, he was bored and threw them aside, thinking that he would think of a way when he went in. Fortunately, Wu Sang'er stayed in the Lonely Edge Mountain to accompany him. She helped him sort out the formation runes of the Blackpool prison and then explained it to Fangxing in the simplest words. The Blackpool prison is made of netherworld stones and is surrounded by many forbidden arrays. The prison master and demon soldiers who guard the prison all have talisman treasures to protect themselves, and they can use Dharma spells and celestial artifacts. However, the prisoners who are locked in the prison will have their Dharma force suppressed, leaving only their physical strength. Without Dharma force, their strength will be reduced by at least 70%. Even the nascent soul stage will be weaker than the golden core stage, which can be easily suppressed. This is also the reason why no one has escaped from the Blackpool prison in the past 3,000 years. After studying the secrets of the Blackpool prison, Wu Sang'er explained it to Fangxing, feeling more and more desperate. But Fangxing refused to give up. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Can I hide magic weapons in there?" Wu Sang'er shook her head gently and said, "It's very difficult. When entering the Blackpool prison, everyone will look at the true demon observing bone mirror. It was made by the left eye of the demonic immortal, and it can break through the void. In other words, if you want to go in, first, you can't hide your identity, and second, you can't sneak a storage bag in. At most, you can bring some weapons without spiritual power fluctuations." True demon observing bone mirror? Fangxing murmured. After a while, he said, "There's no way to fool it." Wu Sang'er smiled bitterly and said, "The true demon observing bone mirror was made by the left eye of the demonic immortal. It's marvelous beyond words. Usually, it won't be fully activated, but how many people can fool it? I'm afraid that only those with cultivation above the Yuanying realm can activate their divine thoughts and deceive the mirror. But if he really is a cultivator of the Yuanying realm, it won't be so easy to lock him in. At the very least, there will be a few great elders who will verify his identity and destroy his cultivation before locking him in." The Yuanying realm, Fangxing's brows furrowed tightly, and his fingers subconsciously grabbed the ponytail at the back of his head. There was an iron ring there, and it was a heavenly abode ring that could store things. Although it could not store many things, it had followed him for many years, and some of his most precious things were stored inside. At this moment, he could not help but secretly ponder. His own soul was far stronger than that of his peers. If he were to use all of it, and even use the aura concealment technique from the nameless breathing technique, would he be able to secretly bring this ring in? But Wu Sang'er was thinking about another aspect. She put down the secret scroll in her hand and said worriedly, "If you enter the Blackpool prison, it's impossible to hide your identity. Even if you disguise yourself, you'll be seen. You've just arrived at the demon court, and you've made so many enemies. What if they find out that you've entered the Blackpool prison and try to deal with you?" "Deal with me?" Fangxing was slightly stunned, and then sneered, "I've been locked in the Blackpool prison. Would they dare to come in and deal with me?" Wu Sanger let out a long sigh and said, "So, after my cousin was locked in, our Fusang Mountain also wanted to find someone to take care of him. There are many vicious people in the Blackpool prison, and they are all related to the big forces outside. To some extent, it's not an exaggeration to say that they are raised by the big forces outside to help him deal with some shady things." "I see." Fang Xing was no stranger to these dirty things. He nodded calmly and smiled. He relaxed and said, "Then let them come. Anyway, when I enter the Blackpool prison, I can't hide my identity. Let the people of the Lonely Edge Mountain spread the news. The more people know, the better. I'll go to the Blackpool prison and wait for them to deal with me." Hearing this, Wu Sanger was frightened and puzzled. "You don't want to suppress this matter, but you want to make it bigger?" Fang Xing laughed and said, "What do you know? The bigger the matter, the messier it will be. The messier it will be, the easier it will be for me to take advantage of it." After the discussion, the news spread the next day, and the demon court was immediately alarmed. In just a few days, Fang Xing had become a celebrity in the demon court. Not many people knew that he robbed the spiritual boat of the celestial continent messengers in the desert Sun Desert. After all, the young ancestors of the Demon Chasing League and the messengers from the celestial continent still wanted to save face. This matter was not publicized, and only a few people who were close to the demon court knew about it. However, the news that Fang Xing stole the immortal essence of Fox Immortal Fairy and escaped from the Thousand Peak Garden became a hot topic for a while. Later, when he tried to teach the golden-winged Little Rock a lesson, he was not killed by the nascent soul elders of the Lone Edge Mountain. Instead, he was escorted back to the Lone Edge Mountain as an honored guest. However, what shocked the cultivators even more was that the reason Fang Xing was escorted back to the Lone Edge Mountain was because he had the token of a great figure of the Lone Edge Mountain from hundreds of years ago, the Great Rock King. He pretended to be the successor of the Great Rock King, but within a few days, his identity was exposed. The token was actually the Great Rock King's real identity. Immediately, the Lone Edge Mountain flew into a rage and sent him to the Dark Abyss prison. The change of identity was so fast that people were dumbfounded. In just a few days, the deeds of the human cultivator Xing Fang had become a legend among the cultivators of the demon court, able to rob, able to steal, and able to deceive. He was simply a godly person. However, while the demon cultivators were talking, they also felt sorry for him. After being locked up in the Blackpool prison, this god would not live for long. Guren Mountain, who was furious, did not directly kill him due to the fact that he was indeed related to the Great Rock Evil King, but he still sent him to the Black Abyss prison. After all, as soon as he was imprisoned in the Black Abyss prison, several outstanding talents of the demon race immediately spread the news that they would definitely find a way to kill this guy in the Black Abyss prison. Fang Xing did not know about this, nor did he care. He was just peacefully sent to the Blackpool prison. "I didn't expect that you would fall into my hands so soon." 3,000 miles north of the demon court in a barren black mountain, in the Black Abyss Hall, a fire rhinoceros monster, with a white cloth wrapped around his head and a full body of armor, placed his hand on the saber at his waist and looked at Fang Xing proudly. This demon was one of the demon cultivators that was taught a lesson by Fang Xing at the Green Platform Banquet. Even Fang Xing did not expect to meet him here. The fire rhinoceros monster was also full of surprise and joy. As the demon general stationed in the Black Abyss prison, his power was not big, but it was not small either. Back at the Green Platform Banquet, he was beaten up by Fang Xing and had no hope of revenge. He had decided to swallow his anger, but he did not expect that Fang Xing would be sent to the Black Abyss prison by the Lonely Edge Mountain. This was his territory. For a moment, the surprise in his heart was indescribable. "Fall into my hands. If you fart again, do you believe that I will teach you a lesson again?" Although he was now a prisoner, Fang Xing did not have the slightest consciousness of lowering his head. He tilted his head and scolded rudely. "You still dare to be insolent? Do you believe that I will kill you now?" The fire rhinoceros monster was furious. He pulled out the saber at his waist, and the blade flashed with a cold light. Ahem. At this moment, the demon general of the Lonely Edge Mountain who escorted Fang Xing here said coldly, "General Black Cliff, I have already sent him here. My clan elders said to put him in the Black Abyss prison, but they did not say that he should die in the Black Abyss Hall. You'd better restrain yourself and quickly sign the seal. I want to see him sent to the Black Abyss prison with my own eyes before I go back to report to the clan elders. The fire rhinoceros felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly smiled and said, General is right. This lowly one will send him in now. As he said, he stole a glance at Feng Xing and secretly thought of a few ways to punish him. Then, he signed his seal and sent someone to search Feng Xing. 2 little demons escorted him to the true devil bone-viewing mirror in the depths of the hall. The bone-viewing mirror was in the shape of a millstone-sized eyeball. When it entered, it emitted a faint azure light. When Feng Xing approached, he was already wrapped by the blue light. At this time, Feng Xing's eyes turned cold and he secretly urged his divine sense. This bone-viewing mirror would reflect the true appearance of all the prisoners. It would also reflect the magic tools hidden on the prisoners' bodies. Originally, it was placed here to distinguish the real from the fake. It was to prevent a big shot of a certain clan from making a mistake and replacing it with someone else's disguise. However, Feng Xing was not afraid that it would reflect his true appearance. He was worried that the only heavenly abode ring hidden on his body would be exposed and searched. However, Feng Xing had also asked in advance. He knew that with the fluctuations of his Dan light, he could at most activate 10% of the power of this realm. His divine soul was several times stronger than the cultivators of the same generation. Under such circumstances, he also used the aura concealing technique in the nameless art that the demon sword had passed on to him. He concentrated his divine sense on one point and firmly concealed all the aura of the heavenly abode ring. There was still hope of deceiving everyone. If he couldn't pass, then there was no need to go in. He would snatch the heavenly abode ring and leave. From the left side of the mirror to the right side, it was a short distance of 300 feet. Feng Xing was so nervous that his back was already sweating. Fortunately, the true devil bone viewing mirror had lost its divinity. It was just an inanimate object. After scanning for a long time, there was nothing unusual. Send him to the platform. The fire rhinoceros spirit next to him coldly ordered. In the hall behind the true devil bone viewing mirror, there were 9 transmission platforms. This was also a special feature of the Blackwater Abyss prison. Although there was a gate in the prison, it was located behind the Black Mountain. It was usually not opened at all. When prisoners were imprisoned, they would only use the transmission array in the Blackwater Abyss Hall to directly send prisoners down. However, this transmission array was only one way. Naturally, there would not be an altar or a transmission array in the prison. This also eliminated the possibility of prison escape. The demon soldier who was escorting Feng Xing was just about to send him to the one in front. The fire rhinoceros spirit suddenly smiled coldly, pointed to the back and said, "Send him to the number 9 transmission platform." "I haven't sent anyone to that place for a long time." When the 2 demon soldiers heard this, they escorted Feng Xing inside. They sat cross-legged on the array and looked coldly at the fire rhinoceros spirit. "Come to me, Master Rhinoceros will take good care of you." The fire rhinoceros spirit smiled, winked at Feng Xing, and opened the transmission array. However, it did not expect that when it glared fiercely at Feng Xing, the demon general of the Lonely Edge Mountain was also looking at it from behind. This person's hatred for Little Ancestor is so deep. It seems that I have to find a chance to kill him. After a moment of dizziness, the array flickered, and Feng Xing had already been transmitted to the Blackwater Abyss prison below. He felt his body was in the void, his head was dizzy, and his ears were rumbling. 10 minutes later, he felt his body calm down. Feng Xing was vigilant in his heart, and he immediately opened his eyes to look around. He saw that he was on an altar that was 30 meters square, and his surroundings were covered in a deep glow. When he raised his head to look, he seemed to be in an enormous underground world, and above him were numerous mineral veins that were like dragons. The deep glow was emitted by the mineral veins, and it was the only source of light. "This is the Blackwater Abyss prison? It really looks like the Netherworld." Smelling the thick smell of blood and the suffocating killing intent, Feng Xing sat up straight again and took a few deep breaths. At this time, he tried to mobilize his spiritual power. As expected, he found that all the spiritual power seemed to have escaped into the depths of his meridians. No matter how hard he tried, he could not mobilize any of it. Even his divine thoughts were greatly suppressed. Fortunately, although this situation was strange, he already knew it in his heart, so he did not panic. Touching the back of his head, he found that the heavenly cave ring was still there. He felt a little relieved. This was his hope to save the great golden crow. If he lost it, it would be a bloody misfortune. Food is being transmitted in. Just as he was familiarizing himself with the environment here, Fangxing suddenly heard someone shouting from below. Along with this shout, a fishy smell assailed their nostrils. The ferocious aura was astonishing. From the surrounding space, several black shadows rushed over, panting heavily as they climbed up the altar. So. Fangxing's gaze swept across and he immediately frowned. Climbing up from the surroundings were more than 10 gigantic fiendish demons. There was a huge half-man half-wolf, a fat man with a rhinoceros horn on his head, a little white rabbit that had reverted to its original form, less than 2 feet tall, but its eyes were emitting a bloody glow. There was also a half-human half-demon fox with a beast skin wrapped around his waist and a bare chest. These fiendish demons, those with claws, those with weapons, all surrounded the area with murderous intent. It's not food, it's a newcomer. Hey, why doesn't he have demonic chi? Heh, could this newcomer be a human? Haha, who said it's not food? This is my favorite food, don't you dare snatch it from me. A group of demons surrounded the altar. Seeing that it was Fangxing, a skinny human, who looked petite compared to them, who was teleported in, they were slightly stunned. Then, they saw a giant man with a bull's head and a human body, who was 30 feet tall, carrying a giant axe. He laughed loudly and reached out his iron wok-like hand to grab Fangxing humans. I like them too, especially the young ones. They are as crisp as radishes, juicy and tender. The red-eyed rabbit suddenly shouted and jumped up, releasing its murderous aura, which made the bull demon hesitate. Don't even think about taking more of them. I want those legs. The half-human half-wolf demon shouted and pounced forward, tearing at Fangxing's legs. I want your head. I only need an arm, I love to eat intestines. I want that thing in your crotch. As if a meal was being served, a group of demons rushed up ferociously at the same time, intending to tear Fangxing apart in a split second. They don't even give me a chance to breathe. Fangxing was a little speechless. Before he came here, he knew that there was little food and no spiritual chi in the Blackpool prison. In such an environment, the demonic cultivators' appetites were greatly increased, which led to them always being hungry. They fought crazily for food. Some weak demonic cultivators were immediately devoured, leaving no bones behind. As a human, he had no hope of survival after being thrown in. In the Blackpool prison, one's cultivation was suppressed, and one could only fight with physical strength. Human cultivators were good at using dharma spells, but not their physical bodies. Naturally, they were no match for the demonic cultivators who were born with strong physical bodies. Therefore, as soon as Fangxing came in, he was treated as food by the demons. They didn't even ask. He was about to be eaten, so there was no need to ask at all. However, this group of demons treated Fangxing as a soft pawn, which was a wrong target. How strong was his physical body now? Even Fangxing himself couldn't estimate it, but now it was a good chance to try. Whoosh, a giant axe came chopping down. It was the ox demon, and judging from its momentum, it seemed to want to cleave Fangxing in half. Fangxing sneered, then jumped up, his figure slightly slanted, slashing the blade of the axe, and then smashing out with a rumbling fist, directly smashing the enormous axe into pieces. The enormous recoil caused 2 cracks to appear on the ox demon's palm, and then he shouted loudly, kicking out with a backhand kick. At the back of his head, the blood-eyed rabbit was just about to jump up and dig out his brain, but it was kicked flying by him. This kick was so powerful that the red-eyed rabbit's eye sockets bled. Swish, a wolf demon's sharp claws had already grabbed onto Fangxing's waist, but Fangxing lowered his waist and elbowed back, pressing down on its claws. Then, he smiled at it and punched horizontally, directly blowing up the wolf demon's head. Blood splattered all over the altar. At the same time, his hands did not stop. He swung his palm toward the fox demon behind him. The fox demon with a scimitar was about to cut his neck, but was hit in the ribs by his palm. Even the bone shards pierced through the skin, exposing the inside of the body. Shrill screams rang out incessantly, Mother Faster's cur, someone's coming. Run, Wolf Nine's head, coupled with the screams of the fox demon, frightened this group of demons that were about to rush up. This group of people only wanted to survive, and had no dignity at all. At first, when they saw that Fangxing was easy to bully, they wanted to come up and share the food. Now that this human guy was not easy to bully, and had even injured and killed 2 of them, they immediately wanted to escape. Want to escape? Fangxing had grown up in a bandit's nest, and the environment here was not much different. He knew that in this kind of place, he had to first not let everyone know that he was ruthless enough, so that others could only guard against him, and not let them have the time to think about him. Therefore, after intimidating the group of demons, not only did he not stop, but he also took out the huge black sword and swung it horizontally. Whoosh, blood rained down, and 4 or 5 demons who were too slow were cut in half by the sword, their heads rolling down. After that, Fangxing raised his giant sword and jumped down from the altar. With a swing of his sword, a demon that was slow in escaping was cut in half. Oh my god, all the demons were scared out of their wits. They thought that it was a soft target that was easy to bully, but who knew that it was actually such a ferocious guy? They were so scared that they let out a cry and escaped like a sheep pen. It was a mess. You are not allowed to escape. Fangxing's cold voice sounded. Only a fool wouldn't run away. None of the demon cultivators cared about his thoughts. They only wished that their parents had given them 2 more legs, and they fled in all directions. On the other hand, Fangxing laughed. He took a step forward and stomped on the ground with great force, creating a spider web-like crack on the ground. His figure was like a ghost, bringing along 2 gusts of strong wind. Amidst the rumbling sounds, his figure rushed forward like lightning. The black sword slashed down, and the heads of the 2 demons that fled the fastest flew up at the same time. Then, he hurriedly turned to the right and killed another 3 demons. The faster you run, the faster you die. With a roar, Fangxing flew up, and the huge black sword stabbed into the ground diagonally. His murderous aura was released to the sky. No. I'm not running anymore. The group of demons was stunned by Fangxing's murderous aura, and they froze on the spot as if they were under a spell. For a moment, 1 sword and 1 person had frightened a group of demons. They trembled in fear, and no one dared to run. I'm looking for a great golden crow. It came in half a year ago. Have any of you seen it? After intimidating the demons, Fangxing put his hands behind his back and glanced at the group of trembling demons with an unfriendly gaze. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and there was a hint of murderous intent in it. Whoever can tell me anything about it will live, and whoever cannot tell me will die. The first to tell me the same thing will live, and the second to tell me will die. Whether it's real or fake, if none of you can tell me, you will die together with me. Fangxing straightforwardly stated his purpose and request. Then, he sat down on a black rock and drank to quench his thirst. He was originally a small villain, and he knew how to deal with these villains. The demons had not calmed down yet, and when they heard this, they were all stunned for a moment. You! Don't you dare! I'm with the Bear Demon King. After a while, a wild boar demon came to his senses, and with a ferocious look, he threatened. Swoosh! Fangxing pulled out his sword, and cut off his pig head. He shook off the blood on the sword, and said, "Those who talk nonsense will also die." This time, the group of spirit beasts were truly shocked. They stared at Fangxing, then looked at each other. After a long while, a spirit wolf asked in a trembling voice, "Lord, may I ask, what does the gold crow that you are looking for look like?" Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, "The big ones are like 2 cows. Maybe even bigger. I haven't seen it for a while. It's sneaky like a fox, and it's very good at pretending to be a master, and even better at pretending to be a grandson. Its feathers are bright, and its body is strong." As he thought about it, he described the great golden crow, and the group of demons fell into deep thought. I seem to have remembered one. After a while, a demon-ape demon suddenly said in a trembling voice, "A few months ago, there was indeed a golden crow in this area. Birds are weak, and they are usually swallowed by people as soon as they come in. However, that golden crow was very powerful, and it tore many people who wanted to attack it into pieces. It was planning to recruit a group of powerful subordinates, and people called it Golden. 6th Master Golden." Fangxing's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, "Yes, that's it." What happened after that? After that, the demon ape demon tried his best to recall, but it seemed that he could not remember anything. I know. I remember now. A mouse demon's eyes lit up, and he said, I remember too, there was indeed such a golden crow. It had already made a name for itself in the Black Abyss prison, but the bear demon king in this area wanted to recruit it as a mount. It killed 3 of the Black Bear Demon King's messengers in a fit of anger, and declared war on the Black Bear Demon King. In the end, it was chased by the Black Bear Demon King, and no one knows where it went. Where did it go? Or was it killed? Fang Xing's eyes suddenly turned cold when he heard this. I don't think it was killed. Otherwise, the Black Bear Demon King would definitely announce its power. Yes, it is said that it once fought with the Black Bear Demon King's men in the desolate bone tomb, and many people died. After the demons started talking, they seemed to have finally thought of such a person, and immediately started talking all at once. The Black Abyss prison was extremely vast, and there were a total of 9 teleportation formations that transported prisoners down. In addition, the demon court was lenient towards the prisoners that sank into the Black Abyss prison. Except for some who had secrets, they would take special care not to be killed, and the rest were left to their own devices. Whether they could become food or man-eating demon kings, it all depended on their own abilities, and they did not care about them at all. It was precisely because of this that there were many forces in the Black Abyss prison, and there were constant fights between them. For the Black Abyss prison, there was a shortage of food, but it was also a good way to reduce the number of prisoners. After a series of interrogation by Fang Xing, he roughly knew the experience of the Great Golden Crow, but the specific whereabouts were still a little vague. What is that demon bear demon king? After listening to the information provided by the demons, Fang Xing asked coldly. A demon said, the Black Bear Demon King is a demon king here. Not only is his physical body tyrannical and invincible, but he also likes to eat people, and he has gathered a group of experts under him. No one dares to provoke him in this area. As long as the demons that enter the Black Abyss prison can survive, they must report to him. Only if he agrees, can they be qualified to survive here, otherwise, they won't be able to survive, so it's the prison tyrant. Fang Xing nodded and knew what was going on. Without further ado, he pointed at the group of demons and said, "Take me to meet that Black Bear Demon King." The demons were instantly frightened. They cried and said, "Your Excellency, you're going to find the Black Bear King. He's a hero of the Heroes Club, but we, small fries, won't get involved. You said that you would let us go if we told you about the Golden Crow. You can't go back on your word. According to what you human tribe often say, you're a magnanimous man. Just let us go as if we're nothing." Fang Xing was so angry that he laughed. He shouted, "I am a hero, but what about that demon bear demon king? Bear? Besides, the human clan has said so many wise sayings, such as paying debts is a matter of course, and so on. You don't want to learn these good things, but to learn these messy words? Let me tell you, I said I would spare your lives, but I didn't say I would let you go. Lead the way." The demons cried, "Even if you take us there, we will still die, won't we?" Fang Xing shouted, "If you don't go, you will die now. Choose one." Encountering such an unreasonable master, the group of demons could only admit that they were unlucky. Each and every one of them cried out loud and pitifully was forced to stand up by Fang Xing and lead the way in front of him. Fang Xing directly forced the tall and strong bison to transform into its original form. He leisurely rode on it with his hand pressed on the huge black sword, ready to stab anyone who was disobedient. There was no sun or moon in the Blackpool prison, and it was dimly lit everywhere. Skeletons or skinny demons with blue eyes could be seen everywhere on the roadside. If he walked here alone, there would be countless demons who would treat him as a juicy prey and try to kill him. However, now that he was leading a large group of demons in front of him, the other demons were deterred and no one dared to offend him. Not long after, they came to a white bone mountain, which was really a white bone mountain. The whole mountain was made of white bones, but in the mountain, there was a bone ladder, just like in the court. On both sides of the ladder, there were fierce and bloodthirsty demons guarding. At the top of the bone ladder, there was a charmingly fat black bear, and behind its knees, there were several naked female demons serving it. "Who are you? How dare you break into my Bear King Taoist field?" don't you want to live? Before he was 100 feet away from the White Bone Mountain, two skinny demons jumped out, waving their iron pitchforks and shouting at Fangxing. Fangxing glanced at them from afar, and saw that the black bear demon had already noticed him coming, but deliberately let the two demons block his way. He sneered in his heart, tilted his body, and said, "Help me pass a message to your king." The two demons looked at each other, and one of them came forward and said proudly, "What message?" Fangxing waved his sword, and in a flash of black light, the demon's head flew into the sky with hot blood. Then, Fangxing pressed on the back of the bull and flew up. He turned around and kicked the demon's head, making a whining sound, and kicked it towards the black bear on the White Bone Mountain like a cannonball. At the same time, he shouted, "His little ancestor has come to visit the mountain." Bang! Seeing the human head flying towards him, the black bear finally couldn't pretend anymore. He slammed the table and stood up, sending the demoness who was rubbing his shoulders flying. He waved his claws and shattered the demoness' head, but his eyes were filled with bloodlust. He shouted, "Who dares to behave atrociously in front of this king?" As he roared, the demons on both sides revealed their ferocious expressions and glared at Fangxing. His murderous aura was so strong that the group of fiendish demons that Fangxing had forced over were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. But Fangxing was not afraid in the slightest. Hefting the huge black sword, he slowly walked up the White Bones Mountain and said coldly, "Bear cub, this young master will give you two choices. Either from today onwards, your Bear King's banner is gone, and your White Bones Mountain, your little brother, and your little demons, forget about that female bear, they all belong to me. Or, you answer one of my questions." Beside the Black Bear King, there was indeed a female bear. She was so fat that there were 3 layers of meat on her body. She was very charming, and there was even a red flower on her head. No one knew where she got it from. Originally, when she saw Fangxing coming over, the small eyes on her chubby face had already shot out a few rays of infatuation. But when she heard Fangxing say that he wanted the other demons and not her, she was immediately enraged and roared. "Where did this thing that doesn't know life from death come from? Catch it for me and let me have a good meal." Awoo! With a long howl, a group of fiendish demons immediately rushed over like a tide. On the other hand, Fangxing laughed and sped up. With his sword on his back, he charged straight at the horde of demons. Ah yes, this guy is even more ferocious than that golden crow. The group of fiendish demons that came with Fangxing were scared out of their wits and almost could not bear to look at it. The Blackpool prison was not like the outside world, where all kinds of powerful Dharma spells could overturn rivers and seas. Here, the only thing that could be used was the strength of one's body. But no matter how strong one's body was, one would eventually get tired. There were at least hundreds of fiendish demons on this White Bone Mountain. No matter how strong a human cultivator was, how many could he kill? Not to mention the incomparably powerful Black Bear Mountain, just these powerful subordinates would be enough to tire you to death. The Golden Crow had a rare strong body, but it was still seriously injured by the Black Bear King's subordinates. However, to everyone's surprise, Fangxing, who seemed to be charging towards the demons, suddenly lifted his left hand just as the two sides were about to collide. He crushed a jade talisman that glowed with a pale yellow light. In that instant, his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Black Bear King. The huge black sword pierced straight into the Black Bear King's chest, about an inch deep. With one foot on the Black Bear King's belly and one hand on the sword, Fangxing looked into its eyes and asked, "Which one do you choose? Teleportation Dharma device?" He actually has a teleportation Dharma device? The fiendish demons were stunned at first, then shocked and almost speechless. In the Blackpool prison, the spiritual energy of the fiendish demons could not be used, and the power of their Dharma devices was also suppressed, so they could only be used as weapons. As for the teleportation Dharma devices that could only be used once, not only did they greatly reduce the distance, but the most important thing was that they were strictly guarded, and no one was allowed to bring them in. Even if they did, they would definitely be searched by the prison guards. How could this human cultivator be so resourceful as to bring one in? Naturally, they did not know that although Fangxing had brought in a heavenly abode ring, its storage space was not large. He did not bring many things with him, only a few in total. This teleportation jade talisman was also the only one he had, and he had used it directly. As for the Black Bear spirit, He was originally arrogant and unruly, but when the huge black sword suddenly pierced into his chest, even though his skin was rough and his flesh was thick, he could clearly feel that the tip of the sword was only a few fingers away from his heart. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The Tsang Emperor said, "My lord, please spare my life. What do you want? Ask away. If you want my little brother's woman, take them all. Don't be shy, your woman?" Fangxing glanced at the fat female bear and shook his head. "I'm not interested. Tell me where the great golden crow is." "The great golden crow?" The black bear spirit was stunned, as if he could not react for a moment. "My lord, the demon bird that you wanted to make your mount a few months ago," a small demon reminded in a low voice from afar. "Ah, it's him." When the black bear spirit thought of it, his face instantly turned bitter. Big lord, don't accuse me wrongly. Whenever I mention it, I want to scold you. Previously, I wanted to recruit it to be my demon general, but that fellow immediately turned hostile and said that I couldn't be its demon general no matter what. After that, I sent a group of small demons to surround it, but it even killed a bunch of my subordinates and escaped to Dark Swamp Mountain. Even now, it still occasionally flies out to steal food and provoke me. I can't even catch it if I want to. Ah, he's not dead, is he? Hearing this, Fangxing was slightly taken aback, but his heart was also filled with joy. Dead? He won't die even if I die, coming out every day to scold me. The black bear spirit cried out in grievance, looking as aggrieved as it could be. Coming out to scold me? Fangxing was taken aback. Then why don't you go in and capture him? As he spoke, he pressed down with his palm, prepared to kill the black bear spirit with one slash if he lied. The black bear spirit sensed Fangxing's murderous intent and was so frightened that his body trembled slightly. He cried out, "My lord, please understand, this small demon is not lying. Dark Swamp Mountain is a special place. The ground is filled with lava, and there is nowhere to land. There are only some broken rocks on the mountainside that we can rest on. We can't ride the clouds here, so other than those with wings, no one else can enter." Hearing up to this point, Fangxing was somewhat convinced. He shouted, "Take me to see it." Then he grabbed the black bear by the nape of its neck and pulled it up. He put the black giant sword on the back of its head and ordered it to lead the way. Then he summoned the old bull and rode it to the Dark Swamp Mountain. The bull demon was clever and obediently let Fangxing ride it. However, it had already discovered that this new human was not a kind person. As soon as he arrived, he had already subdued the Black Bear King. Maybe he would become the new overlord of the Blackpool prison in the future. Therefore, it had to quickly flatter Fangxing. The Wuza Mountain was not far from the Whitebone Mountain. It was at the edge of the Blackpool prison. There was a chasm in the ground, like a cliff. Below the chasm was steaming hot lava. Once one fell, there would be nothing left of him. As expected, only those who could fly could set foot on it. The big golden crow must have used this terrain to escape the Black Bear Kings. Pursuit. In this area, there were many fiendish demons hiding behind the mountain rocks. No one knew what they were waiting for. The Black Bear King explained awkwardly, "I was driven mad by that bird, but I couldn't catch it, so I had to offer a reward. Whoever can help me catch that bird will be rewarded with 50 kilograms of meat and a little demon to warm his bed. So many people are willing to risk their lives for 50 kilograms of meat. It seems that no one is full, but you are fat." Fangxing glanced at it, and the black bear spirit felt a chill run down its back. Croak, just as the group of people were about to walk to the edge of the cliff, they faintly heard a wretched voice coming from inside the dark pool ridge. "If you have the ability, come in. Your big Gene Lord is sitting here. If you have the ability, then come. Mother asterisk Kerr, do you think you are worthy to capture your Lord Gene? Have I told you the story of how I took my little brother's head from a group of Jingdan stage cultivators in Nanjan and left calmly? I'm not bragging. Let's not talk about how powerful I am. Even my little brother has a sharp temper. When he finds out that I'm in trouble, he'll definitely come to save me. When that time comes, he'll definitely kill all of you and roast you. He'll catch that black bear and cut out the bear's gall to stew the bear's paws." The arrogant and sly voice echoed. Fangxing's eyes lit up when he heard it. It really is that damned crow. When he heard that sly voice, Fangxing instantly became excited. Of course, there was also a hint of anger. The only thing that could make him feel happy and angry at the same time was probably this thieving bird. It made him want to beat it up even more. Ha 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 ha, damned crow, I'll stew you first. Amidst the laughter, Fangxing directly kicked the black bear spirit away, then carried the black greatsword and rushed into the dark swamp mountain. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he jumped up high and used the momentum to jump into the air. At the same time, he had already released his aura. A loud sound wave reverberated through the rock walls and continued to travel into the depths of the rock swamp. Who dares to call me a damned crow? Why does the sound so familiar? As soon as Fangxing's voice fell, the sly voice suddenly stopped. With a trembling voice, a golden light flashed and a big golden crow rushed out from the depths of the rock swamp. It flapped its wings and looked forward in a daze. You, little bandit, it's really you. When the big golden crow saw the figure leaping over from the sky, its entire person, or rather, its entire crow was stunned. Just a moment ago, it was still eloquent, but now, it was stuttering. Its eyeballs stared fixedly at Fangxing, making sure that its eyes were not playing tricks on it. Then, it saw Fangxing starting to fall from the sky, so with a whoosh, it flapped its wings and rushed over to catch him. Then, it turned around in surprise. Why are you here? Fangxing laughed and shouted, I'm here to save you. The great golden crow was excited and shouted, I knew you would definitely, caw. Before it could finish its sentence, it suddenly let out a scream. The feathers on its neck had already been plucked out. You said that I'm your little brother? Fangxing squatted on its back and looked at it with a faint smile. He was still holding a handful of feathers in his hand, ha 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 ha. I'm here to confuse them, the great golden crow laughed dryly. Its eyes flashed with a guilty look. Alright, I'll confuse them and put on a disguise for you. Fangxing reached out his hand and pulled out another golden feather from his neck. The great golden crow cried out in pain. Little bastard, I'll fight it out with you. I'll throw you to your death. The great golden crow was also annoyed. It shouted and flipped its body, trying to throw Fangxing off. Its body was strong, so the force of its throw was not small. Furthermore, the lava was right below them. Even a golden core cultivator's body would not be able to survive if he fell. You want to get rid of me? Watch my immortal binding rope. Fangxing was already familiar with the great golden crow's performance. With a whoosh, he threw out the immortal binding rope and wrapped it around the great golden crow's neck. I'll throw you to death. I'll pluck out all your fur. Crackle, 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 crackle. The man and the crow had only met for 2 breaths of time before they started fighting. It was a brutal fight. You claw, I punch, you pluck out feathers, I flick my wings. Strange cries rang out and golden feathers flew everywhere. Neither of them showed any mercy. The black bear spirit and the others were all stunned. Great King, why are they fighting even more ruthlessly than us? What should we do now? The little demon, who was already stunned, could no longer bear to attack the two in the sky. He came over to ask for instructions. As for the black bear spirit, he was afraid that Fangxing would casually attack him after he found the great golden crow. Only when Fangxing charged towards Xianxia did he realize that he had been let off so easily. Now that he saw the man and the crow fighting in the sky, he blinked his eyes and a murderous aura rose in his heart. He pointed at Xianxia and shouted, Damn it, these two are not good people. Little ones, fire your arrows and throw your spears. Kill these 2 bastards and drag them back to White Bone Mountain. We'll stew one and roast the other, yes, great king. The little demons replied in unison. They drew their bows and threw their spears. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the air as they threw their spears at Fangxing and the great golden crow who were still fighting in the sky. Heavy rain poured down, whoosh. The black bear spirit did not expect that his command would cause the man and crow who were fighting in the sky to suddenly stop. 4 pairs of eyes looked at him coldly. That feeling made the demon king's hair stand on end. I heard that you were bullied by it. Fangxing threw the crow's feathers in his hand and asked the great golden crow with a faint smile. Damn it, this guy brought over 100 demons to attack me. The great golden crow no longer swayed left and right. It straightened its body and looked at the black bear spirit with an unfriendly gaze. Shall we stew it for revenge today? All right. In just a few words, they had decided to unite against the enemy. The great golden crow flapped its wings and charged towards the cliff. Its ferocious might was so great that the arrows and spears floating in the air were scattered to the side. When the black bear spirit's subordinates saw this, they all jumped out and threw spears, rocks, nets, and ropes. They wanted to take down the golden crow and Fangxing boom. The great golden crow lifted its body slightly and flapped its wings towards the cliff. This time, it was full force, but it was like sand and stones were flying. The people on the cliff could not stand firmly. Even the rocks and spears were swept away by the wings and fell into the lava. As for the nets and ropes, they were all cut apart by Fangxing's sword. These attacks did not even manage to stop their charge. They charged straight towards the black bear spirit. "Give me the bear gallbladder, give me the bear paw," the man and the crow shouted at the same time and charged towards the black bear demon king, as if they were prey waiting to be slaughtered. The black bear spirit was helpless. He was anxious and angry. "Do you really think your grandpa bear is a pushover?" With a loud roar, it stood up and pounded its chest. Blood and chi surged within its body, swelling up like a balloon. In an instant, its body had expanded by more than 3 times its original size. Its flesh was like a small mountain, and its huge bear claw was like a huge grinder. It fiercely smashed down towards the man and the crow in the sky. Compared to it now, the golden crow was like a small sparrow. *CK, he's quite capable. In the air, Fangxing and the golden crow were slightly stunned, especially Fangxing. When he first subdued the black bear spirit, he relied on his teleportation celestial device and did not really fight with the black bear king. Now that he had time to prepare, he realized that the black bear king was indeed capable of dominating a part of the Blackwater prison. When his body expanded, he was like a demon god. This was not a Dharma art, nor did it require spiritual power. Instead, it stimulated the hidden power within his body. His body was huge and powerful. Of course, Fangxing was not afraid. Previously, he was anxious to subdue the black bear spirit because he wanted to find the golden crow as soon as possible. Now that he had found the golden crow, the second part of his plan was about to begin. At this time, it was a good time to test the strength of this group of overlords in the Blackwater prison. He also wanted to see how strong his body was compared to that of the demons. Boom! The black bear swatted at Fangxing with its claws but missed. Immediately, it shook its body and clasped its claws together, intending to kill Fangxing. In the face of this, Fangxing's eyes turned cold. He put away the black giant sword and did not dodge. With a roar, he opened his palms. At this moment, his body, which appeared extremely small and skinny compared to the black bear, actually released a monstrous force. The blood in his body flowed, pushing the 2 majestic forces to the sides. The black bear's claws clawed at Fangxing, colliding with the 2 forces that Fangxing had pushed out. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up. Even the surrounding small demons were blown away by the strong wind. Bang! The black bear's claws closed in the middle and then bounced away. Its fat body even staggered a few steps back. How can such a small body have such great power? There was even a hint of panic in its millstone-sized eyes. Fangxing's face was also slightly pale, with a layer of sweat oozing from his forehead. He thought to himself, the demon tribe is blessed by the heavens, and their bodies are really strong. Given the black bear's ability, I don't need to use the second move to kill it in the outside world. But in the Blackpool prison, this bastard can at least fight with me with his physical strength. If I'm not careful, I may even be killed by it. Of course, this was also the reason why his body was damaged and he could only exert about 70% of his strength. Fangxing, on the other hand, believed that after he completed the Undying Sovereign Scripture, the strength of his physical body would increase by several times. Swoosh! When Fangxing took a blow from the black bear spirit, the great golden crow would not let go of this opportunity. It turned into a golden light and dashed towards the black bear spirit's eyes. Its 2 sharp claws clawed at the eyeballs. The black bear spirit was taken aback. Under the extreme speed of the golden crow, it could not cover its eyes in time and could only desperately lower its head. It managed to avoid its eyes, but the great golden crow scratched its forehead, causing it to bleed. Roar! How dare you 2 little flies bully your grandpa bear? I'll kill you, the black bear spirit roared and went berserk. It waved its two bare paws and even rolled on the ground. Alright, let's keep it. Fangxing yelled and cooperated with the golden crow to attack the black bear spirit from both sides. In fact, both of them had the ability to fight the black bear spirit and might even be able to win. Now that the two of them were working together and they were very familiar with each other, how could the black bear spirit resist? In just a few moves, Fangxing had already trampled the black bear spirit to the ground and stabbed his huge black sword into its chest again. Did you just say you wanted to eat us? The man and the crow looked at it with unfriendly eyes and asked sinisterly. The black bear spirit was in the mood to cry. Even if it wanted to go berserk, it had to go berserk. After being restrained by Fangxing, its ferocity was completely gone. It became charmingly naive and even a little silly. Its ugly face had a fawning smile as it said, "How could that be? How could that be? I was just saying that since you two are old friends, shouldn't you have a drink or two?" Fangxing chuckled and said, "Of course we should. But what if there's wine but no food?" The black bear spirit stared blankly for a moment. Then, with a serious expression, he pointed at his lackeys and said, "Who said there are no vegetables? Look, aren't they all vegetables? Don't stand on ceremony with me, pick two fat ones and kill them. After entering the bottomless ruins? Sigh, I'm so pitiful. That red dragon wasn't that big of a deal. In fact, it didn't want to eat me, but because I became its cheap brother-in-law, it rushed to please me. But when I was in seclusion to comprehend the true samadhi fire, I forgot about it for a moment. When I woke up, 2 years had already passed. I was so hungry that I looked at that dragon like I was looking at a stewed loach. Then I went to take a bath, and smelled the smell of barbecued meat. I went to ask for a piece of meat to eat, but I was caught and nailed with 4 thick nails. At this time, Fangxing and the great golden crow had already occupied the white bones mountain of the Bear King. They took out the wine that the Bear King had hidden in the cellar, but they didn't really slaughter the fat little demons to eat. They just gathered a pile of dried meat and fruits that the Bear King had hidden as dishes, and just like that, they drank to their heart's content in front of the group of little demons. Talking about other things, Fangxing sighed as he spoke. And the group of little demons, seeing that their king had fallen into their hands, and knowing that these two fellows were very powerful, no one dared to resist. Hee, luckily I didn't follow them in. The great golden crow was a little glad, and laughed sneakily, glad that he had escaped at that time. Fangxing glared. What did you say? The great golden crow hurriedly said seriously, nothing, continue. What happened next? Fangxing chuckled and said, what else could happen next? I endured the humiliation, sacrificed my body, and mixed into their tribe. Then I found a chance to attract demon beasts and beat them up. Then, the dragon-seeking tribe appeared. Just like that, I obtained the legacy of the supreme Taoist sect. Daphne obtained the vermilion bird's shell, and Aguzi was even luckier. When he woke up, he might have become an immortal. Is this real? The great golden crow was no longer as happy as before. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of pain. After a while, he howled and flew over to Fangxing and hugged his leg. Master Fang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your ability. I should have followed you in. By the way, can you give me a copy of the Taisheng Dao scripture? Why don't you give me 10 or 20,000 ferocious beasts in the ultimate? If that's not possible, I'll suffer a loss. Can you give me half a pool of thunder creation liquid? Fangxing felt disgusted for no reason as he looked at it affectionately looking at him with its mung bean eyes. He kicked it away. Too late. It was indeed too late. The great golden crow also knew the little robber's philosophy. If they worked together, it would be easy to split the profits. If they didn't participate, they wouldn't get any points. Of course, he didn't want to give up. He thought about how he would drag things out a few more times in the future so that he could get some benefits. Don't just talk about me. How about you? Luckily, you've been with me for such a long time. How could you be tricked by such a simple trick? Haha. You were caught in the act. Can't you work harder? Fangxing thought of the reason why the great golden crow was tricked. He instantly laughed out loud. In his opinion, the great golden crow, who was usually as slippery as a ghost, had failed miserably in such an easy task. Me? The great golden crow was stunned. I wasn't tricked. I was hit when I was down. As a man, isn't it normal for him to make some mistakes? Huh? You weren't tricked? Feng Xing was instantly slightly stunned as well, and he asked. The great golden crow was thick-skinned. He wasn't embarrassed to say it. He took a sip of wine and said, "That's easy. That day, I was invited by some friends to a banquet at the Red Scorpion Taoist's place. After 3 rounds of wine, the old scorpion called his new concubine. She was so pretty and tender. She kept flirting with me. Do you think I would let her go? I quickly forced the old scorpion to drink a few more cups. After putting him down, I went to the concubine's abode. It was consensual. I didn't think that the old scorpion would say anything if he knew about it. However, I didn't expect that his concubine was not a good person either. I don't know where she learned the evil method of Nanzhan's amorous path. She wanted to steal my vital essence through sex. In the end, I had cultivated the supreme immortal scripture, so my vital essence was stable and my body was indestructible. She failed to steal my vital essence and suffered a backlash. Even I was affected. My vital essence was boiling. I couldn't move until the next morning. By then, I had already been discovered. Feng Xing was slightly dumbstruck when he heard this. Only now did he understand that the big golden crow was actually not framed by someone, and it was purely reaping what it sowed. Then, what do you mean by hitting me when I was down? Feng Xing was stunned for a long time before he asked. The great golden crow patted the stone table with his wings and sighed. This is the credit of those so-called good friends. At that time, I also thought that I was unlucky. I had already agreed with the old scorpion to compensate his concubine with a piece of immortal essence. In the end, who would have thought that one of them would secretly collude with the Blackwood Ridge and secretly inform the king crocodile on the Blackwood Ridge about this matter? They launched a surprise attack on the same day and bribed the old scorpion. They also bribed my group of good friends one by one to testify against me. However, my vital essence did not improve at that time. By the time I realized it, I had already been taken to the demon court hall. Feng Xing already knew what happened later, but he did not think that the entanglement was so deep. What happened to the great golden crow could be said to be extremely unlucky. Of course, it was also the result of being targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Perhaps the plot against it had already begun. However, this bastard was too disappointing. Before the others could make a move, something happened to it. In the end, it was used by others to set up a net, and it was caught tightly in an instant. That human race elder Taisher is really not a good person. In the demon court hall, he had already clearly told me that if I want to live, I can only hand over my physical body. Such a powerful technique. I can hand it over anyway. I'm not someone who is unwilling to let go of the scripture. But the key is that I can't hand it over. That scripture can't be said, can't be passed down, and can't be imprinted on my soul. How can I hand it over? As he spoke, the great golden crow angrily drank a mouthful of wine and slammed the empty jar on the ground. The one who schemed against you is probably much more difficult to deal with than that old guy called Taisher. Feng Xing's face darkened. He told the great golden crow about his speculation in the lonely Edge Mountain, but it also scared the great golden crow quite a bit. He never thought that the legendary 9-headed insect race would actually target him. After thinking about it carefully, he felt a chill down his spine. No wonder after locking me up, they didn't interrogate me or torture me. They just left me here to fend for myself. It turns out that they still have a backup plan, Feng Xing said. I just feel that those people must be plotting something, so I feel that I can't delay any longer. I have to get you out as soon as possible. The great golden crow nodded repeatedly and chuckled. You're indeed a good brother. Suddenly, he thought about it and said in shock, that's not right. If you're outside, you can still think of a way to get me out. But now that you're also locked up here, how can I get out? Not to mention the layers of formations around the Black Abyss prison, even the Black Abyss prison guards who guard the first level are not to be trifled with. Feng Xing chuckled and said, if I didn't have a plan, how would I dare to come in here to find you? Seeing his smile, the great golden crow felt a chill down his spine. He knew that Fangxing had always been bold. He was only afraid of small things, but not big things. Seeing his smile, he immediately said with a trembling voice, "You're not thinking of blowing up the entire Black Abyss prison, are you?" Fangxing was a bit speechless. He thought to himself, this guy thinks too highly of me. To blow up the Black Abyss prison, how many explosive talismans would he need? I need to find a place to buy them. Seeing that Fangxing wasn't planning to blow up the Black Abyss prison, the Great Golden Crow was slightly relieved. He hurriedly asked, "What's your plan?" Fangxing chuckled. He glanced at the black bear demon who was lying on the white bone mountain and being used as a meat cushion by him and the Great Golden Crow, and then at the ferocious demons below. He sighed softly and said, "There's only one exit to the Black Abyss prison." The Great Golden Crow also said bitterly, "Isn't that so? There's only one exit, and it's heavily guarded by demon soldiers. There's even a master of the Golden Core realm guarding the area. Don't underestimate them. They're in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm and are equipped with magical weapons. They can kill a late-stage Golden Core realm demon soldier in this prison, not to mention there are so many of them. It's impossible to take the exit by force." Take the exit by force? Fangxing looked at it with disdain. How could you come up with such a stupid idea? The Great Golden Crow immediately lost his patience. He said, "I don't think you can do it either." "What's your plan then?" Fangxing took a big gulp of wine and stepped on the black bear. He said, "Don't we have a hostage? Force them to open the door." "It?" The Great Golden Crow was speechless. He said, "This black bear probably has some connections outside. It sent people to capture me and shouted fiercely, but in fact, it didn't dare to kill me. It seems that someone outside gave it an order to keep an eye on me, but not to kill me. However, it's not enough to force the master of the Black Abyss prison to open the door, right?" Report, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside. A few small messengers rushed in and ran to the foot of the Whitebone Mountain. They hesitated for a moment, not knowing if they should kneel down to the black bear spirit who had become a hostage, or the man and the crow who were sitting at the top. Fortunately, the Great Golden Crow solved his problem. He ordered, "Say it." The demon was relieved and hurriedly shouted, "Great! Great! Great King! Something bad has happened. The other demon kings in the Black Abyss prison have led their troops here, saying that they want to capture a human cultivator named Fangxing. They are now at the gate of the prison." "That's fast." Hearing that, Fangxing stood up. He was already prepared for this, so he did not panic. Instead, he smiled and said to the Great Golden Crow, "Let's go and see who wants to kill me. Hee, if we want to get out, we can only rely on them." After hearing the report from the little demon, Fangxing and the Black Bear King climbed to the top of Whitebone's mountain. Looking into the distance, they saw billowing smoke in the south, west, and east directions. On the red soil, behind the mountains, in the valleys, and in front of the cliffs, there were powerful demons leading the way. There were even flags sewn from animal skins, embroidered with the word ape or tiger. They came with ill intentions. That's right. It's actually the Ferocious Ape King, the Blood Tiger King, the Ghost Bat King, the Iron Corpse King, and the Centipede King. What should we do? We might become their food today. The little demons of the Black Bear spirit on White Bones Mountain were frightened and complained incessantly when they saw this. Fangxing had done his homework before coming here. He knew that the Blackpool prison was not peaceful. Several powerful demons had their own backers and occupied several parts of hell in the Blackpool prison. Not only did they recruit and suppress the prisoners, but they also had the support of families or other forces outside. Their purpose was to make it easier for the forces outside to control the situation in the Blackpool prison. The internal strife of the demon clan was far more tragic than the internal strife of the human clan. This could be seen from the highest and lowest places. The highest place was the demon court. Although it was nominally the supreme place of the demon clan, and all the decrees that were closely related to the fate of the demon clan were issued by the 10 great elders of the demon court. But in fact, the so-called 10 great elders were just puppets supported by the major demon lineages. It was a well-known fact that the masters of the demon court were still the powerful clans of the demon lineages. At the bottom was the Black Abyss prison. Intentionally or unintentionally, the Black Abyss prison was also supported by powerful forces in the outside world as their spokespersons. They were used to conveniently execute or protect some important bigwigs who were imprisoned in the Black Abyss prison. For example, the Golden Crow was actually one of those who were protected. This was also caused by the characteristics of the demon clan. The demon clan itself had constant internal conflicts. Before they cultivated, wolves ate sheep, and sheep ate grass. They were natural enemies. This kind of hatred and coercion had long been branded into their bones. Even if they cultivated, they still hated each other and quarreled with each other. It could be said that if the human clan was not powerful enough to force them to join forces to protect themselves, they would have fought each other long ago. In the Black Abyss prison, there were several demon kings supported by powerful forces, who were known as prison tyrants. Usually, they were hostile to each other. On the surface, they didn't interfere with each other's business. Instead, they worked together to divide the prisoners and food sent from the 9 teleportation formations. However, now, these demon kings led their demons to attack the White Bones Mountain. The Black Bear King's force was no match for the other forces. When the little demons under him saw this, they almost wet their pants. F*CK, how did you provoke so many people to kill you? How many enemies do you have outside? Seeing that the White Bones Mountain was almost surrounded, the Great Golden Crow was also shocked and asked Fangxing in fear. Not many, not many. One capable one is enough. Fangxing looked coldly at the demons surrounding the White Bones Mountain and sneered. There was anger in his heart. Although he had offended a lot of people, there were not many people who could be besieged by so many demons in less than a day after he entered the Abyss prison. No matter how powerful the Demon Expelling League and the emissary from the Divine Prefecture were, they could not control so many demon kings in the Abyss prison. These demon kings could only be controlled by the forces behind them, and the only person who could make the forces behind them order to kill Fangxing at the same time was the incomparably beautiful but sinister fairy of Xianxia Mountain. It was even possible that she hadn't even opened her mouth, and many people had come to take Fangxing's life on her behalf. Where is Xingfang of the human clan? Show yourself and die. A fierce ape with a height of 30 feet, holding a black stone stick, climbed on the rock wall and roared. Come to me and die. I'll leave your corpse intact. After a roar, a half-human ferocious tiger with white stripes appeared and spoke coldly. It seems that this human clan cultivator has offended a lot of people. I'll go easy on you and capture you first. Come to me. There was a buzzing sound in the air. It was a black bat with a length of 6 feet, circling in the air. As their voices sounded, hundreds of demons under their control stretched out their necks and howled, looking really powerful. So many people want yours truly's life? This is the first time we've met. Fangxing sneered and jumped on the highest rock of the White Bones Mountain. He looked at the Demon King from afar and shouted coldly. This is the first time we've met, but you have enemies outside that you can't afford to offend. My boss said that one of your heads can be exchanged for 1,500 pounds of meat. Grandpa can't wait any longer. Cut the crap and quickly hand over the head. I've come all the way from Eastern Mountain Hollow just for you. Grandpa must have spent a lot of money. The fierce ape roared and struck twice with the stone stick in its hand. Haha, Ape King, the boss of the poor Fog Mountain is so stingy. He's only willing to give you 3,000 kilograms of meat? My cousin outside said that as long as I can get this guy's head for the Lion Clan's little ancestor of the Rippling Cloud Mountain, he'll give me 6,000 pounds of meat. So, you'd better give him to me. I've already gotten 6,000 pounds of meat, so there's no harm in giving you half. The white tiger with white stripes roared and mocked the Ape Demon King. Do you only have this little bit of meat in your eyes? You're really poor. If you want meat, just cut up the demons of the White Bones Mountain and slaughter them at the water's edge. Isn't that ready-made meat? You should give this guy to me. Our little ancestor of the 9 Nether bloodline said that if I can get this guy's head, he'll give me 10 tender little demons. They're good stuff. The last one to speak was the Bat King, but he looked down on the tiger demon and the fierce ape. I'm only worth a few thousand kilograms of meat and a few little demons? Listening to their quarrel, Fangxing had a general understanding of his own situation. He immediately felt a little indignant in his heart. He originally thought that he was worth a lot of money outside, but he didn't expect that after entering the black prison abyss, he would actually end up in such a predicament. "Two masters, hurry up and let me go. Let's run for our lives together." The black bear spirit, who was tied up like a dumpling by Fang Xing's immortal binding rope, was about to cry and beg. However, it understood that although these few demon kings were here to capture and kill Fang Xing, it would not end well for itself. Those few fellows would definitely destroy the White Bone Mountain while they were at it. Without this faction, it was likely that it was just a pile of bear meat in their eyes. If it did not escape quickly, it was possible that it would be stewed into a fragrant mess in a day's time in the large cauldron. Even the great golden crow's eyes flickered and said, "Indeed, we can't fight them head-on. Those who came are all powerful figures in the Black Abyss prison. Their bodies are extremely strong, we can't defeat them. Damn it, it's not easy to escape into the Dark Pool Ridge. That stinky bat is here too. My ability to fly has no advantage in front of it. I can only think of a way to escape." "Escape?" Fang Xing sneered and said, "The Black Abyss prison is so small, you can run back and forth in a day. Where can you escape to?" The Great Golden Crow was surprised. "Then what should we do?" Fang Xing took out his black giant sword and stabbed it into the ground. "They want my head. Let's see what they can do." The Great Golden Crow was so scared that his eyeballs almost fell out. "Are we really going to fight them head-on?" Fang Xing laughed and squinted at the Great Golden Crow. "I haven't seen you for a while. Have you become timid? Do you dare to fight me?" The Great Golden Crow was angered by his provocation. He shouted, "Hey, are you trying to provoke me? This big gold lord will accompany you to cause trouble." The man and the crow talked casually. They were going to fight the demon kings head-on, but the small demons around the White Bones Mountain were all scared out of their wits. "Masters, have you really gone mad? Are you going to fight them head-on?" The black bear spirit wanted to cry. If he wasn't tied up by the fairy constricting rope, he would have run away. Fang Xing chuckled and lifted the black bear spirit's chin with his black giant sword. "Tell me the truth, am I powerful?" The black bear spirit was shocked. He said in a trembling voice, "Very, very powerful." Fang Xing said, "If you trust me, I'll give you a chance to leave the Black Abyss prison." With that said, he leaned over to the black bear spirit's side and whispered a few words. The black bear spirit's entire person, his entire bear, was stunned. As for Fang Xing, he laughed and waved his hand to retrieve the immortal binding rope. He leaped into the air and swung the huge black sword. The golden crow also cried out loudly and spread its wings. Fang Xing stepped on its back, and one man and one crow charged towards the densely packed demon soldiers outside the White Bones Mountain. Their momentum was as if they were going to fight against nearly 10,000 demons alone. As he charged forward, Fang Xing shouted, his voice reverberating in all directions, "You've all been kidnapped by me. Those who surrender will not die, those who resist will be killed." The Great Golden Crow cawed even more aggressively, "Caw. Caw, are these two crazy?" Outside the White Bones Mountain, Fierce Ape asked the vicious Tiger King with a strange expression. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. "Hee, who cares? Let's take that guy's head first and exchange it with the boss outside." The Blood Bat King in the air laughed and gave an order to the small demons below. Awoo, all over the mountain, countless lesser beasts roared at the sky, each holding a weapon made from white bones and stones. Some of them even revealed their true forms, sharpening their sharp claws. Under the command of the King of Monsters, they charged towards the White Bone Mountain with eyes filled with madness and bloodlust. At this moment, they not only saw Fang Xing and the Golden Crow, but also the lesser beasts on the White Bone Mountain. To them, this was a feast of flesh and blood that they could enjoy to their heart's content. "Xing Fang, give up your life. Bastard of the human clan, why don't you surrender now?" Amidst the shouts that filled the air, Fang Xing charged straight at the forces of the various demon kings that had surrounded the White Bones Mountain. His might was boundless, and under the control of the various demon kings, there were immediately dozens of powerful fiendish demons that leaped up, wanting to kill Fang Xing and the Golden Crow to gain the greatest merit. However, under the slash of the huge black sword in Fang Xing's hand, blood and flesh splattered in the air, and miserable screams were heard. In an instant, several fiendish demons were killed. At this point, the demon kings had also realized that the human clan cultivator and the golden crow were not easy to deal with. With a roar, they ordered a group of small demons to surround and kill them. This was a typical human wave tactic. In the Blackpool prison, all creatures could only use their physical strength. This kind of siege was the most terrifying. The black bear spirit had once used this method to force the great golden crow into a corner. Rumble, for a moment, the surrounding small demons were like a tide, and there was no way to kill them. Even escaping to the sky was useless. The Blood Bat King led a group of flying demon cultivators, and the sky was also filled with people. Children, even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, you won't be able to escape. Listen to me, fight them to the death. At this time, after the Black Bear King regained his freedom, he seemed to have thought hard and finally made a decision. With a roar, his body expanded, and he pulled out a huge stone pillar that was 4 or 5 feet long from the side. He was the first to jump into the battle. The small demons of the White Bones Mountain under his control also knew that they could not escape the fate of becoming food for others today. In desperation, one by one, they came out to fight desperately. Our king wants that human clan cultivator. Whoever dares to snatch him will be our enemy. At this time, from the southwest, another group of demons directly rushed in. The leader turned out to be a half-human giant snake, holding a black trident. After a roar, it directly joined the battle and killed everyone it saw. In an instant, many small demons under the control of the ominous ape, vicious tiger, and blood bat tribes were killed, and it quickly approached Feng Xing. Is it that dead snake? Why did you attack right away? When vicious ape, vicious tiger, and blood bat saw this, the 3 kings were shocked. Blood bat shouted, "Damn long worm, why did you attack as soon as you arrived? Our goal is to take this guy's head, so why don't we work together?" The half-man giant snake raised his head and looked at him, shouting, "The master behind us doesn't want his head, he wants to capture him alive. Moreover, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of cooperating with us? Quickly withdraw your troops, or else you'll all be killed. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Today, I might as well destroy your forces as well." Bloodbat was enraged. He waved his hand and ordered the demon soldiers under his command to kill this group of half-human and half-giant snake people. So it's a force cultivated by the Lonely Edge Mountain in the Blackpool prison. At this time, Feng Xing saw the gesture of the half-man giant snake secretly. He understood that this half-man giant snake was a force cultivated by the Lonely Edge Mountain in the Blackpool prison. It had received orders from the Lonely Edge Mountain to protect him in the Blackpool prison. Originally, they were waiting for Feng Xing to come to them, but they heard the news and directly attacked. The black bear spirit of White Bones Mountain began to fight back. With the addition of the half-man giant snake people, the battle immediately became fierce. Wolf King is here. Where is Xing Feng of the human clan? Money King is here. He wants to kill Xing Feng of the human clan. Whoever dares to stop him will be killed. As the battle went on, shouts could be heard from time to time. Several overlords arrived one after another and joined the battle. For a moment, the area around White Bones Mountain became a river of blood. In the end, Princess Xianxia's ability is still outstanding. I originally wanted to kill that human bastard so that she would remember me. I didn't think that I wouldn't even need to do anything. Those little ancestors who look up to her couldn't help but make a move. Even the few demon kings in the prison that I normally don't dare to provoke came out to kill that bastard. It's like I'm just watching the show. At this time, in the Blackpool Hall, the Fire Rhino Demon General looked at a stone wall and sighed softly. On this stone wall, there were images of the fierce battle taking place around White Bones Mountain, so that he could understand the changes in the prison. At this time, in the area around White Bones Mountain, several demon kings had joined the battle, each leading hundreds of little monsters. They had already blocked the White Bones Mountain and were fighting fiercely. It could be said that in this situation, almost all the demon kings with some ability in the Blackpool prison had joined in. The battle on White Bones Mountain was like a feast of flesh and blood. From this, one could see the value of Feng Xing's head. Lord, this is a bit big. Should we report it to the prison master? Next to the Fire Rhino Demon General, a demon soldier asked hesitantly. Although they usually let the demon prisoners in the Blackpool prison fend for themselves, they would still stop some large-scale battles. At this time, the demon soldier noticed that there were a lot of demons gathered around White Bones Mountain, so he reminded them. Report my ass. Report my ass, these people are all here to kill that human cultivator. Once they get their hands on that kid's head, they'll naturally disperse. At most, they'll just destroy that bear spirit from White Bones Mountain, that's all. To us, it's not a big deal. All of you just stay here and watch the show with me, there's plenty of other things to do. If anyone dares to privately report this matter to the higher-ups, I'll kill them. The fire rhinoceros demon general's temper immediately scared the demon soldiers so much that they didn't dare to make a sound. Most of the little monsters are dead now, right? If we cut them up, it will be a large amount of meat, enough to eat for a while. The battle went on for about half an hour before the evil Tiger King opened his mouth. That's right. If there are more, it will not be easy to preserve them, and they will rot. But now, it is just right, the Blood Bat King echoed. Then it's time for us to make a move. More and more people are coming, so it's better for the three of us to join forces and kill that human cultivator first, lest the other forces take his head. If that happens, all our efforts will be for naught. Fierce Ape made up his mind and looked at the evil tiger and the blood bat. Okay. Let's attack together. The three demon kings made up their minds and roared at the same time. Each of them revealed their true forms. Their demonic bodies were like small mountains as they rushed towards the Golden Crow and Fang Xing, who were fighting in the middle of the battlefield. The ferocious ape held a stone staff in his hand and struck horizontally with incomparable ruthlessness. The ferocious tiger pounced over 10 feet and directly clawed at the back of the Golden Crow, who was facing away from it. It wanted to kill the Golden Crow first. As for the blood bat, it let out a long and violent laugh. It curled its wings and directly clawed at Fang Xing's back. The three of them planned to join hands and kill Fang Xing first. Separate, Fang Xing had long realized that the three were up to no good. With a roar, he jumped from the Golden Crow's back. Whoosh! He and the Golden Crow, one up and one down, flew into the sky and dodged the three demon kings' attacks. However, in this way, Fang Xing lost his mount. After flying high into the sky, he could not stop falling. Haha, this human clan cultivator can't fly. Let's see if he can resist our attack. When the Blood Bat Monarch saw this from afar, it laughed loudly and grabbed at Fang Xing through the air. The Fierce Ape King below also showed a ruthless look and fiercely lashed at Fang Xing in the air. They saw that Fang Xing couldn't fly and couldn't move in the air, so they wanted to take this opportunity to capture him. However, Fang Xing, who was in the air, glanced around and saw that there were more than 10,000 demons around the White Bones Mountain. He knew that more than 70% of the demon prisoners in the Blackwater Abyss prison had gathered here. He knew that the time had come. If you want to play, I'll play with you. With an explosive roar, he stretched his hand behind his head and took out a painting scroll from his paradise ring. After which, he tossed it out with a single hand and opened the painting scroll in the air. Surprisingly, there were many different ferocious beasts drawn on the painting scroll. Even though it was a painting, it was filled with dense killing intent and it was vivid and lifelike. At the same time, Fang Xing had already bitten the blood on his thumb and formed a seal with his hand, drawing a line on the painting. This blood mark was drawn with a series of fierce beasts. At this moment, an astonishing white light suddenly appeared on the scroll, dazzling everyone's eyes. And under the feet of Fang Xing, who was falling, there was suddenly a shocking evil cry. A huge green eagle that was at least 10 feet long suddenly appeared under his feet, its body wrapped with endless ferocious aura, and it pounced forward. The huge demons around the White Bones Mountain, compared to this huge eagle, seemed like dwarfs, like a dark cloud covering the sky. What kind of monster is this? The ferocious ape strike and the Blood Bat King that was swooping down from the sky were all frightened by the giant azure eagle and froze on the spot. The Blackwater Abyss prison relied on their physical strength to survive. They were able to dominate the prison because of their strong physical strength. However, after seeing the giant green eagle, they were suddenly scared out of their wits. How powerful was it? Just the ferocious aura emanating from the eagle's body was enough to suffocate them. Haha. Not bad. Let's kill all these demons. The giant green eagle, which was 100 feet long, shocked all the fiendish demons the moment it appeared. Compared to their fey bodies, which were only 30 to 40 feet tall, the giant green eagle was like a weight that fell from the sky, pressing down on their chests. Instantly, the surrounding White Bones Mountains' cries of killing and the clamoring to take the heads of the human cultivators weakened. Only the giant green eagle flew towards the north from the center of the battlefield. With a flap of its wings, Fangxing swept up a gust of wind that disrupted the battle. However, that was not the end. When it reached the northern corner, Fangxing waved his finger again, and the white light on the scroll in his hand appeared once again. If time was slowed down several times, one could see a beam of white light cast down from the scroll and hit the ground, forming an array eye with 8 corners. Between the eye, the light shimmered and formed a teleportation Dharma array that was instantly formed, and on the other end of the teleportation Dharma array, there was an earth-shattering roar. Then, a black dot appeared in the middle of the Dharma array. Then, the black dot expanded in an instant, and finally grew to a height of 200 feet, like a small mountain. The ferocious aura it exuded was almost tangible, and it sent chills down one's spine. The black fur on the surface of its skin was like steel needles. It was a demonic ape. The second one, after summoning the demonic ape, Fangxing did not stop for a moment. In an instant, he had already flown to another corner on the giant green eagle. The third one, he formed another dermic seal here, and a ferocious evil turtle appeared in the west. The fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, the ninth one, Fangxing performed a series of hand seals in one breath, summoning 9 gigantic ferocious beasts. They stared at Baigu Mountain menacingly, surrounding it in the middle. These 9 ferocious beasts had huge bodies, and their baleful auras were overwhelming. The demons that were surrounded by them looked like babies standing in the middle of adult men. Not to mention the auras on their bodies, just the strength of their chi and blood alone was not on the same level. Ferocious beasts, these 9 behemoths were a unique race in the sinkhole. They were fierce beasts that only existed in legends and ancient times. At this time, Fangxing summoned them with the help of the treasure of the Taishang Dao Palace, the 100 Villains portrait, that he had secretly brought into the Blackwater prison. Before he formed his Yuanying, he could only refine 2 or 3 of the seals on the portrait with all his might. In other words, he could only summon 2 or 3 of them. However, after he formed his Jin Dan, his cultivation had increased greatly and he could summon 10 of them. More importantly, after he refined the seal on the portrait of 100 villains from the outside world, it was connected to his spirit and bloodline. In other words, it consumed his spirit power instead of his spiritual power to summon it. The Blackpool prison suppressed the Dharma power of all living creatures, namely spiritual power, but it didn't block his spirit power. That was why he could summon it in the Blackpool prison. After summoning the 9 beasts, Fangxing stood on the back of the giant green eagle and flew high into the sky. He waved his hand. Roar, the 9 beasts suddenly roared at the sky at the same time. The huge sound waves almost formed a wave, squeezing toward the center. Puff. Puff. Puff, in an instant, nearly 100 weaker small demons were shaken by the sound waves. Blood spurted out of their eyes and ears, and they withered and fell. Even the ferocious demon kings, surrounded by the 9 beasts, were shocked and didn't know what to do. Haha. You provoked me first. Don't blame me for making a fuss about you. Kill until the prison opens. Fangxing shouted coldly. His eyes shone with a murderous light as he gave the order. Receiving the order, the 9 beasts immediately roared at the sky and rushed into the crowd of demons around White Bones. They waved their claws and hooves, smashing groups of small demons into meat paste. The small demons who were at the late stage of foundation establishment in the outside world couldn't even stand a second under the claws of the beasts. The demon kings, whose bodies were strong enough to dominate the Blackpool prison, also trembled under the fierce aura of the beasts. They didn't even have the slightest intention to resist. Ferocious beasts were a race that was blessed by the heavens. Perhaps they shared the same origin as the demon clan, but in the end, they took different paths of cultivation. In fact, the cultivation path that the demon clan had embarked on had borrowed too much from the human clan. Their strength relied too much on their magical powers and divine abilities, and their physical combat power was getting weaker and weaker. As for this group of ferocious beasts, although they did not have high intelligence and few divine abilities, their physical strength was unimaginably strong. The ferocious beasts that Fang Xing had summoned were all fourth-order ferocious beasts, which were considered the weakest in the sinkhole. If it was a head-on battle, a mid-stage Golden Core Realm demonic cultivator would be able to put up a fight. But now that they were in the Blackwater prison, a mid-stage Golden Core Realm demonic cultivator was no different from a mid-stage Foundation Establishment Realm demonic cultivator. In such an environment, these ferocious beasts could be said to be invincible. Help, we're doomed. Where did so many monsters come from? Are they demonic beasts? How can they be so big? How can they be so strong? In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield had turned into a slaughterhouse. This was the real meaning of blood flowing like a river and flesh being ground into a pulp. When the Demon Kings saw this, they didn't dare to have any thoughts of resisting. One by one, they put away their original forms and changed into more agile human forms. They wanted to find an opportunity to escape, but they didn't expect that Fang Xing, who had been besieged by them, was now in midair, staring coldly at the ground below. As his divine soul fluctuated, he had already mobilized a few beasts to pounce over, specifically to hunt them down. I'll fight it out with you. When the ferocious tiger saw the ferocious ape in front of it and the ferocious tortoise behind it, it roared and rushed towards the ferocious ape. Then, the ferocious ape slapped at it, smashing it backward. Then, the ferocious tortoise waved its claws and pressed it down, unable to struggle. When the ferocious ape saw this, it turned around and left. It happened to see the fleeing demon ape dragging a big stick. It directly grabbed it in its hand and brought it closer to take a closer look. Of the two apes, one was a demon and the other was a ferocious beast. They looked the same, but their bodies and strength were like heaven and earth. Lord, we're both of the same race. Spare me. The demon ape was so scared that it couldn't stop trembling. It even threw away the stone stick in its hand and looked at the ferocious ape and screamed. Gotcha! It seemed that the ferocious ape didn't treat it as one of its kind. It sniffed it and directly stuffed it into its mouth. As for the blood bat, it was directly chased around by the giant green eagle that Fang Xing was riding. It complained incessantly. As for the black bear spirit and the giant snake that came to help Fang Xing, they hurriedly withdrew their troops and stood at the waist of the White Bones Mountain, watching the massacre below. They were so shocked that the depths of their souls trembled. If they had magic power and divine abilities, they wouldn't be too afraid. But with only their physical strength left, they really couldn't bear the pressure of these ferocious beasts. It's over, it's over. How did things get so out of hand? Is what he said reliable or not? The black bear spirit was so scared that his fat body was trembling, and he almost vomited acid from his stomach. The ancestor of the Goo Blade Mountain did me a great favor. He asked me to protect this human cultivator, but I didn't expect him to have this ability. Me protecting him? The giant snake thought to himself. Luckily, he was ordered to protect the human cultivator. Otherwise, he would definitely be one of the people being hunted down. The demon prisoners with their spiritual power suppressed were really no match for the ferocious beasts. Demonic beasts? Are those demonic beasts? How could there be so many monsters in the Blackpool prison? At this time, in the Blackpool Hall above the Blackpool prison, the fire rhinoceros demon general who was looking at the projection on the stone wall shouted desperately. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. As demon generals on duty, they had the responsibility to monitor the prison and prevent large-scale killings and riots. He also wanted to see Fang Xing get killed, so he had been watching from the sidelines. Who would have thought that just now, when the human cultivator was about to die, the projection on the stone wall suddenly became chaotic, as if it was disturbed by a powerful teleportation force. When the projection finally returned to normal, there were so many ferocious beasts around the White Bones Mountain. Oh no, something terrible has happened. Hurry and report to the prison master. The fire rhinoceros demon general couldn't care about anything else. He shouted with a trembling voice and hurriedly crushed the jade talisman. Seeing how ferocious the ferocious beasts were, he was really worried that if he was a little slower, all the demon prisoners would be killed. Although he would be in big trouble if he reported to the prison master now, he didn't dare to delay any longer. Bang! In a small black mountain 300 kilometers away from the Black Abyss Hall, there was an exquisite cave dwelling. With a soft sound, a jade slip suddenly showed a strange brilliance. The white-haired old man who was cultivating in the cave dwelling immediately opened his eyes. He raised his hand and the jade slip immediately flew into his palm. After scanning the divine sense inside, the old man's murderous aura suddenly burst out and he abruptly came out of seclusion. Rumble, he released his cultivation of the golden core Mahayana stage, turned into black lightning, and rushed to the Blackpool Hall. At the same time, teams of demon soldiers and demon generals who were not on duty also quickly gathered and rushed to the Blackpool Hall. What happened? The white-haired old man who came to the Blackpool Hall coldly glanced at the stone wall that was showing the chaos in the prison. Reporting to the prison master, 9 huge demonic beasts suddenly appeared in the prison and are massacring the demon prisoners. The fire rhinoceros demon general was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, but he could only grit his teeth and report. Demonic beasts? How can the demonic beasts be so strong? When did they go in? Why did you only report to me now? I don't know. Under the majesty of the prison master, the fire rhinoceros demon general was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. You're on duty here, and you don't know? The Blackpool prison master was furious and looked coldly at the fire rhinoceros demon general, causing him to kneel down in fear. I'll first gather the demon soldiers and demon generals to suppress the riot in the prison, then I'll ask you. The prison master also knew that the situation was serious and had no time to say more. With a cold snort, he threw out an order and gathered all the demon soldiers and demon generals. The response of the Blackpool prison was quick. Within half an hour, 36 teams of demon soldiers and demon generals had gathered. All of them were in the Gold Core realm, with the lowest being in the first stage of Gold Core realm and the highest being in the fourth stage of Gold Core realm. They were wearing iron armors and holding magic weapons. The demon soldiers under their command were also elites. Each team had 16 people and could be divided into 2 groups. All of them were equipped with low-grade black-level magic weapons. Each of them had a special seal on them, which allowed them to use spiritual power in the Blackpool prison. Such a system was almost invincible in the Blackpool prison. A team of demon soldiers could wipe out all the tyrants in the prison. Seeing the 9 fierce beasts, the Black Abyss prison master obviously didn't dare to be careless. He summoned the 10 teams of demon soldiers and entered the Black Abyss prison to quell the chaos. At the same time, to be safe, he also summoned 3 or 4 demon cultivator elders at the late stage of Gold Core realm to enter the Black Abyss prison with him to quell the chaos. He also sent a warning to the demon court. If there were any unusual movements, the demon court would send demon soldiers to help suppress them. Open the gate of the demon prison. The master of the Black Abyss prison let out a roar and shot a spiritual light that contained an identification seal toward the true demon bone revealing mirror hanging high above the Black Abyss prison. A beam of green light with a hint of purple immediately shot out from the true demon bone revealing mirror and shone directly on the bluestone floor of the Black Abyss hall. Wherever the light shone, complex runes constantly changed and flickered. Finally, a stone door appeared out of thin air. Kill everyone who dares to cause trouble in the Blackpool prison. Kill them all. The Black Abyss prison master roared. The demon soldiers under his command shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." They rushed into the stone gate in batches. At this time, in the area of the White Bones Mountain, the 9 ferocious beasts had already turned the entire area into a sea of blood. It could be predicted that after this matter, the White Bones Mountain would at least increase in size by 3 times. It was unknown when the soil that was dyed red would return to its original color. It was unknown how many of the demon prisoners had died, but among the 9 ferocious beasts, only one of them had died, and the other was only injured. After all, the fierce beasts had low intelligence. To some extent, the smarter demon prisoners could still take advantage of them. At this moment, Feng Xing was sitting on the peak of White Bones Mountain. His huge black sword was stabbed into the ground beside him, and he held a jar of wine in his hand. In front of him, the vicious ape, vicious tiger, and blood bat that had planned to surround and kill him were already lying on the ground, their heads chopped off. Not far away, the black bear spirit and the giant snake stood trembling in fear. No one dared to approach him. At this moment, the golden crow had already approached Feng Xing and said anxiously, "Don't tell me your method is to kill people crazily? The prison master of the Black Abyss prison is not a fool. He is a golden core Mahayana cultivator, one of the 10 elders of the demon court, and a half-step nascent soul cultivator. He will soon come to quell the chaos. Your ferocious beasts do not have an advantage in front of the demon soldiers and demon generals who can use Dharma power. Fang Xing, on the other hand, raised his head and chuckled, I'm waiting for a disaster. Sure enough, not long after, the blue stone wall above his head suddenly changed. There was a loud rumbling sound, and then a ray of light descended from the sky. The stone wall above his head actually retreated to two sides, revealing a huge door. Behind the door, groups of demon soldiers wearing magic weapons and iron armor rushed out under the leadership of the Golden Core demon generals, occupying 4 positions in the air. This stone gate was the only gate leading to the outside world in the legend of the Blackwater Abyss prison. This gate was not built in a specific place, but controlled by a secret method. The true demon bone revealing mirror could open any place within its sight. Just like now, as soon as the White Bone Mountain was in chaos, it directly opened here. The demon soldiers are here, we're saved. Below, countless shouts rang out. For these demon prisoners locked up in the Blackpool prison, it was the first time that they saw those demon soldiers and demon generals who usually relied on their magical power and celestial devices to be so excited. Rumble, groups of demon soldiers and demon generals came one after another, and in the end, dozens of groups actually rushed in. There were about 300 to 400 of them, and they almost filled the entire sky above the White Bones Mountain. Their magical power and the waves of magical tools were gathered in one place, almost forming a substantial pressure, almost suppressing all the demon prisoners on the mountain to kneel on the ground and worship them. Hell! The 8 ferocious beasts that Fang Xing had summoned sensed this pressure and immediately roared towards the sky, roaring at the group of demon soldiers. How are they demonic beasts? They are clearly the legendary fierce beasts. How did they enter the Black Abyss prison? Behind the stone door, rows of demon soldiers lined up on both sides. The last one to step in was an old man with a head full of white hair that draped over his shoulders. His appearance was elegant and he didn't look like a demon cultivator, but like a great scholar of the human race. His gaze coldly swept across the area and he saw the 8 fierce beasts below. Especially when he felt the aura of the fierce beasts at close range, his heart skipped a beat. Yes, my son. Kill the 8 fierce beasts, and try to capture them alive. With a thought, the Black Abyss Hellmaster immediately gave the order. Although the most important task was to suppress the riot in the prison, he also wanted to capture a few fierce beasts alive to investigate. At the same time, he also ordered people to guard the prison gate, in case of any changes. He had already guessed that these fierce beasts would not appear in the prison for no reason, and there must be something strange. However, he was not very worried. Although the 8 fierce beasts were strong, they were not enough to make him pale. Kill, the demon soldiers and demon generals immediately shouted. 24 teams were sent to deal with the 8 ferocious beasts, while the remaining 12 teams remained in front of the prison gate to prevent any changes. Of the 24 teams that were sent out, the first team had a Jindan demon general and another 16 demon soldiers, which could form 2 large formations. Every 3 teams would deal with 1 ferocious beast. They were all standard magic tools and well-trained formations, but it was enough. It's over, these fierce beasts are not enough to take the road from the demon soldiers and demon generals, the great golden crow shrieked, feeling anxious for Fang Xing. What's the hurry? These fierce beasts are powerful, and they want to subdue them so easily? It's not that easy. Fang Xing was calm, and he had almost finished the jar of wine. Why are you so fierce? Oh, look at that tortoise, it has been beaten into its shell and can't come out anymore. The golden crow was so anxious that he wished he could help. He stomped his feet at the side. Because there's still the fiercest one that hasn't made a move yet, Fang Xing laughed mischievously. He drank the wine in the jar in one gulp and threw it to the side. The fiercest one? The great golden crow was stunned, and he turned to look at Fang Xing. Fang Xing laughed, slowly took out a mask, and put it on his face. He said softly, "It's me." The great golden crow looked at the fox-like mask on his face in a daze. It was familiar, and he vaguely remembered that it was brought out of the Green Hill tomb with Fang Xing back then. However, seeing that he was wearing it now, there was nothing special about it. The great golden crow was extremely anxious, and he could not help but ask, "Why are you wearing a mask? Do you want to escape?" You should have escaped long ago. Who said I want to escape? I'm going to fight my way out with you. Fang Xing said coldly, and took out a piece of immortal essence the size of a nascent soul's fist. With a flick of his thumb, the piece of immortal essence flew up and was attracted by an invisible force, and it was embedded in the forehead of the green fox ghost mask. Its shape became smaller, and a raging flame burned from the forehead. At first glance, it looked like there was an extra eye of fire on the mask, shooting out a terrifying light. This is, the great golden crow was dumbfounded. Having stayed in the Blackpool prison for a long time, he soon discovered the peculiarity of this mask. The fluctuation coming from it was something that he had not experienced since he was imprisoned in the Blackpool prison, the fluctuation of magic power. Furthermore, that dermic power was abnormally strong and turbulent. It was so strong that it did not seem like something that a golden elixir realm cultivator should possess. Strictly speaking, it was even like the aura of Yuanying or an even higher realm. At the moment when the power of the green fox ghost mask was stimulated by the immortal essence, Fang Xing had already stood up. Suddenly, such a simple movement made him look like he had grown hundreds of feet taller, and there were even slight popping sounds in his body. The aura of his body was also increasing, and there was a faint flash of terrifying lightning around him. The first seal, Fang Xing put his hands in front of his chest, and his 10 fingers were like lotus flowers, forming the first seal. Boom, an invisible strong wind appeared out of nowhere, blowing up the corners of his clothes, making them flutter like a big flag. The second seal, his fingers did not stop, and he quickly formed the second seal. At the same time, the vague shadow of a man in a green robe appeared behind him, standing in the void. The third seal, Fang Xing suddenly shouted, and at the same time, he took a step forward. With this step, he directly performed a teleportation spell, and his figure disappeared. Then, he appeared directly in front of the gate of the Blackpool prison, standing face to face with the white-haired lord of the Blackpool prison. Without saying a word, he pointed at the lord of the Blackpool prison as soon as he appeared. At the same time, the figure in the green robe behind him did the same thing, pointing at him with his finger. Dharma spells. At this moment, what Fang Xing used was a Dharma spell, and it was extremely strange and powerful. When Fang Xing pointed with his finger, everyone only saw a man in a green robe suddenly fly out from the crowd. He was 30 feet tall and his green robe fluttered in the wind. He suddenly and elegantly appeared in front of the Black Abyss prison, stood face to face with the Black Abyss prison master, and then pointed with his finger. Although it was just a light finger, it seemed to attract all the elegance in the world at this moment. The finger was like a sword, pointing directly at the Golden Core Mahayana Realm Black Abyss prison master. The Black Abyss Hell Master was not to be trifled with. Although this finger had come abruptly and the deterrent force of the azure-clothed fox shadow was strong enough to steal his mind, a trace of fear and trepidation still made his scalp tingle. He let out a roar from the bottom of his heart. This roar shook all the meridians, bones, blood, and finally his soul, causing him to wake up from the situation where his mind was stolen. If he did not wake up, he might even be directly killed by this finger without the slightest resistance. He woke up in time and let out a series of meaningless roars. In a flurry, he used all of his defensive methods and all of his trump cards. Regardless of their value, he only wanted to exchange his life for this one finger. His body was covered in Dan light, which was like a wave, surging toward Fang Xing's face. The 3 jade pendants on his waist exploded at the same time, turning into 3 layers of barriers in front of him. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the air. The runes in the blood glittered and turned into a blood-colored shield, blocking in front of him. Using the astral steps, his figure changed, and his body actually turned into 4 shadows. 1 shadow went left, 1 shadow went right, 1 shadow went straight, and 1 shadow went straight. Or it could be said that the green-clothed fox shadow in front of him rushed over, and the last shadow used the teleportation technique to escape. In the blink of an eye, 4 kinds of dharma spells and magical weapons were used just to avoid that finger. Faced with his various changes, Fang Xing did not have the slightest bit of hesitation. His finger was still pointed out without any changes. Chi, the pill light surged over, but this finger was like a sharp sword cutting through a thick cloth. It was divided into 2 halves and dissipated without a trace. Pa. 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 The 3 barriers were shattered like bubbles by the finger. Without any delay, the 3 barriers pierced through the blood-colored shield. The blood-red shield seemed to be solid, indestructible, but it was also terrifyingly sticky. Even if it was a divine weapon, if it pierced into the shield, it would still be deeply stuck inside, and it would be impossible for it to escape in a short period of time. However, when the cyan-cloaked fox shadow pointed at it, it actually contained an unimaginably violent power. When the finger pointed at the shield, the power attached to it had already completely torn the shield apart. After that, facing the 4 shadows transformed by the Black Abyss Hell Master, the cyan-cloaked fox shadow had no choice. He didn't try to determine which shadow was real, nor did he randomly point at any shadow. At this moment, he was just a little plain, nothing fancy. However, the power of this finger split into 4 in an instant. With a pu sound, the 4 shadows were hit at the same time. Greenhill faction, I'll fight you to the death. After the 4 shadows were hit at the same time, the shadows that lunged at Feng Xing fled to the left, and fled to the back shattered at the same time, while the shadow that fled to the right let out a wail like a wounded beast, staggered, and turned into an extremely faint shadow that fled toward the abyss of the Blackwater Abyss prison. However, what was surprising was that he was cursing the Greenhill faction. Even Feng Xing was a little surprised at this moment, but he soon realized that it must be the spiritual fluctuations that he released when he borrowed the Green Fox Grimace mask, which caused the unlucky Black Abyss Hell Master to misunderstand him and regard him as a member of the Green Hill Fox clan. Now, his 3 seals and 1 finger were borrowing the power of the Green Fox Grimace mask. Before entering the Blackwater Abyss prison, he had guessed correctly that the Green Fox Grimace mask was extremely mysterious. After he activated the mask with the power of the immortal essence, he saw that the man fighting in the void represented a strange inheritance, which consisted of a total of 9 seals. As he comprehended these 9 seals, the complete inheritance would be branded in his spirit. However, 3 was the base number of spells, so Feng Xing felt that he would definitely gain something after comprehending the first 3 seals. Before entering the Blackwater Abyss prison, he stole, cheated, and blackmailed a total of 4 pieces of immortal essence from the Greenhill faction and the Fusang faction. Knowing that time was tight, it would be good to have more help, so he hurried to comprehend the Green Fox Grimace mask before entering the prison. At that time, he gritted his teeth and put his life on the line to activate all his divine sense to comprehend and memorize the 3rd seal. As it turned out, his guess was right. After comprehending the 3rd seal, he did gain something, and this gain was a preliminary mastery of the secret method of activating the power of the Green Fox Grimace mask. After putting on the mask and using the immortal essence to activate the power of the Green Fox Grimace mask, Feng Xing could use the power of the Green Fox Grimace mask to perform the first 3 seals of the 9 seals and use the power of the Green Fox Grimace mask to perform a finger. This finger had a name, and it was called the Fox Core Sword. The Fox Core Sword was originally one of the secret methods of the Fox clan. It was originally a pure spell, and Feng Xing had seen Hu Jiugu perform it once. She had sacrificed her Jindan and the sword had shone brightly. The power of this divine sense lay in the fact that before the sword was drawn, the Jindan had already released some kind of power. When used against a weaker opponent, the power of deterrence would be released, and when used against a stronger opponent, the power of charm would be released. Whether it was deterrence or charm, in short, the opponent would be deterred first, and the sword would rise into the air to kill the enemy. The finger that Feng Xing performed through the Green Fox Grimace mask was similar to the Fox Core Sword, but the way it was used was different. There was no charm effect, and it was used to deter and intimidate the enemy. Then, with a finger, the enemy would be killed without a trace. To be precise, this finger was not performed by Feng Xing, but was performed by the Green Fox Grimace mask with the help of his power. Because the power was drawn out by the Green Fox Grimace mask, and it consumed the power of the immortal essence, it could not be suppressed in the Abyss prison. In addition, it was sudden, and Feng Xing's finger had severely injured the Abyss prison master. The sky was filled with silence. After Feng Xing severely injured the Abyss prison master with a finger, the demon soldiers and demon generals in the sky were strangely quiet, and their eyes were filled with shock. They were used to rushing into the Abyss prison in full armor and facing a group of sheep with only physical strength. Usually, the Abyss prison master, who was in the Golden Core Mahayana state, had the same strength as a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator in the Abyss prison. Therefore, when they saw the green fox shadow appear and almost kill the abyss prison master with a finger, they were not used to it. Surrender, those who disobey will be killed. Fangxing did not expect to take care of the abyss prison master in one go. The power of the green fox grimace mask was beyond his imagination, but he was only stunned for a moment before he immediately shouted and rushed toward a few late-stage Golden Core Realm demon cultivators who seemed to have a strong aura. He wanted to kill these old men before the power of the immortal essence in the green fox grimace mask's forehead ran out. Run, run, what cultivation level is this person? Is it the Yuanying Patriarch of Qingqiu Mountain? We can't beat him, run. Fangxing didn't expect that the demonic cultivators at the late stage of Gold Core Realm were not fools. Seeing that the Black Abyss Prison Lord had been seriously injured by his finger, they didn't even have the intention to fight with him. They didn't even dare to come near him to snatch the gate of the Black Abyss Prison. Instead, they rushed into the Black Abyss Prison. Fangxing had already caught an old man, but seeing that the old man was really trying to escape, he had no choice but to let him go embarrassedly. The old man simply ran away while shouting, "Thank you for sparing my life." Not to mention them, even the Golden Core Realm demon generals who were quick to react also escaped. Only the hundreds of demon soldiers who were slow to escape stood in the air, dumbfounded. They could not escape, and they did not dare to fight. There was a difference in the number of cultivators. If dozens of late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators besieged an early-stage Golden Core Realm cultivator, they had a good chance of winning. However, if a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was pitted against a Yuanying Realm cultivator, it would be useless even if there were 10,000 of them. The power displayed by Fangxing with the green fox grimace mask made these demon soldiers unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. The area around White Bone Mountain was eerily quiet for a few breaths of time. Then the black bear spirit that had received Fangxing's instructions suddenly thought of something. His cumbersome body nimbly leapt onto the top of White Bone Mountain. He roared, "What are you all standing around for? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, run for your lives. As long as you don't want to die in the prison, run for your lives." Hua, after a loud roar, he jumped up and brushed past Fangxing. He climbed up the abyss gate with his two claws. His fat butt was so heavy that Fangxing, who was standing by the prison gate, kicked him out helplessly. There was a series of crashing sounds outside, and the muffled cry of the black bear, "Thank you, run, run, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, run." The reaction of the black bear spirit seemed to have attracted the attention of others. Almost instantly, countless demon prisoners who could fly, jump, and climb rushed to the entrance of the abyss prison like a tide, causing a huge jam. Fangxing had no choice but to stand in front of the prison gate and command, slow down, line up, take care of the old and the weak." "This is your idea? Isn't it too awesome?" The great golden crow rushed up and stared blankly at the demon prisoners who were rushing out like flies. His small eyes lit up with surprise and joy. "The more chaotic it is, the better, so that I can take you away," Fangxing laughed. When he was about to say something, the flame on his forehead suddenly went out. His body also trembled a few times. Suddenly, a few horrible cracks appeared on his body, and bright red blood flowed down. Then, he seemed to have fainted and fell from the sky like a piece of wood. The great golden crow was so scared that he hurriedly descended from the sky and caught him in the air. F***ck, F***ck. "Are you okay?" "Ouch." Fangxing's breathing was weak as he muttered to himself. "Isn't it painful? Look at the bloody wounds on your body, it's really scary. Where does it hurt the most?" The great golden crow was frightened and asked with concern. "Ouch," Fangxing said weakly, his voice like a mosquito. The golden crow was shocked. "Why are you feeling sorry for me? Is your heart broken?" Fangxing's voice was like a mosquito, such a big piece of fairy essence, it's gone in a short while. "Ouch. It's better to use my own power. There's always a price to pay for borrowed power." Fangxing finally understood this. He groaned and screamed on the back of the great golden crow. Just now, he had used his immortal essence to activate the power of the green fox ghost face, and the ghost face had used his body to execute the fox core sword. From the moment he wore it to the moment the divine fire contained in the immortal essence was used up, the time between the time it took to brew a cup of tea was probably less than 10 minutes, but his body could no longer bear it and it cracked. He was already injured when he was forming his gold core. Now, he was injured again, and he was in a miserable state. Fortunately, the situation was settled. The demons in the abyss prison broke out of the encirclement and flew in all directions like flies. The great golden crow sneakily carried him and flew towards the lonely edge mountain. Before entering the abyss prison, Fangxing had already made an appointment with the lonely edge mountain. After he finished his business, he would return to the lonely edge mountain. At that time, the Yuanying ancestors of the lonely edge mountain would come forward and protect him. Of course, according to the original plan, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to succeed. He didn't expect that it would only take a day and a night. Today, the abyss prison and even the entire Tung province were in chaos. Ever since the demon clan migrated to the north, there had never been such a large-scale escape in the abyss prison in the past 3,000 years. The wide-open gate of the abyss prison was simply telling the demon prisoners that their chance to escape had arrived. Under such circumstances, who would be courteous and continue to suffer in there? Wouldn't they be stupid? Therefore, as if a hornet's nest had been killed, groups of demon prisoners poured out of the prison gate. After coming into contact with the external environment, they felt the reality of the recovery of spiritual power. They were overjoyed. Some flew into the sky, some burrowed into the ground, some changed their appearance, some flocked away, some snuck into the night without saying a word, some fled to the barren northern land, and some snuck into the bustling Ting province city. It was a mess. After receiving the warning, the demon court reacted quickly. 5,000 demon soldiers guarding the demon court had been sent out. Apart from the Black Abyss prison master, the 10 great elders had all come out of their caves. Even the 2 supreme Yuanying patriarchs had appeared. However, facing the group of demon prisoners that had escaped to the outside world, such a reaction was useless. With so many sinister and cunning demon prisoners escaping to the outside world, it was like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger returning to the deep mountains. How could they be so easy to catch? As for Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow, they took this opportunity to escape to Mount Guren. Damned crow, give me the supreme undying scripture that you learned from the profound domain. Lying on the back of the Great Golden Crow, Fangxing originally wanted to use his spiritual power to heal his injuries. However, he found that the more he used his spiritual power, the more serious his injuries became. He knew that the injuries this time were not simple. Under the situation where his physical body was already injured, he put on the green fox ghost mask and used his physical body to execute the fox core sword. It was equivalent to the power of the entire piece of immortal essence flowing through his physical body in an instant. It was like a small ditch was instantly filled with water from a large river. His spiritual power was overflowing, and his physical body was already riddled with holes. In this case, it was useless to repair a certain part. He could only make up for the origin. Moreover, the longer this kind of injury was delayed, the more dangerous it would be. When the origin collapsed, even a Daluo golden deity would not be able to save him. Because of this, Fangxing did not dare to delay any longer and immediately wanted to complete the scripture. Supreme Undying Scripture? I can't pass it on at all. I can't even write it, let alone recite it orally. Release your soul and recall the scripture. You don't need to worry about anything else. Hearing this, the Great Golden Crow did not ask any more questions. He immediately agreed and activated his soul to recall the scripture. At this moment, Fangxing was also circulating the general principles of the Supreme Tao Scripture in his soul. According to his previous guess, with the general principles of the Supreme Tao Scripture, he should be able to copy the scripture of the Supreme Undying Scripture in his mind. The scripture was originally just like a brand. After being imprinted in the mind of the Great Golden Crow, it could comprehend it, but it could not pass it on to others. However, since he had the Supreme Tao Scripture, he was not in this category. To be precise, he could comprehend any creation method that extended from the Supreme Tao Scripture. My body is like the earth, refined by the sun and the moon, quenched by the stars. Life has no end, destruction has no end. As expected, after activating his divine sense, he could already feel that the divine sense released by the Great Golden Crow contained bits of scripture. He could even vaguely hear a solemn voice softly reciting the meaning of scripture in Fangxing's mind. In an instant, Fangxing was dumbfounded. There was a feeling of enlightenment in his mind. He felt that after forming his gold core, some of the mysteries that he could not comprehend were easily solved. At this moment, the scripture was like the brilliance of the sun and the moon, directly shining on Fangxing's body. It was crystal clear, and the slightest detail could be seen. At this moment, Fangxing's understanding of his own body was as clear as the palm of his hand, down to the smallest detail. It had to be said that the injuries he suffered this time were too much like a summer vacation. Because his body had just endured a power that far exceeded its limits, the injuries were quite severe. This also caused all of the inadequacies in Fangxing's body to appear. At this moment, using the undying scripture, he understood every inch of the inadequacies. It could even be said that, subconsciously, the circulation of his qi and blood was already referring to the descriptions in the scripture. In an instant, his qi and blood were vigorous, interweaving into a majestic source of power. It actually forced some of the corrupting blood out of his body. At this moment, in the outside world, it was reflected on the surface of Fangxing's body. Suddenly, dirty blood seeped out. It was extremely terrifying. "Little bandit, I just recalled the scripture. Can you feel it?" After the great golden crow finished reciting the scripture, he turned around to look. When he suddenly saw this, he was so scared that his hair stood on end. Did his injuries worsen again? For a moment, he was filled with panic and incomparably complex emotions. Although he had given him a beating the moment he saw him, he was still someone who had dared to enter the Black Abyss prison to save him. Could it be that he was seriously injured and was about to die? I must hurry and send him to Mount Lone Edge. With that thought, the great golden crow suddenly sped up again, streaking through the void like a bolt of lightning as he hurried towards Mount Lone Edge. Xianxia Mountain shall assist the demon court in capturing the escaped prisoners. All demons are to revert to their true forms and remain motionless. Otherwise, they shall be killed without mercy. Just as he was about to reach the Lonely Edge Mountain, he suddenly heard someone shout in front of him. Then, he could see with the naked eye, nearly 1,000 fully armed demon soldiers and demon generals coming on clouds. They instantly sealed off the mountain range for hundreds of miles. The mirror of truth hung high in the air, and several elders with powerful auras descended from the sky. They spread out their divine sense and actually set up a barrier in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. This Xianxia Mountain is too damned despicable. Is the demon court their home? So devoted. The great golden crow gritted his teeth in hatred at the sight. The 8 lineages of the ancient demons were not set up uniformly around the demon court, but were located at different locations and distances. The location of the Xianxia Mountain happened to be between Mount Lone Edge and the demon court, and having received news of the change in the Black Abyss prison, the Xianxia Mountain did not expect to react so quickly. They quickly set up troops around their own territory to aid the demon court in capturing the fugitives, but blocked the path of the great golden crow. Turning back to look at Fangxing on his back, he saw that the latter was composed and silent, which made him feel even more uneasy. I can only return to Mount Fusang first. My coffin of immortality is still hidden at the foot of Mount Fusang, and there are 2 blood lotus seeds in there just in case. I don't know why this little bandit's injuries are worsening, but the only thing I can do now is to return to Mount Fusang, put him in the coffin of immortality, and feed him the blood lotus seeds. Damn it, you better not die, you little bastard. I don't want to owe you my life. With that thought, the great golden crow made up his mind and changed direction in the air, charging straight towards Mount Fusang. After all, he was born in the demon court, so he knew that there were no obstacles in the direction of Mount Fusang. Whoosh, worried about Fangxing, the great golden crow moved swiftly and headed straight for Mount Fusang. Who's that flying over? The Ting region is under martial law, and no flying is allowed. Stop quickly and be interrogated. After flying for over 500 kilometers, the great golden crow tried his best to hide his body. However, he was not Fangxing after all, and he had the aura concealing technique passed down by the demon sword to hide his aura and body. Moreover, he was worried that Fangxing's injuries would worsen, so he inevitably increased his speed when he was rushing. After flying for 500 kilometers, he suddenly saw several teams of demon soldiers patrolling in the sky. The demon general among them noticed the great golden crow and immediately shouted. Little bandit, you entered the Blackwater prison to save me. I'll risk my life for you today. Upon seeing this, the great golden crow's gaze turned cold, and he secretly made a decision. Not only did he not stop, but he also no longer hit himself. He directly rose into the sky and flapped his wings. In an instant, he activated his speed and turned into a golden bolt of lightning. He tore the night sky apart and rushed toward Mount Fusang. In front of him, the team of demon soldiers had already rushed over to stop him. However, he was too fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he managed to break through the gap before the two teams of demon soldiers surrounded him. Quick, send a warning. Someone is breaking through the formation. Quickly suppress him. The patrolling demon soldiers were shocked and immediately issued a warning. In an instant, 3 teams of demon soldiers patrolling within 500 kilometers gathered here. The team of demon soldiers 30 kilometers in front of the Golden Crow saw a golden bolt of lightning rushing towards them. It was difficult for them to catch up, so they immediately used their Dharma artifacts and set up an inescapable net to block the Golden Crow. They actually wanted to forcefully capture the Golden Crow from the sky. Today, I'll go crazy for once. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. As he was in a hurry, the great Golden Crow could not care less. For the first time, a ruthless expression appeared in his eyes. If I let you die here, then I, Big Gold Lord, will be ruined. Although the great Golden Crow usually laughed and played around, he knew that the situation was serious at this moment. He also became ruthless. His eyes shot out 2 violent glints. Facing the obstruction of the demon soldiers and demon generals in the air, he didn't dodge. He didn't even slow down. Instead, he flapped his wings and rushed forward at a much faster speed, bringing with him the sound of wind whistling like thunder. We have the order of the demon court here. Anyone who dares to break into the array will be killed without mercy. The demon soldiers in front of him shouted. The 16 demon soldiers each cast out a net. The layers were connected, but it seemed to cover half the sky. On the net, there was a faint spiritual light, and there were sharp hooks. If ordinary demon cultivators touched it, they would immediately be entangled. Not only would the net absorb the spiritual power from the body, but the trapped cultivators would also be unable to break free. The hooks on the net would also drill into the body and lock it firmly. This kind of large net was originally the standard of the demon court. It was used to capture ordinary fugitives, and it could even capture a lot of them. However, at this moment, the great Golden Crow also became ruthless. When he rushed over, he didn't hold back. He secretly mobilized his blood essence, and the golden feathers on his body flashed with a dark red luster. Each feather seemed to have turned into a sharp sword at this moment. One by one, they covered the surface of his body, forming an indestructible blood-red golden armor. Fang Xing, who was on his back, was tied up by the ropes formed by the golden light, and his figure was covered by the golden feathers. I've already said that anyone who blocks Lord Jin's way will be killed without mercy. He rushed straight toward the net, and the great Golden Crow cawed loudly. It was also at this moment that a group of demon soldiers in the void shouted in unison, casting a net of law over. In the face of this Dharma net, which made countless demon cultivators pale, the Golden Crow did not dodge. Instead, it directly crashed into it. With a chi sound, its streamlined body directly crashed into the Dharma net. Its forward momentum was so fast that it directly smashed through the well-tempered Dharma net. The barbs on the Dharma net caused sparks to appear on its feathers, but none of them pierced into its flesh. Did I see it wrong? This scene not only caused the demon soldiers to stagger and their eyes were filled with shock, even the Gold Core middle stage demon general who was sitting at the side was so scared that he gasped. However, his reaction was not slow. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken out a skull. In the air, a green light shone brightly, and 2 balls of ghost fire flew out from the 2 empty eyes, aiming straight for the back of the Golden Crow. Don't bother me. The great Golden Crow seemed to have eyes on the back of its head. It shouted angrily and suddenly turned around. Its big wings flapped in the air, and a strong wind blew in the air. The 2 balls of ghost fire couldn't get close to it. Then, it took advantage of the wind and clawed at the Golden Core stage demon general. Its claws were as hard as steel, and after a few cracking sounds, half of the skull was forcibly crushed. The claws dug into the skull and threw it at the Golden Core stage demon general as a weapon. It spun in the air, and its momentum was extremely shocking. The Golden Core stage demon general couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on. His face instantly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. This is impossible. How can a mere golden core stage body? The golden core stage demon general was injured, and his first thought was that he didn't want to believe it. However, when he roared, the great golden crow had already fled. 2 demon soldiers who foolishly blocked its way were directly smashed into meat paste by its wings. Someone is trying to break through, someone is trying to break through. People from the west, pay attention and stop them. The golden core stage demon general wasn't willing to give up. He took out his telepathic instrument and shouted. Boom boom boom, the great golden crow flew forward with red eyes. The sound of the wind was like rolling thunder, and it could be clearly heard from 10 miles away. Right now, it knew that it had already been exposed, so it didn't waste any more time and simply forced its way through. However, this also attracted even more demon soldiers to gather at lightning speed. There were people blocking in front and people chasing from behind. It was almost a dead end. However, the golden crow also displayed the strength of its physical body at this time. When it flew over, it actually used itself as a celestial artifact and smashed everything with brute force. It actually broke through a total of 500 kilometers of land. Its speed was extremely fast. Even if the demon soldiers knew that it was coming, most of them didn't have the time to accurately set up a defense line in its flight path. Those that happened to stop it couldn't stop its physical body that was stronger than black iron. However, even so, the great golden crow still felt that something was strange. Why are there so many demon soldiers in this direction? Flying in the air, he couldn't help but have a fierce look in his eyes. He thought to himself, speaking of which, many of them aren't even patrolling here. Instead, they are directly heading towards Mount Fusang to stop me. But luckily, I'm about to reach Mount Fusang. Little bandit, I've done this much, I'll at least be able to repay you. After breaking through a few lines of defense, although there were a few scars on its body and it looked extremely frightening, the red soil of the Fusang mountain range appeared in front of it. Behind it, the demon soldiers who were chasing it the most were also left behind by nearly 100 miles. In this way, it could at least be considered to have gotten rid of the pursuers and bought some time. At least the little bandit on its back could be saved. Who is it? Making such a noise in the middle of the night, can't you let me sleep? On the quiet cliff of Mount Fusang, the originally quiet starry sky and wilderness were broken by the strong wind brought by the great golden crow's rapid flight. It was like muffled thunder, rolling and rolling throughout the valley. This angered an old man with a face full of eyebrows and beard. He was less than 3 feet tall, and he was holding a walking stick. He raised his eyebrows that blocked his eyes and looked towards the sky. Uncle Jen, the great golden crow that was flying over, curled up and stopped abruptly. It landed on the ground with a loud bang, creating a huge pit in the hard red soil. Then, it didn't have time to reminisce or explain. It directly placed the unconscious Fang Xing at Uncle Jen's feet and said hurriedly, "Help me put this guy into the mysterious coffin that I left in your cave abode. There are 2 blood lotus seeds in the coffin. Feed him one now and leave the other one for him. Remember, don't let anyone find out. I'm leaving first." As it spoke, it jumped up again and was about to escape. It knew that it had already been exposed. Not to mention how many people wanted to catch it, it had killed a lot of demon soldiers just now. Its sin was even greater than before. If it didn't want to harm Fang Xing and its clansmen, it could only continue to escape and lead the pursuers into the Sunset Desert. In this way, even if it was caught and sent back to the Blackpool prison, it wouldn't implicate the little bastard. What was more gratifying was that when Fang Xing was on his back, he did not show himself. No one knew that he was with him. In this way, he could leave him in Mount Fusang to heal his injuries. He would not delay his recovery by following him. "Oh, little Six, you're back? Where have you been all this time?" The old Treant had poor hearing and slow thinking. He didn't seem to know that Lil Six had been locked up in the Blackpool prison for several months. He didn't seem to be excited to see Lil Six come back. He walked over slowly with his walking stick and looked at the ground. He was shocked to see Fang Xing, who was unconscious and covered in dirty blood. He shook his head and said, "Oh, why did this guy die so miserably?" The great golden crow was speechless. It raised its voice and said, "He's not dead. Uncle Jen, put him in that coffin." Hearing this, Uncle Jen sighed and shook his head. He's almost rotten, but he has to be buried in the coffin. The golden crow was shocked and complained, "Oh, my Uncle Jen. I'm not asking you to bury him, I'm asking you to put him in the coffin." "What? Put me in the coffin?" Uncle Jen was furious and hit it with his walking stick. "Little bastard, I'm not dead yet. How dare you curse me to sleep in a coffin?" When Uncle Jen of Fusang Mountain was angry, he dared to hit anyone, from Chief Wu Gumu, to Jin Lianhua and Wu Sang'er, to the once proud son of the Golden Crow tribe, to the crazy Wu Yidian, there was no one he didn't dare to hit. And those who were hit didn't dare to say anything. After all, Uncle Jen had lived for too long. Every generation of Golden Crows called him Uncle General, but in fact, calling him the ancestor of the Golden Crow tribe was too low. But to the great Golden Crow, it was like a stroke meeting a slow doctor. It didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was eager to distract the pursuers, and it felt that Fang Xing's physical changes were not right. It was eager to put him in the undead mysterious coffin and feed him the blood lotus seeds to heal him. But Uncle Jen's hearing was not good and he was angry. He hit it with his walking stick. The Golden Crow didn't dare to dodge and took 2 hits. It was so angry that it flapped its wings. "Uncle Jen, why do you have to fight now? You're killing me, you want to kill me? I'll beat you to death, you little bastard." Uncle Jen stomped his feet and hit even harder. His walking stick hit the great Golden Crow's wings. "Cousin, is it really you? Is it really you? Why did you come out? Was it that thief uncle who saved you?" Just as he was feeling anxious, he suddenly heard a surprised voice. A golden crow that was 2 times smaller than him flew out from the mountains and landed on the ground. It turned into a lovely girl in a golden dress. Her eyes were filled with surprise and joy as she hurried over. She seemed to be overjoyed but also in disbelief. It was his cousin, Wu Sang'er. "Sang'er, you came at the right time. I hid an immortal coffin in Uncle Jen's cave abode. There are 2 blood lotus seeds in it. I have to leave as soon as possible. There are many people chasing after me. Don't ask, just listen to me. After I leave, immediately carry this little bastard down and put him in the coffin. Feed him 1 blood lotus seed and put the other one on his chest. Close the coffin lid," the great Golden Crow said hurriedly and stuffed Fang Xing into Wu Sang'er's arms. Seeing Fang Xing's bloody body, Wu Sang'er was shocked and said, "How did he die so miserably?" The great Golden Crow was speechless and said, "He's not dead yet. But if you keep nagging, I'm going to die." After saying that, he spread his wings and was about to fly away, but Uncle Jen hooked his claws with his walking stick. He jumped up and down and scolded, "Little bastard, tell me first, how are you going to kill me? If you don't explain clearly, I'll beat you to death today." The Golden Crow was afraid that it would pull Uncle Jen down, so it had no choice but to forcefully stop its momentum of soaring into the sky. However, in this short moment of delay, thunder could suddenly be heard. Dark clouds surged from the horizon, but they did not come from the same direction. Dark clouds whizzed in from all directions at the same time, surrounding Mount Fusang. A loud shout came from behind the clouds in the north, "Escaped prisoner of the Black Abyss, where do you think you are going? It's over. Uncle Jen, you've really killed me." The great Golden Crow's heart instantly sank. The pursuers were already here, and it would not be easy to escape. At this time, the sky was in a semicircle and had already surrounded this side of the cliff. In another direction, there were faint dark clouds rolling in the sky. There must have been people behind to prevent the Golden Crow from escaping. Behind them, the figures of the pursuers had already appeared in the dark clouds. Most of them were powerful demon cultivators wearing black armor with red cloaks on their backs. There were only 3 or 4 demon soldiers wearing the standard armor of the Black Abyss prison or the demon court, less than 10% of the pursuers. "I was wondering why you were chasing me so closely. It turns out that you guys are so concerned about me." Seeing this, the great Golden Crow was not in a hurry to escape. He shouted angrily and at the same time, looked around carefully, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Now that the gates of the Black Abyss prison were open, demons and ghosts were everywhere, and there were too many to catch. The Black Abyss prison and even the demon court were more concerned about the escape and whereabouts of some important demons, so they would not have so much energy to focus on the Golden Crow. However, the Blackwood Ridge was more worried that it would escape, so they immediately sent people to the Fusang Mountain to keep an eye on it. As expected, they found the escaped Great Golden Crow. The Black Abyss prison has changed, and the demons have escaped. The Demon Court has issued a decree, and all the demon lineages have sent people to assist in the capture. We, the Blackwood Ridge, are just following the decree of the Demon Court. Maybe you are the mastermind of the demon's escape? In the black cloud, a white figure came out. It was a woman in silver armor, holding a big saber in her hand, and riding a 3-feet-tall black bull. She looked to be in her 30s, graceful and charming. When she saw the Great Golden Crow, there was undisguised hatred in her eyes. Although her voice was not loud, her words were not polite. She wanted to label the Great Golden Crow as soon as they met. However, her casual words shocked the Great Golden Crow. Although he was not the mastermind was right beside him. Bitch, why are you saying such nice things? Back then, Master Jean only encountered a little trouble, but you made it an ironclad case and locked me up in the Blackpool prison. Weren't you the ones who instructed me to do so? Damn, I know it's because I killed your man, but it's also because he killed my father. It's only right that I seek revenge on him. The Great Golden Crow was not easy to get along with, so he simply cursed. How dare you mention him? If you have the ability to kill him, then come and have a taste of my big saber. Hearing this, the woman in white armor suddenly frowned. She shouted and was about to rush toward the Great Golden Crow with her big saber. Lady Jiaomu, please wait. Let me do it for you. Behind the woman in white armor, several beastkin cultivators in black armor rushed out at the same time. Each of them cast a demonic spell to capture the beastkin cultivators. However, they did not dare to let the woman in white armor do it herself. They all knew that she had a feud with the Great Golden Crow for killing her husband. They were afraid that she would kill the Great Golden Crow when no one was paying attention. After all, the Blackwood Ridge had an agreement with the Nine-Headed Insect clan, and the Great Golden Crow had to be kept alive. How dare you, fugitive! Surrender! In an instant, 3 beastkin cultivators in the late stage of Gold Core realm attacked the Great Golden Crow. The Great Golden Crow's eyes turned cold. He secretly looked to their left, ready to escape from there. His only hope now was that after he escaped, he would attract the attention of these people and not let them see Feng Xing. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from Fusang Mountain. A scorching golden cloud of fire swept over quickly, dyeing the night sky red. Among the fire clouds, a huge golden crow flew over with monstrous power. Although it was still far away, it had already opened its mouth and spat out a red flame that was dozens of feet long. It was like a fire whip, forcing the 3 black-robed elders to retreat in an instant. Who dares to break into my Fusang Mountain to capture people? In the blink of an eye, the person had already arrived in front of the Great Golden Crow. He roared angrily and flew in the void, confronting the beastkin of the Blackwood Ridge. Uncle, the Great Golden Crow was slightly stunned. He recognized that it was his uncle, Wugu Mu. I'll block here. You quickly go to the back of the mountain and break out of the encirclement under the protection of the 3 elders. Don't come back before Yuanying. Wugu Mu quickly transmitted a divine thought to the Great Golden Crow. He did not look at him, but only stared angrily at the beastkin of the Blackwood Ridge. When the Great Golden Crow heard this, he was slightly startled and hesitated. Wugu Mu, this guy is a fugitive from the Blackwater prison. We have the decree of the Demon Court here. Do you want to openly defy it? Seeing this, the beastkin of the Blackwood Ridge were already furious. The demon soldiers gathered and were about to attack. So what if he's a fugitive from the Blackwater prison? So what if it's the decree of the Demon Court? I have the Demon Immortal token here. Can't I exchange it for my nephew's life? Wugu Mu did not reply. With a spread of his large wings, there was already a purple gold token with a simple shape flying into the air, but it shone brightly in the air. Faintly, there seemed to be some kind of simple and unadorned celestial realm transmitted out, making people want to worship it. The Demon Immortal token. The Demon Immortal token of the Golden Crow clan. When the beastkin of the Blackwood Ridge saw this, their eyes all trembled. They seemed to be intimidated by this token. For a moment, no one dared to answer. The Demon Immortal token was passed down by the Demon Immortal ancestor of the Golden Crow clan. It itself had divinity, and had the value of making a request to the demon court. Therefore, according to reason, Wugumu really did have the power to protect his nephew. More importantly, facing the Demon Immortal token, even the wild and ruthless Beastkin didn't dare to attack Mount Fusang at this time, for fear of incurring the wrath of the Beastkin clan. The Demon Immortal token naturally has the power to help your nephew escape punishment, but it can't stay just because you say so. The demon court has its own laws. All fugitives need to be captured and brought back to the Blackwater prison to be suppressed again. If you want to help it escape punishment, you have to wait until the demon court has finished dealing with this riot. Then come and discuss with the 10 elders. So, now let me bring him back, to avoid further offense. Just as the Beastkin of the Blackwood Ridge were hesitating, suddenly a clear voice came from afar. In the distant night sky, a faint green light shone. An old man in a green robe, with a square face and the bearing of an Immortal Realm expert, with an ebony hairpin on his head. His green robe was spotless, and with a smile on his face, he sat on the back of a white bull and slowly walked over. This is Taisher clan's Yuanying ancestor? The Beastkin of the Blackwood Ridge were shocked at first, then overjoyed. They all knelt down and called him ancestor. Especially the woman in white armor, she directly knelt down and said, "Greetings to second ancestor." She was originally a collateral descendant of the Taisher clan, and was also a pure-blooded human. Later, because of the arrangement of the Taisher clan, she married Daoist Jiao Mu of the Blackwood Ridge, and that Daoist Jiao Mu was the demon cultivator who was killed by the Great Golden Crow. In this way, the old man on the white bull was her elder. And the Golden Crow clan leader of Fusang Mountain, Wugumu's expression changed greatly, and even the hand holding the Demon Immortal token trembled. As for the Great Golden Crow, he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. He thought to himself, the little bandit said that the person who schemed against me was far more powerful than I imagined. Not only was it related to the nine-headed insect clan, but even the Taisher clan was involved. Now it seems that he was right. For a small shrimp like me, even the Yuanying ancestor of the Taisher clan came. He hasn't shown up for hundreds of years. The composition of the demon clan was complicated. There were both the declining ancient demon clan and the rising demon clan, but the most special one was the Taisher clan. This was because this clan was not a demon clan, but a human clan. However, their ancestors were close to the demon clan, so they settled down here. After 3,000 years of development, they had become a big family in the northern continent. With the Yuanying patriarch in the family, they were quite powerful. One of the 10 elders of the demon court was from the Taisher clan, which showed the influence of the Taisher clan in the demon clan. The Taisher clan had a close relationship with the Blackwood Ridge. It was even said that the Blackwood Ridge was supported by the Taisher clan. Because of the special status of the Taisher clan, it was inconvenient for them to be part of the 8 lineages of the ancient demon clan. Therefore, they supported the Blackwood Ridge, a force formed by the elites of the demon clan, to seize the position of the 8 lineages of the ancient demon clan. In the future, they could help the Taisher clan, who usually kept a low profile, to take care of things that were inconvenient for them. The one who had ordered the Great Golden Crow to be imprisoned in the Blackwater prison was the Taisher clan's Grand Elder, Shirdan. But even so, the Great Golden Crow did not expect that the Yuanying elder of the Taisher clan would come personally for him. It should be known that in the area of the demon court, the elders of the nascent soul realm respected their status, and in order to cultivate in preparation for the tribulation transcendence, they rarely showed up unless there was a major event. Even the affairs of the demon court were handled by the 10 elders of the Golden Core realm, and the clan leaders of the various clans were also handled by the Golden Core realm demon cultivators. These old guys basically did not show up at all, apart from taking care of their children at home and teaching the younger generation. But now, the Taisher clan's Yuanying patriarch, who was even more mysterious than the ordinary Yuanying elders, had come to Mount Fusang. The Golden Crow clan's leader, Wugumu, was even paler. Facing a Yuanying Grand Cultivator, it was useless even if he had the Demon Immortal token. Haha, Golden Crow clan's leader, do you think what I said makes sense? The Taisher clan's leader rode the white bull and slowly came to the front of Mount Fusang. He stopped gently and asked with a smile. There is something else. Please forgive me, Senior. Of the Golden Crow clan, I cannot enter the Blackwater prison again. Wugumu hardened his heart and shouted in a deep voice. In less than 10 days, 2 Yuaniing great demons had visited Mount Fusang, which made him feel helpless. But while he felt helpless in his heart, he also felt that he should protect this nephew of his. After all, he was the future hope of Fusang Mountain. As for his son, he was thoroughly disappointed and didn't hold any hope. Oh? Golden Crow tribe leader, you don't agree with me? Old Ancestor Tai sure didn't expect the Golden Crow patriarch to refuse and was slightly taken aback. He said with a smile, but that's not up to you. With a chuckle, he stood on top of the white bull and stretched out his hand to grab at Fusang Mountain. His palm was aimed at the Golden Crow, who was preparing to sneak into the back of the mountain. This palm did not seem very fast, but it made everyone feel that they would not be able to escape from this palm. They could only watch helplessly as his palm reached into the Fusang Mountain array and grabbed at the Golden Crow. The chief of the Golden Crow tribe, Wu Sang-er, and even the great Golden Crow himself could not even think of resisting this palm. However, just as this palm was about to grab the big Golden Crow, an old man suddenly jumped up and waved his walking stick in front of that big hand. It was the old Treant Uncle Jen, who was less than a meter tall. He actually jumped up at this moment and seemed to be very angry. He blew his beard and glared as he shouted, "Where did this scoundrel come from? You want to barge into Mount Fusang without notifying us? Do you think I'm just a decoration?" As soon as this person appeared, the surrounding people all had the same thought, and that was that it was absurd and strange. Compared to old Ancestor Taisher's big hand, this old man was really too short. He couldn't even compare to one of his fingers. He looked like he could be blown away by a puff of air. His aura was like a candle in the wind, about to run out at any time. Even a stronger demon beast could probably pounce on him and eat him, but he dared to jump out and block the way at this time? Fellow Taoist, you are? Old Ancestor Taisher didn't directly crush him, perhaps because he saw that he was too weak, so weak that he was too embarrassed to make a move. In order to avoid affecting his identity, he stopped his hand and asked. The old tree demon waved his walking stick even more fiercely and shouted, "I've lived for too long, I don't even remember what my name is. But the crows that live in this mountain call me Uncle Jen for generations. With me here, no one has barged into Mount Fusang for tens of thousands of years. Where did you come from? You look familiar. How dare you cause trouble here?" Tens of thousands of years. When he said this, Wu Sang-er wanted to cover her face. It had only been 3,000 years since the demon race moved north. Where did you get tens of thousands of years? Helpless, she wanted to persuade the old tree demon, but she didn't know what to say. She looked worriedly at her cousin. Do you find me familiar? Ha, I'm old Ancestor Taisher Hongmeng. I'm here to help the demon court capture the fugitive. Please let me go. Old Ancestor Taisher thought that the old tree demon had seen him before, so he smiled lightly and prepared to continue. Unexpectedly, the old tree demon didn't seem to hear him at all. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted while blowing his eyebrows, I remember. I forgot how long ago it was. I did see a human Taoist priest who wore gray armor and rode a green bull. He was a powerful character, but he rode a green bull. Why is a little kid like you riding a white bull? Riding a green bull, all the demon cultivators were stunned. Wasn't this the human Taoist ancestor? How long ago was that person? 100,000 years or a few 100,000 years? He only existed in legends. This old tree demon was bragging. As for old Ancestor Taisher, his expression changed. This old tree demon looked extremely muddle-headed, but he was secretly mocking him. However, this mockery really hit a sore spot. After all, in the outside world, the ancient stone clan had betrayed the human race and joined the demon race. There was already a saying that they were traitors. This old tree demon had used the matter of the Taoist ancestor riding a green bull to mock him. Was he trying to provoke him? You're already so old, yet you still want to jump out and play tricks. Do you think I don't dare to kill? In his anger, he snorted coldly and did not answer. He directly reached out to grab the golden crow. He no longer cared about the old man. If he dared to stop him, he would definitely be killed by his residual force. You want to forcefully capture someone without saying a few words? You're too much. Are you looking down on me? The old tree demon Uncle Root was furious. He waved his walking stick and shouted, as if he wanted to fight with old ancestor Taisher again. If you dare to reach out to Fusang Mountain, I'll hit your hand. When the people from Blackwood Ridge saw this, they immediately felt that it was ridiculous. They did not know where Fusang Mountain found such an idiot. His chi and blood were clearly weak, and his aura was pitifully weak. He was like a mortal, yet he dared to block in front of old ancestor Taisher? Looking at Grandmaster Taisher's palm strike, it was as if the earth had been turned upside down. Even a mountain peak could be pushed down by this palm, not to mention the little old man who was not even 3 feet tall. In comparison, it even gave off a sense of ridicule. Uncle Root, get out of the way. When Wu Sanger saw this, she screamed in fear. She put down Fang Xing and rushed towards the old tree demon. Old ancestor Taisher, you dare to hurt my Uncle Root? I won't rest until you die. In the distance, the great golden crow, who was taking the opportunity to escape, saw this and did not care about escaping. With a roar, he flew back to help. Although Uncle Root had a bad temper and his ears were not good, he was knowledgeable. He had once taught the great golden crow and Wu Sanger divination. In the eyes of this pair of cousins, he was no longer an inconspicuous mountain guard, but an existence like a teacher. Naturally, he could not sit back and watch as he was killed by old ancestor Taisher. Moreover, the great golden crow also understood that if old ancestor Taisher attacked, he would not be able to escape. Instead of escaping for dozens of miles and being caught again, he would rather use his life to exchange for the safety of Fusang Mountain. Unfortunately, under old ancestor Taisher's palm, even if the 3 of them were added together, they were as insignificant as bees and flies, but it was also at this moment, facing that huge palm, Uncle Root was enraged. This shriveled, short, and weak old man was so angry that his eyebrows and beard floated up when he saw old ancestor Taisher's palm strike indiscriminately. This was human nature. Even if he did not take this old man seriously, he would not be able to stop him from getting angry, right? But no one expected that the old man's anger would become even greater, and as he became angry, behind him, the shadow of a green seedling grew out of thin air. As his anger grew, the sapling actually grew bigger and bigger. It gradually grew into a thick and sturdy tree, its power reaching the heavens. That was not all. After reaching the sky, the giant tree continued to grow, as if it was going to break through the sky. Although it was only an illusory image, the aura of the giant tree was truly powerful and terrifying. It seemed to emit a terrifying might that could support the heavens and the earth. There was even an ancient and desolate aura that emanated from the shadow of the tree. In an instant, it seemed to connect the heavens above and the mountains and rivers below. It was as if it had become a bridge that connected the earth and the immortal world. Faint and ancient, it suppressed the universe and suppressed the passage of time. At this moment, everyone, including the people of Blackwood Ridge and Fusang Mountain, was stunned. Even old ancestor Taisher, who had grabbed the great golden crow, was shocked and full of doubts. In other parts of the demon land, at this moment, who knew how many experts riding on clouds to capture fugitives from the Blackwater prison were shocked by the powerful aura coming from Fusang Mountain. They turned their heads in shock and saw the giant tree that was growing rapidly in the southwest. It stood between the sky and the earth like a stone pillar. They were so shocked that they could not even cast spells. This old man has guarded this mountain for tens of thousands of years. No one has ever charged into the territory of Fusang Mountain to capture people. Uncle Root was extremely angry. He raised his walking stick with both hands and angrily hit the giant hand. Pa, the old tree spirit's swing looked light, like an old man who had lived for more than 100 years in the human world used to hit his grandson. Moreover, compared to Grand Elder Taisher's palm, the swing was too small. It was as if he had knocked on a mountain, but the scene was extremely shocking. The place where Grand Elder Taisher was hit by the swing shattered. First, a crack appeared, and then it spread to his entire palm, shattering like porcelain. Grand Elder Taisher was shocked and angry. He staggered back and retracted his palm, but the blow from the old tree spirit had already spread to his arm. When he retracted his palm, his entire arm turned into pieces, and the pieces turned into dust. The dust settled and fell on the red cliff, turning into the most fertile soil in the world, becoming the nourishment for the old root. If you reach out to Fusang Mountain, I will knock your hand. If you dare to come in and take people, I will knock your people. The old tree spirit was valiant and high-spirited. His small body gave off an indomitable feeling as he pointed at Grand Elder Taisher and shouted angrily. Silence, the sky was filled with silence. Only the ashes of the large hand filled the sky. Whether it was the people of Blackwood Ridge or Fusang Mountain, they were all stunned. There was complete silence, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. With just a small action, he intimidated everyone. If you reach out to Fusang Mountain, I will knock your hand. Even Grand Elder Taisher only held his broken arm and staggered back. His eyes were filled with shock. With his cultivation, he didn't even feel how his hand had been broken. He didn't even feel anything else. His hand had already decayed and turned into dust that filled the sky. This made him tremble in fear. For cultivators, there was nothing more terrifying than being hit by some kind of power. He can actually hurt me. The power of my protective dharma can't even defend against that swing. How is this possible? How is this possible? Grand Elder Taisher didn't say a word, but he was already roaring crazily in his heart. The loss of a hand was not a big injury to him, and he could regrow it with a thought. However, the power displayed by the old tree spirit was too terrifying, and the higher his cultivation, the more timid he became. For a moment, he did not attack again. However, he was clearly unwilling to retreat. His eyebrows were tightly locked as he stared at the old treant. Who are you? I have never heard of someone like you in Fusang Mountain. After a long time, Patriarch Taisher spoke in a low voice, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. I've said it before, I've lived for too long, I've long forgotten who I am. Now, I'm just a gatekeeper. With me guarding here, no one can enter Mount Fusang and casually take people away. It's been like this for tens of thousands of years. Whoever comes, I'll beat that bastard to death with my crutch. The old tree spirit waved his crutch and roared loudly. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all, he looked just like an old man in the mortal world. Patriarch Highstone was speechless. He widened his eyes and did not know what to say. Which senior is using his divine ability here? The atmosphere was heavy, and only the old tree spirit's cursing could be heard. However, a few clouds surged in the distance, and it seemed as if the sky was covered. Suddenly, another 4 or 5 extremely powerful auras spread out, and when everyone looked over, they were instantly shocked. The newcomers were all demon elites, and there were 4 or 5 ancestors of the Yuanying realm. They were all hidden masters and seniors of various races. These old fellows were all alarmed by the shocking phantom that the giant tree of Fusang had manifested, and they rushed over to find out what was going on. The person at the front was a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, and his aura was unparalleled. He was the Yuanying Patriarch of Mount Lonely Edge. When he noticed the unusual movements in the Abyss prison, he immediately realized that it had something to do with what Feng Xing was fiddling with. To be honest, he was really shocked. He thought that this fellow might come into the Abyss prison to cause trouble, but he didn't expect to cause such a big thing. However, he was, after all, the place of immortal fate that the evil patriarch mentioned, and he could not afford to lose him, so he rushed over to help, but the road was blocked by Xianxia Mountain. Thinking that Feng Xing had entered the Abyss prison for the Great Golden Crow, he guessed that Feng Xing might come to Mount Fusang, so he followed, ready to help. However, he didn't expect to see the giant tree of Fusang rising into the sky on his way. The majestic aura shocked even him, so he rushed over, but on the way, he met a few other Yuanying demon cultivators who were attracted here, so he showed up together. It was not that they were making a fuss, but the appearance of this aura was too strange. Everyone knew that there was no Yuanying patriarch in Mount Fusang, or the Golden Crow clan wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Even the most promising junior of their clan was set up and imprisoned in the Abyss prison, and the Golden Crow clan ran around and cried for help, but no one paid attention to them. Now, who was this old tree demon with such a shocking aura? Why are there so many people here? Do you also want to break into Mount Fusang and have a taste of my crutch? When the old tree demon saw so many people appear, he immediately became vigilant, and raised the crutch in his hand to threaten them. When everyone saw this, they all felt strange. To be honest, if it weren't for the shadow of the giant tree behind him, if it weren't for the fact that the Supreme Stone Ancestor had suffered a loss before, no one would treat this old guy as a senior expert. He really didn't have the demeanor of an expert, and was no different from an old man in the mortal world. Even the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan, Wu Gu Mu, was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. From a very young age, he knew that there was such an Uncle Jen in Mount Fusang, and when his grandfather was young, this Uncle Jen also existed. No one knew how long this old man had lived. In short, he was almost as old as Mount Fusang, or as old as the current ancient books of the Golden Crow clan. For this old man, he couldn't even be judged by seniority, because no one knew when. All the Golden Crow clan called him Uncle. General Wu Gumu called him this way, and his son Wu Yidian also called him this way. The seniority had long been messed up. And in Wu Gumu's memory, he had never seen this old man make a move. And according to common sense, his qi and blood had deteriorated, and he should have long been unable to make a move. It was only because of the special characteristics of the tree demon that he could live for so long. Throughout the generations, no one treated him as an ancestor that could stabilize the fate of the clan, or else they wouldn't have let him guard the gate of Mount Fusang. As for the Great Golden Crow and Wu Sanger, they were equally shocked. The two of them had learned the art of deduction from Uncle Jen, but they only knew that he had lived for a long time, and his knowledge was amazing, but they didn't know that his move could have such power. This old senior, Peng Wu of the Lonely Blade Mountain, pays his respects. When the golden-robed middle-aged man of the Lonely Blade Mountain saw this, he slowly stepped forward and clasped his hands. Go back, if you dare to enter Mount Fusang, I will hit you." The old tree demon didn't give him any face, and raised the walking stick in his hand to scare people. Peng Wu's face was full of embarrassment, and he could only stand at the edge of Mount Fusang. He smiled bitterly and said, "We have been neighbors for so many years, but I didn't know that there was such an expert like Senior beside me. I am really ashamed, and I dare not ask for Senior's advice." These words were said quite politely, but the old tree demon was annoyed, and glared at him. "You want to challenge me?" Peng Wu was immediately speechless, and only reacted after a long while. This old man had heard asking for advice as asking for advice. "Uncle Jen, the senior of the Lonely Blade Mountain is a good person. He asked what your Taoist name is." Luckily, Wu Sanger, who was at the side, owed a favor to the Lonely Blade Mountain, and had the courage to explain to Uncle General. Uncle Jen finally understood. "Oh, Taoist name. I have long forgotten my Taoist name." Peng Wu immediately smiled bitterly. He didn't know whether this old man didn't want to say it, or if he had really forgotten. At this time, an old ape with white fur, who was the Yuanying ancestor of the Great Sage Mountain Ape Clan, one of the 8 lineages of ancient demons. He had lived for many years, and he was the most experienced and knowledgeable. At this time, he softly said, "In ancient times, there was a giant tree named Fusang. After a long period of time, it gained divinity. It once relied on its supreme power to pierce through the blue dome of heaven, and stole the divine essence of the 9 heavens Sunday. The crows that perched on the giant tree also gained divinity, and became the 3-legged golden crow. Since the birth of the Golden Crow clan, they have used Fusang as their totem. No one knows how many years have passed since then." When Nanzhan chased away the demons, he also heard that the Fusang divine tree of the Golden Crow clan protected the bloodline of the Golden Crow. It was experienced and knowledgeable, and it slowly recounted the past. In the end, its gaze fell on the old tree demon, and its eyes flashed. It softly said, "If Old Ape's guess is correct, this senior is the divine tree that has not appeared for 3,000 years, right?" The Fusang divine tree. All the demons present were shocked, and they gasped. When they looked at the short old man, there was an extra layer of respect. Although they had vaguely guessed it, they could not help but be shocked when someone pointed it out. If the old man's original body was the Fusang divine tree, then it would not be so shocking. After all, the Fusang divine tree had always had divinity. However, if he was the legendary Fusang divine tree, then it would be too shocking. After he said that, the old tree demon who was jumping around also seemed to become silent. His silence seemed to make the atmosphere become oppressive. Even the few Yuanying in the air did not speak. They all stood quietly in the air, waiting for him to speak. However, the old tree demon was silent for a long time, and gradually became angry. He shouted in a deep voice, word by word, "It has been too many years since I showed my face. The juniors have become more and more arrogant. When he opened his mouth, there was a hint of anger in it. Everyone was immediately on guard, and they quietly listened to him. However, the words that the old tree demon said made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly raised his walking stick and rushed toward the old white ape. He shouted, "This old man has clearly transformed into a man, and you dare to call me the Divine Mother? See if I don't beat you to death." The group was speechless. When did the old white ape call him that? However, the great golden crow was helpless. It desperately hugged Uncle Jen's legs and shouted, "My Uncle Jen, calm down. Don't be in such a hurry to fight. I didn't call you a woman, I said you are the divine tree, not the Divine Mother." The group of old men in the air were speechless. They really didn't know how to reply. They couldn't tell if this old man was pretending to be crazy or if he was really stupid. Those with great cultivation could move heaven and earth with a single movement of their divine sense. How could they really be deaf? However, this old man didn't seem to be pretending. Even if he was really deaf, his cultivation was real. After all, from how he broke old ancestor Taisher's palm with his crutch, even if his chi and blood were weak, he definitely had the ability to injure or even kill the Yuanying Yao cultivators. Therefore, none of the Yao cultivators really looked down on him. After the old white ape of the Great Sage Mountain vaguely pointed out his identity, the cultivators subconsciously felt reverence. After all, in the cultivation world, the older one lived, the more dangerous it was. This had become an iron law. Seeing that the great golden crow had finally persuaded the old tree spirit, the few Yuanying patriarchs in the air didn't speak for a while. "Today, I came for the demon court's laws. Even if you are a senior expert, you have to give the demon court an explanation." At this moment, old ancestor Taisher, who had suffered a loss earlier, spoke faintly. It was very obvious that although he couldn't see through the old tree spirit and didn't really want to fight with him, he was unwilling to retreat just like that. He actually used the demon court and wanted to use the demon court's laws to suppress Mount Fusang. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere became a little cold. However, Uncle Jen didn't seem to hear it clearly. He turned his head and asked the great golden crow, "What did he say?" The great golden crow answered straightforwardly, "The old thing is not convinced. He wants to fight with you." However, he looked like he wanted the world to be in chaos. Seeing Uncle Jen's prestige, he was like a roadside weed that had turned into a child with a mother. He found the flames at the side and couldn't wait to ask the old man to teach the old bastard of the Taisher family a lesson. When Uncle Jen heard this, he was instantly enraged. He waved the crutch in his hand and pointed at old ancestor Taisher. He shouted, "You come." Old ancestor Taisher was instantly a little embarrassed. "Who the **CK said he was going to fight with you, sixth brother, step down." But Wugumu was shocked at the sight. He, who had always been steady, was not like the great golden crow who wanted to see the world in chaos. He hurriedly walked in front of Uncle Jen and said respectfully, "Uncle Jen, Elder Taisher said that he came for the law. We need to give an explanation to the demon court." As he spoke, he was really worried that Uncle Jen wouldn't be able to hear him clearly again. He even used his spiritual force to transmit his voice. "Explanation?" The old tree spirit understood and laughed. "This old man's memory has never been so muddle-headed. There is no such thing as the demon court in this world. But if you want to explain, that's fine too." Suddenly, he pointed at Wugumu and said, "Don't you still have a demon immortal token in your hands? Take it out and let them see. Ask them if this demon immortal token can protect the lives of the descendants of Fusang." Demon immortal medallion. Wugumu and even the Blackwood Ridge demon cultivators had strange expressions on their faces. Wugumu had taken out the demon immortal token a long time ago, but they didn't care at all. But Wugumu also understood the old tree spirit's meaning. Now was not the time, so he simply took out the demon immortal token again, and then bowed to the few old Yuanying level demon cultivators in the air, saying, "Seniors, please understand. This demon immortal token has been passed down from the immortal ancestor of my clan until now. According to the ancient teachings of the demon clan, as long as it is not a great traitor of the clan, it can survive this calamity." The few Yuanying elders in the air immediately looked at each other. If it was in private, they probably wouldn't care about this demon immortal token. After all, the token of a living demon immortal was a law decree, and the token left behind by a dead demon immortal was just a piece of scrap metal. But on the surface, no one dared to go against this ancestral teaching that had been passed down since ancient times. So for a moment, no one spoke, as if they had tacitly agreed. Even old Ancestor Taisher became even more furious. As a human, his identity was awkward, and it was even more inappropriate for him to go against the ancient teachings of the demon clan. Haha, once the demon immortal token is taken out, all sins are eliminated. There is naturally nothing to say about this matter. Let alone this demon immortal token. Even 3,000 years ago, the Golden Crow clan, in order to protect the demon clan, successfully migrated north, made countless contributions. Those contributions should be enough to protect a descendant of the Golden Crow clan. Old friend Taisher, I think you don't have to be so serious about this matter. In the silence, the golden-robed middle-aged Ping King of Mount Gumu suddenly laughed, and opened his mouth to help. Although he had been provoked by the old tree spirit a few times, he clearly remembered whose side he was on. Hearing this, old ancestor Taisher became even more furious, and it was even more difficult for him to say anything more. Hee, this little Pung bird of yours is a bit interesting. I remember that your Mount Gumu has a fellow Taoist shrouding heaven. How is he? The old tree spirit was very happy, and he began to chat with Pung 5 with a smile, as if he was asking how his second uncle was doing recently. Pung 5 felt a bit awkward when he heard this. He coughed dryly and said, Old ancestor shrouding heaven has already passed away for thousands of years. The old tree spirit was stunned, and he sighed with regret. He then said, there is also someone called Yu Jiutian. Pung 5 was even more speechless. He thought for a long time before he remembered. He bitterly smiled and said, that person was even earlier, an ancestor from 10,000 years ago. The old tree spirit seemed to be a bit dumbfounded, and he muttered, I've lived for so long? Seeing that the situation had been alleviated, no one could say anything more. Old ancestor Taisher made up his mind, but he still did not dare to attack the Golden Crow clan. After all, he had only captured a fugitive in passing, and now he was going to fight a Fusang Mountain elder with unfathomable cultivation. The former was a small matter, but the latter was a huge matter. Moreover, there were several other Yuanying ancestors here, and the more people there were, the more muddled the waters became. The matter had reached a point where it could not be settled, and there was no point in talking about it. At this moment, an old woman from Xianxia Mountain, who had been hiding in the dark all this time, suddenly took a step forward and smiled. Old senior, you can protect a descendant of the Golden Crow clan, but that human youth has nothing to do with the Golden Crow clan, right? I just received a message that a captured prisoner confessed that the chaos in the Black Abyss prison has something to do with this youth. If you don't mind, I would like to take him back for interrogation. Her gaze fell indifferently on Feng Xing, who was in Wu Sanger's arms. But it turned out that with their Yuanying level vision, how could they not see the injured and unconscious Feng Xing? It was just that old ancestor Taisher and the old tree spirit were at loggerheads just now, and she did not have the chance to say it. Now that Fusang Mountain was about to seal off the mountain, she naturally had to keep Feng Xing here. After all, she had just received a shocking news. It seemed that there was a rare treasure that was closely related to Xianxia Mountain, and it had to fall into the hands of this human youth. She had to get it no matter what. As soon as she said this, Pung 5 of Mount Lonely Edge raised an eyebrow and looked at her with an unfriendly gaze, not to mention Uncle Jenner's reaction. What did the little fox say? Uncle Jen did not understand, and turned to ask the Great Golden Crow and Wu Gumu. The Great Golden Crow said, this woman said that she wants to flatten our Fusang Mountain. How dare she? Uncle Jen flew into a rage, and waved his walking stick. Wu Gumu was speechless. Glaring at the Great Golden Crow, he relayed the words of the old woman of Xianxia Mountain to Bai Jen in a low voice. Still, Uncle Jen was a little dissatisfied, and snorted, what do you mean related? They are all children of Fusang Mountain, how can they be given to others for free? Isn't it just a minor offense? That demonic immortal token can erase his sin. The old woman of Xianxia Mountain's gaze froze, her expression ugly, and she said softly, isn't Elder being a little unreasonable? This time, the Great Golden Crow did not wait for Uncle Jen to ask, and spoke first, Uncle Jen, this old woman is saying that you're being unreasonable. Wu Gumu was speechless, and looked at his nephew helplessly. The old tree spirit actually did not get angry at that, and instead chuckled. Since when did demons become a place of reason? The Yuanian grand ancestor of Xianxia Mountain was instantly speechless. He had been eloquent in his speech, but was left speechless for a long time. Haha, well said. There's only so many of us here, so there's no point in saying such polite words. Peng 5 of Lone Edge Mountain suddenly laughed, echoing the old tree spirit's words. At the same time, he looked quietly at the grand ancestor of Xianxia Mountain and said with a faint smile, "Fellow Red Medicine, I have something to add as well. That is the heir of the heretic king bloodline of Lone Edge Mountain. I don't know what your Xianxia Mountain is planning, but it won't be easy if you want to take him away in front of me, you." Peng 5 jumped out with such a resolute attitude, but the Yuanian grand ancestor of Xianxia Mountain was a little flustered. He angrily rebuked, "What heir of the heretic king? Didn't your Lone Edge Mountain already spread the word that he's a fake?" Peng 5 leisurely said, "Oh, we were mistaken before. We later realized that the token was real." Ignoring the anger of the old woman of Xianxia Mountain, he added with a faint smile, "Actually, as soon as we found out that the token was real, we were about to send someone to the Black Abyss prison to get him out, but we didn't expect such a thing to happen. The people of Lone Blade Mountain have already gone to help the demon court capture the prisoners, but the heir of the evil king's bloodline doesn't have to follow them. Although he is a human, as long as he is related to Lone Blade Mountain, we will protect him to the end, unlike a certain race that would leave their benefactor." His words were laced with sarcasm, and the Yuanian grand ancestor of Xianxia Mountain bellowed in rage, "Shut up, Peng 5. Who knows what you're doing over and over again? I'm just asking you, are you trying to start a war against us by forcefully protecting this youth?" Uncle Jen heard everything clearly from below and raged, "They want to start a war against us?" Beside him, the great golden crow added fuel to the fire, "Yes, yes, she wants to start a war against you." Wugumu was breaking out in cold sweat as he hurriedly tried to dissuade them, not us, let's start a war then. Who has Lone Edge Mountain been afraid of over 10,000 years? But as the scene descended into chaos, the sound of wind and thunder could be vaguely heard in the distant skies, followed by the violent voice of an old man. "Another Yuanian grand ancestor of Lone Edge Mountain has arrived?" It was not just the old woman of Xianxia Mountain who heard the voice. The other Yuanian demon cultivators were all shocked as well, turning their heads to look. How did things get so out of hand? The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Only the great golden crow gritted his teeth as he looked at the unconscious Feng Xing, and could not help remembering one of his nicknames. "I'm still not as good as this little bandit. Even when he's unconscious, he can still cause such chaos." The second patriarch of Lone Blade Peak, Hun Tian, he actually came in person. The old cultivators were all secretly shocked. They never thought that such a domineering fellow would show up. They were no strangers to this old fellow, and he was even more arrogant than the little Peng King when he was younger. Now that Lone Blade Peak had produced 2 Yuanian demon forefathers, they could not help but re-evaluate the importance of the matter. It should be noted that the Yuanian forefathers rarely showed themselves. Everyone was thinking about how to overcome their retribution, and almost all of them had the habit of secluding themselves. Only some grand events in the world of cultivation could invite 1 or 2 of them. Even when the demon court was being suppressed this time, the races had at most managed to invite 1 Yuanian forefather out of seclusion. They never thought that Lone Blade Peak would suddenly send another one, and the situation immediately changed. The old woman of Green Hill Mountain was furious to the extreme. She was even about to mobilize the people of Green Hill Mountain hidden in the dark to join forces with the High Stone ancestor to snatch him away. However, when she saw the second ancestor of Lone Blade Mountain arrive, her expression changed drastically. The newcomer was the most hot-tempered forefather of Lone Blade Peak, and he was a few ranks older than Peng 5. He wore gray robes and had an aged face, but there was no kindness of an old man. Instead, he was brimming with fighting spirit as he stared coldly at the old woman of Green Hill and barked, "How many years has it been since anyone dared to openly declare war on Lone Blade Peak? I'd like to see where you coquettish foxes get your courage from." The old man's overbearing manner caused the old woman of Green Hill's expression to change drastically, and she found it difficult to back down. When she was preparing to launch an attack, she had already sent some people. However, no matter how many people she sent, how could they resist the weight of a nascent soul cultivator? Moreover, while Green Hill had grown stronger in recent years, Lone Blade Peak happened to be one of the great races that could fight them. On the other hand, the old white ape of Great St. Peak spoke up to act as a peacemaker when he saw that the situation was in a stalemate and that a great battle was about to break out. "You're here too, Brother Hun Tian? You're all old fellows who have lived for thousands of years, so why are you still so hot-tempered? These are troubled times. Both Green Hill Mountain and Lonely Blade Mountain are great clans in the land of demons. Are you really going to fight to the death?" A little old man who was not much taller than the old Treant Uncle Root, half of his body hidden in the dark, also chuckled. He was the nascent soul ancestor of Mount Invisible Shadow, one of the 8 lineages of the ancient demons. His original appearance was that of a bald white rat, but he had always been incomparably astute. He laughed strangely. If the Xianxia Mountain and the Lone Edge Mountain were to really fight, it would be quite lively. However, the demon court that had just stabilized not long ago would probably be torn apart. "I was thinking of opening the Demon Emperor Pavilion to give our children and grandchildren some opportunities so that they could go to the Divine Prefecture to help us gain face, but now it seems that the situation in the demon realm is not stable, and they would not have a backer in the Divine Prefecture, so it's better to forget about it." Of the two, one was persuading with kind words and the other mocking coldly, but both had clearly pointed out the stance of Great St. Peak and Mount Wooing. Neither side would help the other. Now that the situation in the demon realm was turbulent, even small-scale conflicts were being avoided as much as possible, much less a battle between two mountains. The old woman of the Xianxia Mountain was rather dissatisfied. Most importantly, the news she received made it very difficult for her to let Feng Xing off so easily. After a moment's thought, she turned towards the 2 Yuanying ancestors of Lone Blade Mountain and forcefully suppressed her anger. "Brothers of Lone Blade Mountain, you had better think it through. Are you really going to go against us for a human cultivator like that? To you, he may only be a matter of pride, but to us, he's a matter of Green Hill Mountains." When she said that, she suddenly stopped. She suddenly realized that it was not appropriate to reveal that secret in front of others. However, the eyes of the pure sky ancestor of Lone Blade Mountain who had arrived later lit up. He chuckled and said, "I know what you want to say. That's why I hurried here as well. Hee, let me give you a piece of advice. The royal family of the Green Xiao Mountain has already changed several lineages, and that legacy treasure might not necessarily belong to you. Moreover, this junior is a descendant of the evil king bloodline of the Lone Blade Mountain, so there's even less reason for you to take him away." "You want to take him? Let me have a taste of the fox core sword of your Green Xiao Mountain." Such overbearing words infuriated the old woman of the Green Xiao Mountain. She said coldly, "We cannot take him away, but how could the treasure of the Fox clan fall into the hands of a human cultivator? Hand it over, and all grudges between the Green Xiao Mountain and him will be resolved." Could the brat have stolen some treasure of the Green Xiao Mountain? The other demon cultivators of the other lineages did not know what treasure the old man and old woman were referring to, but they could tell that the Green Xiao Mountain's intention to take the human cultivator seemed to be related to a certain treasure of theirs. Their hearts stirred at once as they recalled the rumors that the human cultivator had once snuck into Green Xiao Mountain to steal their treasure, and for a moment, they did not think too much about it. "What a joke!" The pure sky ancestor sneered unreasonably. "The treasure of the Fox clan should belong to the Green Xiao Mountain? Hee, the immortal essence and mystic items left behind by the Golden Crow demon immortal who had fallen in the Sunset Desert should belong to Fusang Mountain. Who would actually return those things to Fusang Mountain? Even your Green Xiao Mountain has collected at least 3 pieces of immortal essence and 4 or 5 mystic items of that demon immortal all those years ago, right? Have you ever thought of returning those things to Fusang Mountain? Hee, why would you insist on taking back the treasure of the Fox clan?" You, the old woman of the Green Xiao Mountain was instantly enraged at his straightforwardness. When the Green Xiao Mountain was interrogating the cause of the riot in the Blackpool prison, they had inadvertently learned that someone had used their secret technique to injure the lord of the Blackpool prison. From the bits and pieces they learned from the interrogation, they had vaguely guessed that the incident might have something to do with a legendary treasure of the Fox clan. After further questioning, they learned that the riot in the Blackpool prison was caused by this human cultivator, and though no one had seen the treasure, it was most likely related to him. Hence, they immediately thought of capturing Feng Xing and bringing him back for interrogation. What they did not expect was that the Lone Blade Mountain would discover what they could discover as well, and that the Lone Blade Mountain would never return what they wanted to take back. Still, the Green Chiu Mountain used Fusang Mountain as an example in their conversation, leaving the crows rather embarrassed. The demonic immortal who perished in the Sunset Desert was one of the ancestors of the Golden Crow clan, but it had been so long that even the Fusang Mountain had given up on the idea of retrieving his remains. Of course, to put it more realistically, they did not have the ability to do so. Most of the immortal essence and the treasure left behind by the demonic immortal had automatically flown into the demonic emperor pavilion and become the property of the demon court. Only the most outstanding geniuses of each generation were qualified to enter to search for their fortunes, while the remaining half was collected by the various demon lineages and claimed as their own. Who would really return them? The Rock of Mount Lone Edge had always been known for being arrogant and protective of those close to him. Now that an old fellow was displaying such an unreasonable side, Xianxia foxes were left speechless and secretly annoyed. Were they really going to start a war with them? While the Green Chiu Mountain was powerful, the Lone Blade Mountain was not to be trifled with, unless the Green Chiu Mountain's tribulation-passing ancestor who had gone into seclusion appeared. They were not confident that they could suppress the Lone Blade Mountain. What are you quarreling about? Can't you just let it go? Go somewhere else if you want to argue. I'm going to rest. A dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out from below. Uncle Jen was unhappy again. The Lone Blade Mountain's ancestor Pure Heaven who had arrived later frowned and looked down. Who is this shorty? You dare call me short? You dare call me short? I've just shown you how I looked when I was tall. Uncle Jen was annoyed when he heard that, and brandished his crutch to knock the ancestor of the Lone Blade Mountain. Wugumu hurried over to persuade him, while Pung 5 also hurried over to warn the ancestor of the Lone Blade Mountain, muttering that the old man was transformed from the divine mulberry tree all those years ago, and that he was now on the same side as the Lone Blade Mountain. Hee, what's the point of arguing now? Are you really going to start a war? At this time, the Yuanying ancestor of the Shadowless Mountain spoke up. For us old fellows, what is more important than passing the tribulation safely? The younger generation has their own fortune. Let them fight their own business. Anyway, the Fey Emperor Pavilion will open in a few days, and when the time comes, a fierce battle is unavoidable. Throw them all in, and who's right and who's wrong will depend on who's more capable. The servant's eyes flickered as he calculated. If it were any other time, he would definitely provoke the Green Hill Foxes and the Lone Blade Mountain into a fight, but now that the situation had been decided, a war between the two would not be a good thing for any clan in the Fey realm. Thus, he could only change his mind, and look forward to the disciples of the two lineages fighting in the Fey Emperor Pavilion, so that his own descendants could reap the benefits. The Yuanying ancestor of the Lone Blade Mountain and the Green Hill Foxes understood his intentions, but after hearing it, they fell silent. After a while, Pung 5 of the Lone Blade Mountain suddenly laughed softly, and said, after confirming that he is indeed the descendant of the evil ancestor of the Lone Blade Mountain, we really do plan to send him into the Fey Emperor Pavilion, but I don't know if the people of the Fey Court will agree. The Yuanying ancestor of the Shadowless Mountain laughed shrilly, and said, whether those puppets agree or not depends on us old fellows. If you ask me, I don't care about whatever ancestral teachings. Anyway, didn't the little bastard of the Divine Continent and the dragon's descendants of the Blue Wave Sea make an exception to enter? We don't lack such a human cultivator, so let's just settle it here. What are they talking about? Janbo could not hear clearly, and asked the Great Golden Crow beside him, whose eyes were shining. The Great Golden Crow said, they said that they want to worship you as the great sage of the Fey race, and anyone who sees you must kowtow. Agreed. Janbo immediately raised his staff high. The people of the Fusang Mountain were speechless at once. Wugumu wanted to persuade him, but after some hesitation, he actually fell silent as well. The Yuanying ancestor of the Shadowless Mountain, on the other hand, chuckled. The Fusang Mountain has agreed. What about the Lone Blade Mountain and the Green Hill Mountains? All the Zhuxiu in the skies cast their gazes towards the two ancestors of the Green Hill and the Lone Edge Mountain in the air. Though it was just a fight between the younger generation, it was of great importance. The old fellows were well aware that the opening of the Fey Emperor Pavilion this time was different from previous years when only one person would enter. All the outstanding talents among the younger generation of the Demon Court would enter in search of fortunes, which in turn caused the pressure of competition to be dozens of times greater than in previous years. No one was confident that their own juniors could safely obtain the greatest fortune. The Lone Edge Mountain and the Green Hill, on the other hand, were both major factions that held a considerable advantage. The Golden Crow Crown Prince of the Fusang Mountain had previously torn apart the veteran enlightened Jiu Yi, who had been a golden core cultivator for almost 100 years in a head-on battle, and his ability was evident. The immortal Fox Fairy of the Green Hill was even more renowned in the demon lands, and even the older generation of demon cultivators dared not underestimate her, much less the juniors. If these people entered the Fey Emperor Pavilion, they would create great pressure for the others. However, if they were to fight, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for the juniors of the other demon lineages. Firstly, the fight between the two would naturally consume each other's power, which was a blessing and not a curse for others. Secondly, the fight between the two would definitely draw the powers of other demon lineages to their side, which would be advantageous for them to raise the price. It was precisely because of the scheming of the old fellows that the wager between the juniors became an outcome that everyone was happy to see happen. The old woman from the Xianxia foxes cast a spell lightly, but a strand of her divine sense had already reached the night sky 1,000 miles away. On top of a sharp peak, the immortal Fox Fairy sat barefooted, leaning against an ancient pine tree. After receiving the old woman's telepathic message, a hint of disdain appeared in her indescribably beautiful eyes as she said indifferently, "Given the current situation, the demon realm really cannot fall into chaos. It is imperative to prevent the two mountains from fighting, but that treasure must be returned to the hands of the Xianxia foxes. If that's the case, having us fight it out after entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion is the best choice. Fourth Aunt, I know what I'm doing, so you can agree to it." With that, she laughed softly and muttered to herself, "I really can't understand where they get the courage to wager with me." Having received the transmission, the old nascent soul woman of the Green Hill Foxes said softly as well, "Fellow Taoist of the Lone Edge Foxes need not worry. Though your disciple of the evil patriarch's bloodline is human, we of the Green Hill Foxes will put in a good word for you on account of our solidarity. If you were to make an exception and send him to the Taoist Emperor Pavilion, I believe the Taoist court's decree to make an exception would arrive soon." The old woman of the Fey Emperor Pavilion's decree. With the two demon elders of Green Hill speaking up, it should be smoother. Yuanying ancestor, feigning mountain, Dawu, this decision is to my liking. Our Taisher family will also put in a good word for you. In Adver, he exchanged A and the Yuanying old woman of the hill, and seemed to have the Yuanying, he, the emperors, he mountain, and the mountain, the Zhu ancestor Yen clan. Inadvertently, he exchanged a glance with the old woman of the Green Hill, and they seemed to have come to some sort of agreement. The other demon lineages were all slightly moved when they heard that. They never thought that the Yuanying, who had always been neutral, would speak so openly. He must have made up his mind to ally with the Green Hill, which would affect the situation. In terms of the younger generation, the little Ping King of the Lone Blade Mountain, the human cultivator, and the great Golden Crow had a good chance of victory against the immortal Fox Fairy of the Green Hill. However, if the Yuanying and the Green Hill were to ally, they would stand a chance. Coupled with the immortal Fox Fairy's outstanding scheming and skill in forming alliances, the Lone Blade Mountain and the Fusang tribe were in danger. The heirs of the Lone Blade Mountain never fear anyone, regardless of whether they possess the Great Pung bloodline. "Don't worry," said the irascible patriarch Pure Heaven from Mount Lone Edge. "If you want to start a war, then you can join forces and fight against Mount Lone Edge. If you want to take advantage of the opening of the Demon Emperor Pavilion to let the juniors fight it out, then we'll oblige. In a month, the Demon Immortal Pavilion will open, and the juniors will go to the Demon Immortal sacrificial ceremony to make the bet." This tone completely revealed the haughtiness of the Rock clan, and it faintly caused others to feel admiration in their hearts. Only Pung Fifth understood that the Lone Blade Mountain had always been arrogant, but arrogance and stupidity were not the same thing. Their ancestor Pure Heaven, who had always been arrogant and domineering, understood the situation very well. The only reason he had agreed to the wager was because if he did not do so, the Lone Blade Mountain would have no chance of victory. After all, the Green Hill and the Taisher family were not to be underestimated. If the nine-headed insect clan was added to the mix, the Lone Blade Mountain would lose without a doubt. In such a situation, should the Lone Blade Mountain admit defeat or fight to the death? No matter which option he chose, the price was too high, In such a situation, placing the wager among the younger generation of the Fey Emperor Pavilion would shift the pressure. If they won, the Lone Blade Mountain's reputation would soar, intimidating the demon hordes. If they lost, the younger generation of the Lone Blade Mountain would defeat the many, defeat the strong, and lose with glory. At the same time, they would also successfully send Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow into the Fey Emperor Pavilion. Even if they lost, they would still gain a great deal of fortune. More importantly, the crime that the Human Junior had committed in the Black Abyss prison was not a big deal, but it was not a small one. If the other clans were to pursue the matter seriously, the Lone Blade Mountain would not be able to take the pressure head-on. Now that they had taken advantage of the wager to divert attention, it was equivalent to wiping away the negative impact of the matter. No matter what, it was a great deal, so why not? Of course, the other reason was that while Mt. Gu Ren was Feng Xing's senior in name, he would only take care of Feng Xing due to the Rock King's orders. However, it wasn't convenient for him to make the decision on Feng Xing's behalf when it came to the matter of returning the treasure to Green Hill Mountain. Thus, they'd decided on a competition between the younger generation, and when the time came, all bets would be decided by Feng Xing himself. That way, even if he lost, he would not resent the Lone Blade Mountain. Haha, this little bastard is really good at scheming. Just as the cultivators were secretly admiring the Lone Blade Mountain's arrogance, Uncle Jen suddenly laughed, but his words were not pleasant. Ancestor Pure Sky of the Lone Blade Mountain was furious, and looked down with an unfriendly gaze. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight? Uncle Jen waved his crutch in a provocative manner, and Wu Sang'er could only pull him back speechlessly. Whose side are you on? While the Fusang Mountain was in a state of mutual hostility, Feng Xing, the troublemaker, was immersed in the world of his own consciousness, unaware of what was going on. Right now, in front of him was a barren wasteland. Everywhere he looked was cracked earth. He could sense that the world he was in was filled with spiritual energy that was leaking out madly due to the cracks in the earth, dispersing into nothingness. In his heart, he knew that this world was being destroyed. When the spiritual chi was exhausted, it would be the end of his life. After cultivating the supreme Tao scripture, the earth was the manifestation of his physical body. The cracks in the earth represented the wounds on his body. These wounds came from the source, and when they manifested in his physical body, they were equivalent to Tao wounds that could not be healed. The only way was to repair this world. At this moment, within the blazing sun that his true spirit manifested, there were many scriptures that contained the true meaning of the great Tao of undying. He felt that the only thing that his sea of consciousness, which had manifested the appearance of lawlessness, lacked were these scriptures. Unfortunately, although he had gained some understanding, he did not have enough life force to repair his physical body. Simply put, right now, he had the method to save the world, but he could only watch as the world was destroyed. However, he was not anxious. Instead, he forced himself to try his best to understand the scripture. Although the vitality in his world was weakening, and he was trapped in the consciousness due to his severe injuries, he believed that there was still hope for him. This was because he remembered that he was on the back of the Great Golden Crow before he was trapped in the consciousness. That bastard would not sit and watch him die. Therefore, what he was doing now was to try his best to understand the undying scripture, and then wait for the Great Golden Crow to save him. Feng Xing felt that he had waited for a long time, but it also didn't seem to be too long. Before half of the spiritual chi in his sea of consciousness had dissipated, Feng Xing felt the changes in the outside world. He seemed to have entered an icy cold world. Even in his sea of consciousness, this kind of existence also manifested. There was a sky full of green frost falling from the sky, freezing his sea of consciousness, but also stopping the dissipation of spiritual chi. That bastard is finally making a move. At this moment, Feng Xing, who was in midair and had turned into a blazing sun, finally relaxed. Not long after the green frost fell, there was suddenly an amazing power of blood essence gushing out from the cracked ground, but it emitted endless spiritual chi, and began to replenish the loss of Feng Xing's consciousness. At the same time, the cracked ground was already slowly recovering, and the dusky consciousness also began to change color, full of vitality. It should be the powerful medicinal power that the Great Golden Crow had fed him. Blood Lotus Seed. So this bastard still has more, Feng Xing understood and was slightly happy. He hurriedly used his mental cultivation method to refine it. He was no stranger to blood lotus seed. He had eaten several of them, and he knew that only this kind of blood lotus seed would have such a powerful medicinal effect. With the blood lotus seed and the mysterious icy power to help him suppress his body, he was no longer worried. He began to use the great Tao contained in the immeasurable scripture of the Supreme to complete the lawless alchemy method that he had cultivated. After he had comprehended the immeasurable scripture of the Supreme, it had turned into some kind of rule of this world, just like the spirit-transforming scripture and the sensing scripture, merging with his consciousness. In other words, this was no longer the consciousness. Feng Xing faintly felt that this place had almost become a real world. If he wanted to forcibly separate it from the previous consciousness, this place should be called the consciousness realm. The sensing scripture was used on the soul, turning his soul into a blazing sun, controlling every inch of the consciousness realm. The spirit-transforming scripture was used on the space, giving this world the ability to absorb and refine all kinds of energy. The undying scripture was used on the ground, giving this piece of land the possibility to grow infinitely. The lawless alchemy method was finally completed. At this moment, Feng Xing's chest was filled with heroic spirit, and a lofty aspiration that could swallow the mountains and rivers arose spontaneously. The alchemy method has been completed. Now, who in this world can't rob me? In the outside world, under the red soil at the outermost edge of Mount Fusang, there was a huge underground cave. It was a natural cave full of vitality, and it was also a place where the Zhenbo people lived. Usually, no one came here. Before this, the Great Golden Crow did not trust his own people very much, but he was careful and hid the undead mysterious coffin and the remaining 2 blood lotus seeds in this cave. At this moment, Feng Xing was lying in the mysterious coffin, revealing the translucent coffin cover. The people outside the coffin could see that his corporeal body was sparkling and glowing, changing from white to black and yellow, and from black and yellow to light green. The cycle repeated without rhyme or reason, and in this process, there seemed to be some kind of change that the demon cultivators could feel but could not clearly distinguish was happening, gradually becoming heavier. Is he okay? Wu Sanger looked at Feng Xing in the coffin anxiously, and sighed to the Great Golden Crow, "Cousin, although your friend is like a bandit, reckless, likes to fight, and likes to cause trouble, he is actually a good person. You don't know, we tried everything to save you, but it didn't work." In the end, he still resolutely entered the Blackpool prison. The Great Golden Crow wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was already the 5th time she said this. After living for so many years, I finally made it to this life. The old tree goblin Zhenbo walked over with his walking stick, and glanced at Feng Xing, and said with a smile. The Great Golden Crow was slightly stunned, and wanted to divert Wu Sanger's attention, so he hurriedly turned to the old tree goblin and said, "Zhenbo, I didn't know that you are so powerful. Why didn't you just cripple the Yuanying ancestor of the Taisher family?" Our Fusang branch has not been able to raise our heads for many years, because there is no Yuanying ancestor in charge, but I didn't expect you to, While smiling, his eyes were shining, as if he had seen the domineering appearance when there was a Yuanying stage ancestor in charge. "Cripple?" The old tree goblin sneered. He patted his old waist and said, "It's already not bad that I can scare that little baby." The Great Golden Crow was stunned. He felt that there was a hidden meaning behind Zhen's words. Wu Sanger was also successfully attracted over. She held Uncle Zhen's arm and said, "Uncle Zhen, you have such magical powers. Why do you always act like this? If you had come out and said something, my cousin wouldn't have been locked up in the Blackpool prison." The old tree spirit coughed a few times, turned his head to look at the two of them, and said, "Do you think this old man usually pretends?" Seeing that the Great Golden Crow and Wu Sanger were both surprised, Zhenbo said disdainfully, "That was just an act. Do you think I like to stay here and watch you little guys get worse with each generation? It's hard enough for this old man to live. How can I have the mood to fight with others? These 2 little bastards really have no conscience. You expect an old man like me to risk my life for you?" The Great Golden Crow and Wu Sanger didn't know what to say. They finally had an ancestor who was not inferior to the Yuanying ancestor, but they found that this ancestor was not the same as the others. "Uncle Zhen, are you really going to send us to the Fei the Arch Pavilion? Looks like it won't be peaceful this time. The Qingqiao Mountain and the Taisher clan are up to no good. They probably have some tricks up their sleeves. And this little bandit is so badly injured. Hee hee, you are so powerful. You won't send us to our deaths, will you? Do you have some treasured artifact to pass on to me? The great golden crow smacked his lips and looked at Uncle Jen, his eyes shining. As shameless as he was, he wouldn't let go of any chance to obtain a treasure. Even Fangxing couldn't compare to him in this aspect. As for the wager, he pretended to be pitiful. In reality, even the lonely Edge Mountain, who set the wager, didn't really think that they could win. However, he was very confident because he knew Fangxing too well. If he could take advantage of such a harsh environment in the mystic region, then the Arch Pavilion, just a piece of cake. Uncle Jen ignored him and found a flat rock to sit on. Leaning on his crutches, he sized up the great golden crow and said, Liuzi, I see that your body has strengthened quite a bit in this period of time. You're not any worse than a middle-stage golden core, am I right? You're not even 40 years old, but to have such achievements is really extraordinary. In the past, you'd be a rare genius in the Fey race. The great golden crow didn't expect Uncle Jen to praise him. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, haha, well. I'm just average. Uncle Jen nodded and said, indeed average. The great golden crow suddenly didn't know what else to say. Uncle Jen coughed and said, in the past, there wouldn't be 1 in 100 years in the entire Fey race who could reach your level of cultivation before the age of 40. But in this generation, it's not that rare. Let's not talk about the kid in the coffin. Count with your claws, how many of the juniors in the land of demons are not weaker than you? The great golden crow was slightly stunned, then he became serious and said, there should be 2 or 3. Wu Sang Er corrected him, there should be 5. The great golden crow immediately rolled his eyes and said, how can there be so many? Wu Sang Er retorted, Sister Fairy of Green Hill, Little Ape King of Great Sage Mountain, 9-headed Little Saint of Hades Mountain. Not to mention the madman and idiot who are quite scary. Actually, that arrogant little pung of Lonely Edge Mountain is also very powerful, but I don't know what the seniors of Lonely Edge Mountain are thinking. They've been suppressing his cultivation and not letting him form his core. The great golden crow was annoyed listening to this, so he waved his hand and said, all right, stop talking about it. Uncle Jen ignored the siblings' bickering, sighed softly and said, in the past, it was not easy for even one of these juniors to appear. But now, there are 5 or 6 of them, and this is in the land of demons that doesn't have much luck. No one knows what the land of demons, which occupies 70% of the world's luck, is like, and what the land of demons, which only cultivates the body, is like. Hearing Uncle Jen's words, the great golden crow was stunned and said, is it because there are too many opportunities? As he spoke, he had already raised his head to look at the sky. It was no longer a secret now. The sky suspending 9 coffins, opportunities fell from the sky, and everyone said that within the 9 coffins, there was a chance to become an immortal. Opportunities. Uncle Jen also raised his head to look up and laughed. An immeasurable debt fell from the 9 heavens, half a fortune, half a disaster. The great golden crow and Wu Sanger both felt that Uncle Jen was a little different from his usual muddle-headed self, so they were too embarrassed to say anything. But Uncle Jen didn't seem to want to listen to their reply. His cloudy eyes looked at the 2 of them, and even at Fangxing, who was lying in the coffin. His cloudy eyes showed a rare clarity, and his expression was solemn. He lowered his voice and said, remember, the 3 of you, what falls from the sky is not necessarily an opportunity, it might be a debt that needs to be repaid. But, even if it is a debt, you have to fight for it. Even if the price to repay it is 100 times higher, you have to fight for more luck. Only the fiercest fire can forge the sharpest divine weapon. If you don't have the heroic spirit to fight against the general trend, how can you repay the immeasurable debt that falls from the 9 heavens? So, go and fight for it. Fight for all the luck, especially for the opening of the Demon Sovereign Pavilion. You have to fight for it as much as you can. Fight for who? I can do this. At this point, the great golden crow and Wu Sanger were stunned speechless, but suddenly, the coffin lid opened with a bang. Fangxing, who had recovered from his injuries, sat out of the coffin and asked with his eyes shining. But at this time, he had already finished his work and had woken up. When he heard the word fight, he immediately became 100 times more energetic. You're awake? How's your injury? You're better? The great golden crow and his sister were both shocked and rushed over to check on his injury. Get lost. Feng Xing kicked the great golden crow away, but he also hugged Wu Sang'er. It couldn't be helped. He had just woken up and saw a big bird rushing over. It was really disgusting. At this moment, the injuries on Feng Xing's body when he was unconscious had actually completely healed, and his body even revealed a mysterious crystalline feeling. At first glance, there seemed to be light contained within his body, but upon closer inspection, he seemed to be no different from an ordinary person. It was just that every inch of his skin seemed to be exquisite and smooth like silk. He looked thin and tall, but was filled with power, and he gave off a heavy feeling like the earth. This son of AB*TCH, he actually dared to kick his own brother. The great golden crow crawled up, feeling very dissatisfied. But he was also a little shocked. He knew his own strength, but this little bandit actually kicked him away. Little B*TCH, come here and let me take a look. At this moment, Uncle Genbua slowly opened his mouth. Both of his hands were on the crutches as he looked at Feng Xing with admiration. Old B*TCH, I won't go over. What can you do? Feng Xing rolled his eyes. He had no respect for this old tree who liked to scold people. Little bandit, be more polite to Uncle Genbua, Wu Sang'er scolded. Uncle Genbua broke the palm of the Taisher family's Yuanying ancestor with one crutch. She scolded and winked at him. Him? He could break the hand of the Yuanying ancestor? Feng Xing was also stunned. He looked at the old tree suspiciously, then looked at the great golden crow who was winking at him. Uncle Genbua did not get angry. He only said slowly, I have prepared 3 spells for the 3 crows of Fusang Mountain. Unfortunately, that child Dian was too eager to succeed in his cultivation. As a result, he was possessed by the devil and damaged his foundation. Now, there is only 1 scroll left without a successor. I thought that you were pleasing to the eye and wanted to consider it, but since you are not willing, then forget it. Whoosh, the great golden crow and Wu Sang'er only saw a blur. Feng Xing had already jumped over and massaged Uncle Genbua's shoulders. His face was full of flattery as he chuckled and said, I knew you were not an ordinary old man. How could an ordinary old man have such a bad temper? His expression changed so quickly that even Wu Sang'er was speechless. The demon god pavilion had existed for a long time. It was said that 3,000 years ago, when the demon clan still controlled the Beidou and Nanzhan prefectures, and most of the forces were in the Nanzhan, there were already 3 demon emperors who came to the bitter cold of the Beidou and built the demon god pavilion together. Because the pavilion was suppressed by a white bone tower, it was called the Demon Tower, and was the most mysterious place of the demon clan. Within the demon emperor pavilion, it was rumored that the 3 demon ancestors had left behind spirituality. It possessed the sound of the Tao, and those who entered could comprehend the Tao and listen to the sound of the Tao. There were even people who said that within the demon emperor pavilion, there was a scroll that was written by the 3 demon emperors. Once one grasped it, they could break through the heavens and earth, and becoming a demon immortal was just around the corner. It was just that it was hard to find. The demon god pavilion was as famous as the South Sea's ultimate, the divine land Xiaoqi, and the West He demon abyss. No one knew if there was a demon immortal scripture, but it was definitely mysterious. In the past, every 100 years, the demon court would choose one of the most outstanding juniors of the demon clan to enter and seek opportunities. Some obtained enlightenment from inside, and when they came out, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Some obtained rare treasures, like a tiger with wings, and their combat power increased greatly. There were also some who obtained elixirs and rare herbs, and when they came out, they were already in the gold core realm. Even the worst one once brought out 10 immortal essences from inside, shocking the demon clan. And because of this, the demon god pavilion became the biggest place for the demon clan to seek opportunities. Every 100 years, the 8 lineages of the ancient demon clan, and even some talented demons from small tribes, would fight to the death for it. This was also determined by the characteristics of the demon clan. Whoever had the bigger fist would enter. But this time, the opening of the demon god pavilion was different from the previous years. Because of the change in the world, the 10 great elders of the demon court once jointly set up a great altar and asked the demon tower for a sacrifice. They received permission for the outstanding juniors of the demon clan to enter the demon god pavilion. It could even be said that the envoys from the divine land and the descendants of the dragon palace of the sea would also enter the demon god pavilion to seek opportunities. and because of this, the Demon God Pavilion this time became a grand event rarely seen in 1,000 years for the demon clan. Not only did the outstanding juniors of the various demon lineages come out of seclusion, even the dragon mother of the Sea Dragon Palace, who had left the demon land for a long time, brought her son back to the demon land to worship the ancestors. The northern three paths of the divine land also sent their proud disciples to sign a truce with the demon court, and the second was to enter the Demon God Pavilion to seek opportunities. Because of this, the Great Golden Crow was not qualified to enter because of the decline of Mount Fusang, and Fangxing was a human. But because of fate, coupled with the deterrence brought about by Uncle Jen's supernatural power, and the undercurrent caused by the conflict between Mount Gu Blade and Mount Xianxia, they actually won the opportunity to enter the Demon God Pavilion. A decree from the Demon Court was sent to Mount Fusang, and it was discovered that the two mountains added up to a total of 5 places. And because of this, on the day before the opening of the Demon God Pavilion's altar, Fangxing and the others came together with the Great Golden Crow and the others. This grand event was set up by the 10 elders of the Demon Court to officially welcome the Divine Land Emissary and the return of the 9-headed insect dragon mother of the Sea Dragon Sea. It was also a grand appearance for all the outstanding talents of the demon lineage who were qualified to enter the Demon God Pavilion. It was said to be extremely grand. It was said that there were 3 Yuanying ancestors who came to attend the event, and the qualification for ordinary demon clan members to enter the venue had been raised to 30 pieces of spirit essence. Simply put, they did not do anything and just entered the banquet to watch the excitement, and they had to spend 30 pieces of spirit essence. Damn it, 30 pieces of spirit essence. Why don't little great-grandson and bald crow go back? We'll also sell it for 60 pieces of spirit essence. At this time, at the entrance of the Thousand Peaks Garden, where the grand event was held, the banquet inside had already begun, but there were 5 people at the entrance. No, actually, it was 4 people and a crow. Among the 4 people, there was a young man in a light yellow robe. He was slender and handsome, but his gaze was a little thievish, and he did not look honest at first glance. On his right was a huge golden crow, but for some reason, it did not transform into a human form. On his left, there was a slender and beautiful little girl with a face full of joy. Behind them, there were 2 more fellows. One was a handsome young man with an imposing demeanor and attire, but at this moment, he seemed a little listless, lazily following behind the 3 people in front of him. Next to him was a thin man with sparse hair, a sallow complexion, and a look of fear in his eyes as he carefully looked around. These 5 people were Fangxing, the Great Golden Crow, Wu Sang the Little Pun King, and the son of the Golden Crow tribe's chief, Wu Dian. Originally, Fangxing did not like to bring the Little Pun King and Wu Dian, but in any case, there were 5 spots, so he brought them along to join in the fun. You can't leave me behind. My father said to let you bring me along to see the world. Wu Dian, who was at the back, immediately shouted in fright when he heard that Fangxing wanted to drive him away and sell his spot for spirit essence. Wu Sang was speechless. He pinched Fangxing's arm and turned around to console Wu Dian. Don't be afraid, he's just scaring you. Only then did Wu Dian's fright lessen a little. He cautiously glanced at Fangxing. Fangxing pinched Wu Sang back and ignored the crazy Wu Dian. Speaking of which, he was also a pitiful person. Originally, he had outstanding talent and was much stronger than the Great Golden Crow and Wu Sang. He was once a young genius on the same level as the Fox Fairy of Qingqiu Mountain and the Little Ape King of Great Sage Mountain. At that time, Wu Gumu also had great ambitions. He wanted to raise his own son to become the future hope of the Golden Crow tribe. Therefore, he put a lot of pressure on him and urged him to grow. Unfortunately, the Golden Crow tribe was lacking in resources. Although Wu Dian received all kinds of biased care from his father, he was still incomparable to the Fox Fairy and the Little Ape King. At first, he could still keep up with the cultivation progress of the Fox Fairy and the others by relying on his own talent, and even surpassed them. However, as his cultivation increased, the drawbacks of the lack of resources slowly appeared, and he became more and more powerless. But because of this, Wu Dian, under the great expectations of his father, became even more impatient. He desperately wanted to increase his cultivation, and finally, around the middle stage of foundation establishment, he gradually fell into Qigong deviation. When Wu Gumu discovered that something was wrong with him and forcefully ordered him to stop cultivating, he had already injured his root. His entire person also appeared to be a little crazy, narrow-minded, and couldn't be cured even after searching for all kinds of elixirs. Simply put, this crow could be considered to be a cripple. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Wu Gumu valued the great golden crow so much. He really knew that his son had already been crippled, and the hope of the golden crow tribe was still on the great golden crow. However, he really couldn't bear to reprimand his own son. After all, a large part of the reason why Wu Yidian fell into Qigong deviation was because of him. If he hadn't urged too much, this situation wouldn't have happened. This time, when the Demon Sovereign Pavilion opened, he accidentally found a place for Wu Yidian, so he begged Feng Xing to bring him here. Even the Great Golden Crow and Wu Sang'er knew the inside story, so no matter how hateful Wu Yidian was, he still tried to give in to him. Wu Yidian was scared to death, while the little Pun King on the other side had a face full of indifference, and said lazily, "I still don't want to go in." Before he finished speaking, the Great Golden Crow slapped his wings behind his head and scolded, "This is the Gu-Blade Mountain's old senior who asked you to follow us two little ancestors. If you don't follow us in, where are you going? To find that coquettish fox?" The little Pun King was furious. He glared at the Great Golden Crow and said, "You damn crow, you dare to hit me?" The Great Golden Crow slapped his wings again without saying anything, and his eyes were even bigger than the little Pun King's. "So what if I hit you?" He pointed at Feng Xing. "This is your little ancestor. Do you know who I am?" Then he pointed at his mouth. "I'm your little ancestor's sworn brother, which means I'm your other little ancestor. Isn't it natural for me to teach you a lesson? Besides, you're only at the foundation establishment stage. Do you believe that I won't take care of you if you flapped your wings?" The little Pun King was so angry that he went crazy. His spiritual power surged, and he shouted, "Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're at the foundation establishment stage." Feng Xing turned his head and patted the little Pun King's head. "Great-grandson, what's wrong with you now?" The little Pun King suddenly became discouraged. He was so dispirited that he had nothing left to live for. He said, "Nothing. Nothing." His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He hated Feng Xing to the extreme, but he was also extremely afraid of Feng Xing. He knew that this bastard really dared to beat him up. Moreover, the ancestor of Mount Gu-Ren didn't even ask about it. Instead, he repeatedly told him to build a good relationship with this guy. "Why do you two like to bully people so much? There's still business to be done, and you're making trouble here." Wu Sang'er was like a little hen protecting Wu Yidian, and then protecting the little Pun King. She chattered nonstop. With these four fellows together, it was simply making her worry to the core. Feng Xing liked to frighten Wu Yidian, and Big Golden Crow was always looking for little Pun King's you. Little Pun King looked down on Wu Yidian very much, and Wu Yidian was a neurotic person who would yell and scream whenever something happened. She had no choice but to be stuck in the middle to mediate the conflict, and was very busy. She was very busy. However, her ability to talk was really extraordinary. Her little red mouth opened and closed, and her voice came out faster than frying beans. Not only did Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow helplessly cover their faces, the little Pun King's face turned ashen. Okay, don't say any more. What business is there? Isn't it just flattering and negotiating with that slutty fox?" Feng Xing helplessly interrupted Wu Sang'er's words. "It's not business?" Wu Sang'er glared at him and spoke even faster. "Why are your words so unpleasant to hear? Didn't the seniors order us to meet a few talents who would enter the Fey Emperor Pavilion? It would be best if we set up an alliance, so that we would have a few friends to help us when we fight Sister Fairy inside. They're worried that we'll lose too badly. Don't you want to help her? Besides, you have to make a wager with Sister Fairy. After all, this wager was set by the seniors, and you can't not honor it. Qingqiu Mountain has been urging us." All right. Let's listen to Sang'er and hurry inside." The Great Golden Crow surrendered at once under the demonic voice, while Feng Xing nodded with a strange expression. The two were not afraid of anything, but they were a little afraid of the nagging Wu Sang'er. Sister Fox has such great prestige. 9 out of 10 who enter the Fey Emperor Pavilion would help her. But at this moment, the little Pun King disdainfully poured cold water on Wu Sang'er after hearing her words. Fang Xing was annoyed and was about to vent his anger on someone when he reached out and smacked him on the head. What are you talking about? Fifth forefather said you can't hit me as you like. The little Pun King was angry but did not dare to show it. He shouted at Fang Xing. Before he could finish, he was smacked by the great golden crow's wing again. How can you talk to your little forefather like that? I'm going home. The little Pun King had nowhere to vent his anger, so he squatted on the ground and refused to leave. The little Pun King, who was raised like a treasure by Mount Lonely Edge, had never suffered such indignation. Aya, why are you fighting again? I say, can't we stop for a while and get down to business? Wu Sang'er was speechless. She came over to appease the little Pun King, and kept pouring beans into her mouth. Fang Xing and the big golden crow scolded, kicked, and hit the bully little Pun King as they forced the bully little Pun King into the thousand-peak garden. Wu Yidian was watching from the side with a gloating sneer, but when he was glared at by the little Pun King, he was so scared that he immediately hid behind Wu Sang'er. Wu Sang'er was busy pacifying Wu Yidian and protecting the little Pun King from being bullied by Fang Xing and the big golden crow. At this moment, the thousand-peak garden was filled with the aura of an immortal. The demon cultivators of the various lineages wore loose robes with large sleeves as they flew at a low altitude on clouds. The men were handsome, elegant, and charming, whereas the women were charming and charming. If it wasn't said out loud, then it was truly like the immortal realm of legend. Of course, if these fellows with the aura of an immortal were to transform into humans, then they would be a group of beasts. Although the Thousand Peaks garden did not really have 1,000 peaks, there were still hundreds of peaks. At this time, it was full of music and dancing. Cultivators were discussing Tao and talking about romance. This was a grand event of the demon race. Although the identity of the demon cultivators who were qualified to participate had been strictly controlled, there were still too many people. Naturally, they could not all gather on one peak. Therefore, there were dozens of peaks holding banquets. As for the demon cultivators, they called their friends and gathered together to drink with those they were familiar with. There were even some that had a wide circle of friends that were drunk as they rode on clouds to travel between the various peaks. They drank here and chatted there for a while, and they seemed to be extremely happy. This time, there are more than 30 elites who are qualified to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion. The list is here. Who should we visit first? Wu Sang'er was the most honest. As soon as she came in, she took out a scroll with the names of the elites of all clans. She asked Fang Xing honestly, these are all potential allies. If we can get one, then one. Even if we don't help each other, it's also good. Do we have to visit them? Fang Xing was lazy and uninterested. He turned to the great golden crow and asked, don't you have any good friends? The great golden crow said disdainfully, yes, they were the ones who sold me out to Taoist Master Scarlet Scorpion. Do you think I would go to them and form an alliance? Damn it, they better not let me run into them inside, or else I'll kill them all. Fang Xing couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, then why are we still visiting? Let's find a place to drink. Wu Yidian said nervously, how can you do this? If he didn't look for an alliance, wouldn't he be targeted after entering the Arch Pavilion? Those are all incredible big shots. What if they snatch our fortunes in the Arch Pavilion? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. Then go make friends with them yourself. Wu Yidian was speechless. His eyes were rolling around, but he didn't dare to move. He was anxious and impatient. The little Pun King squinted at him, his eyes filled with disdain. He snorted coldly, his face showing that he was not fond of him. The great golden crow patted his head with one of his wings. The little Pun King turned around and glared at him. The great golden crow looked at the sky and whistled. Hey, that's the Carp Clan expert from the Purple Mist Lake. He can also enter the Arch Pavilion. Cousin, didn't you know him before? Quickly go and greet him. Before deciding where to go, a man in a light red robe flew by on a cloud not far away. Wu Sang'er's eyes immediately lit up. He thought that he had found a potential alliance, so he urged the great golden crow to go and greet him. The great golden crow turned around in disdain and said, I know him because I beat him when I was young, and I almost ate him. As expected, the Carp Clan expert also saw the 5 people in this direction. He snorted coldly and glared at the great golden crow. He didn't have any intention to greet them, and even showed some hostility. He turned around and flew away in another direction. "Bastard, who are you glaring at? Come back!" Fangxing immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to go forward to fight. "I think I should have eaten him in one bite." The great golden crow was also eager to see the world in chaos. "Humph, this bastard didn't dare to be so rude to me in the past. I think he's looking for death." The little Peking was angry and couldn't wait to go forward and kill that carp. Wu Yidian trembled all over and shouted, "Are you guys crazy? Did you offend an expert for no reason?" Wu Xianxia stomped her feet and shouted, "We are here to find an alliance, not to fight." Being together with these guys, she really felt that her normal view of the world had been overturned. When that carp heard the shouting, he also felt hatred in his heart. He glared fiercely at them, but he probably felt that he was alone and was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage in a fight. So he sneered and left. Fangxing and the great golden crow cursed again from afar. "My God! How is this an alliance? It's an enmity." Wu Xianxia was speechless. She held her forehead and was so tired that she didn't want to speak anymore. Yes, Sister Xianxia, quickly teach them a lesson. They will kill us." Wu Yidian trembled and pulled Wu Xianxia's sleeve to urge her. "Shut up, useless thing. Stay away from me." The little Peking became impatient and turned to scold Wu Yidian. Wu Yidian was so scared that he hid behind Wu Xianxia and didn't dare to speak anymore. "Haha, good great-grandson. These words have deeply touched my heart." Fangxing turned to praise the little Peking, but the little Peking immediately didn't want to speak and rolled his eyes. "I think it's impossible to form an alliance honestly. Who would play with you if there's no benefit?" Fangxing made a decision and snatched the scroll from Wu Xianxia's hand. He opened it and said, "How about this, we go to the mountains one by one. As long as we meet someone who will enter the Monster Emperor Pavilion, we will force him to form an alliance. If he doesn't agree, we will beat him until he agrees or is half dead." The great golden crow flapped his wings and laughed, "Good idea." Wu Xianxia was frightened and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Wu Yidian trembled and said, "It's over, it's over. We are finished this time entering the Monster Emperor Pavilion." On the other hand, the little Peking's eyes lit up and he seemed to be moved. Just as Fangxing and the great golden crow made a decision and were about to go to the nearby mountains to find someone to fight, they suddenly saw a maidservant flying over on a colorful cloud on a mountain peak in the southeast direction. She stopped in the air and gently bowed. She said, "You must be Master Xing and the Golden Crow Crown Prince. My clan's princess is right ahead. Please come over and have a chat, Fox Fairy?" Fangxing frowned after hearing the maidservant's words. Wu Xianxia's eyes were a little strange and he seemed to be rather embarrassed. The great golden crow looked indifferent and even raised his claw to scratch his belly. Wu Yidian began to tremble again and looked at the mountain peak with a face full of fear. The little Peking's face turned pale and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He felt abnormally embarrassed. "It's fine to meet this woman first. Little girl, lead the way." Fangxing was carefree and didn't care much. He let the maidservant lead the way. The five of them flew towards the mountain peak on a colorful cloud. The little Peking originally wanted to escape, but he was pulled back by the great golden crow. He followed with an ashen face. He wondered if his goddess fox sister would look down on him when she saw how he was being bullied by these guys. He also wondered if she would hate him for going against her. Among the five of them, he was the one who had the heaviest worries. He felt like dying. On this mountain peak, spiritual fruits and immortal wine were already set up. There were many green platforms, and there were more than 10 young elites with strong auras sitting on them. They all looked at them with unkind expressions. Wu Xianxia glanced at them and almost felt despair. Among these people, there were 4 or 5 of them who would enter the Demon Monarch Pavilion. They must have formed an alliance with the Fox Fairy. And the Fox Fairy was sitting in the seat of honor. She looked at the 5 of them with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes were like waves, and her beauty was beyond words. "Sister Fairy, long time no see." Wu Xianxia was afraid that Fangxing and the great golden crow would start scolding them, so she pulled them aside and went forward first to greet them. Even though the wager had been set, the necessary etiquette was still necessary. Sister Sanger, long time no see. The fox fairy did not stand up when she saw them coming up. She replied to Wu Sanger lightly, but her eyes fell on the little King, who was hiding behind the great golden crow and even wanted to escape, but his clothes were grabbed by the great golden crow. She frowned and said softly, "The little King of the Goo Blade Mountain was such a hero in the past. How can you be treated like this? This is too much. Junior brother Tian, although we have a wager, our friendship cannot be abandoned. Come and sit beside me." The little King, who was already bullied by Fang Xing and the great golden crow, felt sour in his heart and almost cried when he heard this. This vixen, trying to drive a wedge between us. When Fang Xing saw little King's disappointing look, he wanted to slap him. He increasingly felt that this cunning vixen was annoying. Therefore, a bad idea suddenly came to his mind. Laughing out loud, he pulled little King over and put his arm around his shoulder. "My great-grandson, smell it. I've told you that this coquettish vixen doesn't like to bathe. The dirty underwear that I gave to you as a meeting gift belongs to her. You didn't believe me. Come and smell it now. Can you smell the stench on her body from so far away?" Boom, everyone was shocked by what he said. Even Fox Fairy, who was calm as if she was in control of everything, had a drastic change in expression. Speaking of which, there were many major events that happened in the demon territory recently, but the one that was most often discussed in private was naturally the incident where the human cultivator who became a thief stole the clothes of the Fox Fairy of Xianxia Mountain and publicly auctioned it. It was said that it had become the most popular collection of some demons, and it was even sold for 100 pieces of spirit essence each. It also greatly shamed the Fox Fairy's reputation. At this moment, none of the demon cultivators present thought that this human fellow would be so shameless as to mention this as soon as he came up. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar as several slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Shameless! How can there be such a shameless person? He deserves to die. Quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the Fox Fairy Fox, and I'll spare your life." Amidst the shouts, Wu Sanger blushed, wishing that she could hide in a hole. "Shameless my ass. That toad demon, aren't you shameless for staring at the Fox Fairy Fox's chest?" Fang Xing sat down casually and slammed the table as he scolded an angry toad demon. "Nonsense, when did I ever look at the Fox Fairy Fox's chest?" The toad demon was enraged, his face a little red, but he was afraid that the Fox Fairy would misunderstand, so he retorted angrily. Fang Xing said, "Wouldn't you look at a pear as big as a watermelon beside you?" The toad demon scolded, "Nonsense, it's not that big. How would you know if you didn't look? You're twisting words. I didn't look." Fang Xing's face was full of disdain. "You didn't look my ass. If you didn't look, then which bastard did?" The toad demon was already furious. "How would I know which bastard did it?" Fang Xing turned to a turtle demon diagonally across him. "Damn turtle demon, he said your eggs peaked." The tortoise demon was furious. He glared at the toad demon and shouted, "If you want to quarrel, just quarrel. Why are you dragging my son into this?" For a moment, the scene was in chaos. 4 or 5 people were pointing at Fang Xing and scolding him. The great golden crow also stood up and scolded back. The two of them and Fang Xing's mouths were like beans pouring out of beans. Then, they started scolding the 7 or 8 demons on the other side. Although there were only a few of them, Fang Xing was a master of scolding. He had not quarreled with mortal shrews for a long time, but he had not put down his skills. In addition, the great golden crow had been influenced by him, so his skills were also profound. The two of them gradually scolded the 7 or 8 demons on the other side until their faces were red, and they felt that they were at a loss for words. Enough. When Immortal Fox Fairy heard the 2 bastards quarreling about her undergarments, she felt as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a fly. She couldn't help but slap the table and shout. Now that she was really angry, the demons at the scene immediately shut their mouths. "Fellow Taoist skills are profound. I admire you." Fang Xing and the great golden crow bowed to each other. Their expressions were solemn, and they looked at each other with admiration. It was as if 2 great masters were praising each other. However, Wu Sanger's face was red with shame. He felt that although he spoke fast, he was far inferior to them when it came to scolding. The little King also wanted to stuff his head under the jade table. His face was full of shame, and he felt that it was better to die than to live. But Wu Yidian was only afraid and trembling. He was afraid that someone would attack them, and he was ready to kneel and beg for mercy at any time. The demon cultivators at the side were filled with anger, but no one dared to speak again. In the past few days, I've heard that a human cultivator with great abilities has come to the demon land. I wanted to meet him if I had the chance, but I didn't expect to meet him in person. It turns out that he's just a brat with a mouth full of foul language. After everyone had quietened down, a faint voice sounded. It was a golden-haired young man who was sitting beside Fox Fairy. He was wearing golden armor, and the aura on his body was extremely strong. He looked to be less than 100 years old, but his cultivation was already at the intermediate stage of the golden elixir realm. Moreover, from the dangerous aura on his body, his golden elixir was not an ordinary golden elixir. The others didn't dare to speak, but he dared to speak. It seemed that his identity was not ordinary. Fang Xing curled his lips and said, "Disappointed my ass. Which bastard are you?" The golden-haired young man was instantly enraged, and 2 murderous rays shot out from his eyes. Even Wu Sanger was shocked. She hurriedly pulled Fang Xing's arm and said, "This is the 9-headed little saint of the Hades mountain." Wu Yidian's legs went soft when he heard the name, and he almost fell to the ground. Fang Xing said, "So it's a 9-headed bastard. Why do I only see 1 head? Are the other 8 in his pants?" Bam! The golden-haired young man slammed the table and shouted, "How dare you disrespect me? Do you want to die?" He was obviously furious, and his murderous aura was completely exposed. Fang Xing was even more rude and unreasonable. He kicked the jade table in front of him and smashed it towards him. At the same time, he shouted, "Come on." Immortal Fox Fairy was so angry that her face turned green. She raised her hand, and an invisible force field condensed. It caught the jade table that was flying towards the 9-headed little saint in the air and slammed it on the ground. She shouted, "Daoist Xing, I have been patient with you. Don't be unreasonable. This 9-headed little saint is a genius of the Hades mountain. Do you really want to die after offending him?" Fang Xing grabbed a bunch of grapes from the seat beside him and threw it at him. He scolded, "Damn you, you." The bunch of grapes naturally couldn't hit Immortal Fox Fairy, but she was fuming with anger. "Immortal Fox Fairy, let me kill this bastard." The 9-headed little saint was also furious. He slammed the table and was about to attack. "There's no need to rush." Fox Immortal Fairy suppressed her anger and stopped the 9-headed minor saint. She understood that this bastard of the human race was purposely causing trouble so that she wouldn't be able to make the bet with him. Initially, she had prepared a few ways to drive a wedge between them and force them into a corner. But now, she couldn't use them anymore. She could only suppress her anger and get straight to the point. "Daoist Xing, you don't have to make trouble out of nothing. Just say what you want to say. When will you return my Fox clan's treasure?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "What Fox clan's treasure? Why don't I know about it?" Immortal Fox Fairy was so angry that her intestines hurt. She tried her best to calm herself down and said coldly, "Isn't it too late to feign ignorance now? You've already revealed that treasure when you wreaked havoc in the Blackpool prison. Many people saw it, and I can find dozens of witnesses for you. It's too late for you to deny it. Keeping something that doesn't belong to you will only invite disaster. You'd better return it." Fang Xing sneered. "What if it doesn't belong to me? Does it belong to you?" Immortal Fox Fairy said coldly, "The treasure you stole from our Xianxia foxes naturally belongs to us." However, from what she said, she actually wanted to slander that Fang Xing had stolen the treasure from Xianxia Mountain. After all, the fact that Fang Xing had once plundered her treasury had already spread among the demons, and he had even shamelessly auctioned off her undergarments. As a result, when she said this, most of the cultivators present immediately believed her. Many began to chime in and angrily berate Fang Xing. "What's the logic of not handing over the treasure you stole from the Xianxia foxes? I've never seen such a shameless person. Since when did the Lone Edge Mountain have such a lowly disciple? Do you really think that the demons have no sense of justice? Do you believe that we would all attack together and cut you into minced meat?" The cultivators spoke one after another, even implicating the reputation of the Lone Edge Mountain. Wu Sanger and the Little Pun King's expressions turned ugly, while Fang Xing was extremely displeased to be slandered in front of a mortal fox fairy. He shot her a cold look and said icily, "That's right, I stole that thing from your treasure vault. It's simple if you want me to return it. Just tell me what the treasure looks like and what it's used for. I'll return it to you if you understand." The cultivators did not expect such an answer from Fang Xing and turned to look at Immortal Fox Fairy. Immortal Fox Fairy's expression did not change at all, but her heart froze. Though she knew that Fang Xing possessed a treasure related to the Xianxia foxes and was extremely powerful, she did not know what it looked like and naturally did not dare to describe it. Still, her mind was meticulous, and she quickly came up with an explanation. "I naturally cannot describe it," she said coolly, "because the treasure does not belong to me in the first place, but to Aunt Gio, a member of the Xianxia foxes who once left the mountain. Aunt Gio entrusted her to you, asking you to return the bloodline of the Fox clan and the treasure. Who would have thought that you would hide the treasure for yourself, and to think that we of the Xianxia foxes thought you were a righteous man, shameless, shameless. Do all humans look like this? They talk about justice and morality, but their hearts are filthy." The demonic cultivators slapped the table and roared in anger. To think that they would say that, even Fang Xing found it a little unexpected, and was vaguely infuriated. He suddenly turned and slapped the little Pun King's head, yelling, "Look at what you've been eyeing." The little Pun King was furious, embarrassed and furious, but dared not flare up. He merely hung his head and said nothing. The demonic cultivators were also dumbfounded when they saw him beating the little Pun King as if he was his grandson, and no one dared to interrupt. Fang Xing, on the other hand, turned and looked coldly at Immortal Fox Fairy, saying softly, "Cut the crap. So what if the treasure is in my hands? If you want it, fine, we'll fight it out in the Fey Emperor Pavilion. If you win, the treasure will naturally be yours, but what if you lose? I've taken out the treasure, so you have to take out something with sincerity as a wager, right?" Hearing that he agreed to hand over the rare treasure, Fox Fairy Concubine's expression softened, but when she heard what he said later, she was slightly stunned. She didn't make a promise easily. Her beautiful eyes looked around, and after a while, she said softly, "Oh? Then what do you want to wager?" Fang Xing chuckled and glanced at her beautiful figure unscrupulously. He then patted the little Pun King's shoulder and said with a smile, "If I win, then you have to sleep with my great-grandson." Immortal Fox Fairy was instantly furious, and the little Pun King was also stunned. The great golden crow pointed at himself excitedly, as if he wanted to replace the little Pun King's position. As for the demonic cultivators, they were furious and felt that Immortal Fox Fairy was insulted. However, at this moment, a fox nanny suddenly rushed into the hall and shouted, "Princess, it's bad, something bad has happened." "Princess, something bad has happened," the old nanny rushed in. When she saw the atmosphere and Fox Fairy Maiden's unfriendly expression, she immediately knew that she was in trouble. She quickly lowered her voice and whispered a few words in Fox Fairy Maiden's ear. Fox Fairy Maiden's expression changed drastically. She didn't have time to explain to others and hurried to the back of the mountain on a cloud. The surrounding demon cultivators were all surprised when they saw this. They also left the banquet and flew to the back of the mountain. "Let's go and watch the fun." Fang Xing and the Great Golden Crow naturally wouldn't miss it. They also followed with great interest. Little Pun King and Wu Yidian, one sad and the other scared, were dragged here unwillingly. When they came to the back of the mountain, they saw an exquisite courtyard. Inside and outside the courtyard, there were many spirit fruit trees planted in clusters. The branches were pressed down. Inside and outside the courtyard, there were many chubby and simple-minded demon children. Some were half human, some were still in beast form, and some were half human and half beast. They gathered in groups of 4 to 5 and played with each other. It was very lively. But it turned out that there were many people who came to this grand event of the demon race. Many demon children of noble birth who didn't have enough cultivation were also brought here. These little guys naturally didn't like the banquet where adults sat together to discuss Tao. Therefore, they were accompanied by nannies and guards. They came to the courtyard full of spirit fruits to have fun. There were spirit fruits nearby, and there were pavilions and swings inside. It was really fun. These little guys also had extraordinary bloodlines. It could be seen from their appearance that the stronger the bloodline, the closer they were to human form. Ordinary wild beasts needed to have a demonic beast and then a human form. These little demons were even born with a human form. At the very least, they were half human and half demon. When Fangxing first met the great golden crow, he bragged about his third leg. He bragged that it was because he had the pure bloodline of the golden crow that he could have this treasure. In fact, he was just fooling people. Although he was indeed a true descendant of the golden crow, his bloodline didn't have any advantage. He only had a slightly human form. Wu Yidian, on the other hand, was born with the appearance of a human, so he was regarded as a genius of the Fusang lineage. There were quite a lot of people gathered in the side courtyard. When they saw the fox fairy flying over, they all retreated to the side in fear. Inside the side courtyard, there was a guard in azure blue armor standing proudly. He had a baleful aura around him, and in front of him, there was a little girl with fox ears lying on the ground. A group of little foxes surrounded her, and this little fox girl was extremely afraid. There was a footprint on her chest, and blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth. Opposite her, next to the blue-armored guard, stood a boy who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. He wore a purple gold silk crown on his head and was dressed in a cloudy mountain robe. His face was filled with arrogance and anger. His left wrist was bleeding, as if he had been bitten by something. At this moment, he was staring at the group of little foxes like a wolf and said hatefully, "How dare you bite me? Kill them all, what happened?" Immortal Fox Fairy landed in the courtyard. She looked at the trembling little fox and asked with a frown. The blue-armored guard turned his head to look at her and said lightly, "Are you the princess of Xianxia Mountain? These foxes must be your clansmen." Immortal Fox Fairy sized up the guard's attire and frowned. She said softly, "Yes. Look at your attire. You're wearing the blue armor of the water element, and your water magic isn't weak. Are you from the Sea of Azure Billows? And this young master?" The boy beside the guard was not afraid when he saw her. Instead, he was intimidated by her beautiful appearance. But soon, his eyes were filled with hostility, and he shouted fiercely, "I don't care if you're a princess or not. These wild foxes dared to bite me. Kill them." Immortal Fox Fairy frowned slightly, but did not speak immediately. The demon cultivators who came with her were stunned when they saw that the blue-armored guard was from the Sea of Azure Billows. None of them spoke. The blue-armored guard bowed lightly and said expressionlessly, "You've come at the right time, Your Highness. I was about to ask you about this matter. Our dragon clan's crown Prince Luli came with the dragon mother and the 9th prince to the demon court as guests. Even the 10 elders and the various Yuanying patriarchs would receive them well. But I didn't expect that when Crown Prince Luli came out for a stroll, he somehow provoked the little foxes of your Xianxia Mountain. They actually ganged up on our Crown Prince Luli and bit his wrist. Give us an explanation for this. Crown Prince Luli." Immortal Fox Fairy's expression changed, and she looked at the boy with a frown. She had already guessed the boy's background, but she did not expect him to be such a noble person. She had heard that Crown Prince Luli was the eldest son of the 4th prince of the Sea of Azure Billows, and also the grandson of the current dragon mother. To put it bluntly, because the previous 3 princes and princesses of the Sea of Azure Billows were not of noble birth, the eldest son of the 4th prince would be the heir to the throne of the 3rd-generation dragon king in the future. Originally, in order to welcome the party from the Sea of Azure Billows, even she had prepared a generous gift, and a considerable portion of it was for Crown Prince Luli. She was only prepared to settle the bet with Fangxing before visiting him, but she did not expect to meet him earlier than expected. And this meeting was when her own clansman had bitten Crown Prince Luli. She immediately felt very annoyed. She glanced at the little foxes beside her, who were already trembling in fear, but still looked at Crown Prince Luli and the blue-armored guard with hostility. She was a little puzzled. The little foxes of Aunt Jo's lineage were usually very obedient. Why would they bite people today? However, when she saw that the fur around the mouth of the smallest and fattest fox was stained with some blood, it seemed that the bite was real. "Hee, don't you know how to brag?" Right at this moment, a rather sturdy young ape who was dragging a large stick of firewood with 2 streams of snot running down his nose suddenly chuckled and said, "You were the one who wanted her to play with you in the bridal chamber because of her good looks. She refused and even tried to force herself on you. That's why she was bitten by her sister. How dare you say that she provoked you?" Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You are talking nonsense, I will kill you as well. Crown Prince Luli's face immediately turned red, and he hysterically shouted at the young ape with a runny nose. Even the blue-armored guard looked at the young ape with an unfriendly gaze. The young ape was the king of wild monkeys. He threw a glance at the young ape and said, "Our great sage mountain also has guards. Do you think we are afraid of you?" Crown Prince Luli became even more furious. At such a young age, his face was already full of hostility. However, the interlude of the wild monkey made the onlookers understand the whole story. For a moment, their expressions were complicated. However, the blue-armored guard simply raised his head arrogantly and looked at the fox very coldly. He said indifferently, "Your Highness, please give us an explanation. Crown Prince Luli is very favored, and no one in the four seas dares to touch him. Now that he has come to the demon land from thousands of miles away as a guest, he has been injured by the people of Xianxia Mountain. Even if the queen knows about this, she will not let him off easily. Make a decision. Tell Grandma, I must tell Grandma. I will skin you wild foxes and pull out your tendons. Otherwise, I will call Uncle Joe over. Humph, as long as he comes, none of you, including that wild monkey, will escape. I will kill you all." Crown Prince Luli's face was full of ferocity and pride as he shouted. At this moment, all the demon cultivators' gazes fell on the face of the fox fairy. She was obviously in a difficult position. Xianxia was an honored guest invited by the demon court, and his status was not below that of the divine prefecture messenger. He was also the most important person she had prepared to befriend, but she never expected such a thing to happen. It was obvious that if this matter was not handled well, her great plan of befriending him would definitely be obstructed. Who knows, she might provoke a great enemy like the Dragon Palace of the Xianxia out of nowhere. After thinking for a while, she had already made up her mind. Suddenly, she smiled lightly. Such a smile was like the melting of spring snow, and the moonlight seemed to brighten a little. The blue-armored guard's eyes flashed, while the Crown Prince Luli looked at her in a daze. Then, the fox fairy said softly, "It's just a child's quarrel. How is it a big deal? Little Crown Prince, you are a boy after all. You should give in to the children of Xianxia Mountain. How about this? These little guys have just returned to Xianxia Mountain and lack discipline. Their temperaments are a little wild. I will let them apologize to you, and this matter will be over. Don't be too narrow-minded." She spoke with a smile on her face, but it was like an invisible knife that wanted to cut this mess in half. Even the blue-armored guard and the Crown Prince Luli were speechless for a while, as if they had been stunned by her beauty. The fox fairy looked at the group of little fox girls with a smile, and said lightly, "What are you waiting for? Quickly apologize to the Crown Prince." Seeing that the storm was about to disappear, she did not expect that the little fox girls would become stubborn, especially the fox girl Xiaoyi, who had been kicked. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and she seemed to be seriously injured. Her eyes were filled with tears, and under her pitiful appearance, there was a stubbornness that refused to bow down. She bit her lip and said, "Sister Fairy, we did nothing wrong, we won't apologize to him." The group of little fox girls also chattered and called out to the fox girls. Looking at their angry expressions, it was obvious that they were not willing to apologize. At this time, the Crown Prince Luli also reacted, and said loudly, "Well, they are still not convinced, I must kill them, especially the fattest one. She dared to bite me, I will peel off her skin, and make it into a fur coat to wear on my body." Chirp chirp, the group of little fox girls suddenly became extremely angry, and they all called out to him. The blue-armored guard sneered and said, "Your Highness, you better give us an explanation." Seeing that the conflict that was about to be resolved had become turbulent again, the fox fairy was full of anger. Her eyes swept over the group of little fox girls, and she said coldly, "It seems that you have stayed outside for too long, and you are so unruly. You obviously hurt someone, but you are not even willing to apologize. You really lack discipline. It seems that I will give each of you a whip, so that you will remember." Her words were full of anger, and the group of little fox girls suddenly became silent, especially a thin little fox among the group of foxes. She shivered and hid her body, but it could be seen that there was a burn mark on her back, which had not yet healed. As soon as the fox girl saw Fox Immortal Fairy's anger, her body trembled in fear. Her two small hands struggled to grab the group of little foxes behind her. However, her thin body was obviously not enough to do this. She was afraid and powerless. She tried her best to hold back the group of girls behind her to stop them from crying out for her. Then, she slowly climbed up. That kick seemed to be quite heavy. When she climbed up, her two thin legs were still trembling and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Fox Girl Little One's eyes were full of tears. She slowly walked to Crown Prince Luli and twisted the corner of her clothes. Fox Immortal Fairy gently breathed a sigh of relief and frowned slightly. As long as she could resolve this accident with an apology and send more greeting gifts in private, her relationship with the Kanglincy could still be maintained. She could even go one step further. However, she only cared about the overall situation. Obviously, she did not consider the thoughts of the little fox girls. In her opinion, this was nothing. She was already disgusted with this group of little foxes who almost ruined her plans. Humph, whoever I ask to play with me, they will play with me. Crown Prince Luli was very proud. He arrogantly folded his two small arms and looked at Little One triumphantly. The little foxes looked at his appearance and were even more angry. However, they did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Fox Immortal Fairy. It was obvious that the whip in Fox Immortal Fairy's words had not only scared the fox girl Little One, but also deeply traumatized them. Gently bowing to Crown Prince Luli, the fox girl with red eyes was about to open her mouth to apologize. Sigh, however, just as she was about to apologize, a low sigh suddenly rang out. Swish, hearing this sigh, the fox girl Little One was slightly startled. She raised her small face in a daze. The group of little foxes behind her suddenly pricked up their ears, and their eyes glowed with the light of hope. Chirp chirp, the fattest little fox sniffed and immediately ran out towards the crowd. When the crowd in front of it saw this, they immediately opened up a path for it. However, it directly rushed to the back of the crowd, to the side of a young man dressed in a light yellow robe. It climbed up his pant leg and squatted on his shoulder, crying out. Its voice was pitiful and angry, as if it was complaining. The young man in the light golden robe was Feng Xing. The angry Feng Xing, who had come to watch the show, had never imagined that the little princess that the old nanny had spoken of who had caused such a disaster would be the little foxes he had sent back. The one who had bitten someone was undoubtedly Little Fatty, and the large footprint on Little One's chest made the rage in his heart burn even more fiercely. However, it was a matter of Green Hill Mountain after all, so he held it in for the time being. When Immortal Fox Fairy forced the group of little foxes to apologize, he couldn't hold it in any longer when he saw their pitiful expressions. He sighed softly, telling the little foxes that he was here. And the little foxes really did hear his presence, as if they had seen their savior. What's the use of being a princess if you can't even protect your own clansmen? Feng Xing rubbed Little Fatty's head and slowly walked out, his face devoid of his usual cheeky expression. Seeing this, the great golden crow immediately understood his thoughts and whispered to the little Peking, great-grandson, get ready to help. When Wu Dian heard these words, he immediately shivered in fright. Strangely, Wu Sanger did not stop him. This is a matter of Qingqiu Mountain. It has nothing to do with Brother Xing, right? Fox Immortal Fairy did not expect Feng Xing to appear at this time. The matter was about to be resolved, but now there were unexpected complications. Her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and she glanced at Little Fatty who was squatting on Feng Xing's shoulder with displeasure. It has something to do with me. This young master's unhappiness has something to do with me. Feng Xing's pupils shrank as he walked into the field. The murderous aura around him made everyone retreat wherever he went. Master Feng, Fox Girl Xiaoyi's face was already covered in tears. She called out, but could not say anything else. She knew some things, and had seen how Qingqiu Mountain repaid Feng Xing's kindness with enmity. Xiaoyi's heart was even more complicated. What are you crying for? I'm here. How can I watch you get bullied? Feng Xing reached out and lifted her up, holding her in his arms. He took out a medicinal pill for her to consume, and lectured her fiercely. Fox Girl Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with tears, but she had never cried before. She suddenly burst into tears and sobbed, burying her little head in the armpit of Feng Xing's arm. She arched her head and began to sob softly. A group of little foxes gathered around Fang Xing, chattering and chattering. Some hugged his leg and refused to let go, some climbed up his leg, and some tugged at his trousers, crying loudly. They kept wiping away their tears and chattering non-stop, as if asking him where he had been all this time, and why he did not come to see them, causing them to suffer so much. Brother Xing, please conduct yourself. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of Xianxia Mountain. Fox Immortal Fairy's face was already covered with a layer of frost. She could have easily resolved the storm, but because of Fang Xing's interference, it suddenly became troublesome. Compared to Fang Xing's doting look, her correct approach just now seemed much more ruthless. She suddenly had the misconception that this fellow had deliberately come out to mess things up for her, and her anger flared up. Outsider? Fang Xing suddenly turned his head and swept a cold glance at her, but it made Fox Immortal Fairy's heart skip a beat and she raised her defenses. From today onwards, I'm not an outsider. Coquettish fox, didn't you want a wager? Very well, I'll set a wager with you now. If you win, I'll give you that treasure, but if I win, these little foxes will have nothing to do with Xianxia Mountain. As he spoke, his voice lowered slightly. Perhaps I shouldn't have sent them back to that pile of bitches. A wager? Fox Immortal Fairy's gaze froze when she heard that. She never expected Fang Xing to make such a request at that moment. For a moment, she actually did not know whether she should agree, her thoughts extremely complicated. I don't care what grudges you have, but you must give Crown Prince Glazed an explanation. It was also at that moment that the blue-armored guard spoke coldly, seemingly impatient from waiting. Prince Luli fiercely shouted, quickly kneeled down and apologized to this prince. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Whoosh, Fang Xing's gaze swept over them coldly. The blue-armored guard was greatly shocked. He extended his body and blocked in front of Crown Prince Glazed. This pill is enough to compensate for such a small wound. However, Fang Xing did not really make a move. Instead, he flicked his finger, and a bottle of light blue pills flew towards the blue-armored guard. The guard caught it in his hand and lowered his head to take a look. At first, he wanted to sneer and scold, but his expression suddenly changed, and he actually could not do so. The pill that Fang Xing gave him was impressively taken from the Dragon Lady's treasury back then, and had extraordinary effects on aquatic demonic cultivators. Heavenly Water Essence Pill. Even the guard's expression changed, and he looked at Fang Xing in disbelief. Since he could be Crown Prince Glazed's personal guard, he naturally had some foresight. With a single glance, he was able to recognize that this pill was a water element pill refined from the water of a lake. For the water race demon cultivators, whether it was for healing or cultivation, it had an extremely powerful effect. Not to mention him, Crown Prince Luli, or even Crown Prince Luli's father, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, this was a treasure pill that could only be encountered by chance. It had an indescribable magical effect. In simple terms, even Dragon Mother would keep it if she got it, let alone this blue-armored guard. What is it? Let me see. Crown Prince Glazed stood on his tiptoes, and looked curiously at the guard's hand. The guard had no choice but to say in a low voice, Crown Prince, this is a precious pill. If you give it to your father, he will be very happy. Crown Prince Glazed was not stupid, and his eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, take it, and ask him if he has it yet. Give it all to him. The guard was stunned, and thought that this Crown Prince was not stupid, but he might not be willing to give it to him. However, before this thought flashed through his mind, Fang Xing threw a small box at him. The guard caught it in surprise, and when he opened it, he was so shocked that he held his breath. 4 pills, there were actually 4 heavenly water essence pills inside. He could not believe the scene in front of him, and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Originally, he was worried that he would be severely punished because he did not look after Crown Prince Glazed well, but at this moment, he was relieved. If he gave the 5 heavenly water essence pills to Dragon Mother, she would definitely let him off this time. Can you make up for it? Fang Xing looked friendly, and asked the guard with a smile. The blue-armored guard's face turned ugly, and he paused for a while before replying softly, I have to report to Dragon Mother. Fortunately, he still had some tolerance, and did not let the pill take his mind away. He replied coldly. As long as she is not blind, I think she can make up for it. Fang Xing said lightly, but the content of his words shocked all the monster cultivators. They did not expect that someone would dare to talk about Dragon Mother like this. However, before the guard scolded Fang Xing for being rude, he lowered his head, looked at the huge footprint on Xiaoyu's chest, and said lightly, I have compensated for your crown prince's injury, but what about the little fox's kick? Fang Xing's body exuded an invisible killing intent, causing the blue-armored guard's expression to turn cold. His face was covered with a layer of frost, and his gaze was like a halberd as he looked at Fang Xing. He said coldly, that little fox bit the crown prince, which is a great crime. I wanted to kill her on the spot, but this little fox girl insisted on stopping me. I only kicked her once, and didn't directly take her life. I was already being merciful. He had probably guessed that Fang Xing's identity was not ordinary from these Chani water essence pills. Thus, he explained and then asked coldly, where are you from, and what is your Daoist name? If you are not satisfied, you can talk to my ninth King Highness. The way he spoke was already faintly more polite than when he spoke to Fox Fairy. However, Fang Xing's expression did not soften at all. He shook his head lightly and walked forward, saying, I don't have the time. On his shoulder, there was still the little fat fox, and in the crook of his right arm, there was the fox girl little one, who had just taken a healing pill. Her face was slightly flushed. With these two burdens on his body, he did not look like he was going to fight with anyone. He slowly walked forward and said lightly, I used the pill to return the injury to your crown prince. As for this kick, I will return it to you. The blue-armored guard's heart trembled, and between his brows, a murderous aura was revealed. However, before he could speak, Fang Xing's eyes flashed with murderous aura, and with a whoosh, he raised his leg and kicked hard. Fang Xing, who was carrying a little fox and had a little fox on his shoulder, did not look like it was convenient for him to fight with others. He raised his leg and kicked out with all his strength. His body didn't seem to move, but in an instant, he broke through the distance of 4 to 5 feet and rushed to the front of the blue-armored guard. His leg was so fast that the little fox on his shoulder floated up. Its two little claws pulled on his ponytail, and it was like a kite hanging in the air, crying loudly. The blue-armored guard's expression changed greatly at this moment, and cold sweat flowed down his body. His reaction as a gold-core middle-stage cultivator could not be said to be slow. In a flash, he had already formed a spell, and with a deep shout, a blue ice wall had already been set up between him and Fang Xing. The ice wall was 3 feet long, and it was stronger than steel. Even if he used a flying sword to cut it, it would only leave a white mark. However, after all, Fang Xing's kick was too sudden, and he only had time to use this secret technique. Of course, he was only angry in his heart, but he was not afraid. Even if the ice wall could not stop it, the armor on his body was enough to defend. In his heart, he was already furious. No matter who this guy was, it was a big crime to dare to attack him. Originally, he wanted to spare him, but now it seemed that he had to show this group of bastards the power of the Kanglan Sea. All the thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and before he could come to a conclusion, Fang Xing's kick arrived. This seemingly ordinary kick was actually powerful, like a steel spear breaking to formation. On the strange path that he kicked out, there seemed to be a strong wind rolled up, forming 2 incomparably sharp wind blades, cutting the ground into 2. The soil was turned up to the side, and a 3 feet deep ditch was drawn, like a knife mark. And this kick, with such unstoppable power, stepped on the ice wall. The ice wall that even a top-grade flying sword couldn't break apart was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. In less than a tenth of a breath of time, the ice wall shattered. And Fang Xing's kick didn't seem to weaken in the slightest. It broke through the ice wall and directly stepped on the body of the blue-armored guard, kicking him in the chest. This was exactly the same position that the fox girl little one had suffered. Bang, this kick landed on the chest, on the azure armor. The expression on the guard's face suddenly became strange. He frowned as he looked at Fang Xing. His eyes were complex, mixed with shock, disbelief, doubt, and even fear. Whoosh, after a breath of time, he suddenly flew out. His figure was like a cannonball, flying straight backwards, smashing through the tall walls of the courtyard. Then, he cut through the void outside the mountain peak, crashing into the opposite mountain peak like a meteor. From afar, one could see that the stone walls of the mountain peak were broken into pieces, grass and trees were swept away, and smoke billowed out. One could faintly see that a large pit had been created. With just one kick, he had kicked from one mountain to another. Speaking of which, everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Fangxing kicked to the moment the blue-armored guard flew out, his speed was so fast that the demon cultivators couldn't stop him at all. Seeing this scene, the mountain peak suddenly fell silent. Only the sound of the broken ice wall falling to the ground could be heard. And the box that was originally in the blue-armored guard's hand was thrown out. Fangxing caught it in his hand and casually handed it to little Fatty, who had climbed onto his shoulder to play with. His face revealed a trace of a sneer, and he whispered to himself, "If you don't want this young master's pill, maybe I can spare your life. But since you really dare to ask this young master for compensation, then this young master can only ask for compensation from you." He actually dared to attack the Blue Wave Sea Guard. He actually killed the Blue Wave Sea Guard of the middle gold core stage with one kick. The surrounding cultivators were silent. After a full 3 breaths of time, there was suddenly a burst of exclamations. Countless eyes were cast over, and all of them were filled with extreme horror. They had always heard that this human race rogue cultivator was not small, but who would have thought that he actually had such strength? In the midst of the noise, only the fox girl, little E, was full of tears, and her little head was buried in Fangxing's chest. Little Fatty also hurriedly climbed back onto Fangxing's shoulder, hugging the pill box and chirping excitedly. You actually dared to kick General Blue Shark away? You dare to attack my people?" It was also at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. At first, it was panic, but then it was endless anger. It was Prince Luli. After all, he was born with a noble background and had seen many experts, so he was not scared. In addition, he had never suffered such anger since he was young. After coming to the demon court, he had always acted like he didn't put anyone in his eyes. At this time, he was not afraid, and instead shouted. "This young master didn't kick him away. I kicked him to death." Fangxing lazily turned around, and a pair of strange eyes fell on Prince Luli. He smiled and said, "It's your turn." Prince Luli, who was shouting crazily, suddenly stopped, and his eyes finally revealed a look of horror. No matter how courageous he was, when facing a fierce person like Fangxing, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. You dare to touch me? My grandmother will pull out your soul and tear your body into 10,000 pieces." Prince Luli's face was pale, and even his voice began to tremble. "You can scare others, but you want to scare this young master? Not only will I touch you, but I will also peel off your skin and pull out your tendons. I will pull out your intestines piece by piece, mince them, and mix them with salt. Then, I will pry open your mouth and feed you mouthful by mouthful. I will use the tip of a knife to pick out your eyeballs and soak them in the medicinal liquid. When they become solid, I will stuff them into your nostrils, cut off your arms and legs, and make you into a human stick." Fangxing had a smile on his face as he spoke unhurriedly to Prince Luli. The calm manner in which Fangxing spoke, the bloody content in his words, and his ferocious aura had scared Prince Luli so much that he was tongue-tied. Especially when Fangxing bent down to look at him, it was as if a ferocious god with 3 heads and 6 arms, with a vertical eye on his forehead, had appeared in front of Prince Luli. With a ferocious expression, Prince Luli was slowly cutting his soul into pieces. Prince Luli's eyes turned somewhat turbid, and his small face turned ashen. His mind was frightened. The surrounding cultivators also felt an indescribable chill in their hearts, but for a moment, no one spoke up to stop him. "You dare to attack the people of my Xianxia? You must die." While the entire place was silent, a loud roar suddenly rang out. In the air not far away, a tall, young man with white lips and red teeth flew over. When he saw the scene on the mountain peak and how the blue-armored guard had been kicked into a pulp, he roared and attacked with his spear. Whoosh! A blue water dragon appeared in the direction of the spear. It flew through the void for hundreds of meters and charged straight at Fangxing on the mountain peak. He was a gold core cultivator, and from the looks of it, although he was at the early stage gold core stage, he was even more ferocious than the blue-armored guard. Most of the cultivators present were tempted as they had already guessed the identity of this man. The 9th prince of the Xianxia was known as the most talented among this generation of dragon princes. He was also the genius of the dragon clan, Aobai, who was brought to the demon land by the dragon mother and was prepared to be sent to the demon emperor pavilion to search for opportunities. His name was Aobai, but he had challenged the elites of the Sea clan since he was young and had never lost a battle. He shouted and struck with his spear, which covered the entire courtyard. The ferocity of his killing intent was frightening. However, at this moment, everyone's vision suddenly blurred. A golden bird had already flown into the sky and blocked the spear. It flapped its wings and two violent forces collided with the water dragon. It was the golden crow who had attacked at this moment. It cawed and its voice was extremely arrogant. The fifth ancestor of the demon lands is here. Who the hell dares to be so arrogant? Watch me. Boom, two tornadoes made of wind blades collided with the water dragon, and an incomparably huge force almost enveloped the entire valley. When the two forces collided, the water dragon was broken, and it actually turned into a torrential downpour, majestically raining down on the mountain. At this moment, Wu Sanger saw how her cousin attacked. She smiled but didn't say anything. The little golden rock heard the name Little Five Ancestors of the Demon Land and smiled subconsciously. But he held his smile and felt honored. Wu Yidian was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. He murmured, "The four little ancestors are enough. Why bring me along?" As for Feng Xing, he didn't care about the ninth prince of the Canglan Sea who was attacking from the sky. Instead, he slowly walked towards Crown Prince Luli and said, "So, don't try to show off just because your mother is ruthless. If you annoy me, not only will I kill you, I will also kill your mother and all the bastards of the Canglan Sea." He gently pointed his finger at the center of Crown Prince Luli's forehead. "Do you remember who you can provoke and who you can't?" Feng Xing pointed his finger at the center of Crown Prince Luli's forehead and said the last sentence softly. Wah! Crown Prince Luli suddenly burst into tears, and his pants were wet. A seed of fear was deeply planted in his previously fearless heart at this moment. For cultivators, having a finger pointed at their forehead was an extremely dangerous act. It was 10,000 times more terrifying than having a blade at their neck. Feng Xing used his finger to tell the arrogant Luli of the Canglan Sea who he could and could not provoke. However, he did not really use his strength in this finger. Facing this mixed-breed little dragon, Feng Xing was a dignified gold core cultivator and would not kill it. However, this little dragon would not be able to get rid of the shadow of this finger for many years to come. At this time, the battle had also attracted many big shots. After all, more than 70% of the experts in the demon land had gathered in Qianfeng Garden. Such a big movement had already alerted Zhu Xiao. At this time, the Great Golden Crow and the Ninth Prince of the Canglan Sea had exchanged 3 moves. The first move was a draw, and the Ninth Prince added 30% of his strength in the second move. The Great Golden Crow's eyes were already rolling, and no one knew what he was planning. The Ninth Prince also stopped slightly, his figure looming in the rain clouds. He sneered and said, "You should be proud to be able to take 2 moves of my spear technique. Take another move of mine." It seemed that the Great Golden Crow had aroused his fighting spirit. As he spoke, his momentum surged, stirring up the wind and rain. He was about to use the 3rd move of the spear technique. However, the Great Golden Crow had already sensed that something was wrong and did not take the move. It turned around and fled to another mountain in an instant. It flapped its wings and shouted, "What's the point of taking 3 moves of your spear technique? If you have the ability, come and chase me." The Ninth Prince Aobai was a little surprised. He sneered and said, "How dare a defeated person say that he is brave?" After saying that, he did not want to pay attention to it and was about to stab Feng Xing who was in the courtyard below. However, the Great Golden Crow refused to give up and shouted, F***CKU. If you have the ability, chase me and see if I will beat you up or not." The Ninth Prince was enraged. He raised his spear and was about to give chase when he heard a loud shout, "Stop!" In front of the Great Golden Crow, 3 or 4 figures with high cultivation bases appeared in the air. They were the 10 elders of the demon court. When they saw the battle between the Great Golden Crow and the Ninth Prince of the Canglan Sea, they were shocked and angry. One of them directly made a move. An ancient sword flew out of his sleeve and slashed out, dispersing the rain clouds in the mountains. The Great Golden Crow was almost hit by the sword. He jumped in the air and shouted, "Who is it? Looking for trouble?" You are a junior from Fusang Mountain? Why are you fighting with the esteemed guest of the Blue Billow Sea? The elder sheathed his sword and immediately scolded the great golden crow. He was so angry that his face turned purple. Are you blind? Didn't you see that he was the one who attacked Lord Jean first? The great golden crow flapped its wings and scolded the golden core Mahayana elder like a hooligan. You! How dare you? The elder was seething with anger. He wanted to kill the damn crow with his sword. As one of the 10 elders of the demon court, even the Yuanying ancestor would give him some face. When had he ever been scolded like this, especially when the one scolding him was the declining Fusang Mountain? He couldn't stand it. Come on, if you have the ability, come at me. The great golden crow was not afraid of the golden core Mahayana elder's anger at all. He stretched his neck and provoked him. The elder was even angrier. However, he didn't slash out with his sword. After all, the news had spread among the demon clan. A month ago, a reclusive expert from Fusang Mountain made a move. Even the Yuanying ancestor of the Taisher family suffered a great loss at his hands. The appearance of such an expert changed the status of Fusang Mountain in the demon land. In the past, the golden crow could be bullied, but now, who would dare to bully them? Of course, to put it bluntly, the great golden crow was also relying on Uncle Jin's influence to show off. In the past, he didn't dare to scold the elder of the demon court. Wastrel, why are you fighting with others? It was also at this moment that a strange light appeared on a mountain peak and formed a colorful bridge in the air. A noble woman with a head full of jewelry slowly walked over from the other end of the bridge, surrounded by a group of maids and nannies. It was unknown what her cultivation was, but the aura released from her body was like that of a bodhisattva, bright and beautiful, but noble and pure. None of the demons present dared to look directly at her. The dragon mother of the Kanglan Sea, an influential figure of the 9-headed insect clan, came out to ask questions in person. At this moment, even the elders of the demon court could only stand aside and wait for questions. The only ones who could speak were the few nascent soul realm patriarchs of the demonic land who had specially come to this grand event to accompany him in the air. The 9th prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Bai, who had just exchanged 3 moves with the great golden crow and gained the upper hand but failed to defeat the great golden crow, was still full of anger. He flew into the air, pointed to the courtyard, and said to the dragon mother, "Mother, I noticed that something was wrong here, so I came to take a look. I found that someone had attacked the people of the Kanglan Sea. General Blue Shark has been killed. Grandma, come and save me." Below, Crown Prince Lu Li, who was scared out of his wits by Feng Xing but didn't even dare to cry, finally cried at this moment. Even at this moment, he only dared to cry for help, and didn't dare to say what had happened. With Dragon Mother's great power, she knew what was going on with only a slight movement of her spirit power. She remained calm, but slightly pointed her finger at Prince Lu Li. Immediately, her maids and nannies pressed down the cloud and brought Prince Lu Li up. Prince Lu Li was crying so hard that his soul left his body. Who dares to be rude to the distinguished guests of the Kanglan Sea? At this moment, 2 or 3 of the 10 elders of the demon court shouted towards the people below. They had already guessed that it was related to the Golden Crow Crown Prince of Fusang Mountain, but they still had to ask. It was done by the little 5 ancestors of the demon land. Is there a problem? The great golden crow flew down and stood beside Feng Xing. He flapped his big wings majestically. At this moment, the demon cultivators standing beside the 5 of them retreated like a tide, for fear of being misunderstood by the Kanglan Sea. For a moment, apart from a group of little foxes, only Feng Xing, the golden crow, Wu Sang-er, the little Pun King, and Wu Yidian were left. The 4 in front had no intention of avoiding, and Wu Yidian was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, unable to move even if he wanted to. What little 5 ancestors of the demon land? Who gave them that title? One of the elders in the air held back his laughter and reprimanded the little Pun King with a glance. This elder was from Mount Lonely Edge, and was ready to protect the 5 of them. This is what happened. Crown Prince Lu Li came to this side yard to play with his guards, and met the little princesses of Xianxia Mountain. He wanted to get close to them, so he invited them to play, but they didn't get along and had a little conflict. Beside the dragon mother of the sea dragon mother, a chairman elder of the Thousand Peak Garden had already brought out a water mirror, showing the conflict that happened in the side yard just now. No need to watch. the dragon mother said flatly after a quick glance, and flicked away the water mirror with a wave of her sleeve. Her gaze fell indifferently on the great golden crow, and she smiled. "You're the golden crow crown prince?" The great golden crow folded his wings in front of his chest, and rolled his eyes. "What? Handsome?" Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the beast cultivators at his words. There were few among the younger generation of the demon land who dared to speak to the dragon mother like that. The dragon mother smiled faintly, not taking it to heart, and said softly, "The golden crow crown prince lives up to his reputation to be able to take 3 of Geo-Er's spear techniques head-on. Since you've killed a guard of the sea dragon mother, we can't let this matter rest peacefully. However, we're about to worship the ancestors, and it's against reason to use weapons without permission. So, you can have fun after you enter the Fey Emperor Pavilion, and no one will stop you then." With that, she took another look at the great golden crow, and then at Feng Xing, who was beside him. She smiled faintly, and turned to leave. Such a great disaster was solved so easily, which both surprised and made the beast cultivators feel lucky. However, when they heard that Dragon Mother was not willing to let it go, they also felt sorry for these so-called little 5 ancestors of the spirit world. They regarded Dragon Mother as the source of disasters. Even the closest ones moved 30 meters away from Dragon Mother, staring at Dragon Mother and 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 Dragon Mother. They even dared to kill the people of the Sea Dragon Mother. These 5 fellows really have guts. Unfortunately, they have guts, but how can they let this matter rest after provoking the Sea Dragon Mother? Not necessarily. There's a reclusive master in Mount Fusong, and he might be able to protect them. Amidst the debate, there were those who thought differently from the others, discussing in hushed voices, "Those little foxes are clansmen of the Green Hill Foxes, and it is said that their status is not low. Why would a human cultivator appear to protect them?" Then Princess Xianxia. "Shoo, be quiet. Princess Xianxia is extremely smart, so why would she do such a reckless thing?" Her actions are smart, but they always make people feel uncomfortable. Didn't they say that the human cultivator harbored evil intentions towards these little foxes, and sent them back for the treasures of their ancestors? But from the looks of it, they are very close, and that human cultivator doesn't seem to be as treacherous as the rumors say. As the beast cultivators discussed, the fox immortal fairy's expression was rather ugly, but she was sneering in her heart. Even she did not expect that Feng Xing would fight against the Sea Dragon Mother for a group of little foxes, and judging from the Dragon Mother's words, the Sea Dragon Mother would not let them off easily after they entered the demonic Emperor Pavilion. In this way, she had gained a powerful ally. "Hee, fellow Xing, you're really brave." As the crowd gradually dispersed, the fox immortal fairy stepped forward, sneering and expressionless. "Cut the crap. These little foxes have nothing to do with your Qingqiu Mountain, they're my people now," Feng Xing said directly, shooting her an unfriendly look. The fox immortal fairy's expression turned cold, and she said slowly after some deliberation, "Do you really want to make such a wager with me, fellow Xing?" Feng Xing looked at her with a faint smile, and said softly, "It's fine if you don't want to, but I'll smash that treasure later." You dare." The fox immortal fairy was stunned, and her eyes blazed with fury, as if she did not believe that Feng Xing would dare to do such a thing. Feng Xing, however, laughed. "It's not the first time I've destroyed a treasure, so why wouldn't I dare? They're all mere worldly possessions." The fox immortal fairy was at a loss for words, and thought of something. This bastard really dares. In the face of Feng Xing's threat, fox immortal fairy was truly a little worried. She remembered that Feng Xing had once destroyed a powerful treasure mirror in front of her. According to the research of a few elders after that, such a precious object was definitely a treasure of extremely high quality. However, this bastard did not hesitate at all to detonate it in order to escape. It could be seen that this bastard really did not feel the pinch. Thinking of this, she did not dare to say all the ideas she had prepared to make things difficult for Fangxing. Okay, I'll bet with you. Let's set it at the Demon God Pavilion. After a long time, Fox Fairy Fairy spoke in a deep voice to finalize the bet. It's good that you've made the bet. These little foxes are mine. Fangxing laughed and interrupted her. He pulled little Fatty's ear excitedly. You haven't won against me yet. They are not your people. Fox Fairy Fairy frowned. She felt increasingly disgusted with Fangxing's way of doing things. I will win sooner or later. It doesn't matter if I take them away in advance. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what you say, I will take the little foxes away today. If you have the ability, bring your people to Mount Guedge and ask for them. Fangxing laughed and no longer paid attention to her. He took the string of little foxes and was about to leave. Fox Fairy Fairy finally stopped hiding and said bluntly, Where do you get the confidence to win against me? Fangxing stopped and turned to look at her. His eyes were a little playful. He smiled and said, Who do you think you are? Do you think you are qualified to fight with me? After saying that, he flew directly to an empty mountain peak. The great golden crow, Wu Sang-er, and the others had to follow him. Little Peking looked at Fox Fairy Fairy. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything. He picked up Wu Dian, who was paralyzed, and flew into the sky to follow Fangxing and the others. However, Fox Fairy Fairy was left behind. She gritted her teeth. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me? Once we enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion, I'll see how you fight with me. Fox Immortal Concubine trembled in anger at Fangxing's attitude of not putting her in his eyes. Even her palms trembled slightly. She was actually despised by the guy she had always looked down on. Fox Fairy Fairy felt that it was absurd and ridiculous. You must be Green Hill's Princess Xianxia, right? Just as Immortal Fox Fairy was feeling sullen and had nowhere to vent her anger, a faint voice suddenly rang out. Immortal Fox Fairy turned her head to look, and her face immediately lit up. She bowed lightly and said, Greetings, senior brothers from the Divine Prefecture. In the distant sky, a few figures came on clouds. The leader was a young man who looked only 13 or 14 years old. He wore a simple black robe and looked very old. The second person was a tall bald man. He carried 2 huge sabers on his back. The sabers were full of strange runes. His aura was extremely fierce. He was in the middle stage of Gold Core realm. The third person was a beautiful woman in a bright red dress. Her hair was tied up with a brocade handkerchief, but her aura was slightly sinister. Behind them, there were 3 men and a woman. They were also young and had the cultivation of Gold Core realm. They must be outstanding talents. Of course, the most important thing was that these 7 people were all humans, but they appeared here so openly. Princess Xianxia, you're too kind. I'm Heilingzi from the Pure Yang sect. The leader of the group, who looked only 13 or 14 years old, was the first to speak with a smile. Among the 4 people following behind him, a sickly-looking man had a cold gaze. As he looked around, he saw Fangxing, who was leading a group of little foxes down the mountain not far away. His gaze turned cold at once, and he said in a low voice, It's that bastard. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Senior brothers, I've really been looking for him. Please wait a moment, I'll capture him for interrogation. This person was Cui Xiaoting, the little demon from the Demon Chasing League who had been tortured by Fangxing. The moment he saw Fangxing, he wanted to catch up to him and kill him. Stand still. Did I say you could do it? The woman in the bright red robe suddenly spoke softly. Her tone was not heavy, but it scared Cui Xiaoting into a cold sweat. After lecturing him, the woman in red slowly walked toward Fox Fairy Fairy and bowed lightly, saying, Don't you see Fox Fairy Fairy here? Fox Fairy 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 was slightly taken aback, thinking that they were taking care of her reputation and did not want to directly capture Fangxing, who was with the little foxes. She laughed bitterly and said, Senior brothers, you're too kind. Those little foxes are indeed people of Qingqiu Mountain, but they've been away from the mountain for a long time, and our relationship has faded. As for that human cultivator, we treated him as an honored guest at first, but we didn't expect him to commit all sorts of evil and deceit. If not for Lone Edge Mountain's protection, Xianxia Mountain would not have tolerated him long ago. With a single sentence, she had cut off all ties. Next, she had to think about how to befriend this group of cultivators from the Divine Continent. Fox Fairy was really confident about this wager. Among the talents of the various demon lineages, she had deep ties with at least half of them, while the other half would at most keep to themselves, but they would not stand on Fengxing's side and become enemies with her. As for the two external forces, Kanglinsi had already become enemies with them. Even if she did not say anything, once these two forces entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion, they would definitely fight to the death, and she only needed to take advantage of the situation. As for the envoys from the Divine Continent, they had long been enemies with that bastard surnamed Xing. If they did not help her, who would they help? She, who was most adept at using the power of others, now had a 100% chance of winning. However, she did not expect that just when she thought she had the situation in her hands and was about to invite these guests from China to the banquet for a few drinks, the woman in red suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Her beautiful eyes looked at her from head to toe, and after a while, she sighed softly and said, "I heard that Princess Xianxia of Green Hill is not only beautiful, but also has the best mind and intelligence." Fox Fairy Concubine felt that something was wrong with her expression. She was slightly stunned and said softly, "It's just a joke, don't take it seriously." The woman in red giggled and said, "It really doesn't look like it. Because I saw you do something stupid the moment I saw you." Fox Fairy Concubine's expression changed slightly at once, but she did not immediately flare up and merely looked at the woman in red coldly. The woman in red giggled and said, "Actually, when I came to the demon court, someone told me everything that happened in Green Hill. Seeing that you did not hesitate to hand over the people who are indebted to the Fox clan in order to befriend us, I should thank you, but I'm really sorry. The more I think about it, the more interesting I find it, and I can't help it." "Hee, Your Highness Xianji, oh. Your Highness Xianji, do you know that you actually offended the person you should not offend, and you could have become friends with him?" Fox Fairy Concubine's expression became even uglier, and she only spoke softly after a while, "Where did I do wrong? Please teach me, sister." The woman in red laughed and said, "I'm younger than you, don't call me sister. As for where I did wrong, you will know." It was also at this time that the bald man who stood with the woman in red asked, "Senior Sister Red Shirt, do you know that guy?" The woman in red smiled and said, "I wasn't sure at first. I just felt that there was a 30% resemblance. However, after hearing about the things he had done one by one, I was 70% sure. Just now, I looked at him from afar a few times, and I was 10% sure. Actually, I don't know him, but my good-for-nothing younger brother knows him. They are brothers." "Your younger brother's brother?" The bald man was slightly stunned. "Is it that guy who wields the spear in Feng Tian Dao?" The woman in red shook her head and said, "These two are lackeys, and the eldest is the other one." As she spoke, she glanced at Fox Fairy Concubine and deliberately added, "The one that is the worst to be trifled with." These words made everyone even more confused. The red-clothed woman's beautiful eyes swept around, but she didn't say it in front of everyone. Instead, she secretly transmitted her voice to Senior Martial Brother He, who looked like a young man, but had the highest status and cultivation. The young man's eyes immediately lit up, and his fingers quickly pinched a jade pendant on his waist. He suddenly said in a deep voice, "Junior Martial Brother Zhou, how many command talismans did you bring?" The bald man was slightly stunned, and said, "This time, I brought a total of 12 tokens to the demon court, and I have already given out 3. Senior Brother He pondered for a long time, and said lightly, "Leave one for him, and find an opportunity to give it to him." "Pure Yang Dao token?" The bald man was slightly stunned, and took it with a solemn expression. As for the 4 little ancestors of the alliance-chasing demon tribe, their eyes suddenly widened, and their Adam's apple moved subconsciously, and they swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Such a precious token, and you want to give one to that bastard?" Their eyes flashed with a strange light, and they almost could not believe this scene. At this moment, Fox Fairy Concubine was also stunned by this conversation, and her pretty face was faintly filled with shock that could not be hidden. "He's just a rogue cultivator. Why is he so valued?" Initially, in order to get to know these people from China, she repaid kindness with enmity. She wanted to capture Fang Xing and hand him over to them to be dealt with. That way, she could form a good relationship with them and gain a strong support in the future. However, Fox Fairy never expected that the messenger from China whom she wanted to befriend would have such a reaction after guessing the identity of that rogue cultivator. For a moment, his emotions were in a mess. Vaguely, he realized that he seemed to have committed a huge mistake. In her shock, she forced herself not to show it. Pretending to be calm, she asked, "Is that wandering cultivator your friend?" "Senior brother," he said indifferently, "he's not a friend. If there's a chance, I'd like to make a friend like him." Fox Fairy concubine immediately stopped talking. Her expression was already extremely ugly. Under her calm eyes, there was a dark storm brewing. After a long while, she finally managed to regain her composure and said, "I'm sure senior brothers are aware that the Xianxia mountain has some grudges with that human cultivator, Xing Fang. He even stole one of our clan's greatest treasures." After entering the demonic emperor pavilion this time, the immortal fairy was going to fight with him and reclaim the treasure. "I didn't know about the relationship between him and you, or else I wouldn't have." Senior brother Crane seemed to understand what she was thinking. He turned his gaze to her and said lightly, "Fox Fairy, you can rest assured. The three of us are here for the great plan of the cultivation world. We are only here to guide you, not to talk about gratitude or hatred. Naturally, we will remain neutral. We will not get involved in the grudges between you two. Although I want to be friends with him, we don't know each other yet, so you don't have to worry about us." Fox Fairy Maiden was waiting for this sentence. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but she did not expect that senior brother Crane, who had an indifferent expression, suddenly smiled and said, "Fox Fairy Maiden, you are the one who has been decided by a few elders to enter a sect in the Divine Prefecture in advance. Although you have yet to formally acknowledge a master, you already have this brother-sister relationship. Let me give you a piece of advice here: it's best to not fight with this person." After he finished speaking, he nodded at Immortal Fox Fairy lightly. Then, like a feather, he floated up on a cloud. Fox Fairy Maiden was stunned on the spot, and did not know what to say. At this moment, the woman in red had already turned to look at her with a smile. She said with some schadenfreude, "Your Highness, don't blame me for not reminding you. That guy is not to be trifled with. You better be careful after entering the demonic emperor pavilion. TSK, your head is so beautiful. If he were to chop it off, who knows how many people would be heartbroken." In her bell-like laughter, she floated away like a red thread, but her laughter did not stop. At this time, Fox Fairy's face was so gloomy that water was about to come out. Her last question was to test whether this group of Divine Prefecture messengers would form an alliance with Fang Xing. Unexpectedly, the result was in line with her wishes. Although they might not be enemies with that guy, they would not form an alliance with him either. But what did her last question mean? Could it be that they all felt that they weren't capable enough to fight with that fellow? What was so scary about that scoundrel of the human clan that made them treat him so seriously? "It's good that you are willing to remain neutral. If he is really valued by the Divine Continent, then I can't let him go to the Divine Continent." Realizing that she had made a mistake from the very beginning, Immortal Fox Fairy's heart was filled with an even stronger killing intent. "Remember what I have taught you in the future. Strike first and gain the upper hand. If you don't like him, beat him up. If you can't beat him alone, gang up on him. If you can't beat him, then trick him. If you can't beat him, then trick him. If you can't trick him, then hurry up and escape. If you can't trick him, or can't beat him or escape, then use the name of your master Fang and watch me beat him up. Well, of course, little Fatty's bite is not bad. I'll reward you with a fruit. Chirp chirp, little Fatty's mouth is really sweet. I'll reward you with 2 fruits." At this time on a mountain peak, Fang Xing was teaching a group of little foxes his unique mental cultivation method. The Great Golden Crow, Wu Sang-er, Little Pun King, and Wu Idian were sitting beside him. The Great Golden Crow was eating and drinking to his heart's content. Wu Sang-er was looking at the little foxes worriedly. She was afraid that they would be led astray by Fang Xing's teachings. The Little Pun King's face was full of disdain. He seemed to look down on Fang Xing, who didn't fight head-on with others, but always thought of ways to take advantage of others. As for Wu Idian, he was sitting on a stone stool with half of his buttocks, looking like a frightened crow. There had been a group of elites drinking here just now, and their status was not low. However, when Fangxing arrived, he chased them away by force, occupying their banquet and maids. It was worth mentioning that the little Peking had contributed a lot. Originally, when the group saw Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow, they were still unconvinced. But when the little Peking showed up, they immediately slipped away. The domineering little Peking was quite famous in the demonic realm. "What do you plan to do with this group of little burdens?" the Great Golden Crow asked while hiccuping after drinking half a jar of wine. His fierce and domineering appearance scared the little foxes away from him. Without looking up, Fangxing said, "Leave them at Mount Lone Edge to be raised." The little Peking rolled his eyes speechlessly. What did this bastard think his Mount Lone Edge was? Wu Sanger said, "They are members of Xianxia foxes after all. Wouldn't there be trouble if they came for them?" Fangxing sneered and said, "Even if she asked, I wouldn't give it to her. Based on that bitch's methods, since she saw that this young master was willing to kill for this group of foxes, she would most likely want to use them to deal with me. Otherwise, why do you think I brought them here? They won't be returning to Xianxia foxes for a while anyway, and even if they want to, I'll take them down some other day." Those words were so bold that the others were left dumbfounded. How domineering was that to take down Xianxia foxes? Still, no one apart from the Great Golden Crow took it seriously, and merely assumed that he said it in a fit of anger. Wu Sanger had wanted to persuade him that Fairy Fox was not such a person, but she did not say anything after opening her mouth. It must be said that ever since the appearance of the great bandit, Fangxing, he had pushed Fairy Fox to her limits time and time again, which had caused her to expose herself a few times that she would not normally let others see. Even Wu Sanger found her a little unfamiliar. Even the little Peking was very uncomfortable, frowning and taking a big gulp of wine. Wu Sanger sighed and did not say anything else. She simply took out the scroll again and sighed, "It's over. Not only did we not manage to get a single ally, but we've also provoked the Kanglan Sea. This time, we're more likely to lose than win," the little Peking snorted. "There's no hope of winning." Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow glared at him at once. The little Peking hung his head and continued to drink, while Wu Idian looked like he was about to cry again. "Soldiers come to surrender, water comes to row the boat. Didn't you say that the Demon Sovereign Pavilion will not take lives? At most, we will not get the opportunity and return empty-handed. If it wasn't for the old tree root mysteriously saying that we need to enter the Demon Sovereign Pavilion to obtain the inheritance of the 3 Tao formulas, I really would not be willing to enter. Hehe, speaking of opportunities, you demon race are all poor. Only the immortal essence is a little interesting." Fangxing stuffed 4 to 5 fruits into little Fatty's mouth, making it look like a gunny sack. Then, he turned around and said. Wu Sanger rolled her eyes at Fangxing and said, "How could it be so simple? No one has died in the Demon Sovereign Pavilion before, but this time is different. In the past, only one demon race prodigy would enter every 100 years, but this time, there are at least 40 to 50. Anything can happen in order to fight for the opportunity. Although the demon court has issued a decree forbidding killing, who would care if they go crazy over it? Besides, I saw Sister Immortal Fairy looking at you rather unkindly just now. The Xianxia foxes have already spread the word that they will defeat you in the Demon Sovereign Pavilion this time so that they can take back the Fox clan's treasure. The elders have already agreed to this. If you lose, you must hand over the treasure. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even the ancestors of the Lone Edge Mountain will not be able to protect you." Fangxing nodded and chuckled. He actually understood that the Lone Edge Mountain did not want to start a war with the Xianxia foxes because of him. To put it bluntly, if the Fox clan's treasure in his possession was not that important, the Lone Edge Mountain would protect him, and the Xianxia foxes would not say anything. For example, when he plundered the Fox Fairy's treasury, there were many valuable items. However, the Lone Edge Mountain had spread the word that he was a young ancestor of the evil king's bloodline, and the Xianxia foxes really swallowed their anger and did not say anything on the surface. However, the treasure he had revealed in the Blackwater prison was too important. In order to reclaim the treasure, Xianxia Mountain was willing to go to war. If Giran Mountain still wanted to protect him, they would have to think twice. After all, the rocks were arrogant and proud, but they were not fools. They would not really start a war between the two tribes, or they would become sinners of the demon race, and their fate would be very miserable. Still, his identity was rather special, and the old heretic's influence was great enough that they did not dare to make things difficult for him. Therefore, after some consideration, they decided on this wager. While it appeared awe-inspiring, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a concession. Of course, the old geezers would not say so, and simply put the choice in his hands. If he won the fight with the Fox Fairy, everything would be negotiable. If he lost, he would have to hand over the green fox mask, and he would have to fight for the fortune in the Fey Emperor Pavilion as compensation. Before he came to the Thousand Peaks Garden, Pung Fifth had already talked to him once, hinting that he could return the green fox mask to the Fox Fairy if he really could not win against the Fox Fairy. As compensation, the grudge between him and the Xianxia foxes would be wiped clean, and he would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of spiritual essence and 2 pieces of immortal essence. Moreover, the Fox Fairy would not make things difficult for him in the Fey Emperor Pavilion, and they could even work together. It was clear from this condition that the Lone Edge Mountain did not have much confidence in him, and had even secretly agreed on the terms. However, what the old geezers could not guess was, would yours truly bow down so easily? Fang Xing sneered and muttered, you want me to concede with 1,000 taels? Are you looking down on me? 10,000 taels is more like it. After the banquet, it was time for the demon offering at noon the next day. The people from the demon lineage had already rushed to the demon court. This hall, which represented the orthodox demon race, was located in the north of the Ting province. It was carved out of a towering mountain range and faced the south. It was hundreds of feet tall and was truly magnificent and domineering. In front of the hall was a white jade plaza that was thousands of feet wide. In the sky above the demon court, there was a white bone pagoda that was 9 feet tall. The tip of the pagoda pointed straight to the North Pole demon star. This pagoda was the demon pagoda that controlled the passage to the Demon Emperor Pavilion. After the demon pagoda was sacrificed, the passage to the Demon Emperor Pavilion would appear. At this time, on the white jade plaza that was thousands of feet wide, the 10 great elders of the demon court were already standing solemnly in their ancient robes. The dozens of elites who were preparing to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion were also standing on the plaza, with special artifacts in the shape of spiritual boats beside them. As for the clansmen of the demon lineage, they stood outside the plaza and watched from afar, not daring to step into the plaza. On the plaza, the elites waiting to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion were also subtly divided into groups. These people who were qualified to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion all wanted to seize the opportunity, and there were not many who were alone. In order to take care of each other and increase their own strength, almost everyone had formed an alliance with someone close to them. Thus, when they stood at this time, there were groups on the left and groups on the right. Overnight, in order to facilitate discussion, some busybodies had already decided on a name for this group of elites. Among the various alliances, the most powerful were naturally the Fairy Alliance formed by the Fairy Fox Fairy, the 9 Children Alliance formed by the Kanglan Sea, and the Divine Continent Alliance formed by the Divine Continent Emissary and the 4 Little Ancestors of the Demon Chasing League. Not only did they have many people, but they also had high statuses. They could be said to be behemoths that were not to be trifled with. In addition, there was the Toothless Alliance formed by the Daoist of the Shadowless Mountain Rat Clan and the Solitary Daoist of the Ape Clan. They were not to be underestimated either. But in comparison, the most laughable existence had appeared, the 5 Ancestor Alliance, speaking of which, the name of the 5 Ancestor Alliance was rather domineering. It was only because the Fusang bloodline's Golden Crow Prince called himself the Little 5 Ancestor of the Demon Land that he obtained such a title. However, when the Yao cultivators discussed it, it was mostly mockery. What was most laughable was that apart from the core of the 5 Ancestor Alliance, a bandit, a demon ruffian, a chatterbox, a little tyrant, and a fool, it did not manage to get a single ally. Instead, it made 2 great enemies, and before it even entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion, it had already been targeted. It's over. Let's just admit defeat and stop bickering with others. It's more important to look for some fortuitous encounters. Wu Sang-er's small face was pale. He glanced at the people on Fox Fairy Concubine's side and was almost in despair. Are those bastards very powerful? Fang Xing pinched his nose. Seeing that someone was looking at him, he glared at them. Wu Sang-er sighed deeply and said, "It's too scary." The Lion Tribe's nine-headed little saint and the Purple Mist Lake's Daoist have joined the Fairy Alliance. Including Sister Fairy, they have at least 3 top-notch experts. They are not to be trifled with. The Lion Tribe's nine-headed little saint rarely shows his face, but it is said that 3 years ago, he went to the Setting Sun Desert to train and encountered a group of experts from the demon-chasing alliance. He killed 10 of their Golden Core experts by himself, and it was done while they surrounded him. The Purple Mist Lake's Daoist is a golden carp that is rarely seen in 100 years. He has cultivated to the 6th refinement stage, but he once sparred with a Golden Core Mahayana stage elder, and it ended in a draw. As for Sister Fairy, people say that she has cultivated 3 divine arts and is extremely powerful. It's really, at this point, Wu Sang-er could not continue. His brows were furrowed with worry. Just as Uncle Jen had said, the juniors of this generation were all blessed with great fortune. Not many of them were to be trifled with. Even the great Golden Crow could not help but raise his head and look at Feng Xing. Is there any way? Even the bold Golden Crow was a little worried. The experts from the various demon lineages that Fox Fairy had recruited were not determined by cultivation. Even at the Golden Core realm, they were existences that could fight 1 against 10. After all, they were all Daoist-level figures that were nurtured by the various demon lineages. It was said that 4 years ago, when the Nanzhan descended from the Mystic Domain, the demon clan had also sent people to infiltrate the Mystic Domain and obtain many opportunities. Most of them were used on them. Moreover, other than the Fairy Alliance, there was also a dragon son from the Sea of Azure Billows who wanted to compete with them. It and Feng Xing were not ordinary people. In a one-on-one fight, they dared to fight anyone. However, if the other party was stronger, it would be troublesome. Feng Xing looked indifferent. He glanced at the people around him and said, "No matter how many fools there are, they are still fools. We are elites." Elites? The little 5th ancestor was a little surprised. The great Golden Crow looked at the little Peking with disdain. The little Peking looked at Wu Yidian with disdain. Wu Yidian looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He pulled on Wu Sang-er's sleeve and said, "They are looking down on me." Wu Sang-er smacked his head in exasperation. "Don't let me down. If you cry again, I will have to scold you." For a moment, the scene was desolate. The 4 little ancestors of the 5 Ancestor Alliance were a little nervous. Feng Xing, on the other hand, had a carefree and relaxed look on his face. He picked his nostrils and looked around randomly. In the crowd, he saw the group of envoys from the Divine Prefecture. They were lined up in front of the plaza, side by side with Long Zi and the others. Feng Xing thought of the grudge from before and looked over provocatively. Coincidentally, the sickly young master Cui Xiaoting also looked over. Feng Xing glared at him, but unexpectedly, this fellow did not turn his head. Instead, he hung his head guiltily. This surprised Feng Xing. Could it be that his aura of a bastard had flared up and intimidated that fellow? While he was puzzled, he saw that among the group of people, a lady in red turned her head. She had her hair tied up in a silk handkerchief, and her appearance was delicate. She smiled sweetly at him and then pointed at the demon tower. Her delicate lips moved slightly, and Feng Xing saw that it was the words "See you inside." He also grinned at the other party, and even raised his eyebrows and threw a flirtatious look. The lady in red immediately covered her mouth and laughed, but turned around. Being too handsome is also quite troublesome. There are beautiful women seducing me everywhere I go. Feng Xing sighed and felt deeply distressed. Vaguely, he still felt that the aura of the woman in red was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized that the aura of this woman was both good and evil. It was a bit like the aura of the ghost cultivator he had seen in the southern border. After the demon sacrifice, the 10 of us will activate the restriction of the demon pagoda at the same time. At that time, the demon pagoda will shatter the void and reveal the passageway to the netherworld. There will be a bone-piercing strange wind in the passageway that will destroy your vitality. With your cultivation base and physical body, it is not enough to withstand the strange wind of the netherworld. All of you will need to hide in the specially made spiritual boats and enter the Arch Pavilion. At this time, there was already a great elder of the demon court in front of the sacrificial table in front of the demon court. Regarding this matter, the juniors had been warned by their elders in private, but seeing that the passage was about to open, their faces still turned cold. The few people in front were all ready to enter the specially made magical boats and enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Because Fangxing had overslept, Fangxing and the others were at the back of the line, so they did not have to worry and waited lazily. They were spacious and only needed to occupy a magical boat. This kind of specially made magical boat could accommodate at most 10 people, but it was very crowded. With 10 people. For example, the Divine Prefecture Alliance emissaries at the front had the 4 little ancestors of the Demon Chasing Alliance in one boat, and the 3 Divine Prefecture disciples in another. As for the 9 Sons Alliance of the Azure Wave Sea, Ao Bai and the little ancestor of the Taishur family were in one boat, and the other 7 or 8 people of the alliance were in the other boat. The most tyrannical one was the Taoist of the ape race. He came and went alone, and he carried a 10-foot-long staff of water and fire on his back. He formed his own alliance and rowed a boat alone. The 5 Ancestor Alliance did not need to bother, and the 5 of them just rowed in the same boat. Haha, Brother Lianhua, long time no see. Now that you have left the Blackpool prison, why don't you come and meet us? As he waited, he suddenly heard a mocking voice. Fangxing looked up and saw a group of men and women walking over. They were the demonic cultivators of the Fairy Alliance with the Fox Fairy at the center. They were originally at the front, but now they walked over on the Dharma boat. The Fox Fairy walked in front with a cold expression. She didn't even look at Fangxing. The ones who spoke were a few demonic cultivators beside her. Judging from their clothes, they weren't members of the 8 lineages of ancient demon. However, their cultivation levels weren't weak. They should be talents from small clans. It's you guys? The Great Golden Crow saw these people, but his expression changed, and he was a little annoyed. Beside a mortal fox fairy, a green-robed young master with an extraordinary bearing smiled and said, Brother Lianhua, it's a pity. After you were released from prison, we haven't had the time to drink and chat with you. Now that we've entered the Arch Pavilion, we're going to have a fierce battle. The Great Golden Crow's expression was even more annoyed, and his eyes were unkind as he said, You guys are not bad to have made friends with Xianxia Mountain. The green-robed young man smiled and said, Fortunately, I was favored by Fox Fairy, and I was only willing to serve you. The Great Golden Crow's eyes darkened even more, and he paused for a moment before saying, Haha, now that I have come out, and since we have met, I won't waste time with you guys. We have known each other for a long time and we drink and eat every day. Why did you sell me out in the first place? Haha, at least tell me how much Blackwood Ridge has given you, so that I, the Great Golden Lord, know how much I am worth. When Fangxing heard this, he already understood. The people led by the green-robed young man were the Great Golden Crow's good friends in the demon race. However, he betrayed the Big Golden Crow under the instigation of the Blackwood Ridge. He originally wanted to take revenge, but after escaping from the Black Abyss prison, he first cultivated at Uncle Jen's place, and then caught up with the Arch Pavilion. He never had the chance to get back at them. He didn't expect that this group of people who betrayed the Big Golden Crow would actually be together with the Fox Fairy. At this moment, the Great Golden Crow's eyes were cold, and he was grinning, but his heart was burning with anger. Not only did they betray him, they even came to provoke him in front of him. This was a little too much. Sigh, it's not a lot, but it's not a lot either. This opportunity to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion was given to me by Brother Lianhua. The few people looked at each other. The green-robed young man answered with a smile without any shame. As he spoke, the people beside him also giggled. Their complacent looks were enough to make people angry. At this time, Fox Fairy, the 9-headed little saint of the Lion clan, and the Taoist of the Purple Mist Lake were indifferent. They stood calmly beside the spiritual boat, waiting for the passage to open, letting these people speak. The Great Golden Crow's eyes were already burning with anger, but he did not really get angry. Originally, his temper was not very good. Under normal circumstances, when faced with such provocation, especially when it was someone who had betrayed him, he would have already gotten angry and hit them. However, now that he glanced at the few people, he felt strange. Although these bastards were not loyal, they were able to hang out with him in the past, so he did not think that they were stupid. Why did they come to provoke him like idiots? As he thought of this, he laughed and said, If that's the case, it's not bad to be able to exchange for a chance to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion. However, I've asked around, your clan paid a huge price to buy this opportunity. The person's eyes turned cold, and he deliberately sighed and said, if it wasn't for that time's contribution, it couldn't be bought even with money. The Great Golden Crow chuckled and said, so I, the Great Golden Lord, am only worth one chance to bribe you? You should be bargaining. Haha. Brother Lianhua, you really think highly of your own value. Seeing that the Great Golden Crow did not get angry, the few people were a little surprised. They looked at each other and deliberately laughed. A wise man submits to reality. If it was you, you probably wouldn't have let go of this opportunity. After the sneer, a man who originally looked like a snake stood out, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and sneered, Brother Lianhua, you don't have to talk about us in a weird way. To put it bluntly, us disciples of small clans are not comparable to the Fusang Mountain's 8 lineages' ancient demon status. How can it be so easy to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion to get some benefits? As for you, why do I feel like you're getting dumber and dumber? Another person said with a smile, maybe Brother Lianhua has lost his friends and is hungry. In fact, you don't have to worry. Since you are out of the Abyss prison, if the Lord of the Demon Court doesn't blame you, we can forget about the past. But you have to be smart. Why did you hang out with such a dirty human cultivator? Humph, he was the one who stole from Fairy Fox's treasury, right? Haha, such people don't even deserve to be called cultivators, they can only be called three-legged sheep. When I confronted the Demon Chasing League on the battlefield of Wing Prefecture in the past, when didn't I eat a dozen of them every day? Brother Lianhua, you're really regressing. This time, let's just sit next to each other on the spiritual boats. Once we enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion, we can make our move quickly. As this group of people spoke, their anger had already shifted onto Fang Xing, and they giggled. Damn it, Big Jean, have never been so angry before. The Great Golden Crow wasn't a person with good self-restraint. At first, he was still suppressing his anger, but now he was a little angry. Even though he knew that this group of people was deliberately provoking him, he couldn't suppress his anger. However, at this moment, Fang Xing spoke lazily. He did not look at these guys who were provoking him. Instead, he looked directly at Fox Immortal Fairy and said with a smile, Coquettish Fox, is it interesting to let these idiots fight? Why don't we have a quarrel? Fairy Fox looked calm and said calmly, what does it have to do with me if they quarrel? Fang Xing sneered and said, without your instigation, how would they have the guts to provoke me? His words made Fairy Fox's eyelids droop slightly, and she didn't speak for a long time. The people around her also shut their mouths. Not long ago, they were still deliberately playing around, but now they were all silent. They had different expressions, but for a moment, no one dared to speak again. Fang Xing was right. His current strength was outstanding, and he had made a big name for himself through a few major events. He was even the little ancestor of Mount Guren in name, and the Great Golden Crow's Fusang Mountain also had an ancestor whose strength wasn't inferior to Yuanying's. Their status in the demon race couldn't be underestimated. These so-called elites from small races really didn't have the guts to provoke them. In fact, it would be fine if they didn't guard against the Great Golden Crow seeking revenge against them. Why would they have the courage to provoke him? Fairy Fox looked up at the people from China, but didn't answer. After a long while, she finally looked up at Fang Xing and said flatly, Brother Xing, I'll give you one last chance. Return the Qingqiu Fox's treasure to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. I can even make the decision to let Jiugu's descendant become your disciple, which is beneficial to both of us. Become my disciple? Fang Xing thought about it and smiled. You want to trade the little fox for the treasure in my hand? Fairy Fox did not bat an eyelid, and said flatly, whatever you want. Fang Xing chuckled coldly. Suddenly, his face turned cold and he said indifferently, not exchanging. Fairy Fox took a deep breath, as if suppressing the anger in her heart, and said, then let's settle this quickly. As she spoke, she glanced at the boat behind her and said flatly, I'll follow you into the Monster Emperor Pavilion. Don't even think about escaping. Fang Xing glanced at the boat beside her and understood what she meant. He smiled and said, you're afraid that I'll run? He had already inquired about the rules of entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Entering this pavilion was equivalent to entering another small world. There was only one entrance, but the size of that world was unknown. According to the order of entry, the longer the time interval, the further away from each other after entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Those who were in the same order would appear in the Demon Emperor Pavilion next to each other in the same order. This fairy fox was actually afraid that he would enter the Monster Emperor Pavilion and flee everywhere, so she planned to follow him closely. Fairy Fox said flatly, "After all, we're all entering the Monster Emperor Pavilion to seek for fortunes, so we naturally have to settle these small matters quickly. Once we enter the Monster Emperor Pavilion, even the seniors and experts of the various clans can only sit back and watch. We'll be able to decide who's the winner and who's the loser. Daoist Xing, you'd better prepare yourself. These 12 Daoist friends of mine can't stand your behavior, and they're prepared to challenge you in the Monster Emperor Pavilion." When she said this, she seemed to have made up her mind, and her words were filled with killing intent. At this moment, the 9-headed minor saint of the Lion clan also said coldly, "Little brat, you insulted me at the banquet yesterday. Now that we're in the Monster Emperor Pavilion, I'll let you have a taste of the power of the Nether Mountain's innate magical power." The blue in his eyes surged, and he turned to Fairy Fox. "Fairy Fox, I'm only forming an alliance with you because I want this kid's head. After we enter the Monster Emperor Pavilion, this kid belongs to me. After I take his head, we'll be even. If the Lonely Blade Mountain bears a grudge against me for killing their clansmen, you can come to the Nether Mountain to look for me." The Daoist of the Purple Mist Lake laughed softly, and said, "I owe Fairy Fox a favor, and I'm only repaying the debt. If Fairy Fox needs my help, I can kill any one of them for you, but if there's more, I won't kill them." "Haha, fellow Daoist Lian Hua, we also know that after that incident, you must hate us to the bone. Now that we're in the Monster Emperor Pavilion, we'll give you a chance to take revenge on us. However, we also know that you've fought for your life in the Nanzhan, and your strength is extraordinary. Even the old seniors of the Blackwood Ridge were killed by you, so don't blame us for not fighting you one-on-one. Let's settle it together." Even the group of Yao cultivators who had betrayed the Great Golden Crow said coldly. Their expressions were stern, and it was clear that they had made up their minds to cling to Fairy Fox. Because they were worried that the Great Golden Crow would seek revenge on them, they had even decided to serve Fairy Fox and become enemies with the Great Golden Crow. Although this would deepen the hatred, it was undoubtedly a choice that they had made after careful consideration. After hearing these words, the people of the Five Ancestor Alliance looked at each other in dismay, feeling the pressure. Speaking of which, Fairy Fox was really impressive. She had actually roped in so many allies, and even the Lion race, the Nether Mountain, and the Carp race, the Purple Mist Lake, wanted to help her. The 9-headed minor saint of the Lion race and the Daoist of the Purple Mist Lake were not ordinary people. Their strength was astonishing, and they were the top talents of the Yao race. They were known as the hope of the race. The other 9 Yao cultivators also had their own strengths, and could not be underestimated. Most of them came from small races, and in terms of strength, they naturally could not compare to Fairy Fox, the 9-headed minor saint of the Lion race, and the Daoist of the Purple Mist Lake, who came from large races. But in terms of strength, they were not completely weak. To be able to stand out among the tens of thousands of Yao race juniors and enter the Monster Emperor Pavilion, how could they have made a name for themselves? In a one-on-one fight, they might not be as good as Fang Xing and the Great Golden Crow, but when there were many of them, they were still a formidable force. Not to mention the Little Pun King, Wu Sanger, Wu Yidian, and the others who had yet to reach core formation, they could even hold back the Great Golden Crow. This was the advantage that Fairy Fox had now. With her ability to use money and power, it was indeed a piece of cake for her to gather so many people around her. Other than the 9-headed minor saint of the Lion race and the Daoist of the Purple Mist Lake, which she had to pay a small price for, the others only needed a word from her, and they would come to her side of their own accord. These geniuses of the small races also wanted to borrow her strength to obtain more opportunities for themselves. With the help of these forces, this battle was very likely to turn into a situation where Fang Xing had to fight against 3 people alone, and the chance of winning was extremely low. Wu Sanger was in a dilemma. He wanted to persuade Fang Xing to admit defeat, but he was afraid of hurting his face. The Great Golden Crow kept thinking about how he would solve this predicament if he was this little bandit. In the end, he came up with nothing. He could only admit that he was still not as ruthless as this little bastard. He reckoned that there must be a way to solve this problem, but he just could not think of it. On the other hand, the Little Pun King had a strange expression. He lowered his head, as if he was unwilling to raise his head to look at Fairy Fox, and even more unwilling to open his mouth to say anything in this situation. As for Wu Yidian, well, Wu Yidian did not need to elaborate. On the other hand, Fang Xing stretched his body, and the bones in his body made a cracking sound, like a ferocious tiger shaking its body, or a ferocious dragon raising its head. Coquettish fox, do you really think that you can defeat me? His gaze swept across Fairy Fox, and then looked at the demons around her. After a while, he chuckled, I hate you bastards the most. Not only did you bully my great golden crow, but you also jumped out to make a fool of yourself? Do you think that you have a backer after hugging the coquettish fox's thighs? Hee, it seems that this time, I really need to teach you how to be a good person. His cold words made the people on Fox Fairy G's side shudder with fear. Vaguely, there seemed to be an aura of extreme fear shrouding them, which made them feel a little strange. However, this feeling was the strongest in Fox Fairy G's heart. She couldn't help but recall the advice of the Divine Prefecture's messengers. But soon, she forced herself to calm down and believed that Fang Xing was bluffing. Not to mention others, she, the nine-headed minor saint of the lion race and the Taoist of the Purple Mist Lake would definitely be able to take down this human cultivator. Humph, bluffing? The nine-headed minor saint of the lion race of the Netherworld Mountain sneered. His eyes were cold and his blue pupils were fixed on Fang Xing's face. What's the use of saying harsh words? With just this bit of ability of the few of you, what ability do you have to fight us? Beside Fox Fairy G, there was also a demon cultivator from the demon race who shouted coldly. He was a demon cultivator from a small clan. Normally, he would not make enemies for himself. But now that he was in an alliance with Fox Fairy G and was facing a sure-win situation, he jumped out to show off. Harsh words? Fang Xing's eyes were gloomy. Suddenly, his expression changed and he chuckled. I never say harsh words. The demon sacrifice is over. The passage is open. At this moment, at the front of the square, the 10 great elders finished their ritual. One of them raised his voice and took out an item at the same time. It was a beast claw, beast horn, beast skin, and so on. There were many of them, and they had a simple and unadorned aura. As they shouted, they raised the antiques in their hands into the air. The 10 antiques shot out a ray of grey light and enveloped the demon pagoda. At the top of the demon pagoda, a ray of silver light suddenly appeared and shot straight into the sky. The clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds that covered thousands of miles. The dark clouds that appeared strangely were in the shape of the head of a demon beast. Its empty eyes shot out an illusory light, and then it opened its mouth. Ah! A chilly wind suddenly blew and descended on the square. The mouth of the beast is the passage. It can only be opened for 10 breaths. Hurry up and enter. Among the 10 great elders of the demon court, an elder shouted and reminded the demon cultivators on the square. So. The geniuses of the demon race who were prepared in advance didn't wait for his order. They were all knowledgeable people. When the beast opened its mouth, they had already entered the boat. Then, they steered the boat and charged into the beast's mouth like streams of light. Quick, let's go in too. In a hurry, the great golden crow dragged Wu Sanger into the spiritual boat. On the other side, the little rock king also entered with Wu Yidian. Outside the spiritual boat, only Fang Xing was left, and he stared coldly at Fox Immortal Fairy who was not far behind him. On Fox Fairy Maiden's side, her allies had already entered the spirit boat. Fox Fairy Maiden was about to enter, but when she saw that Fang Xing didn't enter the spirit boat, she slowed down a little and looked at Fang Xing coldly. Seeing that he was deep in thought, she sneered. She thought that this human race cultivator, who had always been audacious, was finally afraid of her and had the intention to retreat from entering the Arch Pavilion. However, she wasn't worried. Even if Fang Xing ran away at the last minute, she still won this round. Fox, you keep saying that you want to take back the rare treasure of the fox race, but you haven't even seen this treasure before. Aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you? In the silence, Fang Xing suddenly said to Fox Fairy Maiden with a smile. Seeing that time was running out, Fox Immortal Fairy had half of her body in the spiritual boat. However, Fang Xing's words surprised her. I'll show you. At this moment, time was pressing. On the white jade square, all the spirit boats had already risen into the sky. Even the spirit boat that Feng Xing was going to board had already risen into the sky. It was anxiously waiting for Feng Xing to enter the spirit boat before it immediately rose into the sky. The people in Fox Fairy Maiden's spirit boat were also urging her. However, Feng Xing suddenly took out the green fox ghost mask and put it on his face. It's a mask? Fox Fairy Maiden was slightly stunned when she saw the mask, and a very strange feeling arose in her heart. The mask felt very familiar to her, as if it was born to be hers. Let me show you its power. After putting on the mask, Feng Xing suddenly laughed, and an immortal essence popped up and embedded itself in the forehead of the mask. Suddenly, a violent force was released from Feng Xing's body, and at the same time, he had already taken out the huge black sword in his hand. So powerful, Feng Xing yelled as if he was showing the power of this mask to Fox Immortal Fairy. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed out an indescribably violent sword strike. It could be said that it triggered a drastic change in the weather as it slashed toward their spiritual boat. The huge black sword, which was 3 times longer, wider, and thicker than ordinary swords, looked like a huge black dragon when it was held by Feng Xing with both hands. The immortal essence that was the size of a thumb started burning instantly, and it looked like a fire eye on Feng Xing's forehead. The force released by the burning immortal essence poured into Feng Xing's body like a wave through the mask. Boom! This sword strike almost split the air, and it created an earth-shattering gust of wind that whistled like a cry as it slashed toward the spirit boat. At this time, the demon cultivators of Fox Fairy Maiden's Fairy Alliance had already entered the spirit boat and were waiting to fly into the Demon the Arch Pavilion. Even Fox Fairy Maiden was worried that the time in the Netherworld passage was too short. Half of her body entered the spirit boat, and she was ready to rush into the Demon the Arch Pavilion with Feng Xing's spirit boat. No matter what, she didn't expect that Feng Xing would choose to attack at this time instead of entering the spirit boat. This caught him off guard and slowed him down a little. Feng Xing took out the green fox ghastly mask that she yearned for day and night, and it shocked her. Her mind was distracted, and she slowed down again. After putting on the green fox ghastly mask, Feng Xing's strength increased tremendously, and his attacks were as swift as wind and lightning. As a result, Fox Fairy Maiden didn't even have the thought of stopping him. When the thunderous sword strike landed on the spirit boat, she, who had always liked to use her wits to deal with her enemies, also dodged subconsciously. Her figure was like a cloud, and she floated 30 feet away in an instant. After floating 30 feet away, Fox Fairy Maiden's mind suddenly turned cold, and she shouted in her heart, "Oh no! How dare you!" Fox Fairy Maiden shouted fiercely, and she spat out a red pill that flew into the air. Sword energy swept across and slashed at Feng Xing. However, it was too late. Feng Xing's sword strike seemed very slow in the eyes of the onlookers due to its forceful and violent strength. But in fact, it took less than 1/10 of the time for the sword to strike the array at the bow of the spirit boat. After this strike, Feng Xing's ferocity was completely unleashed. As he laughed crazily, he waved his arms and struck again, and again. In an instant, he struck 7 to 8 times. Because the sword was too fast, the 7 to 8 strikes looked like one sword in the eyes of the onlookers. The indestructible and invincible sword strike struck the array source at the bow of the spirit boat like wind and lightning, and like a landslide. Ha 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 ha! This is what you bastards get for teasing me. With a loud roar, even the custom-made spirit boat couldn't withstand the violent force. With cracking sounds, it shattered, and the spiritual source was shattered by Feng Xing's sword strike, scattering in all directions like fireworks. At this moment, Fox Fairy Maiden's Fox Core Sword finally released a monstrous sword energy that swept toward Feng Xing. *TCH, if you want to fight with me, come into the Demon the Arch Pavilion first. Feng Xing laughed and blocked with the huge black sword in his hand. Fox Fairy Maiden's sword energy collided with the sword and pushed Feng Xing back like a paper kite. Behind him, the great golden crow reacted the fastest and immediately activated the spirit boat after understanding Feng Xing's intention. At this moment, the spirit boat had flown more than 30 feet high, and it caught Feng Xing and flew into the sky. Swoosh! On the 8th breath after the opening of the Netherworld passageway, the spirit boat that Feng Xing was on rushed into the Netherworld passageway and disappeared. Only one sentence floated in the air. "Bitch, I'll teach you a lesson. If you want to fight, you have to attack first. the asterisk starred, "I'll kill you." At this moment, Immortal Fox Fairy was like a lunatic. She ran a few steps forward, her eyes were bloodshot, and her voice was hoarse. At this moment, she no longer had her usual otherworldly immortal aura, and her face was filled with hatred and resentment. How could she do such a thing? How could she use such a shameless method? Fox Fairy Maiden couldn't wait to chop Fangxing into meat paste, but she could only roar fiercely. The demon cultivators in the spirit boat were also alerted and rushed out of the spirit boat one after another. It wasn't that they reacted too slowly, but that the spirit boat only had one hatch, and they had to come out one by one. This caused them to see an empty square and the 10 elders of the demon court in the surroundings after they rushed out. In the sky, the netherworld passageway was about to close, but their spirit boat actually shattered. Even the spiritual source was destroyed, and all the defenses and restrictions on the spirit boat disappeared completely. What's going on? This was the first thought that came to the group of demon cultivators after they came out. Around them, countless members of the demon lineage were also stunned. This scene was really unexpected. Although everyone knew about the grudge between Fox Fairy Maiden and that human cultivator, and they also knew that after they entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion, they would definitely have a battle. It could even be said that if one side didn't admit defeat, this battle might even involve life and death. However, no one expected this to happen. The battle had already begun before they even entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Even if it was better to attack first, it didn't have to be so early, right? Be it the demon cultivators who were left in the square or the demons who were watching blankly, all their thoughts happened in an instant, because there was no time to consider at all. At this moment, the brilliance emitted by the demon tower had begun to dim, and the giant demon head that manifested from the dark clouds in the sky was also gradually fading. Its mouth was slightly closed, and the open netherworld passageway was about to close. The square was silent for a moment, and all the demons were dumbfounded. The Fairy Alliance on Fox Fairy's side had a total of 13 demon elites, including the 9-headed little saint of the Nether Mountain Lion clan and the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake. Were they actually going to lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion? Xianxia, activate your mystic instrument to protect yourself. I'll send you in. At this moment, a loud roar resounded in all directions, and also woke up the despairing Fox Fairy. Among the crowd of onlookers, on the mountainside more than 10 miles away, an old woman who was watching the demon race's grand ceremony immediately unleashed her full cultivation after noticing the abnormality. At this moment, she did not even have the time to rush to the front of the demon court with her physical body. Instead, a spot of spiritual light flew out from the top of her head and instantly appeared before the demon court. The speck of spiritual light arrived in front of the demon court and suddenly grew larger, turning into a fox that was 1,000 feet tall. The 9 tails on its back danced wildly in the wind, and each tail contained enough power to sweep through a mountain range. At that moment, its 9 tails rushed into the sky and actually forcefully blocked the entrance to the netherworld. Then, its claws pulled and grabbed at the immortal Fox Fairy. The Yuanying Dharma form, it was the Dharma form that only Yuanying cultivators would have, and it was the 9-tailed fox Dharma form that was unique to the Green Hill Foxes. No matter what, I'll send you into the Demon Emperor Pavilion. The 9-tailed fox Dharma idol actually chanted incantations and used its supreme cultivation to forcefully block the netherworld passageway. Then, it pulled with its claws and sent the celestial Fox Fairy, who had activated countless defensive artifacts, into the netherworld passageway. At the same time, it spat out a ray of spiritual light from its mouth. It was the source of its cultivation, and it turned into a defensive armor for the celestial Fox Fairy to resist the strange wind in the netherworld passageway. After doing all this, the 9-tailed fox Dharma power was already exhausted. At this moment, the demonic head formed by the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be enraged by her action of forcefully keeping the passageway to the netherworld. It roared soundlessly and released strange gusts of wind from its mouth. All of them landed on the 9-tailed fox Dharma power. The people around them could only watch as the 9-tailed fox Dharma power dimmed a little in an instant. Suffering the backlash from the dark clouds in the sky, the old woman staggered a few steps back. Although she was in pain, her eyes were filled with relief. The fortune of the demon the Arch Pavilion is too great. You are the hope of my fox clan, and you cannot not enter. This old woman will risk 100 years of lifespan to send you in. Coquettish fox, get lost. It was also at this moment that a golden light also escaped from the northwest direction. Its angry divine sense shook the surroundings, and when it arrived in front of the demon court, it actually turned into a huge golden carp. It swam in the air, but it seemed to be swimming in water. Without any hesitation, it knocked the nine-tailed fox, who was already suffering from the backlash, away, and occupied the position directly below the netherworld passageway. Then, it roared to the sky. Illusion of yin and yang, lotus in the void, open for me. Ah! As it roared with all its might, it actually spat out a green lotus, swaying and dragging, supporting itself in the air. The demonic head formed by the dark clouds in the sky, after the backlash from the nine-tailed fox, who was forcibly holding its mouth open, was about to disappear, but it was held up by the green lotus. Its seemingly lifeless face seemed to be filled with anger, and it let out a formless roar. The roar formed waves of wind in the void, all of which collided with the back of the golden carp. The golden carp's body trembled, and its aura dissipated. Ancestor, below, the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake let out a sorrowful cry and ran a few steps forward, his eyes filled with tears. Hurry up and go. The golden carp was heavily injured, but it forcefully held up the green lotus and only roared at the golden carp below. The Taoist of Purple Mist Lake did not know what to say, and in addition to the fact that time was tight, he gritted his teeth and turned into a golden light, flying towards the passageway. At this moment, the surrounding people were already so shocked that they were speechless. How could such a scene happen? The process of entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion was originally smooth sailing, but because that human cultivator had destroyed the fairy fox's spiritual boat, they almost missed this rare opportunity to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion to search for opportunities. And the Yuanying patriarchs of Xianxia Mountain and Purple Mist Lake, in order to fight for this opportunity for their descendants, did not hesitate to use the power of the Dharma form to forcibly seize a chance for them. The Yuanying Dharma form, which was as small as a mustard seed and as big as the sky, used the Dharma form, which meant that it was already using all its strength. Rumble, the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake finally rushed into the passageway of the netherworld at the last moment, and the demonic face formed by the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be extremely angry. It opened its mouth and spat out the last wind arrow, which hit the back of the golden carp heavily. Only then did it slowly fade. After a few breaths, the dark clouds dispersed, and the blue sky reappeared. The passageway of the netherworld had completely disappeared, and the 10 elders of the demon court also sat down, drenched in sweat. Fortunately, our Taoist of Purple Mist Lake went in. This time, the Demon Emperor Pavilion is too important. With so many people seeking opportunities, how many people can the luck of the demon race be shared? Perhaps this is the last opening before the great calamity. We can't not get it, we can't not get it. The golden carp took a solid hit from the head of the demon, and it was unknown how badly it was injured, but it still looked gratified. No matter what, because of that human cultivator's sword that did not play according to common sense, they, the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, had finally entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion at the last moment. As long as they could obtain opportunities, it was worth it, even if they suffered some Tao injuries. However, they went in. What should we do? The elites of the small clans who were still standing in the square looked at the clear blue sky, still in disbelief. They did not believe that the opportunity that their clansmen had spent a lot of resources and price to exchange for would disappear just like that. The opening of the Demon Emperor Pavilion had attracted the attention of too many demon lineages. Almost all the tens of thousands of mountains in the northern demon land and millions of demons wanted to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion to seek opportunities. However, the Demon Emperor Pavilion was too special, and it was equivalent to the demon race's holy land. In the past, every 100 years, only one outstanding young elite was qualified to enter, and this time, the door was opened, which was unprecedented. Because of this, in addition to the major demon lineages that tried their best to send their own disciples to enter, some of the other small demon clans, as long as they had promising juniors or young adults, as long as their potential had not been tapped out, would do whatever it took to exchange for a place to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion from the hands of the 10 elders of the demon court. For this, more than 10 demon lineages even went bankrupt. Many of the demon cultivators in the Fairy League of the Fox Fairy were like this. They joined forces with the Fox Fairy to deal with Feng Xing, not entirely because they were charmed by the Fox Fairy's beauty, but more because they wanted to borrow the Fox Fairy's resources and knowledge to obtain more opportunities for themselves. From their point of view, it was really worth it to form an alliance with the top experts of the demon lineages to deal with an opponent that was bound to lose. But reality was very scary, and they did not expect that this decision, in the end, would lead to a complete loss. The underworld passageway was already closed. The Demon Emperor Pavilion could not be entered. The opportunities were gone, the resources of the clan were also gone. Other Xianxia Mountain and Purple Mist Lake had the Yuanying ancestor go all out to send them into the Demon Emperor Pavilion, but they did not. The ambitious demon cultivators were on the verge of tears. They'd heard that the human cultivator was a capable figure, but who would have thought that he would be able to destroy their own fortune and the hope of their clansmen with a single strike of his sword? When they thought of the scene of their clan spending endless resources in exchange for an opportunity being destroyed just like that, they shuddered and cried silently. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, cultivation was inseparable from resources. This was a reality that was set in stone. As for them, in order to obtain a chance to rise up, it could be said that they had spent all of their resources, or rather, all of their family assets, on them. They did not hesitate to betray their good friends and ended up as traitors. They even spent a huge sum of money to exchange for a chance to enter the Arch Pavilion. What was it for? Wasn't it to fight for opportunities and rise overnight? But now, how could they even rise? They did not even have the chance to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Could the resources that had been given out and the price paid be reclaimed? It was also at this time that the demon cultivators of the small clans finally understood the disdainful look that the human cultivator had directed at them. Why did they provoke him? The immortal Fox Fairy had the support of Xianxia Mountain, and the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake had the support of a huge demonic vein. They could force their way in even if the passageway was broken, but they... Why did they blindly get involved? The Demon Emperor Pavilion is actually closed. Amidst the wails, a voice that seemed unwilling to accept reality suddenly cried out. This voice was far more sorrowful and indignant than the wails of the other demon cultivators of the small clans. It was the 9-headed little saint of the Lion clan of the Hades Mountain, also one of the 8 lineages of the ancient demon race, and one of the most outstanding prodigies of the demon realm. But now, he was also blocked outside the passageway of the netherworld. The 9-headed little saint of the Lion clan of the Hades Mountain was now completely dispirited, roaring with all his might. Even now, he could not believe that he did not successfully enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion. It turned out that although the Hades Mountain also had a Yuanying ancestor, and that 9-headed great saint's cultivation was exceedingly high, and was not the slightest bit weaker than the ancestors of Xianxia Mountain and Purple Mist Lake, the 9-headed great saint's lifespan was almost 3,000 years. According to the lifespan of an ordinary person, he was already an old man of 100 years. His energy and blood were exhausted, and he rarely appeared in the clan. This time, he did not come to the demon court to watch the sacrificial ceremony, and naturally no one would send him in. Impossible, this is impossible. I'm the 9-headed minor saint, I'm qualified to fight for the greatest fortune. How can I not even enter the demonic sovereign pavilion? How can I be left outside? I don't believe it. Elder Yunwen, quickly open the demonic sovereign pavilion again and send me in. The old ancestor said that I must obtain the greatest fortune. He even told me the method. The 9-headed minor saint screamed at the top of his lungs, almost going crazy as he shouted at the demon elder who came from the abyssal mountain. The elder, on the other hand, suddenly leaped up after a few breaths. In a flash, he was already in front of the 9-headed minor saint. He raised his hand and gave him a slap. The 9-headed minor saint, who was in a frenzied state, couldn't even defend himself from the slap and was sent flying dozens of feet away. Then, the elder pointed at him and scolded, "You know the old ancestor's painstaking efforts. He wanted you to enter the demonic sovereign pavilion and obtain the greatest fortune. Then, you could go to the divine continent to cultivate so that you could lead your clansmen to a path of survival when the calamity comes. But what about you? What about you? Why did you make trouble out of nothing? Why did you get involved with that bitch from the Xianxia Mountain? Now that you've lost such a great opportunity, how can you face the old ancestor? How can you face the clansmen who have high hopes for you?" At the end of his words, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He rushed forward and slapped the 9-headed minor saint again. It's my fault. I've let the old ancestor down. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The nine-headed minor saint lost his composure and almost hurt his Tao heart. He knelt on the ground and burst into tears. The elder raised his hand, but when he saw the nine-headed minor saint's state of mind, he didn't have the heart to continue beating him. In fact, they knew about the nine-headed minor saint and the fox immortal fairy joining hands. They even planned it in secret. They didn't stop it because they thought it would be beneficial to the Abyssal Mountain. But who would have thought that what they thought was a good show would end up like this? Mount Guren, you have to compensate the Abyssal Mountain for our losses. The great elder of the demon court, who came from the Nether Mountain, had nowhere to vent his anger. He suddenly turned his head and shouted fiercely at Elder Ling Jian, who was also one of the 10 great elders of the demon court. He wanted to vent his anger on Guren Shan. Hearing his shout, the group of small clans also glared at the elder from Lonely Edge Mountain. After all, the culprit who caused them to be unable to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion was the person from the Gu Blade Mountain, who even had the title of Little Ancestor. The elder from Lone Edge Mountain had just finished adjusting his breathing. When he saw the elder from Abyssal Mountain blame him, he immediately wanted to retort. However, he didn't expect that a dense killing intent would suddenly descend from the sky. A golden cloud appeared in the sky, and the figure of the elder from Lone Edge Mountain, Peng 5, could be faintly seen. His angry voice rang out, "Your Abyssal Mountain wants compensation from my Lone Edge Mountain?" The elder from Abyssal Mountain was only a golden core Mahayana after all, and his momentum was immediately deflated. Peng 5's cold voice rang out again, "My Lone Edge Mountain has always been on friendly terms with your Abyssal Mountain. There is no grudge between us, and during the 9th Saint Old Immortal's 3000th birthday, my clan had even offered him a generous gift as a sign of respect. But what did your Abyssal Mountain do? You allowed your juniors to join forces with Green Hill Mountain and secretly plot against the descendants of the Diablo King of Lone Edge Mountain. As their elders, did you stop them?" The great elder of the demon court from Abyssal Mountain had his mind seized by Peng 5's shout, and he was momentarily speechless. As Peng 5 shouted coldly, his gaze swept coldly past the elites of the lesser clans and their clansmen. "That includes all of you. There was no grudge before, but which one of you didn't want to help the Princess of Green Hill against the juniors of my Lone Edge Mountain? Humph, all of you are after profit. If you wanted to help Green Hill Mountain, my Lone Edge Mountain couldn't be bothered to say anything. If you wanted to make an enemy of my clan's juniors, that's a matter between you juniors. Even if my juniors lost, I wouldn't hate you for it. But now, it is your juniors who were not capable enough and lost first, and you have the face to ask for compensation from Lone Edge Mountain?" Under his rebuke, there was a moment of deathly silence. No one could say a word. "If it were up to me, you deserve it," Peng 5 shouted. "It was your clansmen who took the initiative to get involved in this gamble and lost the chance to enter the Fey Emperor Pavilion. You have no fate with the fortune, so you deserve it." At this point, he raised his sleeve and pointed in the direction of Lone Edge Mountain. He shouted coldly, "Lone Edge Mountain is right there. If any of you have the face to ask for compensation, I will wait for you, as long as you are prepared to become enemies with Lone Edge Mountain." His last shout was filled with anger, and his voice shook thousands of kilometers, almost like thunder. The demon elder from Abyssal Mountain and the cultivators of the lesser clans who had suffered a great loss were now somewhat speechless. Yes, they subconsciously wanted to hate Lone Edge Mountain, but they also vaguely felt that this hatred was not justified. After all, they had no enmity with Abyssal Mountain, but it was their juniors who had provoked this disaster by attacking the little ancestor of Abyssal Mountain. How could they blame them? If they really wanted to make trouble for Lone Edge Mountain, it would probably be very difficult to stand on their feet. Although the demon race did not like to talk reason and preferred to rely on strength, no matter how one looked at it, Lone Edge Mountain was not a pushover. "Elder Qing Lin, how do you explain this?" The elder from Abyssal Mountain could not speak after being reprimanded by Peng 5, but the hatred in his heart could not be dispelled. In the end, he still looked at the elder from Green Hill, gnashing his teeth and shouting angrily. The other demon cultivators who had missed out on the fortune of the Fey Emperor Pavilion were reminded by the elder from Abyssal Mountain, and all of them looked resentfully at their clansmen from Green Hill. "Green Hill, our clan has lost a great fortune. How are you going to compensate me?" This matter was started by the Princess of Green Hill. You have to bear at least half of the responsibility. Damn it, little bandit, you're really brave to come up with such a plan. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, in the spiritual boat, the great golden crow was laughing so hard that he was almost out of breath. Flapping his huge wings on Fangxing's back, he looked at Fangxing with excitement and admiration. He looked so disgusted that he almost rushed up and kissed Fangxing. However, Fangxing was still holding the huge black sword that looked like a demon. Fearing that the little bastard would slash him in anger, he did not dare to act rashly. Would you believe me if I said I came up with it on the spur of the moment? Fangxing had already taken off his mask. This time, he was not injured. After all, after obtaining the Great Golden Crow's Undying Sutra, his physical body had become even stronger. Even the Dao injuries he had left behind had healed, and he was no longer as fragile as before. Of course, borrowing such violent external power was a great burden on his physical body, and he needed a good rest. Aya. You looked so cool just now. Wu Sang'er sat beside him and wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. She was a little embarrassed. Previously, she had been nagging that once they entered the Demon Monarch Pavilion, they would all die under the siege of the Fairy League led by the Fox Immortal Fairy. Not to mention obtaining the creation, they might not even be able to leave safely. Thus, she was secretly blaming Fangxing for his stubbornness and his refusal to bow down to the Fox Immortal Fairy. However, she did not expect that the problem would be solved before they even entered the Demon Monarch Pavilion. The Fox Immortal Fairy wanted to fight with them in the Demon Monarch Pavilion, but they couldn't even enter, so how could they fight? The development of the situation was far beyond her expectations. Humph, I have underestimated you. You do have some skills. The little Rock King sat on the side and held back for a while. Finally, he turned his head and said to Fangxing arrogantly. Fangxing coughed twice and glared at Fangxing. Then, he said to the Great Golden Crow, teach him a lesson for me. The Great Golden Crow immediately turned around and slapped the little Rock King's head with his wing. He shouted, how can you talk to your little rock like that? He 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 he. Wu Yidian's mood also relaxed, and he laughed in schadenfreude on the side. The annoyed little Rock King lifted his leg and kicked Wu Yidian to the ground. He scolded, stop laughing. Pa. The back of his head was slapped by the Great Golden Crow's wing again. The little Rock King said angrily, what now? The Great Golden Crow glared at him and reprimanded, his grandfather is my father. Do you have a problem with that? The little Rock King felt that he was in the wrong. He turned around angrily and stopped talking. Wu Sang'er hurriedly dissuaded, all right, don't bully him. Little Rock, don't bully my cousin Yidian either. Otherwise, if they bully you again, I won't protect you anymore. Although there is no danger now, we don't know what the attitude of the Kanglan C9 Sons League is. We still have to be careful. Also, Uncle Jen gave us the clue of the 3 Dao formula. We have to find them. Also, Uncle Jen said that there is a dark star soul grass in the Demonic Emperor Pavilion that can cure Cousin Yidian's madness. We have to find it too. There are also other fortunes. It would be even better if we could get them. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. As soon as she opened her mouth kept going. Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow covered their ears and squatted down. Wu Sang'er was so angry that she stomped her foot and said, did you two hear what I said? Fangxing said weakly, we heard it. The Great Golden Crow also sighed and said, we really heard it. Wu Sang'er put her hands on her hips and said, are you complaining that I am talking too much? I mean well. After all, we entered the Demonic Emperor Pavilion. Fangxing looked at Wu Sang'er with a bitter face and said, we really heard it. Wu Sang'er was speechless and said, then where are we going first? Fangxing said, recuperate. Wu Sang'er was shocked and said, are you seriously injured? Is it powerful? How long do you need to recuperate? Fangxing saw that she was going to keep talking and quickly said, not seriously. I will be fine in an hour. Wu Sang'er heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's good. After you recuperate, where are we going first? Imperceptibly, she had already regarded Fangxing as her pillar of support. As soon as these words came out, even the little Ping and Wu Yidian pricked up their ears. They turned their heads and listened attentively. However, when Fangxing heard these words, his face lit up, as if he had thought of something very happy. He said with a beaming smile, "After my injuries are healed." "Hee hee, old Jean, what do you think we should do?" The great golden crow jumped up and flapped his wings and said, "Of course." End of chapter 549. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.